Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Aizawa's Nephew? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shouta knew from a young age that he wanted to be a hero. From a young age, he had always looked up to the big-name heroes of the world, old heroes, like Gran Torino, and heroes that were only just making their way into the world, like All Might. When he'd been younger and needed an excuse to get out of the house, he and his older sister, Inko, would go looking for villain fights. When they found one, which was rather easy, what with it being such a big city, they would hide on the nearest roof and wait for the heroes to come. Shouta would find himself trying to copy the heroes' moves, throwing out a flurry of punches and clumsy kicks, doing little backflips and cartwheels on the roof, just to get his blood pumping and to see his older sister smile for once. They started this practice when Shouta was 4 years old and finally old enough to go outside with only his sister to watch him. His sister was much older, she had been 11 years old when he'd been born, and he couldn't quite remember a time when he'd seen the girl truly smile. That was probably the main reason why the days on the rooftops were so important to him. His sister must have seen the talent in his flips and cartwheels, because she started saving all the money she could. When he was 5 years old, Inko got their mother, gaunt and tired as she always was, to sign Shouta up for gymnastics. Inko took on an after-school job to keep him in the program. When asked why, she would just ruffle his shaggy hair and say, "Can't let one of the world's future heroes go in without any training." Shouta had taken to gymnastics like a duck to water, as Inko had known he would. By the time he was 6 years old, he would do several flips in a row without any assistance. He went to competitions and he always won. His walls and his shelves were lined with trophies and medals, gold, silver and bronze covering the cracked plaster. Gymnastics was a good distraction for Shouta. The boy was always quite lonely. His dad was never there, always out spending the money that their mother worked so hard to bring home. His mother worked 3 jobs, and she came home late every night only to leave early the next morning. Inko began to distance herself, always focused on school or her new boyfriend, Hisashi Midoriya. If not for the money that was left in the cookie jar periodically for gymnastics and sweets, Shouta couldn't be certain whether Inko came home at all. When he was 7 years old, Inko graduated and stopped coming home. The money stopped appearing in the cookie jar, and instead was mailed to them in plain white envelopes with no extra notes to explain herself. His mother took on an extra job, and Shouta almost never saw her unless he stayed up into the wee hours of the night. His father stopped coming home. Life at school was miserable, all of the children taunting him because his quirk hadn't come in yet. He was 8 when it finally did come in. He'd been watching another villain fight, and it looked like the heroes were losing. His chest had ached as he watched the underground hero be beaten into the ground. Something had tingled in the very tips of his fingers, and then his eyes had flashed red and his long, shaggy black hair had risen from his shoulders and the green fire that danced along the villain's skin had ceased abruptly. The hero lunged at the villain, and Shouta blinked, and his eyes became unbearably dry and achy. His irises, which had previously been a dark brown, were a bright red. But his quirk had been activated. He'd ran home to tell Inko, and had been overwhelmingly disappointed when he remembered that he wouldn't find her there. The next day, not knowing what else to do, he told his teacher about his quirk, and how he'd made the villain's power stop working. The teacher had only given him a fearful glance and had backed away. The other students had stared at him with distrustful eyes. The next day, a group of students had beaten him up. Shouta was expelled. The other students weren't. His hair, which had been long and unruly and had fallen almost past the middle of his back, he cut short. It bunched up in the back, wild and unruly now that it wasn't so long and weighed down. Some patches were shorter than others. He couldn't tie his hair back for gymnastics anymore, and the hair always fell into his eyes when he did his flips. He had to pin his hair back with his sister's old hair clips, small and bright pink with cats on the end. Shouta quite liked them, despite the fact that they were girly. Others didn't, but that was their problem, not Shouda's. Though he couldn't understand why people could never be happy with him. He'd been bullied for his quirk coming in late, But when he got it, everyone was wary around him. They made fun of his hair for how long and unruly it was, saying it made him look like a girl, but when he cut it short and pulled it back with clips, he still got made fun of. How was he supposed to make these people happy? It took a while to find a good school that would take someone like Shouta. Turns out, a kid with an erasure quirk who had fighting on his record wasn't a good combination for many of the schools in Japan. He was eventually placed in a cheap public school. His mother was only able to afford one set of the school's uniform, so Shouta had to go to school every day in shabby, wrinkled clothes. On the first day of school, his mother took a brush to his hair, which had grown shockingly quickly, just barely brushing the middle of his neck. She was in a hurry to brush it so he could get to school, and the brush's bristles pulled and ripped at his hair roughly. When he went to school, his scalp was unbearably achy and his eyes were puffy. The school was crowded, filled with hundreds of other children. The school had a rule against children using their quirks, but you could often hear the crackle of an explosion or the heat of flames dancing on fingertips. On the first day of school, in the hallway, a boy had extended his leg and had tripped him. But Shouta didn't use his quirk, didn't want to. When he got home that night, he went straight to bed. His mother woke him up hours later when she got home, and had dragged him into the kitchen. She'd shaved all of his shaggy hair off with a pair of clippers, right down to the scalp. She'd cut the skin right by his ear in her haste. Shouta had hated the way the vibrating clippers had brushed over his still sore scalp. The sensation had made him grind his teeth. At school the next day, a girl in his class called him skinhead. The other children in the class had heard her and thought it was hilarious. By the end of the day, every child in the school called him skinhead instead of his name. It made Shouta wonder if they would have made fun of him if they saw the pink, cat-themed hair clips. The days slowly faded into a gray haze, one after another. School was a dull spot in his life, a dark smear on his bright enthusiasm to become a hero, like a pencil mark on plain white paper. He hardly remembered school anymore, though he still made the highest marks in his grade. His life revolved around gymnastics and watching the heroes from rooftops, wondering if someday maybe, just maybe, that could be him. Once a month, his mother would wake him up in the middle of the night to shave his head down to the scalp. The clippers always opened up that same, almost healed-over scab behind his ear. He always walked to school with his ear feeling tender, hot, and irritated. She shaved his head on his birthday. Same haircut as always. Right down to the scalp. When he woke up, she was gone. No festivities. His sister didn't come to visit and his father, like always, was nowhere to be seen. His present was a bloodied ear and a lollipop from the librarian when she looked at his profile when he was turning in his books and had seen it was his birthday. Just before he turned 10, he sent his sister a letter, saying that he missed her, that he wished she would visit, even though he understood why she couldn't, since the return address stated she lived on the other side of Japan. Informed her that it was almost his birthday, and that he couldn't believe he was almost 10. Said he was thinking about mowing lawns so he could save up for self-defense classes along with gymnastics, to prepare him for life as a hero. Said that he loved her and that he, once again, hoped to see her soon. He got the response on the day of his birthday. $300 extra for defense classes and a single piece of white printer paper. On the paper, typed in bold letters, were the words, "Happy Birthday, Shouta." He took a mixed martial arts class. He got his but handed to him to boys much older than him, again and again until he finally got the hang of it. He had been on the brink of quitting many times, when the world got too loud, when the lights were too bright, when the shallow bruises that were left by the unyielding fists of those bigger and stronger stung just a little too much. But he couldn't. Because he would be a hero. Because he was a hero. His instructor informed him that he was a MSTR at gymnastics, better than her, and that he should consider taking parkour classes. Shouta had no ties to the place, no nostalgia for it, no friends, so he did. And just like with gymnastics, he took to it like a pro. When he was 12 years old, his haircuts became fewer and farther in between as his mother became more and more tired. She cut them every 2 months, now, sometimes longer. The hair was always past his years when he did, sticking up and messy and shaggy. He never combed it because the bristles hurt. When his mother was around to give him his midnight haircuts, The scab behind his ear was always almost completely healed over. But it always split open again under her missed rations. Sometimes his mother forgot to buy groceries, and all Shouta ate was sweets with the spare money Inko sent periodically. That was okay with Shouta, since the food he cooked with the groceries was never that good anyway, though so much chocolate did make his stomach twist painfully on occasion. But Shouta could never seem to find the words to ask for more groceries during their midnight haircuts, because his mother was always so tired and so irritated. So he made do with what he had. When he was 14 and he finally told his instructor why he was taking mixed martial arts classes, he told him to sign up for UA, the greatest hero school in Japan. So Shouta did. It was difficult. All the other students had such flashy quirks, ice and sleeping gas, and earth and metal and some loud kid that made his head hurt. Why couldn't he shut up? He was younger than the rest, since he was born during the school year, and shorter, and weaker, and less powerful. But that was okay. Because what Shouta lacked in strength, he made up for in determination. Determination, it turned out, wasn't everything. "I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa," the odd-looking rat-like creature said. Shouta couldn't quite respond, so busy trying to figure out what, exactly, this person, thing, animal, was. "I understand you were trying for the hero course, but, of course, you couldn't have gotten in with a quirk such as yours." Shouta nodded. He was disappointed. Extremely so. But there were other schools and other ways to get hero licenses. He wasn't out of options. However, Nizu said, cutting off his train of thought. "You showed great promise. Despite not having a flashy quirk, you did well. I have a proposition for you." Shouta blinked. Nodded. "We can't put you into the hero course, but we do have room in the general studies program." Shouta frowned. Cleared his throat. "Sir," he said, trying to keep his voice from breaking. It was always gravelly, now that he was older, and when it wasn't gravelly it was squeaky. Shouta hoped it would find a nice median, someday, because it was truly aggravating to hear. "I appreciate it, but I need to be in a hero course to be a hero." "Let me finish, Aizawa," Nizu said, smiling sweetly, though Shouta knew that it hid sharp teeth. In the middle of the year, UA holds an annual sports festival. Many hero course students compete for a chance at getting a good internship with a hero agency, and many students in other divisions compete for a chance at being transferred into the hero course. It's rare that we do, but if you truly impress me, like you did in the exam, I might consider it. This was the chance of a lifetime, he knew. But was it worth it? Was it worth the precious months he would waste in the general studies program, when there was only a chance he would be transferred into the hero course? He ran a hand through his hair. It was beginning to grow, since his last haircut, though his scalp was still prickly. He missed his longer hair. Even if he knew, to get back to his longer hair, he'd have to go back to pinning it up with clips. He could do this, right? He nodded to himself, determined. His hands gripped the fabric of his black slacks. He looked up, eyes narrowed. Determination hadn't been enough to get him through the entrance exam, but it could be enough to get him through the sports festival. "I won't let you down, sir." After he started going to UA, his mother stopped coming home so much. Groceries were delivered to the apartment every so often, but his mother was never with them. He still got money from his sister, and Shouta doubted she knew that his mother had stopped returning. Before, when he woke up in the morning, there was almost always a dirty cup in the sink, smelling of tea, of hot chocolate or coffee, or whatever else had struck her fancy. These days, the only cups found in the sink were his own. But that was okay. He could adapt. His hair grew longer, ridiculously quickly, now that his mother wasn't there to shave it all away. By the time he was 2 months in at UA, he had to clip his hair back again. He didn't have the time nor the energy to go to the store to buy new clips, so he used the same old pink cat clips. He worked harder in parkour and mixed martial arts, his muscles always straining from overuse. He got taller, eventually, but with all the chocolate he always ate instead of proper food, it wasn't all that surprising that he wasn't very tall yet. When he was 4 months into UA, just a few weeks before the sports festival, he got another letter from his sister. The usual amount of money fell out of the envelope. Along with the money was a card. An invitation. Standard, with no touch of personalization. More than likely bought at a dollar store. It was a letter to a wedding. More specifically, Hisashi Midoriya and Inko Aizawa's wedding. The card was pink, just like the ever-present cat clips in Shouta's hair. The address was far away, and he wasn't sure how he would manage to get there, but he stuck it to the fridge with a magnet. Excitement and something like apprehension thrummed through his veins. How long had it been? 7 years since he had seen her in person? He'd have to get a suit. Find some way to control his hair. Get a gift. His teachers liked him well enough. If he missed a single payment, then they wouldn't be too terribly upset. He'd just have to pay them back, somehow. Perhaps clean their establishments after practice, or on the weekends, to make up for it. That's what he would do. The wedding was 2 days before the sports festival. Shouta bought a nice suit, charcoal gray with a blood-red button-up and a black tie. He couldn't afford dress shoes along with the suit and the gifts, along with transportation, so he just wore his nicest pair of sneakers. He took gel to his hair, and tried his best to comb it back. The stray hairs that escaped the gel's hold he pinned back with the pink cat clips. He bought Inko a necklace with a moon charm on it. For Hisashi, who he couldn't remember much about besides the fact that he wasn't his biggest fan, he bought a simple watch. Leather strap, soft on the skin. He took a bus to the wedding, and hoped that the seats wouldn't damage his suit. The buses always seemed too loud and dirty. After that bus, he took another bus and then a train. The wedding was in a garden. It was only just starting when he arrived. He kept his present on his person rather than set it on the table designated for presents, and sat at the back of the wedding. The bride and groom wore kimonos, black and white. His sister looked different than he remembered, green hair pulled back into a bun, face powdered and lips painted red. There was a flower in her hair. She looked older, more sophisticated, not like the teenage girl who stayed up with him on rooftops to study the heroes fighting below. The ceremony continued as could be expected. After the ceremony came the reception. The adults drank sake, danced and chatted. It was hard to find Inko over the dozens of bustling people, with the flashing lights and the loud noises. Shouta's skin prickled every time someone got too close. Eventually, Inko sat down, and her new husband went around to talk to business associates. She leaned her head back against her seat, and let her eyes fall closed. Long, black lashes splayed on powdered cheeks. Shouta thought she looked odd. Not human. He sat at her table, just looking at her. She didn't notice him, for a while, until she looked up. Eyes widened. Shouta nodded in her direction. "Shouta," she asked, voice breathy and bordering on disbelieving. "Hey," he said, not knowing quite how to respond. "You're here," she noted. Is his mom?" "No," Shouta said. "Just me. I haven't seen her in a while. Her cups are never in the sink anymore." "And to that?" "Still gone." "When was the last time Mom was there?" "4 months. 5 months. I don't know. When I started high school, she stopped coming home at night and stopped giving me my hair cuts." "Ah," Inko said. "So, you're alone?" Shouta blinked at her. "No. At home. I have my instructors. And I'm thinking about getting a cat, so I won't be alone then. I'm okay." Inko smiled at him in that way that she had smiled at him before, so many years ago. Chapters ago. Lifetimes ago. Or that's what it felt like. It made something in Shouta's stomach twist and ache, like it did when he ate too much candy, or when he was sad, or scared. He couldn't tell whether she was smiling at him because she felt she had to, or because she was really, truly happy to see him. "You got old," Shouta noted. Inko laughed. "I suppose I did." "So did you? You're taller now." "Time tends to do that to a person," Shouta noted. "It's funny like that. Are you 25? "Unfortunately," Inko said with a hint of bitterness. "I wish I was 25. I'd be a hero by now. And I'd have lots of cats." "I suppose you would," Inko said. "Still stuck on being a hero?" "Yes," Shouta said. "I'm going to UAT now. I'm in general studies, but I'm going to transfer to the hero course. I think my quirk will be useful for taking down villains." Inko smiled fondly. "I'm sure it will be, Shouta," she said. "How can you be sure?" Shouta asked, tilting his head to the side. "You don't know what it is." "I don't. Because you left." "Because I left." It's erasure, Shouta said. I can erase people's quirks. No one likes me because of that. But I don't really like anyone else either. That's okay, Shouta, Inko said. If they don't like you because of your quirk, they don't deserve you. You left before I got my quirk, Shouta said. So why don't you like me? Why didn't Dad like me? I don't know why Dad didn't like us, Inko admitted. That's just how life played out. But I do like you, Shouta. I love you. But you left me. But I left you. Will you come back? Shouta asked. Shouta wasn't sure why he did. He already knew what the answer would be. What she would say. Maybe it was wishful thinking. Or maybe he was just tired of being alone. I know you don't like cats. Unless they're on hair clips. He pointed at the clip in his hair. If you come back, I won't get a cat. I can't come back, Inko said. And you can't come with me. I'm sorry, Shouta. Shouta hummed. No, you're not. But that's okay. Can you give me a reason? Why you can't? Oh. No, I don't think I can. Shouta nodded. Have a happy marriage, Inko. He handed her the box with the necklace and the watch. The moon is for you. He stood up. Do you have any suggestions? To name my cat? Inko dabbed a napkin at her eyes. Taka, she said. It matches with the owner. Shouta nodded. You said you loved me. I do. I love you too. And I hope I see you again, even though I won't. Can you just call? Please? Or write a letter with the money or something. I'm sorry. Shouta blinked hard. Why did you invite me today? Because your family? Did you want to see me? I want to see you every day, Shouta, Inko sighed. Then why can't you? Sometimes things don't make sense. You'll understand someday. I promise you. I don't think I will. That's okay. Stop saying that. Just. He sighed. Goodbye, Inko. Goodbye, Shouta. He did well in the sports festival. He took second place, and hero agencies were scrambling to get their hands on him. He was transferred into Class 1A immediately afterward. They sat him next to a loud blonde and a girl with a rather vulgar disposition who was always flirting with him. Both were several inches taller than him. It made him want to start eating healthier, just so he didn't have to crane his neck to speak to people. Loud blonde and vulgar girl were the only two in Class 1A who were nice to Shouta. Apparently, when Shouta had transferred to Class 1A, he had replaced a boy that was rather popular among his peers. Loud blonde and vulgar girl, later identified as Hisashi Yamada and Nemuri Kiyama, were nice to him because they didn't like the boy he had replaced. Even though he wore girly hair clips and he was always a mess and he was more than likely irritated from not sleeping enough and he talked about his calico cat, Taka, a lot. When the time came to pick hero names, it was Hisashi's idea for Shouta to be called Eraserhead. Shouta thought it sounded nice enough. Hisashi wanted to be called Presentation Michael, but Nemuri and Shouta convinced him that it was stupid and he shortened it to Present Mike. Nemuri called herself Midnight, and Shouta thought it was fitting. Not that he would have opposed the girl, even if he disliked it. He was terrified of her. He got money on his birthday, as well as a black and white photo of a blob about the size of a pea. Shouta thought it looked rather like a kidney bean, though he wasn't sure why Inko would send him a photo of a kidney bean. But he didn't have much from his sister, so he pinned it to the wall with a tack. When he sat at his desk for class that day, he immediately informed his friends of the significance of the date. I am 15 today. Hisashi and Nemuri immediately started planning for a party, which Shouta had never had someone do for him before. Shouta wasn't sure how they would have a party, but he wasn't going to complain, not when Nemuri was excited and Hisashi had that smile on his face that made Shouta want to smile too. They went to his apartment after school. Nemuri frowned at the cracking plaster. Hisashi asked where the TV was, and Shouta informed him that there wasn't one. Nemuri looked in the fridge, intent on gathering ingredients for a cake, only to find it bare, save for a bottle of ketchup and a couple cans of tuna that was supposed to be a special treat for the fat cat that was rubbing against her calf. It had been a while since his mother sent groceries. Shouta wasn't sure what to do for the people in his home, so he reached into the cabinet and took out all his candy stash. He handed Hisashi the gummies and Nemuri the chocolate, and crossed his arms, squeezing his elbows. He was anxious, but he didn't know why. Hizashi cleared his throat and started looking around, letting out a happy squeal when he saw the pinned-up picture of a kidney bean on the wall. "Is your mom pregnant?" he demanded, jumping up and down happily. "Oh, I haven't seen her in 5 months." Hizashi and Nemuri gaped. "My sister sent me that," Shouta continued. "I think it's a photo of a bean." "No," Hizashi said, "it is not. It's an Eltos and image, Sho," Nemuri said. "And since when does she call him Sho?" "It's a photo of a baby. It means your sister's pregnant." "Oh." He blinked. "So she's going to have a baby?" "Well, yeah," Hizashi said. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Shouta asked. I think it's too soon to tell, Shouta," Nemuri said. "She got married just before the sports festival. I guess that's when they got a baby." "I suppose so," Hizashi said awkwardly. Do you want to go out to eat, Shouta? For your birthday?" "Yes," Shouta said after a moment of thought. "I'll change. Do you have clothes to change into?" "I don't think anything I own will fit. We have clothes in our bags, don't worry about us," Hizashi said. Shouta nodded and turned on his heel, heading to his room. He chose a black sweater and gray jeans. He liked them because they weren't scratchy on his skin, like some of his other clothes. He decided to wear flip-flops instead of sneakers, because he liked to go without socks if he could help it, and stepped out of his room where Hizashi and Nemuri were waiting, already changed somehow. They were whispering among themselves, but stopped when he stepped into the room. "You look great," Hizashi said. He was wearing a plain black t-shirt and a jean jacket with blue jeans. Nemuri was wearing a tight, backless black dress with a neckline that dipped low. "Where do you want to go, Sho?" Nemuri asked, already taking out her wallet. "It's on me." They ended up getting ramen with little broiled shrimps on the side. Shouta liked it, because it wasn't his own cooking nor was it chocolate, even if he couldn't finish the entire bowl of noodles. They ended the night with a trip to the movies, where they watched a romantic comedy. Hizashi and Nemuri gorged themselves on popcorn while Shouta ate candy. The two drove him home, each taking a turn to hug him and say goodbye before departing, and Shouta felt something warm and fuzzy settle in his chest as he watched them leave. That night, he gave Takara the special tuna for being so good while he was gone, and cuddled with his cat while he fell asleep, dreaming of the smell of buttery popcorn and the taste of Skittles. He went through his internships and made strong connections with a few big-name heroes. He worked and worked until he finally had the highest marks in his class again. He didn't have a flashy, destructive quirk like the others, but he still remained in the top 3 of his class. Months passed. Summer began. In July, when Inko sent him more money for his classes, she also sent a photo of a rather scrunched-up, red baby. Shouta thought the child looked rather odd. Its skin was bright red and it looked very irritated at having its picture taken. Shouta could share the sentiment. He didn't like having his picture taken either. At the bottom of the photograph was a single word: Izuku. Shouta pinned the photo of the scrunched-up creature on the wall next to his Altiris ND photo, not sure if he would ever be able to meet this Izuku child. Probably not, he noted bitterly. He pinned the photo up and tried to cast the child out of his mind. Izuku's unpleasantly red face still lingered. Shouta knew he'd had feelings for Hizashi, though he had elected to ignore them until they went away, like he did with most things in his life. It was just one more annoying fly he'd have to swat to go with all the other troubling things. He hadn't expected the feelings to be reciprocated, though he had to admit it was nice. Hizashi kissed him on his birthday. They were at a fair on a Ferris wheel. The lights of the fair, bright and colorful, had danced off his skin. Shouta had the fleeting thought, "I want to kiss him," and then Hizashi had. It was rather surprising, quite honestly. It was also awkward, since they were so young, and Shouta wasn't quite sure if he had done it right. But that was okay, because it seemed Hizashi didn't know what he was doing either. Nemuri had taken a picture of them right after they'd stepped off the Ferris wheel, holding hands, Shouta with a confused look in his eyes and Hizashi blushing furiously. Shouta had pinned it up on his wall, right next to Izuku. They went on a lot of dates after that. Nemuri came too, sometimes. They went out to eat and to the movies and to the arcade. It was the happiest Shouta had been in a while, admittedly. He liked being with Hizashi. Hizashi was kind in a way Shouta couldn't quite describe. He made Shouta feel warm. He was also quite good-looking, at least Shouta thought so. He was funny, in a way, even if he was very loud and when he got overexcited he couldn't quite control his quirk. But that was alright, since Shouta's quirk was erasure. He stayed over at Hisashi's place a lot, and Hisashi's parents never seemed to mind, only made more food to accommodate. Sometimes Shouta caught Hisashi's mother sneaking extra food onto his plate. They played video games a lot at Hisashi's house. Sometimes board games. Sometimes they did homework. Sometimes they just sat there in silence, Hisashi playing a mindless game on his phone and Shouta reading a novel. Hisashi liked to joke that his parents probably thought they were doing something else, though he never clarified on what that something else was. Shouta thought he probably meant kissing, though they did do that a lot too. Exams came and went, and then the school year was over. Shouta spent more time with Hisashi and Nemuri than he had the previous year, Takara joining a lot. They spent a lot of time at the gym, training to control their quirks or, in Shouta's case, working with weapons. Shouta had only just taken a liking to his capture weapon, which he carried on his person quite a bit now, even though it was a bit heavy. It was sort of like a weighted blanket, and Shouta could appreciate that, since he loved the weighted blankets that Nemuri let him use whenever they slept over at her house. In July, just like the previous year, Shouta came home to find a letter on the mat from Inko. When he opened the envelope, a photograph fell out onto the floor. Another photo of a baby. The same word on the bottom of the photograph. Izuku. He was quite a bit bigger in this photograph, and a bit more human-looking. Shouta supposed that was inevitable. He was smiling at the camera. He had exactly 4 teeth. Shouta counted. His hair was longer, sticking up around his head in a halo of green and black. He looked like a piece of broccoli, or perhaps a cabbage. Shouta unpinned all of the photos from the wall. On the back of the Altiris ND photo, he wrote kidney bean. In the photo of Izuku as a newborn, he wrote creature. In the newest photo, he wrote cabbage. He thought it was quite funny, though Izuku might have been offended. He pinned the photos back onto the wall, in the order that he got them, and stared at them for a while. Izuku. Perhaps I should get a sign that says the life CYCL of Izuku. In his 3rd year, he met a boisterous girl named Emi Fukukado. She was funny, he supposed, since everyone else seemed to laugh at her jokes. She had sea green hair, and he liked it, because it reminded him distantly of his sister and even more distantly his father. It made it hard to look at her, sometimes. She seemed to like Shouta, for whatever reason, always telling jokes to get her to laugh, and seeming to have more and more fun when she failed. Shouta liked her, so he didn't complain when she was around. The 3rd year at UA was undoubtedly the hardest. There was nothing but work. Interviews, exams, training, kept Shouta busy, and he loved that. He shred his capture weapon in that time, as well as his mixed martial arts class and his parkour class, though he still attended to keep his skills sharp, just like how he still did flips around his apartments for gymnastics. He'd knocked over a lot of aces doing that, and his cat hated it, but that just encouraged him to do it more, if he's being honest. He loved it when his cat looked disdainful. The cat hissed at him from under the couch every time he pulled off a triple backflip. When he finally finished UA, he started working as an underground hero. He, Nemuri, and Hisashi worked together a lot, especially when a big-name villain crossed their paths, but Shouta was always gone before the press could get a hold of him. 17 years old, and already a successful and respected underground hero. Shouta wondered if Inko would be proud of him. In that time, he sold his apartment and sent Inko his new address. He pinned his pictures up on the wall and shoved his medals from gymnastics contests long forgotten in a box in his closet. Inko still sent him money. He got a new photo of Izuku. He was smiling at the camera shyly, hugging himself. He was rather chubby, but Shouta supposed that was normal for children at that age. His hair was long, longer than it had been last time, and it looked as if it had never been cut or combed. Shouta brushed his fingers over the spot behind his ear, remembering the haircuts his mother had given him before she'd disappeared. The ever-present cut behind his ear and the prickliness of his scalp. Shouta wondered if she still mailed him groceries ever so often, and if so, If there were bags of rotting food waiting outside of his old apartment for a boy that wasn't coming back home. Shouta wondered, briefly, if he should send her a letter saying he didn't live there anymore, before dismissing the thought. He hoped she wasted her money. On the back of the photo he wrote Greenstalk. He hung it up next to Cabbage. His face started getting scruffy and prickly with hair after he turned 18, but he didn't like shaving so he didn't do it often. He didn't think Hisashi minded much. He liked running his hands along the sides of his face and kissing his forehead, for whatever reason, but he wasn't about to complain. Hisashi moved into his apartment right after Shouta turned 18. His fridge was filled with groceries, now, rather than just tuna and the occasional half-eaten chocolate bar. He slept in Shouta's bed, and Shouta liked that because Hisashi hugged him and traced the scars he'd gotten from hero work at night. Half of the closet belonged to Hisashi, and half to Shouta, and you could tell because half of the closet was filled with very bright colors and half were muted grays and blacks. In the bathroom, Hisashi's shampoo sat beside Shouta's, along with his body wash. His hair gel was on the counter. His hairbrush too, along with several hair ties that Hisashi put in the same container that Shouta kept his kitten hair clips. His toothbrush shared a space with Shouta's in the cabinet. His razor sat next to Shouta's. All of Shouta's space was being shared by Hisashi, but Shouta couldn't find it in himself to mind that much. Shouta took day shifts and Hisashi night ones, and they hung out in the few hours in between each, either talking or cuddling or something in between. Hisashi patched up Shouta's scrapes and bruises, and Shouta did the same for Hisashi. When Shouta's dry eye was bad after patrol, Hisashi brought him his eye drops, and when Hisashi's throat hurt after using his quirk too much or his ears ached, Shouta brought him water, throat lozenges and noise-canceling headphones. It was good. In the summer of Shouta's 18th year, Shouta got two things in the mail. His regular letter from his sister and an official-looking envelope. He opened the letter from his sister first. Izuku. 3 years old. He had freckles now. On the back of the photo he wrote Sprout, and pinned it up on the wall next to the other photos. Then he opened the official-looking envelope. It looked a lot like the wedding invitation, but less frilly. It was an invitation, but not to a wedding. He put the card on the table and sat on his couch, staring at it. Hisashi found him like that hours later. He sat next to him, opened the envelope, slowly closed it, and put it back on the coffee table, before wrapping an arm around Shouta and pulling him close. He tucked his head under his chin, a movement that was awkward now that Shouta had finally caught up height-wise and was now only an inch or so shorter than Hisashi's 6-inch. Hisashi hummed some pop song he had played on his new radio show, and Shouta stared at the wall blankly. Hisashi called Nemuri, and she came with a weighted blanket and 3 movies for them to watch. Shouta accepted the blanket and relaxed under its weight. Hisashi and Nemuri sat on either side, Hisashi with an arm wrapped around his waist and Nemuri leaning against his shoulder. They ate popcorn and Skittles, like they always did when they watched movies. Shouta couldn't quite bring himself to pay attention. His parents were dead. His father, who he hadn't seen since he was 7 years old. His mother, who he hadn't seen in 4 years. They were dead. They had died together. He had so many questions and none of them could be answered. Why did they die together? How did they die? Who had invited him to their funeral? Would his parents even want him there, if they were alive? He felt the strong urge to shave his head, just because he thought it might make his mother happy had she been able to see him, and he tugged at the black strands anxiously. Hisashi took the hand from his hair and entwined their fingers. A funeral. Because they were dead. When people died on TV, loved ones always cried. Why couldn't he cry? Was he even considered a loved one by these people? His stomach twisted. He felt ill and he pushed away the Skittles. Hisashi kissed his temple. Shouta leaned his head against Nemuri's and fell asleep. The funeral was 2 days later. Shouta hadn't wanted to buy a new suit, since he really didn't have the money, but the suit he'd worn for Inko's wedding really wasn't fitting for a funeral and it was too small. They bought a new suit. Black breathes, black suit jacket, black collared shirt, and a blood-red lapel. He didn't wear a tie. He took a razor to his face and shaved his beard, something he usually only did once a month or so, the same schedule his mother had shaved his head all those years ago. They didn't own a pair of clippers now, and Shouta was glad for it, since he wasn't sure if he'd be able to stop himself from taking them to his head. Instead, he washed his hair thoroughly, blew it dry and combed out all the tangles before tying it back up into a half knot. In the minutes before it would be time to leave, he paced the room relentlessly. Adjusted the lapels of his suit jacket, washed his face repeatedly, adjusted his hair. When strands of hair began to fall out of the half knot down into his face, he pinned them back with the pink hair clips and started pacing again. Hisashi watched him pace from the couch, looking worried. They decided he wasn't going to the funeral, since he had never met the deceased, but, "Are you sure you don't want me to go?" Hisashi asked. Shouta pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes. He felt like scratching at his skin, felt like clawing his way out. He flexed his fingers instead. Would you? Would you be comfortable with that? Hisashi smiled at him softly. Of course I would be, he said. Anything for you, Sho. Shuta's shoulders slumped, and he felt marginally lighter. Thank you, Zashi. He sat next to him, and Hisashi hooked a finger under his chin, kissing him softly. His other hand held his cheek, and his thumb stroked over smooth skin. Shouta blinked his eyes open when Hisashi pulled away, smiling slightly. Something came to his mind and Shouta, having no filter whatsoever, said it. I love you, Hisashi. Hisashi's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. Shouta felt a blush creep up his neck, and his ears burned. His heart started thrumming in his chest. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Hisashi opened his mouth to say something, but the alarm on his phone cut him off. Shouta stood up from the couch quickly. Time to go, he said, hurrying out of the house. Hisashi sat there for a moment, stunned, before running after him. They were halfway to the funeral when they realized Hisashi wasn't wearing a suit and had to drive back. The funeral was crowded, filled to the brim with unfamiliar people, and Shouta found himself reaching for Hisashi's hand involuntarily. They sat in a pew at the back. Hisashi kept a hand on Shuta's leg, and Shouta covered the hand with his own as the funeral's proceedings went on. Almost everyone in the room was crying, and Shouta wondered what it meant if all these strangers were crying for his parents, but Shouta, their son, couldn't manage a tear. A woman walked up to tell a speech, and a hush falled over the crowd. Shuta's eyes widened in shock. Hisashi looked utterly confused as Shuta's shoulders began to shake. Inko Midoriya began her speech. My parents were incredible people, she began. They were kind and always there for me. I was lucky to have them. My dad taught me to ride a bike, my mom taught me to bake cookies. They worked hard to support me and... Her eyes, which had been sweeping across the room of people, met Shuta's. Her speech stalled. Why does she lie? She swallowed. They had their ups and downs, but they came together again 4 years ago, and I think they're happy to have died together too. They've been nothing but kind to me, my husband and their grandson these last couple years. She blinked hard. I'm sorry. She wiped at her eyes. A little boy with long curly green hair suddenly ran forward and hugged her leg. Mommy don't CW. Shouta gasped. The cabbage. Inko walked down from the stage. The funeral came to a close. Shouta stood up from the pew abruptly, Hisashi hurrying to follow and apologize to whoever they ran into. Shouta grabbed Inko's wrist and pulled her along, the woman staying quiet as he did, until they were outside. What? What? I'm so sorry, Shouta, Inko said. I didn't know you were coming. Fine, tell me what's going on, Inko. Tears welled in Inko's eyes. Shouta felt nothing but confusion and anger. When Mom left you, it was because Dad got into contact with her again. I'm so sorry, Shu. She left for Dad? But why wouldn't she take me with her? What? A hand gripped his shoulder, and Shouta knew it was Hisashi. Sho, maybe we should No, I want to know, Shouta said. If she left, why didn't she take me with her? Shouta. Inko swallowed thickly. Dad left because of you. And Mom missed Dad, even though he was barely around to begin with, and when he said he wanted her back she just. The condition was he'd take her back, so long as you didn't come with her. The world cracked down the middle. Puzzle pieces he hadn't known were missing came together to form the entire picture. Why his mother worked so much, why his dad had never been home, why his mother had always been so distant. Did she blame him for his father leaving? Did she want to leave me? Shouta asked quietly. Inko looked down at her feet. Oh, we're always different. Weird, Inko admitted. Dad didn't really like that all that much. And neither did Mom. They just couldn't handle you, I don't think. No one could quite understand how your mind ticked. Is that why you left? Shouta asked. Oh. I left for Hisashi. He wanted to leave, and he didn't like you. But I wanted to be with him, and you didn't really like him either, and… When Dad left, where did he go? His voice sounded empty, even to him. No one really knows for sure, Inko said, wringing her hands nervously. But I think he went to another woman. Shouta nodded. And you've been around them the past few years. Inko nodded. I think I need to go now, Shouta said. Inko nodded. That's probably for the best. Shouta nodded. Thank you, he said. Inko blinked. For what? For believing in me. When you were still with me. I'm a hero now, because of you. Underground. Look up, Eraserhead. I will, Inko said. And I never stopped believing in you. I'm sure you're an incredible hero. He is, Hisashi said, hand dropping from his shoulder to grasp at Shouta's hand. One of the best heroes I've ever met. Good day to you, ma'am. With that, they left. Shouta couldn't sleep that night. His mind was too full. The sheets felt too rough, too hot. When he kicked off the blankets, he was too cold. Hisashi lay beside him, an arm across his waist. He still had so many questions. What's wrong with me? He asked Hisashi. Hisashi stiffened slightly. What do you mean? Why did everyone I loved leave me for someone better? Hisashi's hold on him tightened. They're not better than you, Hisashi said. Those people are idiots. If they had any intelligence at all, they would have seen you for how amazing you are. Shouta sighed. Can't be that amazing if everyone packed up and left. Inko said Mom and Dad left because I was different. What's wrong with me? Nothing is wrong with you, Hisashi said vehemently. If they couldn't love you for you, then they weren't worth it. Alright? They're not worth it. If you ask me, you're perfect. There's nothing wrong with you being you. I guess you love me for me, then? Shouta asked sarcastically. I do, Hisashi admitted quietly. Oh. It felt like his brain was rewiring itself. Wait, did you just say dash? Hisashi pressed a kiss to the back of his neck. Go to sleep, Shou. Okay. 2 pictures of Izuku later, and Shouta was 20 years old. He hadn't gotten any taller, but he'd gotten broader, his chest and arms more defined, the fat from childhood that had remained in his face having melted away to reveal sharp features. He was 20 years old when there was a knock on his door, and a woman in a police uniform waited outside. There was also a woman in a flowery dress and a cardigan standing beside her with a clipboard and a stack of paperwork. Shouta frowned at the woman. Can I help you? He asked hesitantly. Hisashi, what did you do now? Yes, you can, the police officer said. Can I come in? Shouta nodded, leading the 2 women to the couch, and was that a kid? And not just any kid. A green-haired kid. The cabbage. I'm going to be blunt with you, Mr. Aizawa, the police officer said. Hisashi Midoriya left his family, giving up custody of Izuku as well, and Inko Midoriya is dead. You're his last living relative. Shouta felt an odd numbness in his hands as the world around him froze, his body drenched in cold. What? He couldn't remember signing the papers, but he must have, because next thing he knew the police officer and the woman in the floral dress were gone and he was alone with the cabbage. Izuku. Not the cabbage. Izuku. Human child. He stared at the child. The child stared back. He looked weary and tired, like he hadn't slept much the past few days. There were dark circles under his round eyes, something Shouta hadn't known was possible for children. His hair, which had already been long and uncontrollable in every picture he'd seen of him, looked as if it hadn't been combed or washed in the past few days. Shouta was reminded of a time long ago, when his mother was still alive and she would rip a brush through his hair. Shouta had the strong urge to reach forward and poke the child. Just to make sure this was all real. Shouta didn't think that would be appreciated. Hello, he finally said. His voice rumbled in his chest, and he saw the child flinch. Shouta supposed that was understandable. He was rather scary looking on good days, and his voice was quite deep. Had he been the child's age, he'd probably be a bit frightened too. Hi, Izuku said. The child's voice was high and tinny, and somehow his voice seemed to match his appearance. My name is Shouta said, because he wasn't sure what else he was supposed to say. I believe I am your uncle. The child nodded. What is your name? He already knew his name, but the child might appreciate pleasantries. Or perhaps not. He didn't know much about Izuku, after all. Zuku, the child said. Shouta wasn't sure if he just couldn't pronounce all the syllables of his first name or if everyone called him Izuku. He wasn't sure how to ask. That is a nice name. His voice sounded dry, even to his own ears, and Shouta hoped the child was not offended, since that's how his voice sounded all the time. Are you going to take care of me now? His words were clumsy and round, and there were W's where there shouldn't be W's. Shouta wondered if he should get the child in speech therapy. I think so, Shouta said. If that's all right with you. But was it even all right with Shouta? Would it be all right with Hisashi? Did he even have a choice at this point, after signing those papers? Okay, the child said. Where do I put a child? I guess I could put him in the guest bedroom, but that's where Nemuri usually sleeps. I'll buy a futon, Shouta muttered, for Nemuri. And you can sleep in the guest bedroom. I'll buy a bed for a child. Or a crib if you still use those at this age. And a dresser. A child dresser? Do children need dressers? He dissolved into mutterings and questions directed to no one other than himself, Izuku waiting on the couch for him to finish, gazing at him warily. The boy looked very pale. His freckles stuck out too much. I'll make food, Shouta decided, quickly standing up. He walked to the kitchen swiftly and took a Tupperware container out of the fridge. He was planning on having it for lunch, but he supposed the child needed it more. He shoved it into the microwave for 30 seconds and leaned against a counter, his arms crossed against his chest, hands gripping his elbows. Hisashi always said that was how he knew when Shouta was anxious or irritated, but Shouta just did it because he found it comforting. It was like being hugged. The child walked into the kitchen from the living room and stood across from him. Large eyes looked at him inquisitively. They were green just like his hair. Just like Inko's eyes. And his father's eyes. Who were both dead. He felt like he could feel clippers buzzing along his scalp. He tugged at a strand of hair. You're 5 years old? The boy nodded. What do 5-year-olds like? The boy frowned as if in thought. I like heroes. He said the words heroes like there was a W just before the O. Shouta felt hope begin to blossom in his chest. He could talk about this. Like All Might. I used to like All Might too, when I was your age, Shouta stated. He wasn't quite as popular back then as he is now. But now he's the #1 hero. Again with the added W's. I'm a hero, Shouta informed him, and Izuku gasped, suddenly looking like an excited puppy. Underground. I went to UA. That's basically a hero high school. What's your hero name? Izuku said, practically bouncing in place. Shouta felt himself relax, slightly. This he was good at, because he was Izuku 15 years ago. Starry-eyed and always talking about the heroes of the world. Eraserhead, Shouta said, and Izuku looked like he might pass out. I have a chapter for you in my hero notebook, he informed him. The boy, Shouta noted, seemed to add more and more unnecessary W's to words when he was excited. You can write? Was he even in school yet? I'll go get it. Izuku shouted, either ignoring his question or not hearing it through his excitement. He ran into the living room, and Shouta followed him. He ignored the beeping of the microwave behind him. Izuku was digging through his suitcase, throwing clothes aside in search of his hero notebook. His things scattered across the floor, and Shouta couldn't help but wince. He didn't care much for his appearance, really, but when his home was a mess it made him antsy. The boy finally procured his hero notebook and brought it over to him. There were quite a few stickers on the cover, as well as a few drawings done sloppily in crayon. One of them looked like a house. One, he supposed, was supposed to be a horse. He flipped through the notebook until he found a drawing of Eraserhead. The drawing was done in blacks, whites and muted grays. Black clothing, and the gray of his capture weapon, which looked rather like a snake, or perhaps a scarf done by a blind grandmother. There were black dots on his face, and Shouta thought that was supposed to be his stubble. His eyes were red dots hidden under black hair. The drawing was frowning. At least that was fairly accurate. He looked at the notes on the side. The spelling was dreadful, as was the handwriting, but Shouta managed to make out what it was supposed to say. Quirk. Erase. Floaty hair. Weakness. Dry eyes. Alive. Underground hero. Notes. Goes after villains from rooftops. Can do flips and tricks. Good at scarf. It wasn't much, obviously. He wasn't sure if a child could have written more than that, what with children at that age's attention spans being as short as they are. But it was certainly impressive. He tried to keep to the shadows, and do his work quickly and quietly. Not a lot of people knew that a hero named Eraserhead existed. So how had the boy gotten as much information as he had? Had he seen him in action? One thing was for sure. Hisashi would find it utterly hilarious that a child thought his quirk was floaty hair. This is impressive, Shouta said. The child positively beamed. He heard a meow from across the room. Do you like cats? He asked the child. Izuku blinked. Yeah, Izuku said. Go play with my cat. Her name is Takara and she's fat. You like her? I have to make a call. He walked into the kitchen, taking out his phone and dialing Hisashi's number. As he did, he took Izuku's food, still warm, from the microwave, dishing it up onto a plate and setting it on the table for Izuku to eat later. Hisashi answered just before the phone could ring out. Babe? I'm at the radio show. Do you need anything? There's a child playing with our cat. What? My sister is dead, her child belongs to me now, and he is playing with Takara. I'm feeding him leftovers, but I'm not sure what to do with him now. Oh, Hisashi said. Okay, sweetheart, relax. The show wraps up in 20 minutes, and then I'll hurry home, okay? We can talk about it then. Is that all right? Yes, Shouta said. He paused. My sister's dead. I know, I'm sorry, Hisashi said, and he sounded like he meant it. Just try not to think about that right now, okay? I'll be back before the hour's over. Okay, Shouta said. I love you, Zashi. I love you too, Shouta. I'll see you soon. Shouta pressed the yen call button. His hands went back to gripping his elbows as he followed the sounds of Izuku's giggles. Izuku was laying on the floor of the hallway, the cat purring away on his chest as Izuku thread his fingers through her fur. Hello, cabbage, Shouta said. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed at the nickname. There's food on the table. Hisashi made it, so it's good. Please eat it. Izuku nodded, slowly easing the cat off his chest and standing up. He was rather short, like Shouta had been as a child, and he barely came up to Shouda's hip. Shouta guided him back into the kitchen, and Izuku took a seat at the table. The cat jumped onto the table to follow the boy, but Shouta gave her a gentle nudge and she leapt back down. Shouta walked into the kitchen and grabbed 2 chocolate bars from the cabinet before sitting across from Izuku. Finish the food and you get one of these, Shouta said, setting the bar on the table and ripping into his own chocolate bar. It had been years since he ate just candy for lunch, but with Izuku eating his food he didn't really have much choice. He didn't trust himself to cook without setting something on fire. But you're not eating lunch, Izuku pointed out. The shyness he'd possessed earlier seemed to have vanished now that he'd encountered the cat. This is my lunch. And I'm an adult? It wasn't often he thought of himself as an adult. It sounded fake. How old are you? Izuku asked, taking a bite of his food. I turned 20 last November. That's really old, Izuku noted. Shouta frowned, feeling a little hurt. It's not that old, Shouta said. I'm only 15 years older than you. Wow, Izuku said. Shouta narrowed his eyes. Eat your food, he said, taking a large bite out of his candy bar. He wanted to get out of this topic of conversation. Do you like sports? He hoped not. Not really. Thank God. Shouta tried not to look too relieved at that. Sports meant he would probably have to attend games, and sports games always seemed too loud and too bright. Nemuri and Hisashi had taken him to a sports game once. He'd gotten a headache that was so bad, he'd almost thrown up and they'd never suggested it again. Me neither, Shouta confided. They're very... He couldn't find the right word. He moved on. But I was in gymnastics. I like gymnastics? Like flips and stuff? Basically, Shouta said. I did flips on roofs a lot, so my sister put me in gymnastics. Izuku looked very sad suddenly. My mommy put you in gymnastics? He asked, his voice sounding small. Shouta frowned. Yes, he said. She saved up money so I could go. She's probably the reason I'm a pro hero. Izuku sniffled. Are you okay? I miss my mommy, Izuku said, and Shouta felt suddenly incredibly stupid. I'm sorry. About your mother. I miss her too. Can you tell me stories about her? Izuku asked. Someday? Not today, but someday? I miss her, he said. Shouta felt very uncomfortable. He was never very good with crying people, especially not crying children. He wasn't sure what to do in this situation. Hands gripped elbows. How was he supposed to tell the child stories about a woman he hardly remembered? Yes, he said, because he didn't want the child to cry. Izuku wiped his eyes with the sleeves of his sweater. Please stop crying. Izuku's eyes welled up with tears again, and he looked like he was just short of wailing. I'm sorry, he said, and he replaced both R's with those ever-present W's. His face was red from trying to hold in his crying, and it made his smattering of freckles stick out all the more. Shouta didn't know what to do. He didn't want to hug the child, because it might make Izuku uncomfortable, but what if Izuku wanted a hug? Should he get him water? My daddy says boys don't cry. I'll stop crying. He said in a huge breath. No, that's... Words lodged in his throat. He hated words. He had the words, but they were always too round or too sharp, and he never knew how to shave them down so he could say what he wanted to say. You can cry. If you need to cry. I know you're going through a lot. I shouldn't have asked you to. Stop crying. Izuku whimpered. He was still holding his breath, like that would help. Please breathe. He checked his watch. Hisashi's radio show would just be ending now. It took him 30 minutes to drive home. Shouta almost hoped he would speed. He looked at the child's plate. Eat your food and you get chocolate. Chocolate makes me feel better. Izuku nodded, continuing to pick at the food on his plate. His eyes were still red and puffy. Are you married? Izuku asked. Shouta almost choked on a bite of chocolate. No, Shouta said slowly, drawing out the word. I'm 20 years old. That's old enough to get married, Izuku pointed out. Still too young for me, Shouta said. My mommy and daddy were married, before my daddy had to leave for work, Izuku said. I see, Shouta said, feeling something bitter and ugly grow in his gut at the mention of Izuku's father. Maybe it was from his anger at his own father for abandoning him. Maybe he just hated all negligent fathers. Maybe he just disliked Hisashi Midoriya. Maybe all three. I am dating someone, Shouta said. Really? Izuku asked. What's her name? Hisashi. And it's E. We've been together for 4 years now. That's nice, Izuku informed him. Do you love him? He drew out the word love. Very much, Shouta said seriously. Do you want to marry him? This child asked too many questions. Maybe one day. Does he want to marry you? Not sure. Maybe. Why did this child have him? Questioning his relationship? No more questions, please. Your food's going to get cold, Aizawa said. Remember, if you don't eat your food, you don't get candy. Izuku ate. Shouta unwrapped the candy bar for him. He felt Takara curl up around his feet, her purr vibrating against his ankle. He finished the candy bar much faster than he finished the food. Would you like to play with the cat more? Shouta asked. He would have offered to play a movie, but he wasn't sure if children were supposed to watch TV at that age. The cat was a safe bet, and it would give him a chance to read the file Izuku's caseworker had left before hurrying away. Izuku nodded, and turned onto his stomach, sliding down from his chair. It only reminded him of how small Izuku was. Had he been that short at Izuku's age? Probably shorter. While Izuku sat on the floor and played with the cat, Shouta walked into the living room and sat on the couch. The file was on the coffee table. It reminded him of a day 2 years ago, when he'd gotten the invitation for his parents' funeral. His parents had died in a gas leak, in their home on the other side of Japan. When they'd found them a few days after their death, they had been laying in bed together, holding hands. They'd had a house together. They'd loved each other so much, they had held hands, even in death. Shouta didn't regret his life. He was happy with where he was today, and he wouldn't change anything. That didn't stop the wave of grief that washed over him at the thought of his parents, at the knowledge of why they had left in the first place, at the brief glimpse into a life he never had. He opened Izuku's file. At first, it was just basic stuff. His height 3'0". His weight 17.4 kilograms. Hair color, eye color, green. He was up to date on all his shots. He had 20/20 vision, and he could read and write despite not being in school yet. He flipped through until he found the page about Izuku's parents, Inko, not being about to staunch his curiosity. He turned to the page on Hisashi Midoriya first, not quite able to look at his sisters yet. It said what he already knew. Hisashi Midoriya. Age, height, 6 foot, weight, 170 pounds. The notes: Hisashi Midoriya abandoned Inko and Izuku Midoriya 2 months prior, signing away all his rights, which many believe was the main trigger for Inko's S. He snapped the file shut. He didn't know if he'd be able to read the rest of the word without screaming. The hands gripped his elbows tighter, and he could feel his nails digging into his skin through the fabric of his shirt. Hisashi's fault. My fault? Hisashi's fault. In that moment, Hisashi Midoriya wasn't the annoying brother-in-law or the negligent father who had abandoned his 5-year-old son, 2 years younger than I was, oh God, but a villain. A villain who had, however indirectly, killed his sister. Shouta didn't get angry often. He got irritated a lot, yes, but that was practically in his job description. He was furious. He didn't think he had even been this angry at his parents' funeral. A squeal of laughter sounded behind him. He reopened the file and skipped Inko's section. Notes about Izuku. An intelligent, albeit sensitive, boy. Cries very easily. Quirkless. Found his mother's body. Shouta felt ill. Izuku knew that his mother was dead. That much was obvious. But he didn't know that his dad had left. He thought he was working. Was that what Inko had told him? What Hisashi had told him before he left? What was he supposed to say, should the boy ask where his father was, when his father would come and get him? Quirkless. Was that why Hisashi had left? Who were always different. His father had left him because he was different. No one could quite understand how your mind ticked. How similar were Izuku and Shouta after all? Inko had said, 1,000,000 years ago, that they couldn't figure out how his mind ticked. Had Hisashi made the same excuse for Izuku? He snapped the file just again and threw it on the table like the paper burned. Quirkless. Different. Tick. He scratched at his scalp. He could still feel the buzzing. He wasn't quite sure when Hisashi walked into the house, only that Izuku was sitting on the floor next to the couch rather than on the floor of the kitchen, and he looked concerned. His cat was laying on his feet. Shouta, I'm here, Hisashi said, peeling off his jacket and hanging it up on the coat rack. He was breathing slightly, like he had run up the stairs from the parking lot. Izuku gasped. You're present, Mike, he squeaked. Hisashi grinned, that grin he saved for younger children and fans. Right you are, Hisashi said. He walked over and shook the boy's hand. But please call me Hisashi. What's your name, little listener? Izuku was practically vibrating in place after meeting 2 heroes in one day. Izuku Midoriya, the boy chirped. I have a chapter in my hero notebook about you. Hisashi's eyes widened slightly. Oh really? Can I see it? Yeah, the hyper cabbage said. Let me go look for it. And with that he took off out of the living room. Takara hissed from where she was laying across Shouda's feet. Hisashi sat on the couch next to Shouta. Are you okay, Sho? He asked quietly. Shouta didn't know the answer to that question. He was angry. And his elbows ached. His head was pounding and so was his heart. And he felt sad, but he didn't think he needed to cry, and that only made him angrier. I don't know, Shouta answered, because he didn't. That's okay, Hisashi said, because it was. Shouta was reminded of green hair pulled back into a bun, red painted lips, and a white kimono. Please stop saying that, Shouta said, feeling 14 years old again. Do you want a hug? Hisashi asked, and he didn't know the answer to that either. He leaned against his shoulder. Hisashi's hand ran through his hair. It felt much better than the buzzing. It didn't sting, and there wasn't any blood dripping down from behind his ear. Izuku ran back into the room, holding his notebook like it was his favorite child. He flipped through the pages until he found Hisashi, shoving the notebook at him afterwards. Shouta thought the drawing of present Mike looked vaguely like a cockatoo. Hisashi obviously thought the same, if his strained smile at the child's drawing was any indication. Quirk, shrieky. Weakness, earache. But pro-hero. Notes, yells until people fall asleep. Well, that's accurate, Shouta noted. Hisashi whacked him. It's very good, Izuku. Especially for someone your age, Hisashi said, smiling at the boy warmly. You did a great job. I especially like my description. Izuku smiled at them, and it was almost blinding. Do you want to be a hero when you grow up? Hisashi asked, giving the boy his full attention. Yes. Izuku said, bouncing up and down. I want to be the best hero ever, and make everyone smile and feel safe. Well, you're already on the right track. Hisashi said. Shouta began to relax into the couch more, now that the child's attention was on Hisashi. Hisashi Yamada was much better with children than Shouta was. His mind wandered away from him as Izuku and Hisashi chatted. Inko was dead. Had they already had her funeral? Izuku had found her. Had he watched her die? If they'd already had her funeral, had Hisashi gone? Surely the social worker would have told him about her funeral, had she not had one yet. Had she been that gone, that she felt the need to kill herself, to leave Izuku alone after Hisashi left? She could have called him. They hadn't been on speaking terms. He hadn't even talked to her since the funeral. And he had been hurt, so hurt, after she'd explained herself, but if she had called him, he would have dropped everything, to help her. Inko, why didn't you just call? He sighed, his head falling back against the back of the couch. Why did he keep asking himself questions he already knew the answer to? He looked up. Izuku looked a little upset, and Hisashi a bit awkward, and Shouta immediately regretted not following the conversation more closely. Well, that's okay, Hisashi said. You can still make a difference without a quirk. Sho fights quirkless all the time, and he's one of the best heroes I've ever met. Hisashi poked him, looking at him expectantly. Shouta blinked. What was he supposed to say to that? Yes, Shouta said. It is possible to be a hero without a quirk. Completely plausible. It just means you'll have to work harder than the rest to train, like I did. He thought for a moment. If you'd like to be a hero, I can get you into some gymnastics and self-defense classes. Or if you want, I can just help you myself. It's no trouble. I have too much free time, anyway. Izuku's eyes widened. And then he barreled forward, wrapping his arms around Shuta's waist and burying his face in his chest. Shouta gasped, arms lying stiff at his sides. Thank you, Mr. Shouta. Something thick and uncomfortable settled into his chest as he remembered a time a lot like this one, long ago. Shouta rolled around on the rooftop, doing little cartwheels and flips, breathing from the exertion. He looked up at his sister after he rolled onto his back, and his smile was blindly, long strands of black hair falling into dark brown eyes. Inko smiled down at him. You're getting pretty good at that, she noted, sitting down on the rooftop next to him. The 5-year-old grinned, sitting up and crossing his legs across from her. Yes. Shouta agreed, pushing hair out of his face. I will be the greatest flipper of all time. And the greatest hero. I will. I'm sure you will, Shouta, Inko said, a soft hand reaching out and pushing a strand of hair out of his face. So, I was wondering, you have talent? Shouta nodded eagerly. Would you like to take gymnastics? Yes, I'd love to. He frowned. But we don't got the money. Mommy says stuff like that's expensive. She leaned in close, conspiratively. That's true, she said quietly. But I have the money. Shouta's eyes widened. And if you're good, like really good, and you make good marks in school and you're nice for mom and dad, I'd be happy to pay for your lessons. Yes, I will. I'll be the best boy ever. And I'll be super smart at school. And I'll make you proud at gymnastics too, he shouted gleefully, hands flapping in his excitement. Inko ruffled his hair. I know you will, little hero. Shouta, his face looking like it might split from his smile, lunged forward, hugging his sister close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shouta swallowed thickly as he slowly patted Izuku's back. Just call me Uncle Sho, kid. Getting Izuku settled in was overwhelming. They had to buy the boy a bed, first. The child couldn't sleep on the couch forever. And Izuku had told him that he loved All Might, so Shouta had gotten All Might sheets for him, but when he saw the sheets on the newly assembled bed he had started crying because they reminded him of home, so Shouta had to go back to the loud, bright, crowded store to buy him new sheets. The guest bedroom was painted green. Shouta liked the color because it was dark and made the room seem colder at night, and it helped him fall asleep. The rooms being as dark as possible were important for both Shouta and Hisashi. Shouta because his eyes often ached from his quirk and, when he got overwhelmed, it was quite easy to trigger a headache, and Hisashi because he got frequent headaches from the sheer volume of his own quirk. But Izuku didn't like green because it reminded him of Inko, and whenever he was reminded of Inko he cried, so Shouta had to go back to the med store to buy new paint for Izuku's, and, after Izuku had so kindly pointed out the color's resemblance to Inko's hair, his own room, light blue and dark navy. He, Hisashi, and Nemuri, who was utterly delighted to meet the newest addition of the household, had to spend the entire weekend painting, and the smell of the paint was too sharp and too chemical like that med cologne that the boys at UA used to wear, which brought him right back to the headache issue. Then, after looking through the child's things, they discovered that Izuku needed new clothes and an armoire to put things, so Shouta, Hisashi, and Izuku had to go back to that godforsaken store to buy him pajamas, jeans, t-shirts, and formal clothing. And the worst thing was, they would have to go back to the hellscape that was the store in the next few months to buy Izuku his uniform for school. It was exhausting mentally and physically, in all the worst ways. But they got it done, and Izuku's, and Shouta's, room was finally, blissfully done the following Monday. It was painted a light, sky blue. The sheets matched the walls and were patterned with clouds and little smiley faces. He had a net hanging from one corner of the ceiling that held a variety of stuffed toys and action figures. The armoire and his dresser held all his clothes, old and new, and the closet held extra sheets and blankets, as well as shoes. Overall, they looked nice. They had their first real dinner on Monday night, and, after so much shopping and painting, it was quite possibly the best thing Shouta had ever tasted. Nemuri's absence was painstakingly obvious to the adults. The purple-haired woman had joined them for almost every dinner she had time for. But, what with Izuku being so new to the house and so overly sensitive after his excitement over living with heroes and the grief after losing his mother had truly started settling in, they didn't want to overwhelm him with Nemuri's presence. After all, the child had only met Nemuri once and had almost fainted. As Shouta ate the food Hisashi had prepared, he couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't crying. Izuku could hardly go an hour without tearing up. The bright, happy child they had encountered for a few precious hours had long since faded away to a sniffling little boy with watery eyes and a near-constant pained look on his face. And Shouta was sad, but he couldn't bring himself to cry for the woman. For years, Shouta had considered Inko his best friend. Even after she had left him for Hisashi, and the only way he'd known she even still remembered him were the letters that appeared in his mail periodically. He had loved Inko. He had really, truly loved her. And he thought he still did, despite everything. But he couldn't bring himself to mourn for her, not really. The Inko he knew had died the day she left him for her boyfriend. He had grieved for her after the wedding, and he had buried the image of the woman she was into the far recedes of his mind at the funeral. The old Inko's casket had been lowered to the ground when he'd said goodbye to the woman for the last time, 2 years ago, 2 million years ago, and it had been buried far away under a landfill of hurt, left to rot in a place he didn't like to think about. And he couldn't mourn for her more than he already had. Hisashi was chatting excitedly to Izuku, keeping it up even if the boy only responded in hums or grunts. Hisashi seemed to be making it his mission to distract the boy, never getting discouraged. Shouta was reminded once again of how good Hisashi was with kids. May I be excused, please? W's. You haven't finished your food, Shouta said. I'm not very hungry, Izuku admitted. I'll put your food in the fridge in case you want it later, Shouta acquiesced. I probably won't. The child seemed to replace every R with a W. I'll put it in the fridge. Izuku nodded, turning over in the chair onto his belly and sliding to the floor. Are you going to sleep? Hisashi called after him. Yeah, Izuku called from down the hall, and it sounded a little choked. We'll see you in the morning, little listener. Hisashi called. His response was the door to Izuku's room clicking shut. He's crying, Shouta noted. His mother just died, Hisashi responded, taking another bite of his food. He was the one that found her after she. Shouta cleared his throat. I know, I read the file. I really am sorry. I'm not sure how that will affect him. We could look into psychiatrists if he needs them. Needs someone to talk to? Holding stuff like that in isn't healthy, is it? No, Hisashi said. It's actually pretty bad for you. Talking about what's bothering you is supposed to make things easier. He took a sip of water. Do you need to talk about things? Did he? His sister had died. He could talk about that. Probably needed to. Or about Inko leaving. About his parents leaving. That hadn't really been addressed, had it? This isn't about me, Shouta finally said. This shouldn't be about me. We're talking about the kid, now. There's no shame in talking about what's bothering you. We need to talk to Izuku, Shouta said. Soon. Not tonight. But tomorrow. Or the next day. Just soon. About Inko. Hisashi. He thinks the reason his dad's not here is because of work. Is that what you thought when your dad left? Is that what your mom told you? Hisashi asked, never one to drop a topic of conversation. Hisashi. This isn't about me, Shouta said. I dealt with my problems years ago. Focus on the bigger issue here. So your problems aren't important? Is that it? Hisashi asked. It's just a question, Shouda's irritation was replaced by a thrum of anxiety between one heartbeat and the next. He didn't want to talk about this. He didn't. His hands gripped at his arms involuntarily, fingers tapping at his elbows. Hisashi. You are making me very uncomfortable. Please stop. And Shouta hadn't had to say something like that in years. At UA, not a lot of kids liked Shouta. He'd replaced one of the most well-liked kids in the school with his transfer to the hero course. Of course they didn't. They liked to tease him and shove him around in the hallways and go just a little too far in hero training because they knew it would bother him and knew that he got overwhelmed easily. On one such occasion, they pushed him over the edge so far he'd ended up screaming at a student, head pounding with a headache and stomach twisting like he was about to be sick. Shouta had regretted the incident, since the rumors after the events had spread like wildfire afterwards, and everyone seemed to walk on eggshells around him, even his best friends. It was far worse than being teased. But he, Nemuri, and Hisashi had worked out a system. If a person was overwhelming him, beginning to push him into that state where it felt like an ice pick was splitting into his head and his heart was racing and he felt like he was about to be sick, then all he'd have to say was, "You are making me uncomfortable. Please stop." And if they didn't, Nemuri or Hisashi would step in to help him. He hadn't had to say anything along those lines in over 3 years. And never to Hisashi. Hisashi's eyes widened. Okay, Hisashi said. I'm sorry. I'll stop. Thank you, Shouta said, running a fist over his sternum, as if that would make his chest stop hurting. Don't thank me, Hisashi said. You didn't want to talk about that, and I pressured you. I shouldn't have done that. No, you shouldn't have, Shouta said bluntly. Hisashi smiled sadly. It won't happen again. It probably will, Shouta said knowingly. Then I'll make an effort not to do it again. Shouta nodded. Sighed. I'm tired, he said. Okay, Hisashi said. He checked his watch. It's pretty late, so, how about you go to bed now? I'll keep my patrol tonight short, and I'll be back by morning? Okay, Shouta said. He and Hizashi grabbed their plates, placing them in the sink to be washed later, and walked toward their shared bedroom, Shouta to get ready for bed, and Hizashi to get dressed for patrol. "Be safe," Shouta said as he pulled a sleep shirt over his head. "Always," Hizashi said. They hugged each other. Hizashi pressed a kiss to his cheek as he did so, before Hizashi walked out of the room, closing the bedroom door behind him. Shouta heard the front door click shut across the apartment. Shouta sat on the edge of his bed, hands stapled together in front of him. The aching in his chest was gone now. Only sleepiness pulling at his eyelids, though that, admittedly, was fairly normal. It was only 8. Was Izuku asleep yet? He stood up quickly, shaking the jitters out of his hands and walking to Izuku's room across the hall. He eased the door open slowly, hinges creaking. "Are you asleep?" Shouta called. He got a sniffle in response. Awake and crying. The night was going splendidly. "Would you like water?" "Yeah," Izuku said after a moment of silence. Shouta walked away from the room, returning a moment later with a small bottle of cold water, which he opened before handing to the child. "Drink. Crying makes you dehydrated. And it'll help you sleep?" Izuku nodded, taking a small sip of the water. "Where's Zashi?" Izuku asked between sips of water. "Patrol," Shouta said. "I was about to go to bed but I thought I should check up on you." "So I did." "Thank you," Izuku said. Shouta frowned. "Don't thank me for looking after you," Shouta said. Izuku blinked. "Okay." There were still tear tracks on his face. "You should probably wipe your face." Izuku wiped his face with the long sleeves of his pajamas. "Better. Are you actually tired or did you just leave because you needed to?" Izuku shrugged. Shouta nodded. "I'm tired," Shouta said. Izuku looked guilty, for a moment. "But I can't sleep until you sleep. So I'll read to you." Isn't that what parents do in movies? His parents had never read to him, but maybe it would help Izuku get to sleep? Or would he start crying again? "What books do you like?" Shouta asked before he could start questioning his choices more. "Comics," Izuku said. "You do not think it's possible to read a comic book out loud," Shouta said. "I think Hizashi has children's books. He likes to read them at hospitals. I'll look for them." He walked out of the room stiffly, returning a few minutes later with a book about a tortoise and a hare. "I like this one." They read together, Izuku asking a few questions as they went along. Shouta was leaning against the headboard of Izuku's bed as he read, and the child sat beside him. Eventually, the child leaned against him so he could see the pictures better. Shouta was uncomfortable at first, but the child was warm and he relaxed soon afterward. It didn't take long for Izuku to fall asleep, leaning heavily against Shouda's side, the pro-hero's arm pinned under the child. He sighed. He couldn't move now, not after just getting the kid to. So he put the book aside, looking up at the ceiling. Hizashi would free him when he got home. Probably. Izuku's hair was long. He'd have to take the boy to get it trimmed at some point. His eyelids felt heavier, like they had before he'd gone into Izuku's room. It wouldn't hurt to rest his eyes for a bit. Just until Hizashi got home. They fell closed. When he woke up, he was covered in a gray blanket. The child was still asleep next to him, but he had shifted in the night, sleeping in the space below his arm instead of on his arm. Shouta slowly pushed the blanket aside, easing his way out of the bed. When he opened the door, he heard something clunking around in the kitchen. Hizashi was flitting around in the space, dishing up plates. "What is it?" Shouta asked, grabbing a mug from the cabinet for coffee. "Onigiri," Hizashi replied. On the plastic plate, which he assumed was Izuku's, the onigiri had a little smiley face drawn on it. Shouta set his mug by the coffee maker and grabbed the food, putting his and Hizashi's in their usual places and Izuku's in the spot he had claimed as his own. "Should I wake up the cabbage?" Shouta asked. "Probably. I'll get our coffee fixed if you take care of him." Shouta nodded, walking back to the boy's room. He knocked on the still open door. "Wake up." Izuku groaned. "There's food." Izuku mumbled something incomprehensible. "If you don't wake up, I'm eating your food." No, he wouldn't. "Cabbage. Wake up time. Come on." The boy sighed, sitting up slowly and slipping off the bed. "I have to get dressed," Izuku informed him. Shouta nodded, leaving the room and shutting the door behind him. Hisashi was sitting at the table, sipping his coffee. Shouta sat across from him and began to drink his own, his hands feeling less dull and tingly with sleep after getting his caffeine fix. The child walked out of his room a moment later, and he and Hisashi's eyes widened when he saw him. The child was wearing bright yellow breathes, and since when had he gotten yellow breathes? And a dark red t-shirt. His feet were enclosed in electric green socks, and his hair was an absolute mess. Even Shouta, who knew next to nothing about clothes or how they matched, could tell that wasn't it. I think I should have picked out his clothes, Shouta said. Hisashi nodded slowly. Izuku climbed up onto his chair, leaning his head on his hand and taking a big bite of his food. Hisashi and Shouta slowly turned back to their own food, talking quietly amongst themselves. I think we should cut Izuku's hair, Shouta said. And start researching schools? Hisashi hummed. Do you want a haircut? Shouta asked. Izuku looked slightly uncomfortable at the prospect. We wouldn't be shaving it or anything. A trim, at most, to make it easier to manage. Your hair is long, Izuku said. I'm an adult. And my hair doesn't go in all directions. Your argument is null. We're not going to cut it if you won't want to, Hisashi cut in. It just might look better and be easier to take care of if we trimmed it a little shorter. Okay. Izuku. But not shaved. He said the last part sternly, like that needed to be clearly expressed before they proceeded. Of course, Hisashi said. I'll call a hairstylist. But in the meantime. Kid, you gotta change your clothes? Why? Izuku asked through a bite of food, making a mess everywhere. Shouta passed him a napkin. Hisashi said, clearly trying to find a way to phrase it nicely. They don't exactly match. You look like a stoplight. Shouta. Oh, Izuku said. But I like my clothes. At least change the breathes. But I like yellow. Shouta shrugged. Then the shirt. But Unki Sho, I like this shirt. Shouta froze. Did you just call me Unkai Sho? Oh my goodness, that was the cutest thing I've ever heard. Can I please keep my clothes, Unkai Sho? Izuku said, flashing him puppy dog eyes. He knew what he was doing. Shouta was sure of it. Shouta narrowed his eyes right back. Well, at least the child wasn't crying for once. Change your socks. Izuku grinned, jumping up and hugging Shuta's arm before barreling back to his new bedroom to, presumably, get new socks. Did you buy him yellow breathes? Why on earth would I buy him yellow breathes? Shouta sighed. It's too early for this. Set the appointment with the hairdresser, please. Hisashi pulled out his phone just as Izuku came back into the room, this time, mercifully, wearing black socks, to finish his breakfast. The phone call lasted a good 5 minutes before Hisashi hung up, smiling. We've got you scheduled for 2 hours from now, little listener. Hisashi said. How about you go and brush your teeth and then we can watch a movie until it's time to go, yeah? Izuku nodded, quickly eating the last bits of his food, before walking back down the hallway to the bathroom. Do you mind combing his hair while I do the dishes, Sho? Hisashi asked. We can't take him to the hairdresser's with his hair all tangled up. Shouta nodded, standing up. He knocked on the bathroom door before entering. Izuku was sitting on the sink so he could see the mirror above it while he brushed his teeth, precariously close to the edge. I've got to brush your hair, Shouta said. Izuku spit out his toothpaste. This one's non-negotiable, cabbage. My head hurts when people brush it, Izuku said. Shouta sighed. I know. I'll try not to yank it, okay? I know it hurts. My mommy said I'm tender-headed, Izuku said. You probably are, Shouta replied. I don't know about Inko, but it used to take a lot of trouble to get my hair brushed when I was your age. Still hurts a lot. But I'll try and be careful, okay, kid? Izuku nodded. He turned around and faced the mirror, and Shouta stood behind him. He sprayed a surplus of water onto the boy's hair and tried to carefully run a comb through small sections of hair rather than trying to run a brush through the entire thing, stopping when he saw the child wince in the mirror. You're good at this, Izuku said. My mommy had to hurry to get to work a lot, so it always pulled and hurt me. Shouta winced. He remembered a brush tearing through tangled hair, crying at school because the ache in his swollen scalp was nigh unbearable. The sound of hair ripping through the bristles of a brush. Yes, I know. It's horrible, isn't it? Your grandmother used to do the same thing to me. Until she started shaving it all off. Really? Izuku said. When he said it, it sounded a lot like he was trying to say wheelie. I don't remember Grandma much. She went to heaven when I was really little. Shouta sighed. I don't remember much of her either. He combed a tangle out of the last strand. Done. Do you need help getting down? Shouta said, putting the comb and spray bottle back into their original places. Yes, please. Shouta grabbed the boy under his armpits and hauled him down from the counter, setting him down on the ground carefully. He wasn't sure how durable children were. Thank you, Unkai Sho. Shouta wondered if the child was just going to call him Unkai Shot from now on. It's no trouble. The ride to the hairdresser's wasn't a long one, maybe 30 minutes or so, thanks to the traffic in the city. Short enough for Shouta and Hisashi to get there and get back quickly before Shuta's patrol shift. Izuku became friends with the hairdresser immediately. Hisashi's hairdresser was a petite woman with purple and blue dyed hair cut into a pixie cut and tattoos that ran up the expanse of her arms. She was funny to adults and children, and she didn't try and patronize Izuku because he was so young. Shouta thought he would have liked to have her as a hairdresser had he not cut his hair himself. When they told him they just wanted a trim for Izuku, she got to work. It was done fairly quickly, since it wasn't that complicated of a haircut. The hairdresser, the cabbage and Hisashi talking amongst themselves while Shouta watched her cut Izuku's hair. In a matter of 15 minutes, they had paid the woman and they were back in the car heading to a fast food place for a quick bite to eat before heading home. They got the food through the drive-thru and ate it in the parking lot of the restaurant, Izuku falling asleep in his car seat in the middle of eating. Hisashi? Shouta said while they drove home. Hisashi said, using the turn signal. No one knew. Hisashi blinked at him confusedly. What? When my father left, no one knew. He was already gone so much, we just thought he was off doing whatever he did when he wasn't home. We only realized he left for good when he'd been gone for 3 months. You don't have to dash. You asked, Shouta said. And I didn't think my dad left because of work because he didn't work. And my mom wasn't at home enough or really cared enough to sugarcoat things to give me an excuse. That just wasn't how we worked. Oh, yes. Oh, you said you weren't comfortable talking about that. Why did you? Because I love you, and I wanted to be honest, Shouta said. And because I didn't want you to ask again. The drive home was quiet. Izuku loved his dad. Dad always took Izuku and Kaken to the park every Wednesday after work, and then took them to get their favorite ice creams from the ice cream shop. On the weekends, he always found the time to spend with Izuku, whether it be watching movies, playing catch in the yard, teaching him to play catch, or going out for food. On his birthdays, his dad always took him out to adventure parks or superhero museums. He helped him with his quirk analysis notebooks, and he helped design Izuku's future hero costume. Dad was Izuku's favorite person in the entire world. Sure, there were some things that Izuku didn't like. He didn't like it when his dad came home every day and asked him if his quirk had come in yet, since he already felt kind of bad about not having one yet when his entire preschool class's quirks had developed. He didn't like when his dad told him not to cry, because mommy cried when she got sad too and dad never said anything to her. He didn't like when dad had to go on business trips because mommy was always extra sad when he did, and he didn't like the days after his birthday, when dad got all mad at mommy and mommy hid in her room. Mommy and dad always argued around his birthday. Mommy had a brother that dad didn't like because he was a freak. Izuku didn't know what a freak was, but the kids at preschool who had already gotten their quirk called him it sometimes and it didn't sound very nice. Izuku was 5 years old when mommy took him to the doctor and the doctor told him he couldn't be a hero. The doctor had said he had something wrong with his foot, a bone or something, and it meant he couldn't have a quirk. Mommy had cried and cried and cried. When dad had found out, he was mad. He and mommy had argued, again, like they always did when dad got mad, but this time it wasn't about mommy's freaked brother, it was about Izuku. When the yelling finally died down, the house was really quiet except for mommy's crying, but Izuku was too scared to go and check on her. Then he'd heard something heavy dragging across the floor in front of his bedroom, and the door was slammed shut, and mommy had only cried harder. When Mommy had stopped crying and Izuku had come out of his room, Mommy told him that Dad had gone to work and that he wouldn't be able to come home for a few days. Izuku had wanted to ask Mommy how many days, but Mommy looked like she might start crying again, so he didn't. Izuku started counting days on the calendar after that, until Dad could come home and he, Kaken and Dad could go to the park together like they always did and eat ice cream. But the day that Izuku's dad usually took them out for ice cream came and went, and Dad still didn't come home, so Izuku started counting down to the next day, and the next. Kaken asked Izuku if his quirk had come in yet, and Izuku had tearfully explained that his foot was weird so he couldn't have a quirk, and Kaken had looked at him weird, like he was unsure of something. The next day, Kaken looked like he was upset about something and wouldn't even look at Izuku. The day after that, he started acting mean every time Izuku tried to talk to him. Mommy started working more since Dad's work hadn't given him any more money, and she didn't have any more time in the morning to help Izuku take a bath and brush his hair, and Izuku didn't know how, so he couldn't. The kids at his preschool called him gross, and it made Izuku feel gross too, and that just made him sadder. Izuku had had a friend in Kaken, but now Kaken didn't want to talk to him, and no one else wanted to talk to him because he was a freak, and because he was quirkless, and because he was gross, and Dad's trip for work was really far away so he was never home to spend time with Izuku anymore, and Mommy was always working and crying, and it felt like Izuku didn't have anyone. Mommy didn't come home for dinner one night, so Izuku tried to wait until she did. But after a while his tummy started hurting, and he couldn't wait anymore because it felt like he might be sick. So he got bread from the counter and he tried to get peanut butter from the shelf, but he couldn't reach it. All he had for dinner that night was bread, and since Mommy wasn't around to see him do it, he ate it on the floor in front of the TV while he watched cartoons. Mommy had come home, but she was really tired and had fallen asleep in front of the TV and wouldn't eat any of the bread Izuku brought her for dinner. Izuku had curled up next to her and fell asleep, because he was lonely and it looked like Mommy was too. His dad had been gone for a whole month. Izuku counted the days off on the calendar. When he'd been gone for a month, Mommy got really sad and stopped leaving her room, even to go to work. She always said she was too tired, and she wouldn't drive Izuku to preschool so Izuku had to walk all the way there. He'd felt like a grown-up after, and he'd told his mommy all about it, but she'd just told him to go to his room and play with his toys and went back to sleep. He'd waited for her to make him something to eat for dinner, but she hadn't, so he ate bread again. Everyone at preschool started teasing Izuku more because he was gross, so Izuku tried to take a shower like a big kid. But the water was too hot, and then it was too cold, so he'd had to hurry to take his shower, and when he'd gotten out, there was still lots of soap in his hair. He didn't want to get back in the shower though, so he tried to clean it all out with a towel, but it hadn't worked and he'd had to go to school with the soap suds still in. Everyone had teased him more after that. Izuku thought Mommy was so sad because Dad had to go on the business trip to make lots of money. Only, he must not have made that much money, because every time he came home from school he'd find lots of bills on the mat marked urgent, and since Mommy was too sad to go to work and Dad's job never gave them any more money, they went unpaid. It made Izuku scared, because he'd watched a cartoon on the TV where a family wasn't able to pay their bills, and they'd ended up homeless and living outside. Izuku had been camping once, but that was in the middle of the woods, not the city. And he didn't know if he'd like to go camping outside forever. Mommy slept a lot, now, instead of crying. Sometimes Mrs. Bakugo would visit his mommy, and at first she tried to help, but then she was yelling at her, and after she yelled at her she yelled at him, and said that it was his fault Dad had left. Izuku wondered if it really was his fault Dad had gone on a business trip, and his fault Mommy always cried now or slept. At preschool, he decided he wanted to make Mommy feel better, so he'd made a card. He'd made it with pink and blue construction paper and lots of glitter. Even Kaken had helped a little, once he told him why he was making it, and had helped him spell the words. And he had the teacher look at his note. She'd said it was very nice and his handwriting was excellent. Izuku wasn't sure what excellent meant, but it sounded better than freak, so he figured that was a good thing. He had shown Mommy the card, but Mommy hadn't even looked at it. She told him to set it on her nightstand and that she'd look at it later, but when he came back a couple hours later with food for her, she hadn't even opened it. When he'd asked her when she would, she told him to go to his room and to leave her alone. Izuku didn't know why, but he missed his mommy. She was always in her bedroom, laying in bed and sleeping, But still he missed her. She didn't act like she used to, she didn't make him dinner anymore, or help him with his drawings. She didn't tell him stories about superheroes, or watch movies with him. She didn't smile at him and ruffle his hair anymore. She didn't do anything. It was like with his toy robot. When he was all charged, he was able to play and do tricks and walk around, but when his battery was low, he got slow and glitchy. Maybe he just had to find Mommy's charger. Until then, however, he would focus on his hero analysis notebooks. He had just started a chapter on Present Mike, and he loved Present Mike. He didn't find Mommy's charger in time. In the next couple weeks, while Dad was away on his business trip longer and longer, Mommy had said weeks ago that he'd gone to America, but America couldn't be that far away, could it? And Mommy's batteries got lower and lower. She didn't talk to Izuku anymore when he tried to get her attention, barely moved. The most he could get her to do was sip some water. At first, Izuku had thought Mommy's charger might be food, so he'd brought her dry cereal. The bread had long since gone dry and moldy. But Mommy didn't want the dry cereal, and how was Izuku supposed to get her up and moving and playing with him if she wouldn't eat? So he'd looked for another way to charge Mommy's batteries. He tried to play Mommy's favorite songs on pots and pans with wooden spoons, singing an off-key version of the music. Mommy had just told him to go away. He'd tried reading to her, and he had done a good job too. He even knew most of the words, but Mommy didn't like that either. She was getting skinny, and when she opened her eyes they always looked so tired and sad. Izuku wasn't sure how to get Mommy back to normal. How was he supposed to get Mommy back to normal if she wouldn't even look at him? He tried to call Mrs. Bakugu, but she'd hung up on him. He tried to talk to Kaken at school, but he just frowned at him sadly, looking uncomfortable to be near him, before yelling at him when he wouldn't go away. He'd gone to his teacher, because everyone said you were always supposed to go to your teacher when you had problems, and he'd told her that Mommy's batteries were low and she wouldn't even eat anymore, but the teacher thought he was telling stories and told him to go sit back down at his table. How was he supposed to help Mommy if no one would help him? He remembered his uncle, the one Mommy and Dad liked to argue about, the one that Dad always called a freak, and he thought it might be an okay idea to call him, but he couldn't find his contact number. He didn't even know his name. So, he grabbed Mommy's phone and he called Dad. The phone had rung. And rung. And rung. It had rung and rung until it left at a voicemail. He tried calling again. No response. Why wasn't Dad answering? But he remembered what his teacher had once said about Americans sleeping on a different schedule since they lived so far away. So he waited until it was really late, midnight. That was the longest he'd ever stayed up in his life. And tried to call again. If he was right, then it would be 6 a.m. in America and Dad would be getting ready for work. But he got the same response. So he'd waited an hour and he'd called again. And again. And again. He'd left voicemails too, dozens. Some of them he was saying hi, some of them he was begging for help, some of them he was just crying because he couldn't get any words out. And he'd regretted it too, after he did it because Dad had told him over and over again. Boys don't cry, Aizu, stop crying, you're not a girl, are you? But he couldn't stop crying because there was something wrong with Mommy and please pick up the phone, Daddy please. And Dad didn't pick up the phone. He fell asleep listening to Dad's voice, Dad's ringtone, and the deep timbre of it was almost comforting, almost like those nights when he was little when Dad would sing him to sleep. Almost. But that was just a recording, and Dad wasn't there. Mommy got up one day, and Izuku thought he'd finally gotten her batteries charged again. She'd walked into the living room, and she'd sat at the table, and she'd looked so tired and so sad, but Izuku could work with that because at least she was moving. Izuku had brought her dry cereal and a cup of water. All the other food, the milk, the eggs, the cheese, the leftovers, had all gotten gross and slimy and smelly, and Izuku had had to throw it away. Mommy had eaten the cereal, and she even thanked Izuku and smiled, just a little, but she had smiled. And Izuku felt so happy. It was the happiest he'd felt since Dad had gone on his business trip and Mommy's battery had started dying. Izuku had run to get Mommy the mail when it was delivered, and brought it to her with a grin on his face, just happy to be helping now that Mommy was up. Mommy seemed to get more and more tired as she looked through the envelopes. Her face had gotten paler too, and she'd looked a lot like she had a couple days ago. Battery dying. Laying there. Except worse. She'd smiled at him, kissed his forehead, commented that he really needed a shower. "My goodness, Izuku, you'll have to take one this evening, won't you? There's no time now," and sent him off to school. Izuku had asked Mommy to drive him, but Mommy said she couldn't, said she had to take care of something, and, "You're such a big boy, Aizu, Mommy's great strong boy, now, you can take yourself to school, can't you?" So Izuku walked. The school day had passed by quickly, since he was so happy. He'd grinned at Kaken, and Kaken had smiled back, just a little, before frowning and turning toward his coloring sheet. The teacher had said good morning to him. The school had had Izuku's favorite for lunch that day, and not even his classmates' teasing could dim his mood. He'd practically skipped home, excited to see Mommy's batteries charged, excited to play, and watch movies and just spend time with Mommy. When he came home, he found Mommy back in bed and his heart sank. But maybe she was just taking a nap? He'd reached over to shake Mommy's shoulder, and her skin was ice cold. He let out a startled yelp. He didn't know what to do, because Mommy was so cold. Why was she so cold? What could he do? He'd ran into the hallway and grabbed as many blankets as he could carry, and he dumped them onto Mommy, tucked her under them. Mommy was still sleeping, and when he touched her face she was still cold. Why couldn't the blankets get her warm? He ran out of the apartment, heading to his next-door neighbor's house, telling her that his Mommy was cold. "She won't wake up, Mommy won't wake up, and I can't get her warm." The neighbor called an ambulance and gave him a cookie to nibble on. And he'd relaxed, because the ambulance people were supposed to help people who were sick. They would help Mommy, and they'd make her feel all better again. He had nothing to worry about. They'd wake her up and give her hot cocoa to get her warm, and they'd figure out why she was so sad and tired now and why her batteries kept getting low. After an hour, a lady in a flower dress and a police officer came to pick him up from the neighbor's house, the neighbor sending him off with another cookie. The lady in the flower dress said they were going to drive for a long time and that they'd drop her off at his uncle's house. Because Mommy's batteries were dead. Shouda's phone rang just as they walked through the front door. Hisashi was holding the child. Izuku braced on his hip, little head leaning against his shoulder. His hair was shorter, obviously so, but it still looked nice. In Hisashi's other hand, he held a large cup of soda that he'd gotten from the fast food place they'd just gotten back from. Shouta raised an eyebrow. "Who's calling you? People never call you." Shouta thought he should be offended, but it was true. The only person who could reasonably be expected to call him was Nemuri, and she hardly did because she knew he didn't like talking on the phone. He checked the number. It was unknown, but it wasn't marked as spam. He sighed before answering. "Shouta Aizawa." "Yes, hello, Mr. Aizawa," a woman on the other side of the line said. "Yes. This is Izuku's social worker. I was just calling to check in and ask some questions." "All right. How's he settling in?" "Fine. He just got a haircut, and he likes the cat." "That's good. That's great. Have you gotten him everything he needs?" "We've arranged his room. He has a bed, a dresser, and an armoire. He also has lots of toys." "That was Hisashi's doing." "Is that all?" "Not quite," the woman said cheerfully. "Has Izuku attended his mother's funeral yet?" "No," Shouta said. "I thought that had already taken place." "Mr. Aizawa, Izuku's mother died the day before he came to live with you," the woman said. "It was your job to arrange the funeral as her remaining living next of kin." "Oh." Shouta thought for a moment. "I don't know how to do that." "I'll give you some numbers to call, to help you out," the woman said easily. She listed off a few phone numbers for funeral homes, and Shouta quickly wrote them down. "Is that all?" Shouta asked. "I have to get going. I'm busy and I'm already behind schedule." "Yes, Mr. Aizawa, that's all I wanted to know," the woman said. "I'll be going to your house soon, though, to check up on Izuku personally. It's protocol." "I'm aware," Shouta said. "Goodbye." He hung up the phone, slipping it back in his pocket. "I have to plan a funeral," he informed Hisashi. "I'm not sure how to do that. But I have phone numbers now." "That's good," Hisashi said quietly, carefully easing Izuku down and laying him on the couch. He took a blanket from the back of the couch and covered him with it. "I'll help you in any way I can." "I appreciate it," Shouta said. He glanced at the clock on the wall. "I'll be late for my shift." "Better hurry," Hisashi said. Hisashi pulled on his hero costume, which was really just a black tracksuit and his capture weapon, before putting his goggles on. Hizashi hugged him, like he always did before one of them had a shift. Be safe. And text me if you won't be able to come home before dinner, so I can put it in the fridge for you. Shouta nodded, leaving the apartment after quietly easing the door shut behind him. As soon as he was out of the apartment building, he took to an alley and climbed up to a roof. When Shouta returned home hours later, adrenaline still thrumming through his veins and sporting a few scrapes and bruises from a scuffle with a robber, Hizashi and Izuku were watching a movie on the couch. There was a bowl of popcorn sitting between them. His shoulders slumped as soon as he got inside the apartment and his arms felt like lead as he lifted the heavy capture weapon from his shoulders and hung it up. "Hi, Unkai-sho," Izuku called from the couch. Hizashi called, "Hey babe," at around the same time. "Hello, child," Shouta said, collapsing on the couch next to Hizashi. The man in question started playing with his hair. "Rough patrol?" Hizashi asked. "Tiring. I'll be fine. I'm just very tired. You should probably go back and try to get some sleep," Hizashi said. It felt like he was braiding a strand of his hair. "You've got a busy day tomorrow." He was supposed to plan a funeral. That was happening. Shouta said, slowly standing up from the couch. "Your dinner's in the fridge. I'm not hungry. Lunch for tomorrow then." Shouta walked towards the hallway that held all of their bedrooms before stopping just at the entrance. He checked his watch. 7. Probably too early to send the kid to bed, and the kid's bedtime was at 8 o'clock, and Hizashi's shift started around 30 minutes after that. He was so tired. "Child," Shouta said. Izuku turned around on the couch to look at him. "It's almost your bedtime dash," he had to fight back a yawn, "so why don't you get ready for bed and I'll read you something?" Izuku frowned, slightly. "But, me and Unkai-zashi are watching a movie. Sleep is important. Especially for cabbages." Hizashi snorted, and Izuku just looked even more confused at the ever-present nickname. "Bedtime. Hizashi has a shift soon, and his hair alone takes an inordinate amount of time to fix." Hizashi pouted, clearly offended. "What's inordinate mean?" Izuku asked, sounding the word out slowly. "Unusual. An unusual amount of time." He paused for a moment. Izuku still looked confused. He wasn't sure how to explain this to a child Izuku's age. "Large. It takes a large amount of time to comb and style." Izuku nodded. "Okay." Izuku said. Well, this movie will take an unordinate amount of time to finish, so we gotta wait till later for bedtime." He regretted teaching this child new words already. "Nice try. Not happening. Come on." Izuku pouted sadly, shuffling down from the couch and into the bathroom. Shouta turned to Hizashi. "Does he need help brushing his teeth?" Hizashi shrugged hopelessly. He'd seen the child brushing his teeth on his own before, of course, but he was only 5 years old and you were supposed to brush your teeth for 2 minutes and floss, and he wasn't sure if someone the cabbage's age could do that. Maybe he should set up a timer. Izuku ran out of the bathroom with toothpaste on his chin and a onesie on. "All done," he chirped. Shouta nodded, leading the child to his bedroom before heading to his own to grab another children's book from Hizashi's collection. This time, he chose one about dragons. He didn't make the same mistake of leaning against the child's headboard this time. Instead, he sat on the side of the bed and opened the book on his lap. Izuku scooted over and leaned against his shoulder so he could look at the pictures. The giant purple dragon flew over the bright blue sky, jets of green fire shooting from his mouth. Shouta was halfway through the book when he felt Izuku begin to get heavier and heavier against his shoulder. When he glanced over at the child, his eyes were steadily trying to slip shut while he tried to keep a grasp on consciousness. Shouta glanced at his watch. 7. At least he'd be in bed on time. Shouta fought back another yawn and continued to read to the sleepy child. Izuku started snoring quietly just as his watch ticked from 7:59 to 8 o'clock, and Shouta slowly eased the book closed. He wasn't sure how to get the child off of his shoulder. He put his hand between the child's head and his shoulder and pushed outward, the child immediately flopping to the side and falling onto his pillow. Shouta shrugged. He fell on the pillow. He was probably fine. He stood up and grabbed the child's blanket, tucking it around his shoulders, and turned his head to the side so it wasn't quite so face-planted on the pillow. He wouldn't want the child to suffocate. His feet dragged against the carpeted floor as he headed to his and Hisashi's bedroom. Hisashi was in front of the mirror, checking his hair and putting on his leather jacket. His sunglasses were hooked on his shirt. "Hey babe," Hisashi said, not looking away from the mirror. Shouta made a vague sound in response that didn't sound like any recognizable human language. "Izuku go down easy?" He liked the book?" Shouta flopped down on the bed, not bothering to change out of his tracksuit. "Pajamas, Sho. You can't sleep in your clothes?" Hisashi chuckled. He walked over and kissed Shouda's forehead, like he always did, unclipping his sunglasses from his shirt. "Sleep well, sweetheart. Be safe," Shouta murmured, already slipping to sleep when the door to their bedroom closed behind Hisashi. "Yes, I need to purchase a casket and a plot. I also need to rent out a place for a funeral." "How do I do that?" "No, I called because I need help with that. A social worker gave me your number." "Yes, Child Protective Services." "I don't have that much." "No, I don't have insurance." "Sir, I'm 20, I didn't really see the point of getting insurance yet." "No, I'm not." Yes, I'll get insurance, but do you have anything that won't cost 980,000 yen? Sir? He looked at the phone. He'd hung up on him. He ran a hand through his hair, breathing in deeply. "Of course. You all right, Sho?" Hisashi called from the couch where he and Izuku were playing with Takur. Yes, I'm fine. Hands on elbows. How much do we have in our bank account?" Enough to cover bills until our next payment from the agency." "Why? The average price for a funeral is 900,000 yen. We do not have that much money to spare, we have to pay rent and dash." He took a deep breath. Fingers on elbows, tap tap tap. "Zuku, can you go play with Takara in your room for a few minutes please?" Hisashi asked. Izuku nodded, picked the large cat up and walked toward his bedroom. Breathe. It's gonna be fine. Just sit down, we'll figure this out." Did Inko have any money set aside for final expenses? She was 31, Zashi, she wasn't thinking about her funeral. He rubbed a hand over his face. "We've barely even started out at the agency, Hisashi, we don't have enough for this. We'll figure this out. Okay? We could take longer patrols, or do 2 patrols a day or..." That might have been possible before, but how are we supposed to do that with the cabbage? Chances are, those shifts are going to overlap. We could go for cremation. That might be cheaper. Hell, it might be required in our area, for all we know. Hisashi, if it's not required, we're not going to cremate my sister just because it's the cheaper option. I don't see any other way we can do this. Could take out a loan, Shouta noted. Yeah, and be in debt. That's not gonna work, besides Izuku has to go to school soon, and we'll have to deal with expenses from that. Tap tap tap. We could take out the loan and get side jobs, doing something else along with the hero work. Namuri would probably be alright with watching the child, right? Probably, Hisashi said. He tapped his foot. Okay, we can do that just until we've got the money covered. That'll work. Can you call the place? Shouta asked. What? Would I even be allowed? She was your sister, Sho. Why phone manners are not the best. The man on the phone hung up on me after I lost my patience. Who got impatient with the funeral director? Yes. He kept calling me young man and telling me to get life insurance. I see. Hisashi managed to keep a straight face for a solid 5 seconds before it cracked, and he let out a single, booming laugh that made the plates in the cabinet rattle. Shouta activated his quirk just before anything could shatter. I'm sorry, it's just... Ha! What's so funny? Nothing. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Give me the phone, I'll redial. That's the funeral director dash. Hisashi dissolved into cackles again. God, I'm so sorry, Sho. I really shouldn't be laughing, it's not decent dash. Shouta gave a long-suffering sigh. Just call the place, please. It took far too long and far too much paperwork to get a loan from the bank, and even then, they were only able to cover about half of the cost. That, along with added expenses such as suits, the rent of the place, bills, Izuku's school uniform, they'd have to keep a close eye on their money for a while. They ended up getting a simple wooden coffin for Inko, both because it was cheaper and because, from what Shouta remembered of his older sister, the woman probably wouldn't want anything elaborate. Then they'd had to get a list of people Inko was close to out of Izuku, which proved difficult since he couldn't seem to remember a lot of their names. The main people he listed were the Bakuga family, Izuku's father, and Shouta wasn't sure how he was going to deal with that, and a few work associates. Then they'd had to worry about where to have the funeral. He knew that Inko and most of his family had been Christian, but they'd never really followed the religion strictly, and he'd never gotten the chance to get into the habit of following the religion, or any other religion at all, really, because of the rift between him and his parents. He considered himself to be agnostic, but he didn't want to disrespect Inko, so he decided to try and find a church that would be willing to hold the funeral and a pastor to officiate. Then he'd had to worry about getting Izuku his suit. He and Hisashi's suits from his parents' funeral were still in good condition, as they weren't used often, but Izuku didn't have one, and once they'd told Izuku why he needed a new suit, the tailor could hardly take the boy's measurements because he was crying so hard. They'd had to stop quite frequently so Hisashi, because Shouta didn't know how to deal with a crying adult, much less a crying child, could comfort the boy. They'd ended up buying a white button-up, a black tie, plain black slacks, and a suit vest. Then he and Hisashi had to worry about getting invitations to people, since they didn't know any of their addresses and Izuku, a 5-year-old boy, couldn't remember them. So they'd spent hours poring over the phone book, looking for these people's names so they could call them, and when they did find them, half were too busy crying for Shouta and Hisashi to get a word in about where the funeral would be held, and the other half had yelled at them, and that, along with everything else, was so stressful it had made Shouta want to go in his bedroom and hide under a weighted blanket and sleep for 100 years. Eventually, Hisashi had taken over phone calls for the both of them and Shouta had finished up everything else, and that was perfectly fine with Shouta. Maybe Hisashi, being a pro-hero who was in the public eye a lot, was just more used to dealing with people than Shouta was. They'd ended up finishing everything the night before the funeral was scheduled. Dinner was a subdued affair. Hisashi had tried to make quiet conversation with Izuku at first, but the boy hadn't responded, and Hisashi had fallen into an awkward silence. They all went to bed early that night, even Hisashi taking off of patrol for the day. Shouta had read to Izuku a story about a princess locked in a tower, and Hisashi had run a hand over Izuku's hair as he fell asleep. It had taken far too long to fall asleep that night. Usually, when Hisashi didn't have a shift and was in bed with him when he fell asleep, usually on the weekends, it was easy to fall asleep. But it had been difficult that night. Hisashi liked to sleep close to him at night, and that usually consisted of using Hisashi's arm as a pillow while Hisashi held him close. And he couldn't stop tossing and turning, so he knew that Hisashi was just as awake as he was. "I can't sleep," he said in defeat. "I noticed," Hisashi replied dryly. "Are you nervous?" "No," Shouta said. He paused for a moment, and Hisashi waited patiently. "Yes. Maybe. I don't know. Talk me through it, Shouta nodded. "I haven't seen her in a while." Hisashi hummed. "Last time I saw her I was 18, at my parents' funeral. And now I'm going to see her again at another funeral, but it's hers. I haven't seen her in years, and when I finally do she's not really there. I never really knew her. I don't know how much she changed in the 11 or so years she was gone, and she might have been an entirely different person, for all I know, and I can't really remember much of her from when she was around, but she was family, and she was the only person in my family that liked me, that loved me, even though I'm strange. And now she's dead. The last person in my family who didn't hate me is dead. And I don't know how to feel about that. And I'm trying to figure that out." "You're wrong," Hisashi said. Shouta glanced up. "What?" "You're wrong," Hisashi said simply. "You're very, very wrong." "How so?" Shouta asked dryly. "Who do you think Izuku is? A neighbor?" Hisashi asked. "He is your family. And he doesn't think you're strange. Or, if he does, he doesn't automatically dislike you for it. And family isn't just the people you're related to. Forgive me if I'm overstepping here, but I like to think me and Nemuri are your family too, and we still love you. And we don't think you're strange." Shouta raised a disbelieving eyebrow. Okay, you're a little odd, but that's not a bad thing. Everyone's a little weird, Sho. That's true. We love you, Shouta, Hisashi said. Me and Nemuri, and… Hisashi cleared his throat. And I think Izuku does too. Or, he cares about you at least. Okay, Shouta said. He was quiet for a moment. I appreciate it, but I still probably won't get much sleep. Yeah, I figured as much. The next morning, Shouta shaved off his beard and tied back his hair into a loose knot. Loose strands of hair fell in his face from his bangs, like they always did, and he pinned it back with the cat clips. They were mostly hidden by his hair and his ears, but he knew they were there, and that was surprisingly comforting. He changed into his suit, and he helped Izuku change into his own, buttoning up his shirt and tying his tie before helping him get the vest over his head. Then he placed a towel over his shoulder and grabbed the spray bottle and a little hairspray. He sprayed the boy's hair until it was damp before combing it back, close to his head, being careful not to pull too much. Then he quickly attacked it with the hairspray before it could dry and return to its original puffiness, trying not to wince at the sharp smell. When he got into the living room, Hisashi was already ready, scrolling through his phone. He was wearing a charcoal gray suit with a black tie and a navy blue tie, as opposed to Shouda's tie-less black suit and blood-red lapel. His hair was in a bun, loose strands spilling out down his back and shoulders. My collar's weird, Izuku said. Shouta glanced at him. Is it stiff? Izuku said, sniffing as he fidgeted with it. And the tie's hurting me. I can't help with the collar, but I'll loosen the tie, Shouta said, crouching down to adjust the tie accordingly. Better, cabbage? Izuku nodded, smiling gratefully, though his eyes were still teary. Hisashi crouched down by Shouta. Are you ready to do this? Hisashi murmured to the boy. It's okay if you say no. We'll figure something out. Izuku sniffed. I'm scared, the boy admitted. I miss my mommy and I don't want her to get buried. I know, baby, Hisashi said. That's just the way life played out. I know it's not fair. I'm so sorry, Izuku. A few tears spilled out of Izuku's eyes, and Hisashi pulled a handkerchief out of his suit pocket, dabbing at them. I want to go say bye to mommy, Izuku said, determination clear in his voice even if tears still rained down. You're a very brave boy, Hisashi said. Me and Uncle Sho are very proud of you, Izuku. I'm not brave, Izuku said. If I was brave, I wouldn't be scared. Brave isn't about not being scared, Shouta said. To be brave is to be courageous, and to be courageous is to do something, even if it makes you mad or sad or if it hurts you. Does it hurt? Yes, Izuku said. He tapped his chest. It hurts here. He tapped his head. And here. Hisashi looked like he was about to start crying. But you're doing it anyway, Shouta said. That's why you're brave. Okay? A fresh wave of tears fell, but Izuku fixed his jaw and met his gaze head-on. Okay. The drive to the church was an hour long, and they still had 2 hours and 30 minutes until it started. Izuku fell asleep in his car seat on the way there, like he always did when they had to go on a long drive. You're good with him, Hisashi noted. I'm not, Shouta stated. I know nothing about children. I have no experience with children. I have no idea how children are supposed to be raised, or how to talk to them. I'm just trying to try my best, and use logic and reasoning as I go along. Well, your logic and reasoning is certainly helping him, Hisashi said. Shouta shrugged. I'm proud of you too, you know. Shouta felt his ears go red, and he was thankful they were hidden by his hair. Be quiet so I can drive. The church, thankfully, wasn't very crowded when they got there, save for a little boy and his family and a few other people. Izuku waved to the little boy, who had very spiky hair and looked like a very angry child, who looked to a similar-looking woman, whose back was to the boy, before waving back tentatively. They sat in a pew in the back. At the front of the room, and an image of Jesus was carved into it. Shouta felt like its eyes were digging into him, and he tried not to look at it. The funeral went about as well as could be expected. The woman with the spiky hair came forward to speak, which Shouta hadn't been expecting or planning, but he preferred her talking about the deceased than him having to. She probably knew her better. The woman talked about how lovely of a woman Inko had been, her kindness, and her motherly nature. She ended it by saying she missed her dearly, and Shouta heard Izuku choke on a sob next to him. When the pastor called for everyone to say goodbye to Inko and everyone started walking toward her open casket, Izuku turned quickly and hid his face in his side, shoulders shaking. I don't want to look, Unkai, I don't want to look, please don't make me look, I don't want to see it again. You don't have to look, Shouta said, rubbing the boy's back awkwardly. Izuku, Hisashi said upon seeing his partner's helpless expression. Do you want to leave now and head to the cemetery? Izuku sobbed and nodded. They left the building quickly, Hisashi carrying Izuku to the car and strapping him into the car seat. Shouta passed the child a bottle of water from the front as they started driving, and the child didn't fall asleep this time, instead watching the world pass by outside the window as tears streamed down his face. They pulled into the cemetery and waited for those from the funeral to arrive. When they did, they got out of the car, Hisashi unbuckling Izuku from the back. Izuku held onto Hisashi's breathed leg as they headed toward the freshly dug funeral plot, and he had one hand hooked in Shuta's belt loop. Izuku stared at the ground as they lowered the casket into the ground, and Shouta stared at the sky. He remembered years ago, staring at the sky with his sister from rooftops while they waited for villain fights to fall into their lap. He missed that Inko. The crowd dispersed as the pastor finished his prayer. A tall woman with spiky hair walked toward them. You're Inko's brother, she said by way of greeting. She never mentioned you. She wouldn't have. I see. She turned to Izuku. I don't like that kid. But you'd better take care of him. Her voice had a threatening tone to it. She looked at Izuku, and her face was that of distaste, before slowly softening. I'm sorry about your mother, Izuku. Izuku nodded. That's all I wanted to say. She marched away. Shouta stared after her. A boy cleared his throat. He looked down. The angry-looking boy. I don't like Deku either, he proclaimed, but he didn't seem too sure of himself. But, be nice to him, please. He nodded. Looked at Izuku. I miss you, Kaken, Izuku said. Will you go to the park with me again? With me and Unkai Sho and Unkai Zashi? You live far away, but dash. I can't, nerd, the boy said. She won't dash, he visibly cut himself off. I'm sorry about Auntie. He looked back up at Shouta again, this time threateningly. Remember what I said. Be nice to Deku and take care of him, like Mom said too. He marched away in a way that was eerily similar to how his mother had. You have interesting. Hisashi hesitated for a moment. Friends, Izuku. Izuku sniffed. Come on, listener, let's get you home. We'll get ice cream on the way home, Shouta said. Do you want ice cream? Yes, please. We'll get you a sundae then. After the funeral, Hisashi and Shouta both applied for day jobs, Shouta signing up for night shifts as well. It was exhausting, and it barely left them enough time to tuck Izuku in before they had to run to patrol, but what had to be done had to be done. Hisashi seemed to take the extra work a lot better than Shouta did. Shouta had signed up for day shifts because he needed all the sleep he could get, but now that he had a side job he'd had to transfer his 4-hour-long shift to almost immediately after he came home from his day job. Then he just barely had time to change into night clothes, thank Nemuri, and get a few hours of sleep before running back to the restaurant, where he now worked as a waiter. It was the same with Hisashi, work, sleep, and patrol. It left him frazzled and irritated. After only a week of trying to pay the money back for the bank, who only seemed to pile on more and more ridiculous amounts of interest the longer it went unpaid, it felt like he didn't have the energy to do anything anymore. Even tucking Izuku in at night felt like a monumental task. Sometimes, it made him wonder why he still did it. Then he looks at Izuku and he remembers. Izuku tried to help in any way he could, in his own way. When Shuta's legs hurt from being on his feet all day, he would hug him and ask him to feel better soon. When he was simply too exhausted to sleep, Izuku seemed to be able to sense it and would give Shouta one of his stuffed toys just before he left for bed. When Hisashi's head hurt, Izuku would bring him bottles of water, and when he seemed to be in a bad mood, Izuku would try and tell him funny stories to get him to smile. The stories were rarely funny, at least by adult standards, but something about watching the little boy gesticulate animatedly while he talked was amusing. Overall, Shouta didn't regret taking on the extra job to pay off his debt, not when it was for Izuku. He only wished it hadn't cost him so much energy. And not having enough energy was a very dangerous thing for patrol. His goggles were one of his favorite possessions, both because of who had given them to him and because of their dual purpose. They helped him use his quirk without other people knowing who he was using it on, and they helped with visual input and went a long way to keep him from getting overwhelmed. Their only real downside was that they slightly inhibited his peripheral vision, which was why, when he was fighting a group of villains in a warehouse after busting them for illegal distribution, he didn't see the pole flying his way until it hit him right in the knee. He felt his knee jerk backward, and then a loud crunch. The villains, who he'd done a good job keeping at bay until now, slowly rose back to their feet once they saw that they'd inhibited him. Shouta activated his quirk on the nearest one as he walked closer, trying not to look down at his surely broken leg. The shock and adrenaline was keeping him from feeling the pain, but he knew, as soon as he looked at it, it would be near unbearable. The one who walked closer to him seemed to be the one that had thrown the pole at his leg. He seemed to have a strength quirk, large muscles rippling under the skin of his arms, with shaved hair and a thick head. Even with his quirk cancelled, with the amount of physical training the man had obviously done, he would probably be able to administer grave injuries. Shouta felt his anxiety spike. His hands were covered by a stretch of his capture weapon. He slowly reached toward his watch, pushing a button, sending a distress call to any heroes in the area. His hands gripped his capture weapon. Distantly, he remembered kicking this man in the face near the beginning of the fight. There was still blood caked under his nose, down his chin. Now he looked like he was after Shouta's blood. Behind the man with the strength quirk, there were 3 other villains. One with bat wings, another with tubes fused to the sides of her face. An acid quirk. The last had scales running up and down his body, shimmering and changing colors every few seconds. Chameleon. It should have been a fairly easy fight, if not for his dead leg. If not for his reflexes, muddled by exhaustion. The best course of action would be to try and escape, but Shouta wasn't sure how with the strength villains so close. The ceiling was too high for his capture weapon to wrap around a support beam. He couldn't run, not with his leg which was bending the wrong way. Shouta felt an ache spark up from his knee. The other 3 villains, hiding behind the strength villain, were laughing. Shouta's ears buzzed with the noise. His watch beeped, quietly, a response to his distress call. He could wait it out. He just had to hope the strength villain didn't kill him before then. The strength villain glanced at his leg, tooting. Shouta did not look. He would not look. He would not look at the leg. He could not look at the leg. The strength villain picked up the pole, lying near him, and tossed it aside. He lifted his foot, easing it down on his knee slowly. Shouta gasped in pain as the pressure slowly increased. Not even adrenaline could keep him from feeling that. So fragile, for a hero, the man said. So easy to break. Shouta tried to keep his quirk activated. If the villain tried to use his quirk on him, on his leg, it was a goner. The villain picked up the pole again, never easing the pressure, and looked at it. It was hollow, but it was heavy, made of metal. The villain squeezed it, and it gave way under his hand, making finger-like indents. I could crush your skull, like this, with or without my quirk, the villain said. Crush it as easily as a soda can. He held the pole with both hands, and it bent it almost in half. And I could break every one of your limbs as easy as twigs. He unbent the pole, twisted it. I could rip them off and throw them away, and no one would be able to save you. Even the other villains, behind him, looked surprised. Shouta wouldn't blink. He would not blink. He could not blink. This villain was waiting for him to blink. His foot pressed down again, and Shouta felt something pop. Then something wet pooling under the limb. He pressed the distress call again. 2 beeps back. If they were coming, then where were they? They couldn't be far. Or, the villain continued. I could get Mermik. Get her to spit acid at you, get her to melt off every inch of your skin. He lifted his foot. But I don't think I will. He couldn't blink. I think I'll just leave you here. He brought the foot crashing back down onto his leg, and Shouta felt something in his leg rip. To bleed out. Or die from infection. Whatever comes first. The other three villains stared at his leg in fear and disgust. The one with the wings looked like he was about to throw up. Sadistic. Very, very sadistic. Shouta felt like he might throw up too. The villain with the strength quirk shoved money at the villain with the wings. He took it, never once looking away from Shouta's leg. Shouta wasn't sure if it was because of morbid fascination or because he simply couldn't look away. He wondered how bad it really was. Don't blink. The strength villain marched out of the warehouse. Acid and Chameleon followed him numbly. Wings shuddered before flying out the warehouse window. Shouta let out a breath and blinked. He had been holding himself up before, but now he collapsed backward. The warehouse floor was cold concrete, but Shouta could feel a warm liquid under his back. Creeping upward. Wetting his hair. Shouta couldn't help it. He had to treat the wound. The world was already growing fuzzy around the edges. He looked down at his leg and he almost threw up. He couldn't tell much because of the black fabric of his tracksuit, but the gigantic pool of crimson blood under him spoke volumes. He held in a breath, closed his eyes, and his mind went numb as he felt along his utility belt, taking out a small knife. He didn't like knives, he wasn't good with them, but it was useful in this case. He cut at the fabric of his breathed leg, ripping it off and throwing the soaked fabric aside. He couldn't even see the color of his skin, it was all covered by deep red blood. A jagged, white piece of bone stuck out of the skin, and the wound pumped out great globs of blood as it did. His knee was squashed, and he couldn't bend it, couldn't move his leg at all, really. He took his capture weapon and rolled up more of his tracksuit, tying it up at his upper thigh, as tight as his cold hands could get it. He tried not to cry out as his leg gave a sharp stab of pain, as the gray material digged into his skin. His skin was buzzing. His ears rang. He looked at his bracelet. 3 heroes had pinged it, saying they were coming to the scene. Midnight, who was supposed to be watching Izuku, what the hell dash, Present Mike, why him, why does he have to see this, why, and a hero who had just applied for their agency, Vlad King. At least heroes were coming. He just had to stay awake. He couldn't move, he couldn't walk, but he could stay awake. He had to anyway, so he could adjust the tourniquet. He hoped Midnight hadn't left Izuku home alone. He pushed his goggles up and they got his bangs out of his face. He stared up at the ceiling, at the cobwebs of intersecting support beams. How long would the healing process be? Not long, surely. He'd find someone with a good healing quirk. Might even send a letter to Recovery Girl. The old woman was fond of him. Well, fond of Hisashi. She could help. His heart started beating rapidly, and his hands started shaking as the numbness in his brain melted away, slightly. His fists clenched, slightly. The warehouse had hanging lights blaring overhead, and they were too bright. The sound of his own breathing was too sharp, too loud. His leg ached too much, and the remaining numbness in his brain scared him, and his chest hurt. The smell of his blood was overbearing, moist and coppery, and it made Shouta want to vomit. A headache reared its ugly head. His arms were heavy as he lay there, heart trying to beat its way out through his chest. Stay awake. His eyelids felt weighed down, forcing them back open a struggle. Stay awake. The pain was almost unbearable, and he felt like he could pass out from it alone, even though his mind was still a little cloudy and numb. Stay awake. His hands were growing cold. Stay awake. Shouta wondered if this was how he would die. Stay awake. He heard a loud bang, and then 3 familiar faces were standing over him. He felt someone grab his hand. Shouta was glad. They were so cold. Stay awake. Shouta couldn't stay awake. Shouta came to in a hospital bed. There was a steady beeping next to him, and he felt odd and floaty. His hands were still cold, but someone was holding one of them, and it made it feel better. It took him a while to open his eyes. Hisashi was sitting beside him, looking exhausted and run down. There were dark circles under his green eyes, and Shouta could see them even through his glasses. Izuku was curled up on the chair on the other side of the bed, wrapped in a blue blanket, green head of curls peeking out. "Zashi," he murmured. Hisashi looked up, and his shoulders seemed to slump in on themselves in relief. "Oh, Thank goodness, he said. Good God, Sho, never do that again, oh God. What? He looked down the expanse of the hospital bed. Hospital gown. IVs. Pads on his chest, monitoring his heartbeat. Further down, a large cast covering his leg. Memories came rushing back, whether he wanted them to or not. Oh, yeah. Oh, Hisashi shook his head. You almost. That feels like it, Shoyuta grunted. No, you don't understand, you almost bled out. The doctor said something about an artery behind your knee being damaged when it was crushed, and they had to do a blood transfusion, and you nearly died. How long have I been asleep? 12 hours. You've been in and out, but I doubt you remember. This is the most lucid we've seen you. Shoyuta nodded. Is the child okay? Is the child? Yes, the kid's okay. Why wouldn't the kid be okay? You should be worried about your leg. You won't be able to walk for weeks after this, Sho. But the debt, what about Inko's funeral bills? How are we supposed to pay them with me laid up? Can't they just get someone with a healing quirk in here? Shoyuta, that BSTRD shattered your knee. He snapped the bone in your leg in half. It was in so many pieces, they had to take you back for surgery to rebuild your knee. They said they can't heal it that fast, or there could be damage. You'll just have to heal naturally for a few weeks, maybe a couple months, and then they'll heal you the rest of the way. Did the agency fire me? He asked numbly. Hisashi sighed. No, Hisashi said. No, I don't think so. But you're out of the field for however long you're hurt. And they're requiring 2 weeks of physical therapy afterward. You'll still get paid, they're putting you on temporary disability, but it probably won't be enough, Shoyuta finished. Yeah. And the restaurant? Can't wait tables with one good leg, Sho, Hisashi said. They let you go for the time being. I'm sorry, babe. Shoyuta nodded. How is this gonna affect my work? He asked instead. Any physical problems, after it's healed? The doctors aren't sure yet, Hisashi said. Might have some chronic pain. You'll probably have to go easier on your shifts at first. They'll probably prescribe you some pain medication. And, yeah, physical therapy, to strengthen your leg again. It's gonna be a bit of a process? Shoyuta sighed. He was right. What? Who was right? I should have gotten insurance. The agency paid for his medical bills and promised to pay for his physical therapy once he was healed enough to start it. He was given strict instructions from a rather frightening nurse to stay on bed rest for the next week. At the least, a nurse would be coming by every day or so to check on his injury and his bandages. After 3 days of observation in the hospital, he was given a prescription for a strong pain medication and a wheelchair and pair of crutches and sent on his way. They gave him his ruined tracksuit, his stained capture weapon, and his goggles on the way out of the hospital. They reached their first challenge upon entering the car. Izuku didn't want to sit in the back. He wanted to sit with Shoyuta. I want to protect you from the bad guys, Unkai Sho. So Shoyuta had to sit in the back seat with Izuku to compromise. It was awkward with his cast, so he ended up leaning with his back against the door and his legs sprawled out in front of him, wincing every time they hit a bump in the road, and it sent a spike of pain to pierce through the pain medicine. Izuku traced little shapes and figures on Shuta's cast as Hisashi drove, and asked if he could draw on it when they got home. Hisashi helped him into the wheelchair provided by the hospital, pushing him into the apartment building and into the elevator, which they very rarely used, since both preferred the stairs. Izuku held his hand and looked around the elevator suspiciously as they rose up in floors, like he was expecting villains to pop out of nowhere and attack Shoyuta again. Hisashi knocked on the apartment door, and Nemuri answered it. She was wearing tight black briefs and a see-through shirt, the sleeve of which fell off of one shoulder. Shoyuta was tempted to cover Izuku's eyes. Takara was resting in her arms. Auntie Nem! Izuku shouted excitedly, rushing forward to hug the woman's leg. Hey, Tiger! Nemuri said, ruffling the boy's hair. She turned to Shoyuta. How do you feel, handsome? Shoyuta rolled his eyes at the nickname. Hisashi snorted. Fine. That was a lie, but she didn't need to know that. Thank you for watching my cat. Oh, it was no trouble, she's a sweetheart, Nemuri said offhandedly. Auntie Nem. Auntie Nem. Izuku said excitedly, bouncing in place. Yes, Zuku? I'm gonna protect Unkai Sho. From the bad people. In case they come back. Is that so? Nemuri said. Izuku nodded sagely. Like Shouta would even let Izuku protect him. If the villains came back to attack him again, which he doubted, Izuku was going out of the nearest exit. Well, I'm sure you'll protect him valiantly. You're like a knight in shining armor. Izuku looked confused. What's valiantly mean? It means you're doing something with courage or determination, Shouta explained. You remember what courage means? Doing something even though it hurts? Exactly. It basically means you do something with courage. Okay, Izuku said. Then I'm a valiant knight. Yeah. He pronounced valiant like valiant. Close enough. Nemuri snickered. That's right. Hisashi cut in. Can we get in the apartment, please, Nemuri? Oh, right, of course, Nemuri said, stepping aside. Hisashi wheeled Sho into their bedroom and adjusted the pillows against the headboard, easing him back against it. Nemuri and Izuku followed them into the room. Can I draw on your cast now, Unkai Sho? Izuku asked hopefully. Yes, Sho. Nemuri said, smiling evilly. Can we sign your cast? He was going to regret this immensely. Yes. Go find a marker. Izuku ran to his room to get a marker, returning a minute later with a black Sharpie. He climbed onto the bed carefully, knee-crawling his way over to Shuta's side, bringing the marker to Shuta's bright blue cast. Give me a turn after you're done, little knight, Nemuri said, sitting on the bed beside Izuku. Yes, ma'am. Izuku drew smiley faces and what Shouta assumed was supposed to be his Eraserhead persona. He also drew rainbows, turtles, and a cat face. Shouta decided he liked that one best. Give me a turn, kid, Nemuri said. Nemuri turned away from the drawing to talk to Hisashi, Izuku and Nemuri piping in every once in a while. Auntie, what's that? Izuku asked after a few minutes. Shouta looked down at his cast. Nemuri Kiyama, oh my god, Hisashi gasped. Shouta thought his mouth was hanging open. Nemuri was snickering. What is it? Izuku asked again, looking a bit concerned. It's dash, Nemuri began. Don't you dare. Scissors. It's scissors, Nemuri said. It was in fact not scissors. But Izuku didn't need to know that. Cabbage, Shouta said. I'm thirsty. Get me water, please. That wasn't quite a lie. The pain medicine was making him a bit dehydrated, and he hadn't drank water all day. Izuku scrambled out of the room to get some water. Really? Honestly, really? I have to wear this for the next few weeks. Did you expect anything else? Nemuri asked. Shouta wished he could say he had. There was a child in the room. Nemuri shrugged. He thinks it's scissors. Shouta dragged a hand across his face. Izuku returned to the room with a bottle of water, which Shouta opened and drank from. Hisashi checked his watch. Okay, who wants lunch? Hisashi asked, standing up. Izuku gasped. Me. Me. Let's go then, listener. I'll teach you how to make yakitori. Hisashi and Izuku left the room, Izuku babbling away excitedly. Don't you guys usually order in for lunch on weekends? We can't afford it right now. Something in Nemuri's forehead pinched. You guys doing okay? She asked, face awash in seriousness. We're fine, Shouta said, sinking back into his pillows. Don't worry. We've just got to pay off a loan. How are you going to do that without you working too? Especially with all the bullshit banks play? Shouta didn't say anything. You know I can help you, right? Shouta looked at her. I appreciate it, Shouta said. I do. But we'll be fine. Just don't hesitate to call, if you need anything, Nemuri said. Shouta nodded. I mean it. We've known each other for 6 years now. I know I tease you a lot, but you're basically like a little brother to me. Don't think I won't drop everything to help you and Zashi. Like a little brother. Shouta didn't think he was the best at being a brother to anyone, not even his own sister, but he didn't comment. I know, Kiyama, he said. Why did it take Hisashi and was it Vlad King? Nemuri nodded. Why did it take them so long to get there? They got in trouble with a big-name villain. They had to wait for backup from another patrol section before they could come to get you. Why did you come? Because I care about you, does? You were supposed to be watching Izuku, Shouta pointed out. Yeah? Nemuri said sheepishly. But he was fast asleep, so I just asked your neighbor to watch him. He was, pretty freaked out when I came to drive him to the hospital. It was pretty touch and go for a while whether or not you would pull through, or even if you'd be able to use your leg at all. The blood loss was really bad, I didn't know what to tell him, and he started crying and shaking and… Shouta remembered when Izuku woke up and saw him up and talking to Hisashi. How the little boy had looked so relieved. How he'd ran forward and wrapped his arms around Shuta's neck, almost knocking his fore out when he jumped on the bed, and how Shouta had patted his back slowly as the boy calmed down. Hugging Izuku had felt a lot more natural then than it had the first time. Oh. Shouta added another item to the list of things he needed to do for Izuku: research primary schools, research potential speech therapy, and get the child a physiatrist. The smell of grilled chicken floated in from the open bedroom door. So, Nemuri said, drawing out the word. What do you want to do for your birthday? My birthday is in November. So what? No shame in planning early. Shouta shrugged. Probably the same as always, he said. Restaurant, movies, maybe go to the adventure park if it's not too crowded. But that's what we do every year. Nemuri protested. Yes. Don't you want to do something new? Not really. Boring, Nemuri stated. Shouta frowned. But you and Hisashi like my birthdays? Of course we do, Nemuri said. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I guess we can do something different, if you and Hisashi want to. Now that he thought about it, they might have to, since the child would probably want to tag along. I was just joking, Nemuri said. Do whatever you want. It's your birthday. Shouta hummed. What are we going to do about Izuku? I think he can go with us, but we'd have to get a G-rated movie. Nemuri shuddered. We'll figure it out, Nemuri said. They heard Hisashi call for her from another part of the house. I think that's my cue. I'll go get your food, okay, Shouta nodded. He didn't think he liked people waiting on him. Nemuri returned with 2 plates of steaming yakitori, sitting next to him on the bed to eat. Zashi's at the table with Izuku, she said. He didn't think he could eat in bed without making a mess. Shouta nodded. That was fair. Izuku was a bit of a messy eater. They finished eating, and Hisashi and Izuku returned to the bedroom. The 3 friends talked long into the night, Izuku eventually getting bored with their conversation and falling asleep between him and Nemuri at around 8. Nemuri finally left their bedroom to sleep on the futon at around 11 o'clock, since it was far too late and too dark out to drive home. Hisashi didn't mind moving Izuku, instead letting the boys sleep in between them, at least for tonight. Recovery was painful. After a week of bedrest, he began to slowly move around the apartment on crutches. It was definitely a workout for his arms, but he had to get used to walking with them. He couldn't rely on the wheelchair. After a few tries, he was able to get up from bed on his own without assistance. Then he worked on standing from the table, and then on standing from the rather low-standing couch. Then he tried to do some household chores around the house to help out Hisashi, but quickly gave up after his legs started aching from standing in one place too long. Izuku was happy to help with chores, anyway. The nurse brought a waterproof cast protector and a shower chair so Shouta could shower on his first visit to the apartment. Recovery was painful, but he was getting there. At least he thought so. 2 weeks in, and they replaced the cast with a lighter one after cutting it off to take out the stitches, the doctor raising an eyebrow at the rather creative drawings Nemuri had left. Shouta had grinded his teeth the entire time the saw was running, wincing at the vibrations that ran up and down his arm from the saw cutting at the cast. Izuku, too, had looked upset at the noise, though he blocked it out with hands over his ears. Shouta had been surprised at how utterly awful the knee looked, still swelled up and purplish and pale with dead skin and pink indents from the cast. Then they'd replaced it with another cast, and he'd been sent on his way with further instructions to try and walk around the area with his crutches and to get lots of rest. He'd started walking around the city. After that, Izuku and Hisashi were always following in case he needed help. Izuku had tried to bring Takara, too, on a leash, but the cat seemed to prefer getting a good nap on the couch while the humans were gone. It was around this time that Shouta started getting antsy, now that he wasn't allowed in the field. The walks helped a lot. For weeks in, and the pain in his lower leg had eased up quite a bit, while the pain in his knee still raged on as it healed. His leg felt stiff in the mornings, and Shouta worried about that carrying over after the cast was removed and everything was healed. It could interfere with his work. At 5 weeks, he started doing chores around the house again, folding the laundry and putting it away and doing the dishes. Izuku had actually been a big help around the house for Hisashi while Shouta had been on bed rest, and they decided he was about old enough to get a chore sheet to teach him responsibility. Just simple stuff, like cleaning his toys up when it was a mess, making his bed, and feeding and watering Takara, which Shouta kept a close eye on when he did, so Izuku didn't overfeed her. At 6 weeks, they x-rayed his leg again. They said that his knee would still take a few weeks to heal, maybe a month, but that his leg could be completely healed in the next 2 weeks or so. Of course, he'd still have to keep the cast on for his knee, but it was still good news. Shouta tried to ignore the fact that, even after the knee was completely healed, he'd still have to wear a knee brace until he could build the strength back up in that leg. The doctors had said that he might have to wear that knee brace again in the future, if there were other consequences to the injury, such as bad chronic. At 8 weeks, they checked the break in his leg and decided that it was as healed as it was going to get. Upon looking at the knee, they saw that it was healing up nicely and was arranged in all the right places. They scheduled a time for him to go to a doctor with a healing quirk so they could hurry the process a bit, get the pins out of his knee and leg, and get his knee in a brace. 3 days later, he was at a specialist. The man had neon green hair and purple eyes and he looked a little frenzied, but he seemed nice enough. He explained everything before he did it, which was especially helpful when he healed his leg and sawed off the cast. He still hated that saw. It was like a silver spike drilling through his skull. After he got the cast off, he started the healing process, which was a lot more unpleasant than he'd been expecting. Unlike with Recovery Girl, it wasn't quick or painless. When he touched the hurt area, he could feel the broken bones slowly melt and fuse back together, achingly slowly. But at least, when he took his hand away, the healing stopped immediately and it hurt far less than it had before, not a sharp pain, and more like a throb right in the middle of his knee. Then he took the pins out. Hisashi had to cover Izuku's eyes and comfort him when he started crying. Shouta really couldn't blame him. He'd started covering his eyes as soon as the doctor administered the lidocaine. After numbing the areas with the pins, and it still didn't feel like enough, not really, the doctor had to cut through the skin to get some of the pins. And when he got to those pins, he had to ease it out slowly, twisting and pulling and nudging all the while, the long silver pin bumping against bones and raw skin as it slowly made its way to the surface. It only took 15 to 20 minutes to get all the pins out, but it felt like longer. The doctor sutured the small cuts he had left after he was done, using his quirk to subtly speed up the healing process. After that horrible experience was over, the doctor gave him a leg brace and told him to use his crutches for the first couple days afterward, warning him about all the chronic pain he would more than likely experiencing in the future and that, should the knee hurt after it's been healed, the knee brace should help a lot. Then he told him what steps to take going forward for his physical therapy, gave him some numbers to call, gave both Izuku and Shouta lollipops, and kicked all 3 out of his office. Shouta would have run out if he could. Another 3 days later, while Hisashi was at work, Nemuri drove him to the physical therapist, mainly because Shouta wasn't sure if he was allowed to drive, and because Izuku refused to let him sit anywhere but the back seat anymore. "I gotta protect you from the bad guys, Unkai. I'm your knight in shining armor." Before he got inside, he tied his hair back and walked inside without his crutches. He hated that he still limped slightly when he walked. The main physical therapy they did that day was bending his knee back and forth and moving his legs in a bicycle motion. And it felt like something was stabbing up under his kneecap the entire time. As the days progressed, the pain in his kneecap lessened as well. It stopped feeling so stiff when he walked, his limp was getting much better, and he was finally able to start training for his patrols again. The first thing he did when his physical therapy sessions were finally, blessedly over was wrap his capture weapon around an outcropping of a roof and yank himself up onto it. He'd spent the entire day hopping from building to building, the pain in his knee a mind jab whenever he landed a bit hard, doing flips and cartwheels even when he didn't have to, like when he was younger and still took gymnastics. When he got home, The brace went back on his leg, but he couldn't bring himself to mind. Because he was back to normal. For the most part. 2 days later, and he was getting ready to go back to patrol, approved by the agency and taken off of temporary disability. The next day, he'd have to try and get his old job back, hopefully with shorter hours, so an accident like that didn't happen again, but that was a problem for tomorrow. He had just changed into his new tracksuit after tucking Izuku into bed, and both he and Hizashi were headed out the door, Nemuri flipping through channels on the couch, when something heavy knocked into the back of his uninjured leg, small arms trapping around it. "No!" Izuku wailed. "You can't go." Shouta looked down at him. "Child dash." "No!" Izuku shouted. "I won't let you." "Izuku, I don't have time for this, my shift starts in 20 minutes. You can't go, Unkai Sho." His voice sounded mournful. "You can't leave. I won't let you leave." He looked into the child's eyes, and they were filled with tears. His voice warbled. "The bad guys will get you again, Unkai, please don't leave me." Cabbage dash. I gotta protect you. I said I would protect you from the bad guys. I can't make sure you don't get hurt by those meanies again if you leave." Izuku dash. "It's dangerous, Unkai." The boy had only just learned the word dangerous, he still pronounced it wrong as dangerous. He was getting there. "Izuku, I have to go." "Baby, Shouda's going to be fine dash," Hizashi tried to reason. Izuku only wailed louder, breath stuttering in his chest. "Sisi can't dash." Cabbage dash. "Tiger, please calm down dash." "It's all right, baby, Uncle Show's all right." "Oh my god, Izuku breathe." Izuku screamed, shoulders and arms trembling as his wails increased in pitch and volume. His face turned blotchy and red. "Why are?" Shouta fell to his knees in front of the little boy, placing his hands on his shoulders. "Izuku." The boy didn't respond. "Child." "Izuku." "Cabbage." The boy looked up, sobbing. "I know you're upset, and you're confused, but I need you to breathe. You're scaring Hizashi and Nemuri, okay?" Hizashi and Nemuri nodded. "So you have to breathe and you have to calm down, okay?" Izuku nodded, and tried to seek in a deep breath. Hizashi crouched down beside him. "Like me, Izuku," he said. "Deep breath in." Izuku did. "Hold it." Izuku did. "Deep breath out." "You got this, Zu, it's all right. Come on." Izuku started breathing again, and the red of his face slowly slipped away. He started crying in earnest, however, and Hizashi opened his arms. Izuku ran into them without a second thought, hugging the man's neck. "Shoo, it's okay. I've got you, Izuku, it's okay." Izuku sniffed and slowly pulled away. His face was covered in tears. "Better?" Izuku nodded. "Good. Now, explain to us what's wrong." "It's okay if you don't mind, just talk it out with me, Izuku." Hizashi said that to Shouta a lot, when he was confused or overwhelmed or angry and he didn't know why. He knew it worked pretty well. "Unkai Sho could get hurt," Izuku said. "Like last time." In dash, he choked on a sob. "It's all right, Zu, just take your time," Hizashi said. I don't want Unkai Sho's batteries to die like mommy's." Shouta frowned. "Batteries? What?" Hizashi seemed to understand what he meant, however. "That's not gonna happen, Izuku. Okay? It's not gonna happen." Shouta knew that was a lie. Anything could happen on patrol. He could leave one day and not come back. That's what made life as a hero so dangerous, so unpredictable. But they'd been warned about that since day one, since the day they signed up for UA's hero course. They knew the risks. Maybe that's why Izuku was so worked up. He hadn't known. "Why you don't know, Unkai Zashi?" Izuku shouted in frustration. "Unkai Shoji got hurt last time. But he also got better, because your Uncle Sho is a very strong man. Okay? No one's gonna kill him but him. I don't want him to do that either." Nemuri covered her mouth, like she was swallowing back a laugh. "This is just Sho's job, Izuku. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry it scares you, but he's gotta do his job, okay? And I promise you, I'll watch him and make sure he comes home safe. Does that sound all right, Izuku?" Will he watch you and keep you safe?" Izuku asked. I don't. I don't want you to get hurt either, Unkai Zashi. Hizashi looked like his heart was about to melt. Yes, I will, Shouta said. Always. There's nothing to worry about, Cabbage. Izuku frowned and slowly nodded. But can you come say hi to me after you get back? So I know you're okay? Hizashi and Shouta nodded. Of course. Whatever you need. Okay, Izuku said. Beyond. I'm sleepy. Go to bed, Cabbage. We'll see you in a few hours, alright? Alright. I love you, Unkai Zashi, Unkai Sho. He walked to the hallway, before stopping. You too, Auntie. We love you too, Cabbage. It appeared as though Hizashi's heart did melt, that time. When Shouta got home from work that day, knee smarting angrily and ready to collapse in bed under his weighted blankets and hide from the world for a while, he immediately noticed how quiet the apartment was. Not that Shouta minded quiet. He quite enjoyed it, really. It's just that it wasn't a common thing in the Aizawa Yamada Midoriya household, not since Izuku had come to live with them, since the child wasn't in school yet, that would have to wait for 2 more long weeks, and the child was always doing something and making some kind of noise. It was rare that you couldn't hear the pitter-patter of little feet running up and down the hallway, or Izuku talking to himself in his room, or Izuku trying to climb something, or crying, or watching cartoons, or cuddling and cooing at the cat or something. But no. Dead silence. Tense dead silence. The only good thing about his schedule now was the hours. The job was grueling, picking up heavy boxes and parcels and loading them into DLVY trucks, carrying merchandise into the stores, constantly covered in sweat and achy muscles, and so much noise, the sound of DLVY trucks beeping blaringly as they backed up, metal grinding against metal as their back doors opened, the yells of drivers and suppliers and all the moving. He was lucky his boss allowed him so many breaks. Half the time he was hiding in the break room, sipping coffee and taking Tylenol and praying to a god he didn't believe in that his headache would go away, and the other half he was bent over a toilet, trembling and puking because so much noise made everything ache. But, despite the painful work and the even more painful surroundings, it had shorter hours. He'd show up early in the morning and leave at about noon, showing up at the apartment around 5 minutes after Hizashi left for his radio show. It made everything a lot easier on them, and Nemuri, of course, she still stopped by to watch Izuku every night so Hizashi and Shouta could patrol, but now she could do her own day shifts without having to worry about Shouta and Hizashi calling last minute for her to babysit the child. It was working out well so far. And since it was the middle of the day, Izuku was almost certainly awake. He always was. The child never seemed to take naps, and Shouta and Hizashi never enforced them since he was hard enough to get to sleep at 8 every night as is, what with all his boundless energy. Shouta sighed, quickly taking off his uniform shirt and his shoes, leaving himself in a gray t-shirt and a pair of black jeans. He hated his uniform shirt, and he was always happy to take it off. The material was too itchy and scratchy, and when it rubbed against his skin it felt like millions of little cactus spikes prickling his nerves. Not to mention the uniform shirt had tags on it, which he hated with a burning passion, but his boss said he wasn't allowed to take the tags off in case other workers had to use his shirt should he quit. The socks got pulled off as fast as the shirt. He hated socks more than he hated tags. Child, he called, looking around the apartment. Hizashi probably would have called him if he'd lost the kid, and Izuku couldn't have gone far if he'd decided to leave. Probably. He walked down the hallway, pushing Izuku's room open. Toys scattered around the room. He'd have to get Izuku to clean those up later, but no sign of the child in question. He moved on to the bathroom. No child. The closet. No child. Though there was a very vibrantly colored jacket. He heard a small rustle come from his and Hizashi's room. Shouta frowned uneasily. Why would the child be in their room? He eased the door open. The child was kneeling by their bed, looking through an old, battered shoebox. On the side of the box in Sharpe, in Hizashi's swooping, curly handwriting was memories. The boy was holding a photo of him and Hizashi, back when they were kids in UA. The Ferris wheel photo, right after he and Hizashi had gotten together. Purple, pink and yellow lights danced off the skin of the kids in the photograph. Shouta still remembered how red Hizashi's face had been after they'd walked off that Ferris wheel, and how confused Shouta had felt, still trying to work out what had just happened. It was a good memory, The image of it captured in time with Nemuri's old Polaroid camera. That's why it was saved in the box. Cabbage, Shouta said. It is not polite to go through other people's things. Izuku's head shot up, and he looked very guilty for a moment, then suddenly, inexplicably nervous. I'm sorry, Unkai Sho, Izuku said. I was looking for my toy, so I could play heroes with my action figures, and I thought they might be in here. Shouta crossed his arms. How did that lead to you looking through boxes? I got Sir. Curious, Shouta supplied for him. Izuku nodded vigorously, green curls bouncing. Yeah, that. Shouta sighed. He really shouldn't scold the child, he was so young, but there was something about him looking through his room that made him distinctly uncomfortable. Cabbage. How did he say this? Tap tap tap. If you want help looking for something, if it's in Hisashi and Ai's room, ask. Don't just go in. Okay? And don't go through people's stuff. It's not nice. If you get curious about something, just ask if you can look through it. Got it, child? Izuku nodded sadly, eyes on the floor. He looked chastised. I won't do it again, Unkai, Izuku said again. I'm sorry. He frowned for a moment. But, who's this baby? He pointed to the photo of newborn Izuku, sitting nestled between all the other little frozen pieces of history. Shouta and Hisashi had taken the photos down from the walls immediately after Izuku had started living with them, partly because they didn't know how destructive the child would get once he was comfortable with them, and partly because it would be hard to explain why Hisashi and Shouta already had photos of him. That's you, Shouta said simply. Right after you were born. You probably don't recognize yourself. You looked like a very dried-out tomato back then. You met me before? Izuku asked in wonder. No, Shouta said. He decided the one time he saw the boy at his parents' funeral didn't count. Your mother sent those to me on your birthday every year. I guess she wanted me to know you existed. Shouta shrugged. But no. I never met you. Oh, Izuku said. Did you not want to? Shouta blinked. What makes you think that? I don't know. I dunno. I was young when you were born, Izuku. I had no way of going to visit you. I wanted to at first, but I knew I wouldn't be able to. After that I was pretty indifferent to you. What's indifferent? It just means I wasn't that involved in your life. And I'm sorry about that. Izuku hummed. My dad didn't like you much, I don't think. Mommy and him were always arguing about you. I know he didn't like me, Shouta said. And that's okay. Izuku tilted his head to the side. You're not sad he didn't like you? No, Shouta said. I can't make everyone like me, and he liked me for something I couldn't control, so it doesn't matter. He felt like he was directly reciting one of the speeches Hisashi had given to him, time and time again. He called you a freak, Izuku admitted. Lots of people have. I've been told I'm an odd person. Well, I don't think you're a freak, Izuku said, puffing up his chest. I think you're the bestest ever. I appreciate that. Immensely. Shouta hoped he hadn't offended the boy by how dry his voice sounded. Izuku just looked confused in that way he did before he asked a question. What's immensely mean? Shouta considered getting the child a dictionary. You remember when extremely means? Izuku nodded, he'd learned what that word meant a few days ago. It means I appreciate it to a great extent. I appreciate you not thinking I'm odd very much. Izuku smiled, and it was like the sun was looking up at him. Can we look at more pictures? I want to see what I looked like when I was little. Look in a mirror. Izuku's shoulders slumped, and he pouted up at him. Shouta sighed, sitting on the edge of his bed to get the weight off of his leg. Cabbage? Izuku grinned, climbing up on the bed beside him and bringing the box of photographs with him, handling them carefully, like each photograph was the most delicate, expensive thing he'd ever held. It made Shouta wonder why he wasn't this careful with cups and plates. Hisashi was always having to rush forward during dinner time to save a porcelain plate or a glass cup that was dangerously close to the edge. He picked up the most recent photo next. He held it carefully and looked at it sadly. I remember when this was taken, Izuku said. Mommy did it. She loved taking pictures. He placed the photo aside, next grabbing yet another one taken back in Shouda's high school days. In that one, they were at a diner. Hisashi had burst into laughter at something Shouta couldn't remember, and the milkshake was running out of his nose. Shouta could be seen in the background, giving the blonde a disgusted and affronted look. Hisashi's face was red and tears were falling down his eyes despite the fact that he was clearly laughing, not crying. Shouta could remember how concerned he'd been for the boy at the time, before remembering how inclined for the dramatic he was. Izuku giggled at the picture. Izuku grabbed the next one. This one was taken in a selfie-like way. Hisashi and Nemuri were both on the couch, Shouta sitting between them, wrapped in Nemuri's weighted blanket and completely dead to the world. It had been taken at Shouta's old apartment. "Is that Auntie?" Izuku asked excitedly. "She looks different." "We all look different," Shouta stated. "We were younger." Izuku grabbed the next photo. He gasped. "Is that a kitty? Is that Takara?" He squealed. "Yes." "She was still a baby. She was skinny. She was a healthy weight," Shouta rebuked. "Before I started feeding her tuna fish all the time." Izuku grabbed the next photo. "Who's that?" Shouta looked at the photo. It seemed, the farther down Izuku dug in the photo-filled box, the older they were. That photograph held a picture of Hisashi, a reluctant-looking Shouta, and Tensei Ida. It looked like it had been taken after the exams for first year, judging by their appearances. Shouta still had that shorter hair. "That's a friend of mine. His name is Tensei. He's the pro-hero in Genium." Izuku looked like his eyes might just pop out of his head with how wide they were. "He has a little brother named Tenya who's about your age. You might meet him someday." "Oh, please, please," Izuku said, bouncing in place excitedly. "I want to meet Tenya and Mr. Ingenium. Please, Unkai, please?" Shouta felt very uncomfortable and very manipulated as a pair of bright green puppy dog eyes fell on him. "I already told you might be able to," Shouta said. "Please stop." The eyes did not cease. "I'll work something out with your Uncle Hisashi." "Yes?" Izuku nodded frantically. "Good. Now calm down." Izuku reached for the next photograph, digging his hand deep into the box. "That's Hisashi's family," Shouta said before Izuku could ask. And there were his parents, who might as well have been Hisashi's carbon copies. Tall, blonde hair, though his father had blue eyes while his mother had green. Shouta was in the photo too, because after he and Hisashi had gotten together it wasn't often he was away from Hisashi's house. "You look tiny," Izuku said. And Shouta supposed that was true. As a child he'd been fairly short because of his eating habits, and that photo was taken just before he shot up to 6'0" and got taller than Nemuri. "Yes," Shouta said. "I was a child. And Hisashi's parents are both very tall." Izuku hummed, grabbing the next photo. "Graduation. And this? First patrol." He pointed at another. "The second sports festival. What about this? That's just a tree." Izuku kept going through photos until he came across the last one at the very bottom of the box. "Who's this boy?" Izuku had pulled out a photograph of a tall boy with bright, floating blue hair and a wide, Cheshire cat grin. He'd been a friend. Not as close as Nemuri and Hisashi, but a friend nonetheless, though their group never hung outside of school grounds. He still blamed himself for his death, for not being there. "Someone I try not to think about," Shouta said simply. "No more photos." "Have you eaten?" "Unkai Zashi gave me leftover onigiri for lunch," Izuku replied. "Go play with your toys, and then clean your room. There are toys scattered everywhere." Izuku nodded, scurrying out of the room and down the hallway to his own. Shouta sat there for a moment, not quite willing to stand up yet until the itchiness eased its way out of his knee. He glanced down at the box of photos again. It was still open, and the boy's photo was resting on the rest. He stared at it. The photo stared back. "I'm still sorry." Then he put the lid on the box and slid it back under the bed. He couldn't be blamed if he wanted to forget about some of the memories resting inside. It was one of their few days off from their hectic schedule, Sunday. Hisashi's radio show didn't play on Sunday, and Shuta's boss was a firm believer in the fact that no one should work on that day. He had no such qualms against working on Saturday, but Shouta wouldn't complain. It was one of those quiet Sunday mornings, where everything was slow like melting butter and it was quiet for once. No yelling from Izuku, no talking from Hisashi, Not even any sound coming from the TV. Just quiet. Shouta took a sip of his coffee and tried to revel in the calmness and quiet of the morning for as long as he could. Izuku was, presumably, still asleep and Hisashi, not. Wanting to wake the boy up, had put his breakfast in the microwave before joining Shouta at the table. And it was nice, because Hisashi held his hand while they ate and smiled at him warmly every once in a while, like he was happy just from seeing Shouta, and it made something nice and warm spring up in his chest. And then it was broken by a single, piercing shriek, followed by stuttered crying. It didn't take long for Hisashi and Shouta to quickly push away from the table. Shouta, fearing the worst, had a villain snuck in? Was he hurt? Would he be able to take him to the hospital if he was hurt? When they crashed through Izuku's bedroom door, they found the boy on the floor. He was pouting, and frustrated and pained tears were running down his face. He was holding a spot on his forehead, which was bright red, but other than that he looked fine. What happened? Hisashi asked, moving Izuku's hand away from the spot before tilting the boy's chin up and glancing at his pupils. Izuku sniffled and let out a choked-off sound. Shouta knew that the boy always made that sound before he started crying. "Calm down, child," Shouta said. "You're all right. Tell us what happened." I was trying to do flips like you," he wailed. "And then I hit my head on the dresser." The 5-year-old glared at the piece of furniture. "You were trying to do flips?" Shouta asked. "You can't just do flips without knowing how, especially in such a closed-off space. It's not safe. Why you said why you'd teach me gymnastics? But you've been busy, so I wanted to learn to do flips by myself so CC could be a her hero like you and Unkai Zashi and All Might and Dash," he wailed loudly. "Child, if you really wanted to learn all that you should have just reminded me. I would have found the time," Shouta said, feeling slightly guilty. "That was silly. That was silly. You acted silly." He wasn't sure if he should say the word stupid in front of a child. Izuku looked just as upset by being described as silly. "But you're always tired," he said. "And you're always working 'cause mommy's funeral cost so much and—" He looked down and rubbed at his eyes. "I didn't want to bother you." Shouta frowned. Bother him? Why would Izuku asking to learn about gymnastics bother him? He'd made the offer in the first place, a few months ago. Shouta looked over to Hisashi. Hisashi looked close to tears. Shouta looked back at Izuku. "I apologize," Shouta said, "for calling you silly. And I apologize for making you think that you asking me to teach you gymnastics would bother me." Izuku frowned at him. "You don't gotta say sorry," Izuku said. "That's not Dash." "No, child," Shouta said. "If I did anything to make you feel like you asking me to teach you gymnastics would bother me, then I'm not doing my job right. Because my job, above all else, is to take care of you. That's why I signed all those papers, and why I got all those other jobs, to take care of you. And if teaching you how to do a flip, or a cartwheel, or anything, is a part of taking care of you, then that's what I'll do." Shouta shrugged. His hands gripped his elbows. He rarely shared what he thought like that, and never to Izuku. He didn't do heart-to-hearts much. Except with Hisashi, occasionally. He hoped he'd gotten his point across. He saw Hisashi shaking in the corner of his eye, and knew that his boyfriend was crying now. Because of course he was. So you'll teach me flips and cartwheels?" Izuku asked hopefully. Shouta had to stop himself from rolling his eyes, because of course that's the part a 5-year-old would focus on. "Yes, child," Shouta said. "That is what I said." Izuku grinned, darting forward toward him. Careful, Dash," she heard Hisashi cry out, just before Izuku crashed into him and wrapped his arms around his leg. The wrong leg. Shouta had to stop himself from crying out as he felt the familiar pain start sparking up in his knee. Izuku, of course, was utterly oblivious as Shouta started leaning against the doorway slightly to keep from falling. Baby, maybe you should dash?" No, he's..." Shouta cleared his throat. "He's fine." He patted the boy's curly green head, and Izuku let go of his leg and smiled up at him sweetly. How about you help go eat your breakfast with Unkai Zashi while I go do something?" Shouta said. "But you said dash." "I will, child," Shouta said. He needed to sit down. "Just later." Not right now. You have to eat first. Yes? Izuku nodded. That makes sense. Okay, Ankai. He darted out of the room, headed toward the dining room. Shouta heard a chair drag across the floor. You alright, Sho? Hisashi asked. His eyes were still red, and he had his arms outstretched in front of him, like he was expecting Shouta to fall. I am fine. I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry about me, Zashi. Really? Because you look like you're about to? I'm fine, Shouta said through gritted teeth. I think I just need to sit down. Okay, if you say so. Shouta walked out of the bedroom, past the kitchen, where he tried not to make it obvious to Izuku that he was in pain, and into the living area. He practically collapsed onto the couch, Takara jumping on beside him. His leg was outstretched in front of him, feeling stiff and still aching sharply. He could hear Hisashi in the kitchen, reminding Izuku to be careful about Shouta injury. He ran his fingers through Takara's soft fur. Demon that villain. Izuku ran into the room as soon as he was done eating, leaving Hisashi to deal with cleaning up. He was bouncing in place as he stood in front of him, looking eager. All right, said Shouta, sitting up slightly. I need you to clear a space in here, move the table, the chairs, all that. Izuku nodded, moving the coffee table against the far wall as well as the armchairs. Shouta took him through all the steps Shuta's instructor had taught him, safety, first and foremost, before moving on to the actual physical part of gymnastics. By the time they were done, Izuku could manage a roll across the floor, and the beginning of doing it backwards, without much trouble. The boy looked up at him directly after completing the roll. I did it, Unkai Sho, he crowed excitedly. I really did it. Did you see that? That was so fun. Quiet down, child, Shouta said. We have neighbors. And the yelling was starting to make his ears hurt, but he didn't say that. Izuku looked a bit more subdued. But yes, you did do a good job. Hisashi ran forward from where he was standing in the doorway, grabbing the boy and spinning him slightly. You did such a good job, Izuku, Hisashi said. The boy giggled madly as Hisashi held him, gripping the man's neck tightly. Hisashi set him down. Oh, Izuku said, tilting back and forth slightly. Dizzy? He fell onto his back. Hisashi snickered, darting forward and tickling his stomach mercilessly. There were tears streaming from the boy's eyes. Stop. Stop, Unkai Zashi. What's the magic word, little listener? Hisashi asked, continuing his assault. Please. Please stop. Oh, fine, Hisashi said, baking up. The boy curled up onto his side on the phone, holding his stomach and still giggling. Shouta saw Hisashi quickly take a picture with his phone. Izuku slowly sat up, wiping at his face, shoulders still shaking with the remainder of his laughing. He looked up at Shouta and smiled happily. Unkai Sho, can we keep learning? I want to learn another flip. You have to learn that one first, cabbage, Shouta said. You did good, but there's still stuff you need to work on. You want to be a hero, right? Izuku nodded vigorously. A hero is only as good as their abilities. And since you don't have a quirk, your physical abilities will have to be better than everyone's. Yes? Izuku nodded, still smiling, before it fell slightly. Do you think I can really be a hero without a quirk? I think anyone can be a hero, cabbage, Shouta said honestly. Izuku frowned. There's never been a quirkless hero before, he said, frowning. Shouta really did roll his eyes that time. Then just be the first. Izuku blinked up at him, startled. What? Nothing. Just thank you, Shouta said, feeling awkward. Doesn't matter if you don't have a quirk. Plenty of heroes have pretty useless quirks for battle, and they do fine. Alright? If anyone says that you can't be a hero without a quirk, they're a thick-headed ignoramus. Izuku blinked. Ignoramus means an ignorant or stupid person. Izuku nodded. Am I allowed to call someone an ignoramus? Izuku pronounced the word ignoramus, and Shouta heard Hisashi wheeze from where he was standing. Absolutely not. By dinner, Izuku had improved exponentially, and Shuta's leg had finally stopped hurting. It was lucky he didn't have patrol that night, honestly. What Shouta and Hisashi hadn't known was that, once Shouta taught him to do a simple roll, he would start rolling where he wanted to go instead of walking. Which was unexpected, admittedly. Shouta couldn't quite remember doing that as a child. First, he rolled from the living room to the table, then he tried to roll from the floor onto the chair. Thankfully, he gave that up and just climbed onto it. Then he rolled back into the living room and started rolling around the room everywhere while Hisashi and Shouta watched a movie on the TV. You remember that old video game? With the blue hedgehog? Hisashi whispered to Shouta. Shouta hummed. I think that's what he's going for. Child. Shouta called to Izuku. Izuku stopped rolling and looked up at him. Please stop rolling everywhere. Izuku pouted at him. You told me to practice. Izuku protested. I didn't mean to use it as a form of transportation. Your head is going to start hurting from the floor soon. What's transportation? Someone or something moving from one place to another. He went back to rolling. Child. It was a bit of a lengthy process to get the child to settle down. Izuku, just sit down. Cabbage, please. Zoo, for God's sake, dash. Get down from there. But Unkai. The worst thing was trying to get him to sleep. He was simply too excited about his newfound ability to go down. Shouta had read to him, Hisashi had sung, they'd given him stuffed animals, warm milk, everything they could think of. Then when his eyes had finally closed and he'd gone down and Shouta and Hisashi had returned to their movie, they still heard him rolling around in his room. By the time he was really, truly asleep it was 10 p.m., Hisashi and Shouta were exhausted, and Shouta was idly considering jumping out of the nearest window. I never want children, Hisashi said, throwing the extra pillows on their bed aside. Never. That was hell. That was the purest definition of hell. You already have a child. Technically, you're the only one who has guardianship over him, Hisashi said as he climbed into bed. I'm just around for the ride. If you think you're getting out of helping me raise him, dash. I'm not saying that, Hisashi said. Relax. I'm just saying in the future, if we get married. Or whatever. Please no more children. That I can agree with, Shouta said, climbing into bed beside Hisashi. Getting custody of a 5-year-old changed the way we do things. Imagine another one. Hisashi snickered. Yeah, like, we can't drink anymore. Can't watch movies that aren't above PG, our schedules are different. Can't go out with Nemuri as much, Shouta added. Less sleep. No more naps. Can't swear. Not that I swear a lot, but you and Nemuri must be struggling. Hisashi barked a laugh. Yeah, that's true, he said. He hummed. You want to know another thing we haven't been able to do much since Izuku? He asked. There was a hand on Shouta's face, Hisashi's thumb stroking over his cheekbone. Can't do that, Shouta protested. The child will hear. He's asleep. Hisashi reminded him, and Shouta hummed. That was true. There was a hand on this hip, now, and Hisashi was pulling him close, and just before their lips touched. The sound of a child rolling across the floor of his room and hitting the wall. God damn it. Shouta had never regretted taking custody of a child more than he did that moment. Work for Shouta had started at 4 a.m. before, but now that Izuku was finally going to school, he had to go through the lengthy process of changing his work schedule. Then he'd had to scrounge up all the spare money he could, trying to ignore all of the ridiculous amounts of interest piling up on their debt, to get the boy his uniform. Then he'd had to take a day off of work, something his boss had not been happy about at all, to enroll Izuku into the nearest primary school. Then he'd had to worry about lunch money and books, and new shoes and a haircut, because apparently Izuku's hair was too long, and then he'd had to figure out how to get him to school on time while also getting to his job on time. It was enough to make him want to rip his hair out. Or hide in a dark room for a few years. That was how he found himself where he was. It was 6 a.m., and he was nursing a cup of coffee and trying to tame his shaggy black hair with the hated hairbrush before throwing it back in a bun and clipping his bangs out of his face with the cat clips. Then he got to work on fixing the child's lunch. He decided to just throw some leftovers from the previous night in a brown paper bag, because surely the school had a microwave somewhere, and finally, the part he was dreading most, getting the child up and moving. Hisashi couldn't be there because the agency had assigned him desk work along with his nightly patrols and his radio show, so he was already gone, leaving Shouta to do most of the work with Izuku himself. Logically, he knew that the desk work was a good thing because the agency was paying him for the extra hours he did and they really and truly needed all the money they could get, but it didn't make him less upset at having to get the child up and ready by himself. Shouta opened the boy's bedroom door, flipping the overhead light on. Izuku groaned and rolled over, burying himself in his pillow. He said. Izuku ummed pitifully. Get up, cabbage. No movement. If the child was this bad in the mornings, maybe he should make his bedtime an hour early. Cabbage. Get up. Gra. What does that even mean? Cabbage. It's the first day of school. Time to wake up. Izuku muttered something that didn't sound like Japanese. Shouta sighed. He walked over to the boy, ripping his blanket and sheets off and tossing them aside. Please. Izuku sighed, sitting up and rubbing his eyes tiredly. Why do I gotta go to school? He whined, climbing out of bed and heading to the closet. Your uniforms are hung up on the far right side, Shouta said. And because you need a quality education? What's quality mean? Izuku asked, pulling off his night clothes and changing into his slacks and uniform. Do you need help with the buttons? Shouta asked, and Izuku nodded. And quality basically means good. You need a good education. Yes? Izuku nodded. Before frowning. If I need a good education, then why am I going to public school? We're all so poor. Oh. Shouta helped Izuku button his shirt before Izuku pulled on his blazer. Shouta then helped the boy with the tie. Alright. All done. Is the tie comfortable? Not too tight? It's fine, Unkai, Izuku said. Thank you. You're welcome, child, Shouta said. Come on, bathroom. Izuku sighed tiredly, trailing behind Shouta to the bathroom where they stood in front of the mirror. Shouta grabbed a comb and a spray bottle, drenching the boy's hair with water, like he did almost every morning. To be fair, the boy's hair had to be combed every morning. It got tangled far too easily. Don't yank, Izuku warned him through a yawn. I know, child, Shouta said, sectioning off the hair and running his comb through it. Izuku fiddled with his fingers as he did, glancing around the room. He looked anxious. Shouta finished combing the boy's hair, swooping the green curls to the side. He knew that, by midday, Izuku's hair would be just as wild and curly as it had been that morning. What's wrong? Shouta asked, putting the spray bottle and the comb to the side. You look agitated. I'm a little nervous, Izuku admitted. He had learned what the word nervous meant recently, too. About what? Shouta asked, walking out of the bathroom and into the kitchen. There were eggs in the microwave, left by Hisashi before he'd left for the agency. What if no one likes me 'cause I'm quirkless? Izuku asked, still fiddling with his fingers. Shouta didn't answer for a moment, plating up the eggs. Then they're bigots and they don't deserve your attention, Shouta stated simply. If anyone upsets you, just tell me and Hisashi. We'll take care of it. Yes? Izuku nodded. What does bigot mean? Shouta thought for a moment. A very foolish person who is too attached to an opinion, Shouta said, sitting at the table. There were a lot of bigots at my school. My quirk came in late. I was 8, and everyone made fun of me for it. That and I was, and still am pretty odd. That's not nice, Izuku said, frowning. It's just the way the world is, Shouta said, shrugging. But that's not fair. Izuku protested. You're right. It's not. I'm sorry. I wish it was different, Shouta said. He glanced down at the boy's plate. Eat your eggs, you need breakfast? Can I have coffee too? Izuku asked. Hisashi said you drink it because it makes you happy and less sleepy? No, Shouta said. It stunts your growth. Do you want to be 3 feet tall for the rest of your life? Izuku's eyes widened comically, and he shook his head vigorously. Didn't think so. Why is the world so mean? Izuku wondered. I'm not sure, Shouta admitted. Some people have different opinions, and sometimes those opinions aren't very nice. And when they clash with other people's opinions, sometimes it can bring out the worst in people. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but you'll understand someday, okay? I'm never gonna be mean like that, Izuku said resolutely. My op dash. Opinions, Shouta supplied. Yeah, those? Izuku said. They're gonna be nice ones. Good, Shouta said. He glanced at the wall clock. Time to go. Backpack, shoes, car seat, let's go. Izuku nodded, running to slip his new shoes on and grab his bag. By the time Shouta had slipped into his work uniform, tags, Izuku was in the living room, waiting impatiently by the door. They went down to the parking lot, Izuku climbing into the back seat and buckling himself up. Shouta climbed into the front, starting the car before peeling out of the parking lot. Driving was just another thing on the list of things Shouta hated doing, but sometimes it simply couldn't be avoided. It took them 20 minutes to get to Izuku's primary school, pulling into the parking lot at 7. Shouta climbed out of the car with Izuku, helping him grab his stuff and walking him into the building, unsure of what he was supposed to do. There was a receptionist in the front office. "Hello," the receptionist said warmly. "Hi," Shouta said, feeling awkward. I'm here to drop off the child." "Where do I take him?" "Well, what's his name?" the receptionist asked warmly, turning toward her computer. "Izuku Midoriya," Shouta answered. "I'm his guardian and his emergency contact." Backup emergency contacts are listed under Hisashi Yamada and Namuri Kayama? The woman nodded. "Yes, here he is," the woman said. "He'll be in Mrs. Suzuki's class. It's down the first-year hallway, just past the bathroom. You'll know it when you see it, dear." "Yes." "Thank you," Shouta said. "Come on, child," he said to Izuku, opening the door and walking out of the office. It didn't take much work to find the correct classroom. Once he opened the door, a wave of noise hit him full force. There were 12 other small children in the room. A lot of them were crying and clinging to their parents. One was standing on a bookshelf, screaming when anyone got near him. A couple were acting fairly civil, playing with toys near the back. One little girl had bright pink hair and was running around with a toy, screaming. Shouta felt Izuku hide behind his leg. The teacher saw them and hurried over. "Hello," she said hurriedly, looking rather tired. "Is your son in my class, or are you asking for directions?" "He's not my son, he's my nephew," Shouta said. "And yes, he's in your class." "Great," the teacher said, looking pained. "Well, the young man can go to a table and sit down, maybe color in one of our coloring books. Does he have school supplies?" Shouta nodded. "Excellent. Tell him to hang up his bag over there, please." Shouta nodded. He turned to the boy. "Cabbage," he said. Izuku looked up at him. "Behave. Be nice to your classmates and try to make friends. Remember what I told you this morning?" Izuku nodded. "Your Uncle Zashi will pick you up this evening, after his show. All right?" Izuku nodded. "Put your stuff up and sit down after I leave." Izuku nodded. "Try to keep the cartwheels to a minimum." Izuku nodded. "And when you go out to recess, don't bring anything from outside to the inside." "Yes?" Izuku nodded. "Good. I have to get to work." "I love you, Unkai Sho," Izuku said, looking a tad bit nervous at being separated from him. "I'll miss you." "I love you too. And don't bother missing me. I'll see you this evening after work, yes? I get off at 4. Izuku nodded, though it looked shaky now. "I'll see you then, Izuku, okay?" Izuku nodded again, before darting forward to wrap his arms around Shuta's leg, the good leg, this time, since Hisashi had lectured him after the last incident. "Bye-bye," Izuku said before turning to sit at one of the tables. Shouta turned to the teacher. "He has bad anxiety. Don't mention his mother or his father. If he starts crying, remind him to breathe. If he hyperventilates, call me. If he wants a hug, then hug him, please." The teacher nodded, looking surprised. "He has a sack lunch, but it will need to be microwaved, that is all." Shouta then turned on his heel, speed walking to the car so he could get to work in time for his shift. Izuku wanted to make his uncle proud, so he immediately set out to make a friend. And there were lots of friends to choose from. He didn't think he wanted to talk to the little boy standing on the bookshelf, since he looked like one of the scary dogs on the television that slobbered and bit you. A few of the kids looked big and mean, way bigger than Izuku, and they scared him. There was a tiny little girl, around the same height as him, that looked like a very nice person, but she was coloring and he didn't want to bother her. The pink-haired girl was loud and scary, and she seemed pretty happy to run around screaming with her toy. Which left the purple-haired boy. Izuku had noticed the purple-haired boy when they walked in because he was clinging to the leg of a tall man with the same colored hair in a lab coat. But the boy was crying now, albeit quietly, and he looked scared of everyone, so Izuku didn't know if it'd be alright to talk to him either. Maybe talking to the nice-looking girl would be better than upsetting the purple-haired boy or getting yelled at by the crazy girl. But he also remembered what the boys at his old school said about girls, how they said that they were all gross and that they didn't know how to play like boys did. And his dad had always gotten upset when he cried because he said that only girls did that, and he made it sound like girls were bad, even though mommy was a girl and she was alright. Auntie Nem was a girl too, and she never acted weird and she wasn't gross like the boys said. So maybe they were wrong. Or maybe they had bad opinions like Unkai Sho said. So he walked to the nice-looking girl and sat next to her. The girl looked up from her drawing. Her brown hair was cut short and the longer strands were pinned to the side, like Unkai Sho's hair sometimes was. "Hi," Izuku said, feeling a little shy. "My name's Zuku." The girl smiled at him. "My name's Ochako," she said happily. "Do you like crayons? You can share mine if you want." Izuku gasped. He did like crayons. "Yes, please," he said happily, and the girl, handed him a purple crayon. On the coloring sheet was a snowman, and Izuku colored his top hat dark purple. "Are you happy about school?" "I am," Ochako asked, looking like she was about to start bouncing in her seat. "I'm gonna get real smart in school. I can become a hero and make money for my parents. I'm gonna be a hero too," Izuku said excitedly. "If heroes made money? Did that mean he could make money for Unkai Sho and Unkai Zashi, so they didn't have to worry about the bank anymore? That sounded like a good idea. My quirk is called zero gravity," Ochako said happily. "It means I can make stuff really light, but it makes my tummy sick if I use it too much. I'm gonna be a rescue hero." Izuku felt slightly uncomfortable. I don't have a quirk," he admitted. So I'm gonna be the first quirkless hero." "You don't have a quirk?" Ochako asked. "How?" "The doctor said that my foot's weird so I can't have one," Izuku admitted. "But that's okay. That just means I'll have to work harder than everyone else, and I can do that." "That sounds like a good idea," Ochako said. "Hey, maybe you and me can be a hero team. You can fight the bad guys while I rescue people. That could be cool." Izuku's eyes lit up. "Yeah, that'd be so cool. I can't wait." Ochako giggled, and Izuku's smile felt too big for his face. "Maybe if we make more friends they'll want to be in our hero team too." Ochako gasped. "Yeah." And so, the two abandoned their crayons, locked in their plans to be the heroes of the future. Izuku didn't think he liked school much. There wasn't a lot in school that he hadn't already learned, so it was really easy. But he'd made friends with Ochako, so that was nice, and recess was a good time to practice with her quirk and plan for their hero team, even if the school said they couldn't use their quirks too much. During recess, the pair had walked around the place rather than play on the playground much, since it was so crowded. Some other kids walked around too. The purple-haired boy laid in the grass and stared up at the clouds the entire time. The mean-looking boys stole seats on the swing sets from other kids, and Izuku wanted to stop them because that's what heroes do, but Ochako convinced him not to. "We're really tiny, Zuku. They might hurt us. We gotta get bigger first." The crazy pink-haired girl from earlier ran around the playground with her toy. It was silver and it was shiny, and she never seemed to let go of it. She talked to it and squealed about it a lot. Recess ended really fast, and they went back inside for lunch. After lunch, which Izuku's teacher let him microwave in the teacher's lounge, they had afternoon lessons where the teacher taught them all about numbers and shapes, and that was a little harder for Izuku since he hadn't learned a lot about numbers yet, except how to count to 10. Ochako was really good at numbers. She said it was because her parents worked in something called construction. He'd have to ask Unkai Sho what that meant later, and they had to use math a lot, so they taught some of it to Ochako. Ochako didn't know how to read as well as Izuku, but she could add and subtract and even do something called division, and Izuku didn't know what that was either, but Ochako said it was really hard. Izuku didn't think he liked his teacher much. She had let him microwave his lunch, but then, as a game, they'd had to say what their quirks were in front of the whole class, and she'd looked at Izuku weird when he said he didn't have one. A lot of the other kids looked at him weird too. What if no one likes me 'cause I'm quirkless? Then they're bigots and they don't deserve your attention, Shouta stated simply. If anyone upsets you, just tell me and Hisashi. We'll take care of it. Yes? Izuku hoped they weren't bigots. They looked like nice people. After the quirk game, which turned out to be a game where people were supposed to act like they had each other's quirk and how they'd use it, the bell rang. After a while, a lot of kids' parents came in to pick them up, and lots of them pointed at Izuku. It made Izuku want to hide under a table. The purple-haired boy's father came to pick him up. He was still wearing a lab coat, and as soon as the purple-haired boy saw him, he ran at him and jumped into his arms and hid his face in his neck and started crying again. The doctor man had shushed him and rubbed his back and said sorry to the teacher before leaving. Izuku's dad would never have held him if he was crying. He would have said he was acting like a girl. But Unkaizashi always hugged him when he cried, and Unkai-sho always reminded him to breathe, and that was nice. Maybe he could ask his dad to do that when he came back from America to take Izuku home. Maybe, when Dad came to pick him up and take him home and he asked him to hug him when he cried instead of calling him a girl, he could also tell him about how great Unkai-sho was and he'd let Izuku visit him. That would be nice. Izuku looked at the door when Unkaizashi walked in. Unkaizashi had his glasses on and his hair was ungelled and pulled up, and he was wearing a bright blue t-shirt and black jeans. He didn't look a lot like Present Mike. Maybe that was on purpose. Ochako, my Unkai's here. I gotta go. Okay, Zuku. See you tomorrow, Ochako said. Izuku hugged Ochako and ran toward Unkaizashi, who picked him up and gave him a big hug once he saw him. Hey, little listener, Unkaizashi said. Are you ready to go home? Your Uncle Sho will be there by the time we get back, and your auntie is already there and she wants to hear all about your day. Izuku nodded and Unkaizashi grinned at him, carrying him out of the classroom and putting him in his car seat. So, I saw you hug that girl. Is she your friend? Unkaizashi asked while they drove back home. Izuku smiled. Yeah, he said, bouncing in. Please. Her name's Ochako, and we're gonna be heroes. Shouta woke up and immediately knew he wouldn't be getting up that day. Last night's patrol had been difficult, mentally and physically. He had overdone his leg and now his knee was aching terribly, reminding him of his ever-present injury, and Shouta reached under his bed to grab his leg brace and, hopefully, alleviate some of the pain. The patrol, by an underground hero's standards, had been easy. But there was one incident near the end that had shook Shouta to the core. There had been a man and a woman, both wearing matching wedding bands, and the man had been screaming the most awful things at his wife. Shouta had listened for a moment, unsure if he should intervene, before the man raised his hand up and the woman flinched violently, and Shouda's capture weapon shot forward outside of his own volition. It had made him so unbelievably angry. But the woman hadn't wanted help. She'd yelled at him until his ears hurt and his fingers were digging into the skin of his elbows and he was sure he'd have bruises later, angry at him. And she demanded that he let her husband go, release him. So Shouta had and the man had alternated between glaring at him and glaring at his wife the entire time they walked away. And Shouta didn't even know what he did wrong. When things got too loud or too fast or too sharp or too stressful and Shouta got overwhelmed, he had these moments that Hisashi liked to call the quiet before the storm. Moments where he was quiet and drawn and pale and his fingers were tapping away at his elbows and everything ached and it felt like one more thing on top of everything else, one more grain of sand would tip the scale and he would break. When Hisashi had seen him, he'd made him go straight to bed and had fitted the sound-blocking headphones that Hisashi usually used over Shouda's ears, digging the weighted blankets out of the closet and tucking them around Shouta along with the blanket and comforter. Then he'd drawn the curtains in their room so no outside light could get in, turned off all the lights in the room so it was completely dark and had climbed into bed beside him, throwing an arm across his waist and massaging his knuckles as he fell asleep. Shouta was lucky to have him. But that didn't help him the next morning. Hisashi must have predicted something like this happening, because there were 4 bottles of water on the bedside and a package of Oreo cookies as well as a bottle of Tylenol. The noise-blocking headphones were still fixed firmly over his ears and the room was dark. His phone was charging on the nightstand. He checked it. 5. Hisashi would have left for office work at the agency not long ago. Shouta sighed. His skin was prickling unpleasantly, the pain in his head reaching a crescendo just from the faint sounds of his own breathing. The fabric of his nightshirt felt scratchy on his skin, so he took it off, but then he was cold, so he burrowed under his blankets and tried not to get too frustrated. He needed to think. Everything hurt, but he needed to think. It was difficult. His mind kept bringing him back to the prickling feeling in his skin. Shouta felt like clawing it out. Breathe. Tap tap tap. He couldn't go to work. That much was obvious. Too rough, too scratchy, too loud, tags, and he didn't trust himself to drive to get Izuku to school. So he had two options. He could call Izuku in sick, or he could get Nemuri to drive him. Nemuri would gut him. Shouta wondered if it would hurt less. Shouta sighed, burrowing farther in his blankets. Nemuri? Would Nemuri even be awake? She liked getting plenty of sleep for her night patrols. Through the small crack in his pile of blankets, he saw a wedge of light and he groaned. Then, a tiny silhouette, Izuku. The boy climbed onto his bed and folded back his blankets. He said something, and Shouta couldn't quite hear it. Then, tiny hands were pushing his headphones down. School time, Unkai, he said, and even though his voice was quiet, it still hurt so much. Inside voice, he said weakly. I can't take you today. The sound of his own voice made his headache spike. Not today, Cabbage. Okay? I'm going to call? Auntie? Izuku suggested. Yes, Shouta said. So, be a good child and get ready for school, okay? Izuku nodded. You aunt will be here. So, and I'll tell her to bring breakfast. Yes? Izuku nodded again. Good child. Izuku reached down and hugged him, wrapping little arms around his shoulders. Are you sick? He asked him softly, pulling away. He was whispering. The world is very loud, Shouta said. It could be worse. It really could be. If he had gotten truly overwhelmed the night before, had he gotten to that space where everything was too much and he was tearing at his hair and crying and screaming like he used to when he was stressed about school or someone in his class was hurting him, he probably wouldn't have had the energy to speak. Izuku frowned. He leaned forward again, and Shouta thought he was getting another hug, but instead he felt a wet smack on his cheek. He couldn't decide whether he was disgusted or not. My mommy used to give me kisses when I felt icky, Izuku informed him. He looked sad for a moment, before quickly moving on. It chases the aois away. Did it work? A little bit, Shouta said. It had not. Thank you. Just go get ready and sit in the living room. Okay? You're welcome. Izuku clambered down from the bed, running out of the room and closing the door quietly behind him, cloaking it with darkness once more. He was sorely tempted to put his noise-blocking headphones back on, but instead he fumbled for the phone on his nightstand, sighing as he clicked Nemuri's phone number. He turned the brightness and the sound onto the lowest setting. What the F do you want? Nemuri snapped, voice thick with sleep. It's Shouta, Shouta said stiffly, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was reminded once more of why he didn't like talking on phones. What? Nemuri said. He heard shuffling on the other end of the line. Since when do you call people? That's not of importance, Shouta said. He groaned as his headache spiked again painfully. The tingling in his skin only seemed to be getting worse, and he wanted nothing more than to end this conversation and to sleep this off. I'm having a bad day. I need you to take the child to school. Nemuri was quiet for a moment. Are we talking about a bad day, or a bad day? Nemuri asked cautiously. Shouta hated that he understood what she meant. A bad day, Shouta said. Look, I just got overwhelmed on a patrol, and I have some kind of migraine and I need to sleep it off. Can you take the cabbage? I mean, sure, of course, Nemuri said. There was more shuffling from the other end of the line. Just send me the address. Thank you, Nemuri, Shouta said. It's not an issue, Nemuri said. Just feel better, all right? Yes, Shouta said. Goodbye. He hung the phone up quickly, opening his messages and quickly typing out the address before powering off his phone and reburying himself into his blanket home. He just had to sleep it off. Izuku didn't know how to button his shirt. He didn't know how to tie his tie, or tie his shoes, or comb his hair without it yanking. The only really successful thing he managed was buttoning his slacks. So there he sat in the living room, his shirt completely unbuttoned and his tie sitting over one shoulder, his blazer doing little to hide this fact. He'd gotten hungry waiting for Auntie Nem, so he was also eating cookies. The Oreos were in Unkai-sho's room and he didn't want to take them from him when he was feeling sick, so he just found a package of chocolate chip cookies and ate those. Not as good as the Oreos, but still tasty. A key turned in the lock and Auntie Nem came in. She was holding a bag of McDonald's and a bento. Her hair was pulled back and she was still in her pajamas, which Izuku found silly. Her pajama briefs had little tacos on them. "Hey Tiger, let's go dash," she glanced up at him. "Oh God." She sighed, placing the food aside and kneeling in front of him, buttoning up his shirt quickly and taking care of his tie before taking a moment to straighten his blazer. She glanced at her watch. "No time to do your hair, since I know you don't like it to be yanked." She sighed before picking up her stuff again. "It'll be fine. But you'll have to help me when we're driving to your school, Keizuku?" Izuku nodded, grabbing his bag and slipping on his shoes from where they rested by the door. Auntie Nem's car was big and low to the ground and black, and it made a scary noise when she started it that made Izuku feel like he wanted to cry even though he didn't know why. Auntie had shushed him and apologized as they pulled out of the parking lot, telling him to eat his breakfast quickly before they got to the school. Auntie Nem had gotten him an Egg McMuffin, a chocolate milk and a hash brown. Unkai Zashi always made his breakfast in the morning, and it was always fairly healthy, fruit, or eggs or toast. It was never anything sugary or too greasy, because Unkai Zashi always said it would keep him from learning to his full ability at school. Izuku wasn't quite sure what ability meant. There were a lot of words that Unkai-sho and Unkai Zashi said that he didn't know, and it made him feel kind of dumb. He always had questions for them when he didn't understand something, but he almost never asked them unless they slipped out. His preschool teachers hadn't liked it when he asked too many questions, and he didn't want Unkai-sho or Unkai Zashi to get mad at him. But so far they hadn't. Maybe he'd start asking more questions. Izuku dug into his McMuffin and his hash brown, and it was very good but very greasy. His hands and face felt slimy and he wiped them off with brown napkins. "You can just chug that on the way in," Auntie Nem said. She leaned across the seat into the back and pressed a kiss to the crown of his head. "Love you, Tiger. Go knock him dead." Izuku nodded, smiling at his auntie before clambering out of the car and heading to the school building. He heard tires squeal when Auntie Nem drove away. "Does anyone know what 5 plus 5 is?" the teacher asked the room at large. Izuku knew, but he was too afraid to answer. Ochako, next to him, seemed to be in a similar situation. Neither of them liked to answer questions for the teacher since there was always the risk that they would be wrong. The teacher sighed before smiling at them. Izuku thought it looked weird. "If no one can answer, I'll just have to call on a random student." Izuku's hands carded together. No one raised their hand to answer. "Hitoshi," she called, and the purple-haired boy at the back of the room looked up at her. There was an odd look in his eye, like he was frightened. "What is dash?" She stopped abruptly, narrowed her eyes. "Tell me the answer for 5 plus 5. Hitoshi was shaking where he was sitting, and Izuku wondered if he was scared of the teacher. "Do you not know? If you just don't know, then go out with it and I'll ask someone else." Hitoshi continued to tremble and his mouth was shut tight. "Well..." Hitoshi looked like he was about to cry, and Izuku didn't want him to cry. The mean-looking boys in his class always made fun of Izuku when he cried. Izuku's hand shot into the air. The teacher looked surprised. "Izuku," she said, "do you know the answer?" Something funny pinched in Izuku's stomach, and he felt like he might be sick, for a moment, before answering. "TT10, Izuku said. The teacher smiled. "Well done," she said. "Moving on. Can anyone tell me what 10 plus 10 is?" Ochako's hand darted into the air this time. 20, she yelled, and her voice was trembling too, Izuku could tell, but it was covered up by how loud she was. Everyone who had their attention on the sniffling Hitoshi turned toward Ochako. Inside voice, "Ochako Uraraka," the teacher said. "And you did not wait before being called on. Behave yourself, or I may have to send a note home to your parents." Ochako nodded. "But you answered the question correctly." "Well done, Ochako." Ochako beamed. Izuku picked up on what Ochako was doing, and whenever Hitoshi let out a sniffle or started shaking again, he would answer just as loudly as Ochako had to draw attention away from the boy. When that didn't work, he gave silly answers along with the loud responses. When that didn't work, he started acting fidgety at the table, drawing eyes to him with his movements. Uraraka. Midoriya. The teacher finally snapped, and Ochako and Izuku looked up at her. Hallway. No. Ochako and Izuku nodded, standing together and walking out of the classroom. Izuku looked back at Hitoshi. He wasn't sniffling anymore, and he looked surprised. Maybe grateful. Izuku smiled at him warmly. Izuku's palms started to sweat as he waited for the teacher. What if he was in trouble? What if he called his unkais? What if he got expelled? It's okay, Zuku, Ochako said, and she grabbed his hand even though it was sweaty. We'll be fine. She smiled at him, and Izuku felt like it would be fine. They waited. The teacher came out a moment later. Your behavior was ridiculous, the teacher said. Honestly, I don't know what's gotten into you two. You're usually so well behaved. Each of you will be getting a note sent home tonight. And if this behavior continues, you won't be allowed to sit together anymore. Do I make myself clear? Izuku and Ochako nodded. Yes, ma'am, Izuku said. Good, the teacher said smartly. Now, back to class, both of you. And so they did. I know what you did. I saw it, the pink-haired girl said in recess. It was very nice. Izuku thought he remembered her name being Mei. My name is Mei. My name's Zuku, Izuku said. He shook her hand and he felt like a grown-up. This is Ochako. She's my best friend. We're gonna be hero partners someday. Mei gasped. Really? That's so cool. Mei looked like she could barely contain her excitement. I'm gonna invent support weapons one day, to help heroes. That's so cool, Izuku said, bouncing in place. Have you made any inventions yet? Did they work? What were their uses? Oh, this is so cool. I made a scoped potato gun. And it worked really well. It was accurate too. I was really proud of it. I also made this laser thing that basically can be used to distract people with flashes and lasers and false shadows so the heroes can escape. Wow. Ochako gasped. You want to help us when we become heroes? We could really use weapons like that, Dash. Oh, definitely. Mei gushed. I would love to. I'd get to share my babies with the world, and help people, and help you. She looked delighted. This will be so much fun. What are your quirks, again? I wasn't paying attention in the quirk game. My quirk is called zero gravity. I can make things weightless, but it makes my tummy hurt sometimes. And I'm quirkless, Izuku admitted. There's something wrong with my foot so I can't have a quirk. So I'm just gonna be the first quirkless hero. That's great, Mei said. That just means I can make even more support gear. Yay. All 3 5-year-olds were bouncing in place excitedly, and if anyone looked at them, they would assume they had consumed a rather large amount of sugar. Wait, we gotta check on Hitoshi before the bell rings. Izuku gasped, taking off to the play set. He climbed up it, using the railings to climb near the top and look out over the playground. Do you see him? Ochako wheezed from the ground. It had taken her a moment to catch up with him. No, Izuku said, disappointed. I don't know where he could be. Oh my goodness, is that a cat? He jumped down and ran toward where he saw the cat. Oh, and Hitoshi. Is that a cat? He crowed excitedly, jumping up and down again. It's so cute. What's its name? Is it a boy or a girl? Another cat noses its way from behind Hitoshi, and it looked up at Izuku distrustingly. It even looked reluctant around Hitoshi. Izuku was not deterred. Hitoshi looked scared of Izuku. Sorry, Izuku said. I didn't mean to overwhelm you. I just really love cats. I have a cat named Takara. She's a calico and she's old and fat. That surprised a small chuckle out of Hitoshi before he clamped his mouth shut. He sat cross-legged across from him. Ochako and Mei were still trying to catch up with him. Do you not want to talk? He asked. Hitoshi froze for a moment, before nodding hesitantly. That's okay. Do you have a notebook? Can you write on it? Is that okay? Hitoshi nodded reluctantly, pulling a notebook out of his backpack and turning to a blank page. What are the cats' names? Izuku asked. Hitoshi's writing was large and clumsy. I don't know, I found them here last week trying to get Black Cat to trust me. Dad says I can have one but not two. Izuku nodded. Well, my unkais love cats, so they might take another one, Izuku said. He turned to the distrustful-looking cat. It had black fur with white socks on its paws. Its nose was orange and patterned with little splotches of black. It's a girl, Hitoshi wrote. The gray is boy. Okay, Izuku said. Ochako and Mei collapsed behind him once they caught up. Izuku ignored him, focusing on the kitten. Hello, baby, he said, trying to copy the tone Unkai Zashi used with him when he had nightmares or he got upset. Wanna come with me? The cat stared at him. He let her smell his fingers. Good kitty. He smiled at it and it crept closer. He heard twin gasps behind him. I like you. I think I'll call you Inko. The cat crawled into his lap and noses at his stomach experimentally before curling up on him. He scratched behind her ear and she started purring. Hitoshi's kitten was climbing on him too, curling up around his neck. He had a dumbfounded, joyful look on his face. What will you name him? Izuku asked. Hitoshi thought for a moment before slowly, haltingly, writing on the notebook. Boltan. Boltan and Inko. Izuku smiled. When the teacher called for everyone to come back in, Hitoshi and Izuku hid Boltan and Inko under their shirts before hiding them in their backpacks. He gained 1 cat and 2 friends on that day. Hey baby, Unkai Zashi called, smiling at him as he crawled into the back of the car. Is Unkai Sho okay? Izuku asked, buckling himself in. He placed the partially unzipped backpack beside him carefully and heard something rustle. He's doing a lot better, I think, Unkai Zashi said. But he's going to keep sleeping it off until tomorrow. Okay? Izuku nodded. How was your day? I got in trouble, Izuku said simply, handing Unkai Zashi a note. I was making lots of noise because I didn't want the mean kids to notice a boy was crying. I also got a cat. He pulled the cat out of the backpack. Her name's Inko. Unkai Zashi's mouth was hanging open. It looked silly. Izuku giggled. What? Shouta had felt a twinge of anxiety upon waking up that morning. It was the end of September. Izuku had been in school for around a month and a half, now. Shouta knew that the boy had friends. He always pointed them out when he saw them in the grocery store, or when Shouta dropped him off, and he talked about them constantly. Hitoshi, who didn't like to talk and communicated through pencil and notebook. Mei, who had a passion for inventing. Ochako, the sweet girl who gives the best hugs, Unkai Sho. He also knew that there were some not-so-nice children in his nephew's class. Mean boys who made fun of Hitoshi when he started crying, who said rude things about Mei when she got excited about an invention, who liked to trip Ochako in the hallway and spread rumors behind Izuku's back. Shouta knew, even if Izuku didn't tell him. So when he felt the pinch of anxiety in his stomach, he was worried, to say the least. Terrified might be a better word. And he considered keeping the boy home from school, to keep him safe, keep him from harm, but Izuku had to have an education and he couldn't just keep the cabbage home based on a bad feeling. So he got Izuku ready for school, and every movement felt mechanical as the anxiety built more and more. But he tried to keep his mind empty and his hands steady as he went through his tasks, button this, comb, tie. And when Izuku hugged him on their way out the door, Shouta hugged him back, trying not to seem too awkward. He'd kneeled down, and the boy's arms had wrapped around his neck and Shouta had rubbed a hand up and down the boy's back. He wondered if Izuku felt the prickle of anxiety too. The car ride to the school was filled with Izuku's insistent chatter, and Shouta tried to keep a distant ear on what the boy was saying as he focused on the road. The tags on his shirt were there, ever present and irritating, and Shouta tried not to curse his work shirt out loud for the child to hear. Shouta handed Izuku a few dollars in a plastic bag to buy lunch at the school, since Hizashi hadn't had the time to make anything that morning before hurrying to the office, and Izuku grinned at him before skipping into the school. The anxiety in his stomach only grew as he forced his eyes away from the building and turned the car's ignition. He would be fine. Okay, class, we're going to play a game today, the teacher said, and Izuku saw Hitoshi go stiff. Izuku grabbed his hand, and Hitoshi smiled weakly at him. Mei and Ochako were talking next to them, chattering away about a new potato gun Mei had made, This one is a potato machine gun, Ochako. A potato machine gun. Quiet, everyone quiet, the teacher said, waiting for May and Ochako to settle down before continuing. Now, the game today. We'll all be going around the room, everyone will be sharing what they want to be when they're older, and what their parents' professions are. Understand? Izuku noticed that Hitoshi looked very, very nervous. Ma'am, he called. If we don't want to play, do we have to? Everyone must participate, Midoriya, the teacher said swiftly. It's a group bonding exercise of sorts, now. Table 1 can go first. And so, they went around the room. There were the more common professions, stockbrokers and chefs and cashiers. Then the kids' professions, ballerinas and doctors and police officers. Izuku, Ochako, Mei and Hitoshi's table was at the very back of the room, the very last in line. Hitoshi seemed to have sunk farther in his seat the closer it got to being his turn, and even Izuku was starting to feel a bit nervous. But he knew that if the teacher tried to make Hitoshi talk, the boy would cry, and Izuku knew that the mean kids would make fun of Hitoshi if he started crying, and Izuku couldn't just let them make fun of his friend, he was going to be a hero. So when it was his table's turn, he was the first to stand up. My Unkai Sho is a pro hero, Izuku announced. And so if my Unkai Zashi, and I'm gonna be a hero too, when I grow up. The assignment was to share what your parents' jobs are, Izuku, the teacher reminded him. Start over. My mommy doesn't have a job no more, her batteries died dash. What was her job, Izuku? She was a nurse, for a little while, I think, Izuku answered hesitantly. He could feel the part of himself that wanted to cry at the mention of his mother rear its ugly head, and he tramped it down with a smile. And your father? I don't know, Izuku answered. I think he worked at a bank, he's on a business trip in America, but I think he's gonna come back to Japan soon. And what you want to be when you grow up? Izuku's grin widened, and it was a real smile this time. I'm gonna be a hero, like my Unkais. And I'm gonna be the best hero ever. There were scattered snickers from the mean kids' table. That's a heavy aspiration, Izuku, the teacher said. And it's difficult, even for people who don't have the limitations you find yourself with. It might be better if you thought about doing something else. Is there anything else you want to do? Izuku frowned. Oh. Why would there be? I know what I want to be. I'm gonna be a hero. More snickers. Nothing, Izuku, the teacher said with a weary sigh, moving on to the next person. Ochako, why don't you share? My parents own a construction company. Ochako informed them. And I'm gonna be a hero when I grow up, too. With Zuku. The teacher frowned. May. My parents are dentists. May informed her smartly. And I'm gonna work in hero support and make weapons for Zuku, Ochako and Toshi. The teacher turned to Hitoshi. And I suppose you want to be a hero too? She asked. Hitoshi's shoulders hunched up near his ears. His dad's a surgeon. Izuku answered for the boy. A brain surgeon. And Hitoshi is gonna be a hero too. Me, him and Ochako are gonna make a hero team and May's gonna help us. How are you gonna be heroes? A kid from the mean table said. He pointed at Izuku. You don't have a quirk. He pointed at May. You're crazy. He pointed at Ochako. You can't even use your quirk without getting sick. Finally, Hitoshi. And you don't even talk. And you have an evil quirk. Don't say that to them, Izuku said, standing up. You aren't allowed to be mean to them. They can be heroes too, and they'll be great ones, just like I will. The boy seemed to be shocked. Midoriya, the teacher said. Sit down. She frowned at the other boy. You both will be getting letters sent home tonight. The game is over. Everyone work on your homework, all right? The teacher sat behind her desk and started drinking heavily from her mug of coffee. Izuku sat down in his seat, fuming. He was just trying to help his friends when that bully was hurting them, and he still got in trouble. May was glaring daggers at the mean boy. Ochako looked very sad. Hitoshi was shaking in his seat, and his shoulders were trembling while he breathed, kind of like. Izuku grabbed the boy's hand and dragged him out of his seat. We gotta go to the bathroom. Izuku called, quickly grabbing a pass and rushing out of the door. They reached the nearest boys' bathroom, and Hitoshi slid down a wall. Izuku closed the bathroom door behind them. Izuku, Unkai Zashi said seriously. Here's the first thing you need to know about your Uncle Sho. His mind works a little differently. Differently? Izuku echoed. Yes, Unkai Zashi said. He's a little sensitive to certain things. Flashing lights, smells, noises, feelings, stuff like that. And sometimes it can take a while for him to understand what you mean when you say something. Izuku nodded. He had noticed that. And when things like that pile up, sometimes he can get overwhelmed. Unkai Zashi continued. The best thing to do if that happens is to come get me so I can help and to stay out of the way, okay? But if I'm not here, well, can't you just teach me what I gotta do? Izuku asked. That was what I was planning, Unkai Zashi said. If I'm not here, don't be scared, okay? You have to be calm. Move him somewhere quieter. Ask him if it's okay to touch him. And no light touches either. He thinks they feel weird, big touches. Like big hugs. But don't crowd him and don't touch him if he says not to, okay? Remind him to breathe. Count with him. Ask him to talk out what's wrong, because sometimes he doesn't know. If he starts scratching at himself or anything like that, tell him to stop. Maybe get his weighted blanket. When he calms down, he needs water, okay? Izuku nodded. I'll remember that. Izuku said. But why does that happen to him? Unkai Zashi shrugged. I don't know. It's just how he is. He's always been like that. Everyone's different, Izuku. He's just a little more so. But there's nothing wrong with him for being different, okay? Understand? Izuku nodded. Good boy, Unkai Zashi said, ruffling his hair. Izuku giggled. Izuku didn't think Hitoshi was different, like Shouta was different. Hitoshi didn't seem to mind loud noises or flashing lights or weird smells or weird feelings. He just didn't talk, and he was scared a lot. But Hitoshi, right now, looked a lot like Shouta when he got overwhelmed. But Hisashi had taught him how to help. He could fix this. He could. So he'd moved the purple-haired boy to a quiet place, and now he was on the bathroom floor and he was crying openly and trying to catch his breath. And he still looked scared like he thought someone mean was still listening. Izuku checked the stalls. The bathroom's empty, Hitoshi, it's okay, Izuku said. The taller boy relaxed slightly, though the stuttering breaths didn't cease. What was he supposed to do now? What Unkai Zashi said to do dash. Okay, it's okay, just breathe. Breathe slow, okay? In 4 dash. In for 4 seconds, hold your breath for 7 seconds and out for 8 seconds. Okay? Hitoshi nodded, and startled taking slow, deep breaths. Every once in a while his breathing would dissolve into sobs and more stuttered air, and Izuku's hands would flap anxiously out of their own volition. But at least his friend was breathing. Are you okay? Izuku asked, and Hitoshi nodded. Can you talk to me? Can you tell me what happened? Hitoshi winced and his shoulders hunched up near his ears again. That's okay. That's okay. Do you have your notebook? Hitoshi pulled a small, red book from the inner pockets of his uniform. Talk it? Write it out? Explain what you're feeling, what you think is wrong. Okay? Hitoshi nodded, hesitantly. The boys were mean. They said I had an evil quirk. I know, Izuku said. I'm sorry, Toshi. They shouldn't have said that to you. Hitoshi shrugged. Okay. No, it's not. Izuku said vehemently. They have no right to be mean to you, even if they think your quirk is evil, which it isn't. Hitoshi frowned, like he didn't quite believe him. It isn't. There's no such thing as an evil quirk. It's what you choose to do with that quirk that makes you good or evil. Izuku hoped Hitoshi didn't notice that he was quoting a line from a movie. I hurt someone. Was it on purpose? Izuku asked. Hitoshi's face looked pinched. Was it? Then you're not evil. There's nothing evil about you. You like cats too much to be evil. Hitoshi's shoulders shook again, but Izuku thought, this time, it was because of laughter, not because he was sad. Time to go, kiddo. Unkai Zashi called from the car. Izuku smiled at him and climbed in. Is Unkai Sho home? Izuku asked like he always did. He'll be there by the time we get back, Unkai Zashi said, like he always did. Was Aiko good? The best. Izuku smiled. I knew it. He fidgeted with his hands. Unkai-sho? I have a question. What's up, baby? Unkai-zashi asked, trying to maneuver into the next lane. His fingers were tapping at his legs, and he couldn't find the words for what he wanted to say. Do you want to wait until we get home? Unkai-zashi suggested. Your Unkai-sho might help us answer your question. Izuku nodded, and Unkai-zashi started talking to him about someone at the office, how he'd spilled coffee all down his shirt and had backed up into a plant, spilling dirt all over the office. Izuku started laughing at that. It sounded like something straight out of a cartoon. It didn't take long to get to the apartment, and Unkai-zashi grabbed his backpack so Izuku could focus on undoing his seatbelt and getting out. Unkai-zashi grabbed his hand and led him to their apartment, where Unkai-sho was sprawled out across the couch with 2 cats sleeping on his chest. His shoes were still on and his work shirt was tossed onto the floor. Hey babe, Unkai-zashi said. Unkai-sho grunted from the couch. Our little listener here has a question. Unkai-sho slowly sat up, and the cats that had been sleeping on him jumped away, looking agitated. Inko quickly walked toward Izuku, rubbing against his calf, and Izuku picked her up, cuddling her close. I see, Unkai-sho finally said. Izuku sat down on the couch, crossing his legs and turning to Unkai-sho. Unkai-zashi sat beside Unkai-sho. Both were giving him their full attention. We played a game in school today, where we were supposed to talk about our parents' jobs, and I told them about Dad's business trip to America. Izuku didn't notice how Unkai-sho went stiff and still, or how Unkai-zashi's jaw clenched. I was wondering when he was coming back to come get me. Unkai-sho and Unkai-zashi's eyes widened. I want to tell him all about you. Izuku continued. And tell him about mommy so he knows. And tell him about how great you and Unkai-sho are, so he stops thinking Unkai-sho is a freak so I can come visit lots? Izuku, Unkai-zashi said, and Izuku stopped talking. I don't know how to... Did I ever tell you about my father, Izuku? Shouta asked, and Izuku shook his head. Not much. Your dad was grandpa, right? Shouta nodded. He wasn't around much, and he was always spending all of our money. When I was 7 years old, he stopped coming home at all, and I never saw him again. Izuku's eyes widened. But why did he stop coming home? I never knew for sure, Shouta admitted. My mother thought he was with another woman, I think. Shouta took a deep breath, and that same anxiousness from that morning returned. When I was 14, I think my mother stopped coming home too, and I lived alone. Your aunt and uncle helped me a lot. That's good, Izuku said, though he still looked shocked and confused. Why? Why are you telling me? What about my question? Izuku's eyes widened, slightly. You don't think he's coming back, child, Shouta said. He laughed, Izuku. I'm so sorry, baby, Hizashi said to the child, and Shouta saw him wipe at his eyes, like he was trying to keep from crying. Why? Izuku asked. Why did he leave? When did he go? His hands clenched in his uniform shirt, and Shouta had the distant, fleeting thought that it might tear if he wasn't careful. That if it did, he'd have to replace it. When had his thoughts become so consumed by money? That's my... Oh. Izuku frowned. But Dad loved me. He said he loved me. Why would he leave me and my mommy if he loved us? Sometimes people hurt the people they love, Hizashi said. It doesn't excuse anything, but... Mommy's batteries died after he left, Izuku muttered to himself. And he left because... His eyes suddenly filled with tears and a sob clawed its way up the boy's throat. Oh no. No, please no. Izuku He left. He's gone. Gone. Izuku sobbed again, louder, before letting out a wail. His hands were in his hair, and he was tugging at it, shaking like a leaf in a storm. Izuku, don't do that, Hizashi tried, but it was like the child didn't even hear him. Why? Izuku muttered. Hiccuped. I don't. Unkai-sho said it was okay. It doesn't matter, I don't understand. Hizashi grabbed the boy's hands, untangling them from his hair, and he pulled the boy impossibly close. I know, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Izuku. Izuku looked up at Hizashi with tear-filled eyes. Does Dad think I'm a freak too? I don't know Izuku, Hisashi said. But you're not a freak, I promise. I've been called a freak my entire life, Shouta stated. There was no emotion behind his words, it was simply a fact. Does that make me a freak? Izuku shook his head. And neither are you. His opinion doesn't matter either way, Izuku, because he's not here. The people who are still here with you, who care about you, their opinions matter the most. Hisashi, and I don't think you're a freak. Neither does your Auntie Nem. Does Ochako? Itoshi? Mate? Shouta felt rather proud that he had remembered the children's names. Izuku slowly shook his head. Then you're not a freak, Shouta said. Dad thinks I am, Izuku said again. You don't know that, Shouta said. And he left, so he doesn't matter. All right? It feels like it matters, Izuku said, and Shouta felt some inexplicable emotion rise up inside of him, because wasn't that the truth? How many times during his UA years had he stayed up late, staring up at the ceiling and wondering why no one seemed to want him? How many times had he let other people's opinions of him morph into his own? I know, Shouta said. God, he knew. Izuku buried his face in Hisashi's shoulder and Hisashi kept holding him close, murmuring something Shouta couldn't hear in the boy's ear and rocking him, side to side, side to side. Finally, after a long moment, he looked up. His eyes were red-ringed and filled with tears, and he looked so tired, too tired for someone his age. I still don't. I don't think I understand. I'm not. That's okay, Shouta said. Neither did I. That's okay. It's all gonna be all right. It's all gonna be all right. Sometimes things don't make sense. You'll understand someday. I promise you. I don't think I will. That's okay. Something in Shouta's chest hurt. It's all right. All right? It's okay to not understand. Shouta worried he wouldn't understand that either, worried he hadn't gotten what he was trying to say across, but if Izuku was confused he didn't show it. He nodded at Shouta, and Shouta smiled back at him, hoping he didn't look too awkward. Can I go to bed please? I'm sleepy, Izuku said. Sure, Izuku, Hisashi said, setting him down on the floor. Do you want a bedtime story? And no, Izuku said, walking away. I just want to sleep. Good night, child, Shouta said. He heard another small sob as the child's door closed. He didn't come out for the rest of the night, and Shouta didn't make him go to school the next morning. And time marched on. Shouta had let Izuku off of school on a Friday, since the child had been so distraught after the news of his father, and after informing him of him not having to go to school, the child went right back to bed. He didn't want breakfast. He wouldn't eat lunch. All he wanted to do was either sleep or stare at a wall while he pet Inko. It was concerning. On Saturdays, their schedules were less hectic, that is, Shouta didn't have to rush home from work to get there on time for Nemuri to make her shift, since Hisashi didn't have office work and his radio show was shorter on Saturdays. So he drove home, and he tried to organize his thoughts so he wouldn't get too distressed once he got home. His ears were still ringing from the Delroy trucks, and his hands and arms and back ached, and that DMED tag was more irritating than usual. Not to mention the anxiety he felt over Izuku. He just hoped Nemuri had gotten him to eat. When he got home, the child was laying on the couch and watching a newscast about a pro hero involved in a weapons bust. Shouta thought it might have been nice to get involved in a big crime like that rather than small things like back alley drag dealers or thieves, but the bust hadn't been in his agency's jurisdiction. Hisashi was making something in the kitchen, glancing around the corner at Izuku every so often. Nemuri was already long gone. Shouta sighed, pulling his work shirt over his head. He always wore a black t-shirt underneath, before collapsing on the couch next to Izuku. Hello, he said. Izuku hummed. My leg hurts. Can you go get my brace? Izuku sighed minutely before standing and grabbing the brace from wherever it was Shouta had left it last. Shouta couldn't remember, but Izuku clearly could, and Shouta fitted the brace over his knee a moment later. Thank you. Izuku nodded, sitting back down on the couch. Takara and Inko walked over, Takara settling herself over Shouta's lap and Inko over Izuku's. Izuku's eyes were glazed over, like he wasn't really paying attention to what he was watching, which was odd since Izuku loved watching the news when it showed reports on heroes. He liked to document the new things he learned in his hero notebooks. Shouta's concern only grew. There was a thump from the kitchen before Hisashi came marching into the living room. "That's it," he said vehemently. "Izuku, come here. You can't just sit around all day and not eat or do anything. It's not healthy." "Unkai, I'm not hungry dash." "Well, I am," Hisashi informed the child. "And since I'm so tired from the radio show, I'll need some help cooking. I'd ask your Uncle Sho, but he managed to burn cereal once, so that's a no." Hisashi crossed his arms resolutely. Come on. I'm pulling at the parenting." "I won't ask again." Izuku stared up at Hisashi like he was an odd species he had never seen before. "I'll meet you in the kitchen." Hisashi left the same way he'd arrived, marching. "I believe you should listen to him," Shouta told Izuku, and Izuku pushed Inko from his lap before dragging his feet into the kitchen. Shouta sat there for a moment before following, curiosity piqued. Hisashi was leaning against a counter and regarding Izuku carefully. "Now," Hisashi said, "I know you're upset. That's okay. But what you're doing isn't healthy, so I'm going to help you. Okay?" Izuku nodded. "Wanna know what my dad always did when I was upset?" "No," Izuku said. "What did he do?" "He looked very, very tired. He would bake cookies with me. Chocolate chip cookies, and they were awesome. And they always made me feel better. And so, my esteemed nephew, I shall continue this tradition with you. How about it?" Izuku appeared to be in thought. "I like cookies," he finally said. "Excellent," Hisashi said excitedly. "So, here's what we're going to do, we'll make them from scratch. Flour, baking soda, brown sugar, the works, none of that pre-made cookie dough stuff. And if you're a good little helper, I'll let you lick the spoon." Izuku nodded. "Here's what you need to do, I need brown sugar and flour from the cabinet, and I'll get everything else from here. Okay?" Izuku nodded, walking to the cabinet and pulling out the correctly labeled bags. "Sho, since you're here, can you get me an egg and some vanilla?" Hisashi asked, grabbing bowls and whisks. Shouta nodded, grabbing an egg from the carton in the fridge and vanilla from the overhead cabinet. Izuku came back a moment later with brown sugar, flour, as well as a bag of regular sugar. "Oh, thanks, Zoo," Hisashi said. "Okay, you know where the sticks of butter are, Sho? I need 3 of those." Shouta retrieved the butter. "Okay, now I need you to stay as far away from the oven as possible so nothing catches on fire." Shouta obliged because if he was near the oven it very well could catch on fire. Hisashi opened the bag of brown sugar, flour and regular sugar. Shouta caught the child staring at the sugar longingly. "Okay, I'm going to sift the flour and the baking soda first, and then we'll add butter, sugar and brown sugar," Hisashi said, measuring the flour into cups and adding a pinch of baking soda. "Now, Izuku, what are you dash?" Izuku had a spoonful of brown sugar that was heading straight to his mouth. "Give me that," Hisashi said, taking the spoon. "You can't eat brown sugar. Wait until the cookies are done." Izuku nodded guiltily. "Okay, now that the flour and the baking soda are all mixed, we can add brown sugar, sugar and butter. After that's done, we'll get the vanilla. Okay?" Izuku nodded. Hisashi turned back toward the bowl. He poured in the right amount of sugar and brown sugar, as well as the softened butter and started whisking it all up. Shouta saw Izuku with a new spoon, creeping back toward the counter, to the regular sugar this time. "Okay, now that that's done we can add the Izuku, what did I just say?" "Sorry, Unkai," Izuku said, setting the spoon back down. Hisashi snatched it up. "No eating sugar," Hisashi said. "Now, let me show you how to crack an egg." He tapped the egg against the counter and split it apart over the bowl before whisking again. Hisashi then grabbed a bag of chocolate chips from the fridge. He added the vanilla as well as half the bag of chocolate chips, mixing it well before getting a pan out. "Now all we have to do is, oh my god." Izuku had a handful of chocolate chips. "Sorry, Unkai," Izuku said, letting the handful of chocolate chips fall onto the counter. "You know what?" Hisashi said, and Shouta had an eerie feeling that Hisashi was planning something. "You like sweet things? Try some of this. It's better than sugar." He grabbed the bottle of vanilla extract and poured it into a small spoon. "Smell it." Izuku sniffed it, and his eyes went wide. Want some? Izuku nodded vigorously, and Hisashi held out the spoon. Izuku grabbed the entire thing in his mouth, his look of joy quickly dissolving into that of betrayal. What? Hisashi asked, clearly trying to fight a laugh. Not good. Izuku slowly shook his head. The spoon was still in his mouth. Can I say a mean word? Izuku asked. His voice was raspy. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. It tastes nasty, Izuku informed them smartly, and Hisashi choked on a laugh, almost doubling over on the kitchen counter. Really nasty? That's because it hasn't been cooked with the other ingredients yet. Does the other stuff taste like that too? Izuku asked, looking alarmed. Hisashi got a thoughtful look on his face. Yes, he said. Because they aren't cooked yet either. That's exactly right. Which is why you shouldn't eat raw ingredients. Like that. Not to mention you'll get a stomachache. Oh, Izuku said. So no sugar. Nope. No brown sugar? No. No choco chips? Chocolate chips are okay, but you shouldn't. Izuku. Why? Shouta felt like this was the sort of parenting moment he should address, but, not wanting to experience a sugar-high Izuku Midoriya, Shouta turned back to the living room to relax on the couch and rest his knee some more. There were just some things he knew he didn't want to see. Shouta glared at Hisashi from the other side of the couch. It was 7:45, 15 minutes before Izuku's bedtime, and Izuku was doing cartwheels and front flips around the living room. Hisashi had originally only let Izuku have one cookie, but, of course, the child had managed to beg off 2 more out of Hisashi and then steal another when Hisashi and Shouta weren't looking. Hence the cartwheels. Note to self, Hisashi murmured. Never let the little listener have caffeine. Shouta nodded. It was a long night. Izuku returned to school the following Monday, and he was all too eager to walk into the building and see his friends. Shouta was slightly concerned at how quickly the boy seemed to have bounced back after hearing the news of his father abandoning him. It just seemed so unnatural how one moment he could be sulking around the house and not doing much of anything at all to be eager and happy just to go to school. It was unnerving. He had voiced his concerns with Hisashi, but the man had told him to not ask about it, saying that if Izuku needed help, it was important to let him come to Shouta or Hisashi first. Said he'd read about it in a parenting book. Shouta wasn't sure if that knowledge was quite sound, but he would go along with it. Logic and reasoning said that he should wait for the child to come to him, so he would. He would listen to what the book had to say. He could do that. Maybe he should invest in that therapist, after all. He really did need to look into getting insurance. After dropping Izuku off at school, he headed to his place of work, anxiety over Izuku building up and dread about the day ahead resting heavily on his shoulders. He hadn't had a clean shirt, neither of them had had time to go to the laundromat because of their increasingly hectic schedules, and he'd had to wear his work shirt without an undershirt. The fabric was rough and scratchy and it set Shuta's hair on end. It was a busy day. There was a large shipment at Shuta's job. He and several other men were supposed to move the array of boxes from one truck to another so they could be shipped to whatever supermarket or department store or restaurant they needed to be shipped to. The boxes were heavy and he had to be careful not to drop him as he moved them from one truck to another, and it made sweat run down his back and his arms strain. By midday his hair was tied up into a knot on the base of his head and he'd had at least 3 bottles of water. The screeching of the DLVY trucks made him feel like he would be ill. Money for the cabbage's uniform. Money for bills. Money for the debt. Money, money, money. Come on. One more box. One more box. Now another. Water. By the time the first half of his shift was over, he ended up bent over a toilet, like always. But that was okay. His family needed money. That was a fact. Shouta could get money. That was a fact too. Hisashi worked hard to support them with his jobs. Shouta would work hard too. He could do it. It was only for a few more months. Just a little longer. He could do it. He could. His nephew needed the money. He would get the money. He would. As soon as Izuku stepped into the classroom, a girl with bright pink dreadlocks barreled into his chest, knocking him over. Izuku laughed, high and happy, wrapping his arms around the girl in turn. "Zuku," the girl squealed. "You're back. Where were you on Friday? We thought you died." "I got sick," Izuku said, wincing slightly. "Your hair is different," Izuku noted, eager to change the subject. Hitoshi, who had walked over, narrowed his eyes slightly. Mei was oblivious. Yeah. This weekend. Do you like it? Toshi said he did, and Ochako's not here yet, but I think she'll like it too. Yeah, it looks great. You look really nice. Izuku said, grinning. He stood up from the floor. What did you do this weekend? My unkais and I made cookies and watched movies and played with our cats. It was really fun. My unkai also taught me a new gymnastics thing. I can balance on things now. He says when I get a little better at gymnastics he'll teach me how to punch stuff. Mei bounced up and down excitedly. Izuku. You'll never guess what I made, Mei said. Potato. Rocket launcher. Izuku giggled, until he realized the girl was serious. Wait, really? The potatoes explode, Izuku. They explode. Mei shouted gleefully, shaking the boy by his shoulders. That's so cool. But Izuku frowned. Why do you build everything with potatoes? Mei shrugged. My mama said I'm not allowed to use real ammunition yet. So I just make the potatoes as dangerous as possible to make up for it. That was what had Unkai Sho said the word was. Right. Concerning. Izuku felt like that word described Mei pretty well. I'm never playing hot potato with you, Ochako said, sitting down beside Izuku. Hitoshi and Mei were sitting next to each other across the table. Ever? Mei said. Wanna see a video of it on my mama's phone when she comes to pick me up? It's really cool. Yes. Ochako said. What are you going to make next? Potato grenade? Mei's eyes lit up. Good idea. She pulled out a battered-looking notebook and wrote something down. Settle down, class, the teacher called from up front. I have an announcement. Izuku's hand shot into the air. Save questions for after, Midoriya, the teacher said. It's a quick one. Izuku said. What's announcement mean? It means I'm saying something about what's about to happen, the teacher said. Now settle down and don't ask questions when the teacher is talking. Yes, ma'am, Izuku said, sitting down. He felt a bit excited. What would the announcement be? Were they going on a field trip? Or to an aquarium? An amusement park? A museum? Izuku hadn't been to a museum in a while. He wanted to go to one. Maybe a wax one. Those were always funny. Next week, the teacher said, we'll be getting a new student. He's immigrating over from America, and his parents were born in Japan, but he doesn't know all of the language yet. Please be nice and help him if he needs it. Yes? There were several yes, ma'ams from the class. I've already decided on the seating chart, and he will be sitting with Midoriya, Uraraka, Shinso and Hatsum. The 4 5-year-olds perked up excitedly, though Hitoshi looked more nervous than anything. Do you 4 think you can handle that? Izuku, Mei and Ochako nodded excitedly. Excellent. Now, on with the lesson. Today we will be learning more about primary colors. By the end of the lesson, Izuku decided his favorite colors were red and green. They reminded him of his unkais. At recess, the 4 sat under their usual spot, the tree on the edge of the park. Hitoshi was curled up at the base, Ochako was practicing her quirk on leaves and branches, Izuku was making little grass men and Mei, of course, was attempting to maneuver up the trunk and caw like a bird. Do you think the new kid will be nice? Izuku asked, maneuvering his little grass men around on the ground. He then tied a stick to one of the little grass men's back so he could fit an acorn shell over his head, like a helmet. Maybe he'd give this one to Unkai Sho or Unkai Zashi. He'd make 2. Caw. Mei shouted from where she was trying to shimmy up the trunk. That means yes, Ochako translated. I think. Hitoshi shrugged. America is far away, Izuku noted. Really far away. My Unkai Sho says it's across an entire ocean. I don't think I like America very much, though. His dad had gone on a business trip to America and he'd never come back. No one likes America, Ochako said. At least, that's what my mommy and daddy say. Her voice got low and gruff. No one likes America but those Dmed Americans. What does Dmed mean? Izuku asked. Ochako shrugged. Mei cawed. Hitoshi wasn't paying attention, having fallen asleep against the tree trunk at that point. I'm not sure. It's just something my daddy likes to say when he talks about people he doesn't like. So people say it when they don't like someone? Izuku asked. I guess, Ochako said. He doesn't say it much. Caw. I think that caw means we have to go inside, Ochako noted, since she was the only one who could understand Mei when she was cawing like a bird. Izuku thought it was a nice skill to have. K, he said, standing up. Toshi. The boy's eyes blinked open, and he gazed up at him. Time to go. Hitoshi sighed quietly before standing, dusting off his uniform. Mei jumped down from the tree and stopped pretending to be a bird. You know, I heard about something real cool, she shouted gleefully. I saw it in a movie. It's this cool thing called a sleepover. I think we should do that. Sleep at one of our houses? Izuku asked, and Mei nodded. That might be nice. But I don't think Ankai Sho will want me to sleep somewhere else. He gets nervous. Izuku remembered a time a week or so ago, when he, Ankai Zashi and Ankai Sho had been buying groceries and Izuku had gotten separated from them. It hadn't been pretty. After that, they started reminding him every time they stepped into the store, if you get lost, either find a worker to page us or go to where you saw us last and wait there. Remember that, Izuku. Page or wait. We'll come and get you. Izuku tried to remember to do that every time he stepped in a store, though he hadn't gotten lost again after that incident. He didn't like seeing his Ankai Sho scared. It looked wrong. Well, we could stay at your house, Ochako pointed out. Izuku perked up. That could be fun. Ooh, Izuku said. Maybe we could invite the new kid next week. So we can all get to know each other. That might be fun. Ochako and Mei looked thrilled by the idea. Hitoshi looked nervous. We don't have to if you don't want to, Toshi. We're not gonna force you into anything you don't want to do, Izuku said placatingly, and Hitoshi relaxed marginally. He pulled out his notebook. Let me think about it. Izuku nodded. You got it. Izuku glanced back at the note. I thinked about is spelt with O-U, not O. It's one of our spelling words. Do you want to work on the words when we get back inside? Hitoshi nodded, looking relieved. Great. Back in class, they had a little time for drawing or playing with clay, and Izuku and Hitoshi hurried through their drawings so they would work on the spelling words. Some of the words were really hard and had lots of confusing noises, and Hitoshi not being able to talk only made it more difficult, but Izuku could work around that. Izuku said the words, committing them to memory as he did, and Hitoshi wrote them down on a piece of paper. If he spelled them wrong, then he'd write down the proper version before studying them a few more moments and trying again. If he still got one or two words wrong, they'd focus on those words in particular, before doing the entire thing over again. It was a process, but it worked. Izuku's mind wandered as he helped Hitoshi. It was October, and he'd been with his Ankais for a long time. Really long. He didn't know how long, but he knew it had been several months, and now that it was October, Ankai Zashi and Auntie Nem and Ankai Sho started talking about Ankai Sho's birthday a lot. He was going to be 21, like Auntie Nem and Ankai Zashi, and Izuku thought that was really old. That was practically elderly. He couldn't even imagine getting that old. They said they wanted to take Ankai Sho out to dinner and maybe to a movie, but they said they didn't know what to do with Izuku. Izuku didn't really know why they said that. He could behave at the movies and the restaurant, and they said they liked spending time with him. Maybe they wanted grown-up time. Izuku didn't know what grown-up time was, but Auntie Mimi sometimes babysat Izuku when he was younger every once in a while, and sometimes let Izuku stay the night on her couch. Whenever Mommy and Dad's birthdays or their wedding's birthday, he couldn't quite remember what it was called, rolled around. Whenever Izuku asked, she would snort and say they were busy. Izuku didn't know what that meant either. He missed Auntie Mimi. And Kaken. They'd been so nice, before Auntie Mimi started being mean to him and Kaken started avoiding him. He didn't know what he'd done wrong, and it made him sad that he wouldn't be able to ask now. Art time ended, and then there was out loud reading. There were lots of big, heavy books passed around, and they were filled with tons of short stories. They chose one, and everyone around the room took turns reading a section. Ochako's voice was quiet but really cheery, since she liked this short story, and Mei was describing everything happening in the story excitedly. Izuku couldn't help but feel nervous when it was his turn, and when he looked up, Hitoshi looked kind of nervous too. Izuku took a deep breath and read his paragraph. Hitoshi, your turn dash. He doesn't want to talk, 3 voices said at once. The teacher blinked owlishly at the children. He can't just skip reading time, children. He needs to read it out loud so he can learn. He don't like talking. Izuku protested. Just skip him. He reads great. Midoriya, the teacher said. You're disrupting my classroom. Stop it, or you'll be sent to the hallway again. Understood? Hitoshi doesn't want to talk. Izuku exclaimed. He doesn't like talking. It scares him. Just leave him alone. Izuku could feel himself beginning to lose his patience, and there was a burning behind his eyes. He cried a lot more than a lot, but he had never cried at school before and he didn't have Unkai Zashi there to hug him or Unkai Sho to explain things so he could stop. Midoriya, the teacher snapped. Hallway. No. Izuku huffed, tears streaming down his face that time, and Hitoshi looked still as a statue as he shuffled out of the classroom. Hitoshi couldn't cry in front of the kids. He didn't want the mean boys to hurt Hitoshi, because the mean boys had made fun of the kid last week that was crying until he cried more, and then he just cried even more after that, and Izuku didn't know if Hitoshi could handle that. Izuku heard the teacher's voice through the door. Now, Hitoshi, it's your dash. Izuku thought fast, leaping up and stomping down on the floor loudly, his sneakers raining down with a loud smack. The voice faltered before continuing, and Izuku did it again and again and again, before the door to his classroom was opened and Izuku's teacher poked her head out. Midoriya, the teacher shouted. Izuku stomped again. His red shoes were his favorites and they were very loud. Principal's office. I've put up with your behavior. Long enough. I'm having them call your parents. Izuku stomped all the way to the office. The teacher had to forget about Hitoshi. She had to. Izuku didn't want Hitoshi to cry. He didn't think he'd thought this through enough, but he just couldn't let Hitoshi cry. The teacher opened the office door, and Izuku plopped down onto a chair. His hands ran up and down his slacks nervously. He'd never been sent to the office for being trouble before. Never. The kids in his class said the office was for troublemakers. Izuku didn't think he was a troublemaker. The secretary called the names on his emergency contact list, and Izuku waited in silence, fidgeting slightly. The secretary clicked away at her keyboard. His teacher had already left. Izuku hoped she hadn't gone back to making Hitoshi red. Maybe reading time was already over because of his stomping. Maybe. Two people walked in, Unkai Sho and Auntie Nemuri. Unkai Sho was wearing his work shirt and he looked very tired, very ill, and very nervous. Auntie Nem has a hand on Unkai Sho's back, and she was wearing a tight black shirt and leather briefs. Her purple hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Izuku sunk down in his seat when Unkai Sho and Auntie Nem looked over at him. You must be Midoriya's parents, the secretary began. The principal will dash. We're not his parents, Unkai Sho said. I'm his uncle and his primary guardian. Nemuri was listed third on the emergency contact. Was Hizashi called? Oh, we just assumed, since Nemuri is dash. Because Nemuri is a female name, Unkai Sho concluded. Right? His fingers were tapping at his elbows, the way he did when he was nervous. Unkai Zashi would have been hugging Unkai Sho by now. Nemuri is my friend, but she is not my spouse. My boyfriend is Hizashi Yamada. He should have been called if you needed both of his parental units. Hence why he was listed second on the child's emergency contact list. Tap tap tapping. I see, the secretary said. Well, I suppose Ms. Kiyama dash. Oh no, I'm staying, Auntie Nem said. I'm already here, I might as well. She grinned, and Izuku felt a little scared. The secretary looked scared too. Unkai Sho and Auntie Nem sat on either side of Izuku, and Izuku thought about hiding under his chair. Hey, tiger, Aunt Nem said. Izuku waved at her. Heard you got yourself into trouble? I'm sorry, Izuku said, and he could feel more tears welling up in his eyes already. Aunt Nem wrapped an arm around his shoulders and ran her hand through his hair. Just say what you did so I can discuss it with the principal, Unkai Sho said, voice quiet and rapsy. Are you okay? Izuku asked. His voice sounded warbly. I'm fine. I'm okay. Just tell me why I had to take off work early, please, Unkai Sho said. He kept glancing around the room nervously. Izuku hadn't heard Unkai Sho sound quite as nervous and tired since he moved in with him. My friend Hitoshi Shinso, Izuku said. He doesn't like to talk. It makes him really nervous, and when he's nervous he cries, like me. He doesn't even like talking to me, Mei and Ochako. He writes stuff down in a notebook. Auntie Nem and Unkai Sho nodded. And the teacher was trying to make him read out loud, so I asked her to stop because Toshi doesn't like to talk much, and she wouldn't listen, even though Toshi was scared. And then she got mad at me and sent me out in the hallway. And? Well, after that, she was still trying to make Toshi read, Izuku said. And I knew Toshi was gonna cry or start breathing funny, like you do, Unkai Sho. And that can't happen cause there's these mean boys in my class, and they make fun of people when they cry, and I didn't want them to make fun of Toshi. So I started stomping my feet in the hallway so I could distract, Unkai Sho supplied. Yeah, that. And it worked, but she got upset with me and sent me to the office. Izuku slumped down in his seat. I'm sorry, Unkai auntie. I just didn't want Toshi to get sad and start crying. The principal called them in, then, and Unkai Sho's hands were all balled up and he still looked nervous, but he looked more mad now. Sir, Unkai Sho said before the principal could talk. I work 48-hour weeks. 6 days a week. 1 day of break. And even then, I'm a pro hero and I have 4-hour shifts every weekday and, sometimes, weekends. The principal tried to speak, and Izuku cut him off. My boyfriend works 3 jobs. He has an office job for our agency, a radio to man, and 4-hour shifts every night, just like me. Both of us are constantly exhausted. And Nemuri has her own bills to pay too. I am over 800,000 yen in debt and only a fraction of our salary is able to go to paying it off. That's why every hour is important. And you have the gall to call me from work, the work I do to support my family, because he was trying to stop his teacher from bullying a boy with anxiety into reading out loud when he didn't want to? Without even getting my nephew's side of the story before calling me into the office? Did you not think once that maybe if you asked, you would see that my nephew was the one wronged here? Izuku thought the principal looked like a gaping koi fish at that moment. My nephew will accept whatever punishment you dish out, Unkai Sho said, voice sounding stiff. He stood up straight. But I implore you to get both sides of the story before pulling me from work for something that is, ultimately, inconsequential. I'm taking him home. You can call me tonight to speak of Izuku's punishment. Unkai Sho turned around and walked out of the classroom, and Izuku hurried after him so he could grab hold of Unkai Sho's sweater sleeve so he wouldn't fall behind. Auntie Nem took long strides to keep up with them. That was scary, Izuku said, climbing into the car. His eyes were still red and puffy. That was awesome, Auntie Nem shouted. Unkai Sho winced, leaning back against his seat with his eyes clenched closed. I feel ill, Unkai Sho said. Auntie Nem winced. I'll drive, she offered, even though her car was still in the lot. As they drove back to the apartment, Izuku remembered something from earlier. The med teachers, Izuku said. Unkai Sho stared at him in surprise and a bit of fear for the rest of the way home. Auntie Nem had to stop the car on the side of the road because she was laughing so hard. And that was the day Izuku learned his first special word. So Unkai Sho? Izuku's tiny voice drawled, and Shoyuta already felt nervous. Both Shoyuta and Hizashi looked up from their meals to give the child their attention. I was wondering... Oh no. There's gonna be this new kid in my class this week, Izuku said. He's coming from America. And me and my friends were wondering if we could have a sleepover. Please. You just got in trouble at school, Shoyuta stated dryly. And you're already asking for special privileges? 5 kids in one apartment? Hizashi said. Where would we put them? There's nowhere near enough space. Not to mention that our schedules are too unpredictable. I just don't think it would be possible, kiddo. Oh, Izuku said. Well, would they be able to come over for a playdate? Maybe? I really want to get to know the new kid. Hizashi looked over at him. I will think about it, Shoyuta finally said. Eat your dinner. Izuku nodded, hurrying to finish his dinner. Movie time? Izuku exclaimed, sliding down from his chair. He marched toward the living room. Shower first, child. Shoyuta called after him. The boy turned on. His heel, still marching with purpose, only to the bathroom this time. Shower time? Shouta waited until he heard the bathroom door close. I do not like children, Shouta stated bluntly. You seem to like Izuku just fine, Hisashi pointed out, spearing another piece of pork. He's the exception to the rule, Shouta said. Children make me uncomfortable. They're loud and messy, and they know things they don't need to know, and they have no filter. I can hardly handle Izuku. It would only be for a day, Hisashi said, wiping at his face with a napkin. Maybe 3 hours at most. Izuku's friends are all right, not too chaotic. We don't know the other child, Shouta pointed out. The American child. Anne May is chaotic. Her hobby is inventing potato weaponry and imitating birds. Babe, if you don't want a bunch of kids in the house, we don't have to let anyone come over, Hisashi said. Izuku would understand, I think. It's not like he doesn't see them at school every day anyway. Shouta squirmed uncomfortably. I don't want to disappoint him, Shouta admitted. He has had a very bad few days. But let's look at this in a different way, Hisashi suggested. Is it just that you don't want to interact with the children, or do you not want them in the apartment? Shouta frowned. Suppose I don't want them in the apartment? Problem solved, then. We can work something out with their parents and take them to a park or something, Hisashi said, going back to eating his food. That works, Shouta admitted. He took another bite of food before sighing, pushing the plate away and slumping back against his chair. I'm being selfish? Not letting Izuku's friends come over just because I'm not comfortable with it. I'm being selfish? Having boundaries about your personal space isn't selfish, Sho. All parents have them. And the apartment is your personal space. There's nothing wrong with not wanting 5 gremlins in your house. I'm not a parent, Shouta protested. Hey Sho. I'm not, Shouta stated. He's my nephew. I'm not his father. I can't replace his father. I don't know how to be a father, therefore I am not. I'm his uncle. There's nothing more to this than that. You're also his legal guardian. That was a matter of circumstance, Shouta said. And I didn't adopt him, all I did was get legal custody of him. Legally speaking, I am no more that child's parent than you are. But you treat him like he's yours. Shouta frowned. I don't. He crossed his arms, gripping his elbows. Treating the kid with human decency doesn't make him mine. I'm going into this entire thing blind. All I'm doing is treating him like how I wished my dad had treated me. You're raising him, Hisashi stated plainly. You're taking care of him. You make sure he has his lunch, and you button his shirts and tie his ties, and you drive him to school every morning. You let him cry on you, and you comb his hair, and you read him bedtime stories, and you remind him to take a bath before movie time. Hisashi shrugged. Sounds like you're a bit past the I'm just his uncle point here, Sho. Shouda's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to argue forward before snapping it closed with an audible click when Izuku came barreling back out of the hallway, damp hair making little wet spots on his pajama shirt. Your hair's wet, Shouta stated, standing up. Dry it and get me a hairbrush so we can take care of it while it's still wet. What do you want to watch tonight? Wolverine. It's PG no. We've been through this. Izuku tapped his chin in thought. Lilo and Stitch? I don't think I've watched that one, Shouta admitted. Izuku gasped. What? He shrieked. Shouta winced. Inside voice, Izuku. Hisashi called from where he was gathering dishes. Sorry, unkais. It's just Izuku gasped again, hands flapping excitedly. I can't wait to show you the movie now. It's so good. And the alien dog Stitch is so funny, and Lilo is so nice and in Dash. Wait, alien dog Dash? Oh my god, breathe cabbage. Izuku took a deep breath of air. I just can't wait. Inside voice, Izuku. Hisashi, again called from the kitchen. Izuku bounced up and down on the couch as Hisashi sorted through their vast array of Disney movies to find Lilo and Stitch. Hisashi had always been a big Disney fan as a kid, and he had gone on a shopping spree for any Disney film he could get his hands on after they'd adopted Izuku. Shouta had thought it a thoughtless endeavor at the time, since they had been short on money before the funeral bills and buying over $100 worth of Disney films wasn't going to help much. But he had to admit it was useful now. And Shouta could honestly admit he loved this movie. The animation was soft and colorful, and the music pleasant to listen to. Lilo and Stitch were both very relatable characters, Shouta finding many of his own odd mannerisms in the little girl and her alien dog. And admittedly, Nanny and Lilo's complicated situation reminded him quite a bit of his and Izuku's. Izuku and Shouta both were enraptured by the movie, and Shouta hadn't even questioned it when Izuku sprawled out on the couch, head falling to rest in Shuta's lap. He merely patted Izuku's head absent-mindedly and directed all his focus on the movie, leaning up against Hisashi's shoulder as he watched it. He wasn't sure when his eyes slipped shut and he drifted off, only that he did. Wake up, we have patrol. Shouta groaned, sitting up and rubbing at his eyes tiredly. The end credits of the movie were playing, and the clock on the wall said it was exactly 7 p.m. Izuku was asleep with his head resting on his lap, hair already a mess even though Shouta had brushed it before starting the movie. Figures. Move the child, Shouta requested, and Hisashi bent down to pick Izuku up. Izuku didn't stir, merely shifting slightly to snuggle closer to the man and rest his face in the crook of neck. Namuri on her way? Should be here by the time we're suited up, Hisashi said, carrying the sleeping boy to his bedroom. Shouta headed to their own bedroom, feet dragging as he changed from his sweater and breathes into his tracksuit. The goggles he pulled on rested on the crown of his head until he was out in the field, and the capture weapon was waiting on a hook by the door, right along with Hisashi's speaker. Hisashi walked into the room after a few minutes, heading straight to the closet and pulling out his leather jacket, sunglasses and headphones before heading to the bathroom to gel up his hair and get dressed. Shouta wandered back into the living area, trying to settle his nerves through pacing. He shouldn't have to, he'd been going on patrols long enough to know the process, but he still found himself pacing out his nerves before almost every patrol. Tap tap tap. There was a knock on the door, and Izuku knew it was Namuri because only Namuri would knock in the tune of the song EC and Candy. Shouta opened the door, letting the woman in, who immediately collapsed on his couch and started scrolling through his TV. Mind if I steal some snack food? I skipped dinner. Long patrol. Shouta frowned. You shouldn't be skipping out on meals. There's leftovers from dinner in the fridge, just heat them up in the microwave. They're in a blue Tupperware container. Shouta ignored the fact that that was supposed to be his lunch tomorrow. There were vending machines at his work, and it wasn't like he would have been able to keep it down for the entire shift anyway. It was fun. Oh, thanks, Namuri said, walking into his kitchen and rummaging through until she found the blue Tupperware. Is the kid asleep? Yes, Shouta answered, sitting on the couch and waiting for Hisashi to finish getting ready so they could go. He fell asleep watching Lilo and Stitch. Remember to call us if anything happens when we're gone, and to update us hourly. I know, Namuri said. I've only been babysitting the kid for months now. I know how this works. Go to your patrol. Hisashi walked out of the bathroom, and his hair was gelled back into its usual cockatoo-like style. His prescription glasses were gone, replaced by contacts, and his sunglasses were fixed firmly over his face. You know what I hate most about being a hero? Hisashi asked them. The hours? Namuri suggested. Threat of injury? Shitty pay? Nope to all of those, Hisashi said. The uniforms. Leather jacket, every day, all year round. Thank God it's fall. I don't think I'd be able to handle any more summer weather in this thing. He pointed at Namuri and Shouta both. You don't understand the struggle. All you wear is a tracksuit, and you don't really wear anything, to be honest. Namuri threw her shoe at him. Hey, I'm not judging, it's smart, with your quirk and all, I'm just saying, makes summer weather a whole lot easier. They call you the R-rated hero, Shouta informed her. There's a lot of complaints at the agency about you, now that you're becoming more of a popular hero. They say you're not marketable enough or appropriate because of your costume. I think it's ignorant, since the costume makes your job and your ability to protect civilians easier, but other people don't seem to see it like that. Namuri shrugged. People will see me how they want to see me, Namuri stated nonchalantly. If they want to see me as a R-rated hero, so be it. It's none of their business how I choose to present myself to the public, anyhow. Namuri sighed. The agency is thinking about changing my hero uniform though. Putting a skin-tight outfit under the actual get-up with thin fabric that's easy to tear. That is unethical, Shouta said, frowning. Yes, your costume is vulgar, but that's just to accentuate your hero persona, Shouta stated. Which is just another part of my hero work, Nemuri added on. Let the villains think they know what to expect from you. And I just really like my hero costume. There's also the fact that this could put you at risk in the field, Hisashi added. Yes, a skin-tight fabric that's easy to tear makes it better, but it's also precious seconds that are wasted when you could have incapacitated whatever villain you're fighting already. That's what I said. Nemuri exclaimed a little too loudly, and Hisashi was quick to frantically shush her, pointing at the hallway where Izuku's bedroom resided. Oops. There's also the fact that lots of other men in the field wear way more revealing outfits for their quirk, and they never have to change their hero costumes, Shouta added. I think there's a hero from a different agency who just runs around naked because he has a chameleon-type quirk. That's kind of sexist, if you think about it. Exactly, Nemuri said, jumping up slightly. Male heroes could run around in revealing uniforms and not be given a second glance, but when I do it for my quirk and my persona, I'm the R-rated hero and everyone feels the need to dictate how I operate. Hisashi glanced at his watch and sked. As much as I love getting into heated conversations about the double standards for women, Hisashi said, and that wasn't sarcasm, I actually have a lot to say on this topic. Oh my god, we are going to be late for patrol if we don't leave now. Shouta sighed, standing up slowly and making his way over to his capture weapon, grabbing it and wrapping it around his shoulders. Do you need your brace, babe? Hisashi asked, looking the slightest bit concerned. I don't like wearing it in the field, Shouta stated, adjusting his capture weapon. It makes mobility more difficult. Yes, but do you need it? Shouta frowned. Probably, he admitted. The temperature is dropping rapidly and it's humid. Does not feel the best today. Hisashi nodded, running back to their bedroom and returned a moment later with the brace, handing it to Shouta, who sighed and sat on the couch. He rolled up the breathe leg of his tracksuit, fitting the knee brace over his knee before rolling the breathe leg bag down. Nemuri said, sounding like she was equal measures awed and a bit ill, your knee looks like sheet. And so it did. There were still multiple surgery scars over the knee, jagged white lines running over the knee itself, little dots where the pins had been jammed in and yanked out, a long, patchy-looking scar where the pole itself had hit his leg and crushed his knee and, alone his calf, a rough, wide scar where the bone had broken and had jutted out of the skin. Sometimes it hurts to look at. Like all he can feel when he glances at it, when he traces the scars, is how much it had hurt when that villain had crushed his leg, had tortured and taunted him before leaving him to bleed out. It felt the same way when he was running a hand through his hair and a finger brushed against the thin, rough scar behind his ear. Sometimes he could still feel the clippers, buzzing along his scalp. I'm aware, Shouta said, and he hoped he hadn't offended her by how gruff his voice sounded. He did not want to delve into his topic of conversation. We should probably go, Hisashi said awkwardly, standing to the side. Shouta nodded, standing up and heading toward the door. The brace was already starting to alleviate some of the pain. As soon as he was out of the apartment building, he was on the nearest roof, running across and jumping to the next one, and the next, and the next. Hisashi and Shuta's jobs were complicated at times. Their duties changed quite a bit when it came to what their patrols were. Sometimes they merely had to watch out for petty crime. Sometimes they would hook them up to a radio and signal them in when some big bad needed to be taken down. It changed with the week. And tonight was a petty crime night, which meant a lot of walking on roofs and waiting for something to stumble into their paths. Shouta wasn't ashamed to admit he enjoyed these nights, when everything was slow and low stress and all he had to do was wait around and listen. It was relaxing. Hisashi didn't seem so keen on letting him actually relax. Hisashi stuck close to him as he moved from building to building that night. All throughout their shift, tailing him like a shadow, even stepping in to help him fight off a mugger who was assaulting an elderly man. He helped him get a dog down from a tree, and honestly, how had that happened? And helped him stop a convenience store from being held up. Shouta knew he should be appreciative of the help, but he honestly wasn't sure how to feel about it. He took a break 2 hours into his 4-hour shift, resting on a rooftop and looking down at the cars gliding past below. Looking for petty crime reminded him a lot of days spent haunting rooftops and abandoned buildings with his sister, always in the wrong part of town and seeking out villain fights so he could watch the heroes win, over and over again, and tell his sister that's gonna be me too one day, Inko, just you wait. Petty theft shifts suddenly seemed a lot less relaxing. He scratched at his hair, right behind his ear. He could still feel the buzzing. Hisashi sat down next to him. Why are you so insistent that you're not a parent? He asked him. Because I'm not, Shouta answered simply. I have no legal or biological children of my own. That much is obvious, I should think, as I'm gay. But when I implied you were Izuku's parent you got very defensive. Because I'm not, Shouta said. I'm not his parent. Not in any sense of the word. Why is that so hard to comprehend? He wasn't sure why he felt defensive, or irritated, or even angry he didn't, but he still felt that way. Hisashi shrugged. I'm just trying to understand where your head's at, Hisashi said softly. I want to know you're okay. No one knows where my head's at, Shouta stated. No one knows how my mind ticks, remember? That's not your fault, Hisashi said quickly and firmly. I know that, Shouta said. I'm not his parent. You act like you are, and that's what Izuku needs. A parent? I'm not what Izuku needs. You're doing everything for that boy, Hisashi said. Don't think I don't know what's been going on with you. I know how sensitive you are to loud noises, and I know you've been getting sick at work and that your boss is losing patience with you. I know how much your schedule is affecting you, and you have not complained once. That has nothing to do with Izuku, Shouta said. That has to do with me being in debt. And you're trying to get out of debt for Izuku? Of course I am, Shouta said. If I die, all that debt goes to Izuku, since he's my next of kin and my ward. You just proved my point. Shouta frowned. I'm not. Apparently. I'm not parent material. I'm not. Why are you doing this? Hisashi asked. Why do you get so defensive about this? I don't know. Shouta heard Hisashi's words in his head before the other man had the chance to say them. Talk it out. I'm not doing this to replace Inko, Shouta said. Inko was his parent. Hisashi was his parent. I'm just the freaky uncle who he got landed with. You're not freaky, Hisashi said. And you're not replacing anyone. Okay? You're not. You're doing what's best for Izuku by providing him with a stable life and offering him a constant figure to look up to in his life. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't know how parenting works, Shouta said. Everything I do, everything I say, I'm never completely sure if I'm doing right. And it's exhausting and terrifying. I did not have a constant figure. Inko raised me, and after she left, I raised myself. I don't know how parents are supposed to treat their children because my parents were never there. I don't want to repeat that mistake. He could feel the buzzing again now, and he wanted to rip at his hair just because his mother would have hated seeing it. But he didn't. Hands fell onto elbows, a melody tapping away. You're not going to repeat their mistakes, Hisashi said. That's not how this works. Okay? That's not gonna happen. You're better than them, Shouta. You're a better person, and a better partner, and better with children too. Shouta, I never met your parents, but if they left you because you operate differently, imagine what they would have done to Izuku after realizing he was quirkless. You're already leagues ahead of them, just by giving that boy a home. Okay? Shouta stayed silent for a long while. I'm not parent material, Shouta said. I'm not right for Izuku. I have no idea what I'm doing, and there are dozens of people out there that are better than me. He said it plainly, no emotion behind his words, quick and factual. But his voice cracked slightly. But? Hisashi prompted. Shouta sighed. Who want to be parent material? For the cabbage? Hisashi laughed quietly. Well, Hisashi said. I'd say you're already off to a strong start, then. When Shouta woke up from nightmares, it wasn't like how most people would. It wasn't like the scenes in movies and TV shows, where the characters woke up from whatever hell they were trapped in kicking and screaming, clawing at the sheets and confused. For Shouta, It wasn't like being ejected violently from whatever horrifying dreamscape had clawed its way into his brain and held on tight. It was like being trapped under tons and tons of rubble and having to drag himself up, slowly and painfully until he got that first gust of fresh air. Then it was lying there, lungs burning and eyes searing and scalp buzzing, feeling like he was still trapped under all that rubble and unable to move even if he wanted to, while his mind still got used to the idea of being present. Shouta thought that waking up from nightmares might be worse than the nightmares themselves. At least with nightmares, he knew that they weren't real, that they couldn't hurt them, and that they were far away, far in the past and never to be repeated again. Waking up from them was real, and it did hurt. Shouta could feel everything too much. The sheets were too rough, too hot, and his hair was too scratchy, and the sweat on his skin was tacky and sticky and gross, and his throat was dry. He needed to drink something. But at that moment, moving felt improbable. There was still the fear and the leftover aftershocks of pain from the nightmare itself. And Shouta knew it shouldn't have hurt, the nightmare shouldn't have hurt at all, but he had felt that pain before, and it was like little ripples in water, only just now hitting him years and years later, every time. The hollow feeling in his stomach, sometimes replaced by an aching sickness from eating nothing but chocolate because sometimes that was all there was. The anxiety in his heart, returning to him almost 7 years later, the fear and uncertainty over whether or not he'd have enough food, if his cat would have enough food. He could taste something sweet and bitter on his tongue, and it made him feel sick. Shouta sighed, sitting up and walking down the hall to his bathroom. His hands shook as he brushed his teeth and washed out his mouth, and when he took a wet washcloth to his face it felt like every cold drop of water was ice piercing his skin. Maybe it was time to dig his weighted blanket out of the closet. When he walked back to his room, he noticed a small wedge of orange light shining out from under Izuku's bedroom door. Shouta frowned, backtracking into the living room and checking the wall clock. It was 2 a.m. Why would Izuku's light be on? When Shouta eased the door open, he saw Izuku curled up on his bed, crying into his pillow. His voice was quiet and throaty and raspy and raw, like he'd been that way for hours, and his shoulders were trembling. "Child?" Shouta called quietly, and the child's head snapped up to look at him far too quickly. His cheeks were ruddy and red, stained by tears, his green eyes watery, his face lined with indents from his pillow. "Why are you crying?" Shouta asked, and Izuku let out a choked-sounding wail. Shouta wasn't sure how to handle the situation, not when he was already exhausted and overwhelmed himself. But he could try. "I'm sitting here. Is that all right?" Shouta asked, pointing at the edge of the bed, and Izuku nodded. Shouta sat down, his weight dipping the mattress slightly. Izuku took a deep breath and blinked at the ceiling as he wiped at his face with a pillowcase. "Cry if you want," Shouta said. "If you need to, do it. It's healthy." A few more tears slipped down and Izuku drew in another shuddering breath. "Baby boys don't cry," Izuku said, wiping at his face. "I'm not a girl. I'm not supposed to cry." Shouta shrugged. "That's an interesting perspective," Shouta said. "Because I cry when I'm sad, and so does your Uncle Zashi, and I can guarantee you that we're not girls." Shouta gripped his elbows, tapping out the melody of one of Hizashi's radio songs. "Dad said not to," Izuku said. "And the boys at school don't see cry." "Maybe they just didn't get sad enough to," Shouta stated with a shrug. "It's okay to cry, Izuku. Doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl. It's your body's natural response to extreme emotions, and it's unhealthy to repress it just because you're a boy." "You don't know what those words mean," Izuku said, eyes filling with more tears. Shouta backtracked. "Big emotions," Shouta said. "Emotions that make your head hurt or your heart jump. Being happy, being sad, being scared. Big emotions like that. Extreme emotions. And your mind dash," Shouta tapped his own head for emphasis. "Your mind naturally feels the need to cry, or yell, or kick or scream when those emotions hit. Some more than others. And when we're sad, and sometimes when we're angry, we start crying because it's a tactic, it's a thing our bodies do to make us feel better. Before you start crying your head hurts and your chest feels weird, right?" Izuku nods. "We cry to make that feeling go away. And that happens with boys and girls. No one is exempt from that. Understand? Izuku nodded, slower this time. Shouta realized belatedly that he had gotten through the better part of that conversation without feeling awkward. Maybe he was good at teaching. It's okay to cry. CC, can I have a hug? Izuku asked, and Shouta nodded. Izuku practically catapulted himself forward, wrapping skinny arms around Shuta's neck and holding on tight as he sobbed into his shoulder. The noise made Shuta's ears hurt, but he just kept patting his back haltingly until the boy stopped crying. Better? Shouta asked, and Izuku nodded against his shoulder. Good. Why were you sad? Izuku stiffened against his shoulder, and Shouta wanted to hit himself for being so blunt. Nightmare? Izuku said. About my... Inko. I don't like those either, Shouta admitted. You have nightmares? Izuku asked. Shouta nodded. Sometimes, he said. About what? Lots of stuff, Shouta said, not really wanting to talk about it. But maybe he owed it to the kid. About my mom. Sometimes about my dad. Sometimes about hurting my leg. Sometimes about some stuff from patrol. Sometimes about you. Mine are scary, Izuku admitted. My mommy's batteries run out a lot. That is scary, Shouta said. I'm sorry. Izuku shrugged. Shouta frowned at the child's phrasing. Mommy's batteries run out a lot. How often do you have nightmares? Shouta asked. What? Did you have them last night? Izuku nodded. Before that? Izuku nodded. How about the day before that? Izuku nodded. Shouta felt ill. Mommy's batteries run out a lot. He had to talk to Hisashi about this. Maybe get the child a doctor. That couldn't be normal. Was it affecting his sleep schedule? His schoolwork? His grades were alright, but would that change? I don't think I want to go back to sleep, Izuku said, voice muffled by his shirt. You have to, Shouta said. You have school tomorrow. Yes. Izuku sighed. Can you stay with me? He asked. He was latched onto his shirt so tightly, Shouta wasn't sure if Izuku would have let him go anyway. Okay, Shouta said, moving so he was leaning against the headboard. He scooted the boy to the side, laying on top of the blankets while Izuku laid under him, the boy's head leaning against his shoulder. Don't fall asleep on me. It makes getting up difficult. Izuku's answer was incomprehensible through his yawn. Izuku grew heavy beside him, and he snored quietly. Shouta tried to move his arms so he could go back to bed and sighed. Stuck. His eyes slipped shut. The last thought he remembered having was, Hisashi will help me in the morning. He woke up to the flash of a Polaroid camera. Zashi, please, Shouta whispered, and Hisashi cackled quietly as he snapped another photo. This is going in the memory box, Hisashi stated. Babe, I'm sorry, but I can't help it. You're just so adorable. Stop, Shouta said. His ears were burning. He was far too tired for this. Hisashi sighed dramatically, setting the camera to the side and gently easing Izuku off of Shouta's shoulders so Shouta could escape. You're my boyfriend, Shouta informed him. You're not supposed to make fun of me. That's not how that works. That's exactly how that works, Hisashi said, the two walking out into the living room and collapsing onto the couch. Hisashi was already dressed for work. Dating you means I get a free pass? No. Yes. You sound like Izuku, Shouta said, and Hisashi sobered slightly. Why were you in Izuku's room anyway? Hisashi asked, sounding a hint worried. I was kinda scared when I woke up and you were gone. Oh, woke up to get something to drink, Shouta said. And his light was on, so I went in to turn it off, and he was crying from a nightmare. He asked me to stay, so I did. What was the nightmare about? Hisashi asked. His mother, Shouta said, sighing tiredly as his head fell back against the back of the couch. What was your nightmare about? I never said I had a nightmare. Call it an educated guess. So what was it about? My mother. Ah, Hisashi said. Sorry, sweetheart. Shouta responded, waving him off. Unimportant. Izuku's been having nightmares every night. I don't know how long it's been happening, but it has. And most of them have been about Inko. That's troubling. That's an understatement. Hisashi sighed, rubbing his eyes underneath his glasses. But we can take him to a pediatrician, see what they think. We need to call an insurance. person. Yeah, Hisashi admitted. Want me to do it? Shouta nodded. Sorry. That's okay, Hisashi said. Wait, doesn't health insurance take, like, 5% of your salary? Well, Shouta said, sinking into the couch. That's it. We're never getting out of debt. We'll sink into poverty and the social worker will take Izuku away from us. That's dramatic. That's realistic, Shouta said, tapping at his elbows. Hisashi noticed the movement. I don't like this. I know, Hisashi said. It's gonna be okay though. I don't want you to worry about this. We'll figure something out. We always do. Okay? Shouta nodded. Okay. Izuku bounced up and down excitedly as he waited for class to start so he could finally meet the new kid. He hadn't had a very good morning. Unkai'sho had gotten upset because he was having nightmares, so he'd told Unkai'zashi, and now they wanted to take him to a doctor. Izuku didn't want to go to a doctor. Doctors always smiled real nice at him, and then when he wasn't expecting it, they'd stick him with needles. Izuku hated doctors. They were vampires. But now, Unkai'zashi said he had to go to a doctor called a pediatrician to find out why he kept having nightmares. Unkai'sho said that a pediatrician was a doctor for kids, like Izuku, and Izuku wondered if that meant she wasn't going to stick him with needles. No one should stick kids with needles. Unkai'zashi had stuck around long enough that morning to make him a special bento with his food cut into fun little shapes before he had to run off to work. Unkai'sho had let him give him a really big hug before he got out of the car instead of reminding him that you have to go soon, child, like he always did when Izuku hugged for too long. He'd also requested that Izuku draw him something nice in art class, so Izuku was going to draw him a dragon. Class started as Izuku was beginning to draw his picture, wondering if he should add color or not as he went. Izuku was the first one at their table to show up, followed by Hitoshi, who went back to sleep after sitting down, and Mei, who was too busy writing something in a notebook about one of her potato weapons to pay him much mind. Ochako sat next to Izuku and buried her face in her arms and didn't come out for a while, and Izuku wanted to ask what was wrong, but he didn't know how, so he decided to give her space and went back to drawing. The talking fell down as the teacher stood in front of the class, smiling at them in that funny smile Izuku's teacher always did. Izuku thought she looked kind of like those plastic dolls that girls liked, like the smile had been there too long, and it was fake. Izuku didn't understand why so many people's happiness had to be fake. Settle down, class, the teacher said, even though no one was talking anymore. As I'm sure you all know, we have a new student in our classroom, and he came here all the way from America. How exciting! She turned to the door, half of it blocked from Izuku's view by a cabinet. Come on out, sweetie. The boy was taller than Izuku and Ochako but shorter than Hitoshi and Mei. He had orangey blonde hair that was cut shaggy and a black lightning bolt that shot up the side. His eyes were yellow. Why don't you tell us a few things about yourself? The teacher said brightly. The boy said. His voice was weird. Thick and a little accented, his words tilting up when he talked. His grammar was shaky. Denki. I'm 5 years old. I have a dog that I named Dave. He is nice. I came here from America, but my mama and dad are from here. I was raised in Maine. I don't know if you know where that is, but it's, like, the highest state up? It's near Canada. Yeah. Thank you, Denki, the teacher said, taking over for the obviously nervous boy. Denki doesn't know kanji yet, so during art time I'm going to be working with him on it, like I used to do with all of you when you were learning to read. If you need me, I'll be at the back table, yes? Nods all around the room. Excellent. Denki, she said, turning to the boy, and when she was talking to him her speech was slowed down quite a bit. You'll be sitting on that back table over there with the 2 boys and girls. Yes, the one with the girl who has pink dreadlocks. Good boy. Denki took a seat in the empty chair next to Hitoshi, crossing his arms across his chest awkwardly as the teacher finished talking. Hi. Izuku said happily once the teacher was done passing out their assignments. My name's Zuka Midoriya. This is Hitoshi, he said, pointing at Hitoshi. My name's Mei cut in. Ochako didn't say anything, her head still down. Her name's Ochako, but I think she's a little sleepy, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. You're from? Right? What's it like over there? Cold, Denki said. Lots of rain. My parents didn't like the rain much though, so they came back to Japan. Izuku frowned, the wheels in his head turning. Why come back to Japan after being there for over 5 years with your son? Well, it's a little less cold over here, most of the time, Izuku said, filling in the answers on his worksheet. Lots rainy though. Izuku glanced over at Hitoshi, who was struggling to answer the questions on his spelling sheet. Want help? Hitoshi nodded. But see that word, almost. It would have an not an I got a little confused on that one too, because of the word all. It's okay. Hitoshi nodded, erasing his mistake and smiling at Izuku gratefully before turning back to the rest of the questions. What do you like to do? Izuku asked the new boy. Izuku liked that name. I like reading, Denki said. My grandmother taught me how to a long time ago. She's still in America, but she had a bunch of these really old books by English authors, and I think they're really good. There's this one book about this monster created by this dude named Frankenstein, so a lot of people just call the monster Frankenstein, even though he really wasn't the real monster. It was his creator that was so mean and all, but it was a really good book and it's one of my favorites, and I also like this book called Little Women. That one was good. She stopped, abruptly, after noticing that most of the table was staring at him. Sorry. I talk too much, he said. He slumped back in his seat, similar to the way he had before he'd gotten excited by the books. I'm a little dumb. That's okay. Izuku said. It don't matter if you're dumb or smart, as long as you're nice. Denki blinked. Are you nice? Yeah, I guess. Then I think you're great. Plus you seem to really love books, and it's good to have something you're passionate about. My Unkais say so. That's why Unkai Zashi loves music and cooking, and Unkai Sho loves his job, and I love writing about heroes. Oh, Denki said. Okay. Hitoshi loves cats. Izuku said, pointing at his purple-haired friend. And Ochako loves math. And Mei loves inventing. She makes great potato weapons. Loving something and wanting to talk about it doesn't make you dumb. Denki looked surprised for a moment, before a small smile appeared on his face. It looked a little wobbly. Thanks, Denki said. Really nice. Izuku shrugged. My Unkai Sho says that. Oh, nicety should be honesty, just in pretty packaging? So if I compliment you, you know I'm not lying. Oh, okay, cool. Denki grinned. So you like heroes? Which ones? I love All Might, Izuku said, bouncing up and down slightly in his seat. Oh, and Ms. Joke. And Ingenium. And Eraserhead and Present Mike. They're not too popular yet, but they're really great heroes. There's not as many heroes in America as there is in Japan, Denki said. My dad says it's 'cause we've got more land over there, so most of the heroes are stationed in major cities and first responders take care of everyone else in small towns and stuff. I lived in a small town in Maine, so I didn't meet lots of heroes, but I saw a villain fight once when I was in the city with my mama. Oh, and All Might is pretty cool over in America too. He's lots of people's favorite heroes, since he's #1 everywhere and all. I'm gonna be a hero when I grow up, Izuku said seriously. All of us are. Me, Hitoshi, Ochako and Mei. We're gonna be a hero team. That's totally awesome. Denki said, sitting up straighter. I wanna be a hero too, someday, and maybe go to that hero school UA now that I'm in Japan, but? Denki shrugged. I dunno if I'm good enough to get in. I'm sure you will. Izuku exclaimed. Maybe you can be in our hero team, too. That way we'll have 5 members, instead of just 4. That'd be awesome. Yeah, that would be. Denki said. But quirk is kinda bad. Izuku sighed. Don't be silly, Izuku said seriously. You're 5, so you probably just got your quirk. And none of our quirks are all that great for hero work, either. I don't even have a quirk, and I'm still gonna be a great hero, and I'm gonna make sure people always smile without having to worry about the future. And you can too. Don't matter what your quirk is. Izuku stopped talking. What is your quirk, anyway? Denki frowned. It's hard to say. That's okay. Take your time. Lec tirif isiet ion. You can generate electricity? Can shoot it out of my body, Denki said. Plus, but I'm not good at controlling it, and it kind of fries my brain up. My mommy says that when I use it too much it turns me goofy for a few hours, but I can never remember. That's so cool, Izuku said. Is it limitless? At what point do you turn goofy? How many volts? I only got it a few months ago, I'm not sure. That's okay, Izuku said. We'll just have to test it. But that quirk is so cool, and it'd be so good in combat. And Izuku realized his hands were flapping excitedly and made an effort to stop. How can you have a quirk like that and say it's bad? That's amazing. Oh, Denki said. Okay. Can you charge stuff? Izuku asked, sitting on the edge of his seat. Like phones? Or can you light light bulbs? Can you act as a generator? Charge a regular battery? Haven't tried, Denki said, looking as if he hadn't considered such things to even be possible for his quirk. But that's a pretty good idea. To test that out? Exactly. Maybe we can see what all you can do at recess, and then I can see if I can bring a light bulb to school tomorrow. May suddenly squealed excitedly. You can charge my inventions. The inventions that need batteries or electricity to operate, you can charge them. Oh, this is amazing. You're amazing. You think I'm amazing? Hitoshi pulled out his notebook, and Izuku felt guilty for not trying to include him in the conversation. Quirk's not dumb. It can help lots people. Denki frowned at the writing. I don't know. He's saying that your quirk isn't dumb. Izuku exclaimed. Any quirk can help someone, and yours can definitely do that. You're awesome. Oh. Izuku was confused, because why didn't he believe it? Recess after school tomorrow. I'll bring a light bulb and we can see what you can do. Denki nodded, looking a little dazed. Good. May and Hitoshi were under the tree, their usual spot, entertaining Denki. May was in a tree, imitating a bird, per usual, and Denki looked a bit tempted to join her. Hitoshi was on the ground by the foot of the tree, looking up at the two and smiling. Izuku was a bit surprised. Usually Hitoshi took recess as a time to sleep. Izuku was walking around the play area with Ochako, who still had her head hanging low and looked to be in low spirits. What's wrong, Chieko? Izuku asked. You've been looking sad all day. Are you okay? Ochako shrugged. I am sad, she said. And confused. And worried. My parents have lots of problems with money. They own a construction company, and they say it's hard to keep up with costs and stuff like that sometimes. Ochako shrugged. My mommy says that the landlord got mad 'cause we couldn't pay rent. We're living at my grandma's house now. Oh, Izuku said. The landlord guy made you move? Yeah, Ochako said. I love grandma, but I don't think I like living with her. She smells like cats. And she always wants to cook dinner, but it tastes funky. Oh, Izuku said, because he wasn't sure how to respond to that. I'm sorry, Ochako. You didn't make us move, Ochako said. Don't say sorry for something you didn't do. Okay. My mommy and daddy say we'll be okay, Ochako said. So we will be. It's all gonna work out. I can tell. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I hope so, Izuku said. I don't have a lot of money, but I got, like, 1,000 yen in my piggy bank if you want it. Ochako laughed. I don't think that's enough to buy something at McDonald's, Izuku. Oh, Izuku said. He frowned. Money's hard. It is. They walked back to the others in silence. Hello, Izuku, the social worker said, stepping into the apartment. Izuku smiled up at the woman blindingly. How've you been? Good. Izuku said, holding on to Hisashi's hand. Real good. Me and my unkais are having a movie night tonight, and we're gonna watch Princess and the Frog, and my Auntie Nem is bringing over candy and blankets and snacks and it's gonna be so fun. That's great, Izuku, the social worker said with a laugh. How have you been? Izuku asked, smiling up at the woman. I've been just fine, thank you for asking, the social worker said. Shouta could never remember what the woman's name was. Rikio? Rikio. Rikio turned her attention to Hisashi and Shouta, smiling at them kindly. Hello, Mr. Aizawa, Mr. Yamada. Hey. Hi. I'll just do a quick check around the apartment, ask Izuku some questions, talk to you too, and then we'll be done. Yes? Shouta nodded stiffly, crossing his arms across his chest tightly. Elbows. Tap tap tap. Shouta didn't much like having strangers in his house. Alright then, Rikyo said, walking around the apartment and dotting things down on her clipboard. She checked Izuku's room, Hisashi and Shouta's shared bedroom, the bathroom, the hall closet, the kitchen space, pausing to look through the fridge and the living room. Then she asked Izuku if she could talk to him privately and lead him back to his bedroom for a good 15 minutes. Shouta knew that he hadn't done anything incriminating that would be a cause of concern for the social worker, but he couldn't help but be nervous. Hisashi and Shouta sat on the couch and wait, Shouta's hands running up and down his slacks. Relax, Hisashi said. It'll be fine. The social worker walked out of the bedroom, face carefully blank, before sitting across from them. As usual, the house visit has proven positive. Although I am slightly concerned by some of the things Izuku has shared with me, Rikyo said, poising her pen over the piece of paper on her clipboard. Shouta felt anxiety jump up in his heart, and his hands clenched into fists. Such as? Shouta prompted, throat feeling dry. He's informed me that money seems to be an issue, Rikyo said. And that you've been having some problems? We're in debt, yes, from Inko's funeral expenses. But we've taken on extra jobs to pay it off, and we are in no shape or form incapable to take care of Izuku, money issues or no. It's still something I want to see remedied, the social worker said, jotting something down on her clipboard. He's also told me that he's going to the doctor soon, though he didn't say why. He's been having trouble sleeping, Hisashi said. Nightmares. We're taking him to a pediatrician to see what they can do. Rikyo hummed, writing down another note on her clipboard. Of course, as you know, a small sum of money gets sent to you monthly to take care of the child in your care, the social worker said. Food, clothing, like. We've been setting that money aside in a separate account, Shouta stated, still feeling inexplicably nervous. For a college fund. In case he wants to go. He seems fairly determined to be a hero, the social worker noted. Have you dealt with that? Shouta and Hisashi frowned. Dealt with? I'm sorry. Hisashi said with a light-hearted laugh. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Well, I only mean that it's a very dangerous profession dash. Trust me, Shouta said. We know. And Izuku isn't exactly built for it. I'm going to have to ask you to clarify further on that, Hisashi said, tone edging on dangerous. Shouta still felt a bit confused. How had the conversation morphed into this? I only mean that because of his physical limitations, hero work would be very difficult for him, Rikyo said. What with him being quirkless? It might be best if he just dash. Him not having a quirk isn't what matters here, Shouta cut in. He's 5. He doesn't know what he wants to be, and children's interests change all the time. But if he continues to want to be a hero when he's older, we will support him, and if he wants to be something else, we'll help with that too. That's why we have the college fund. We're trying to cover all possibilities. Rikyo frowned, writing something else down, before plastering on a slightly fake-looking smile. Shouta did not like this woman. I see, Rikyo said. Merely a suggestion, you understand? Shouta did not understand, but he wasn't going to say that. Now, on to more pressing matters. How has Izuku been doing in school? Friends, grades, development? He has a few close friends, Hisashi said. 2 boys and 2 girls who he seems to care for very much. And he makes near-perfect marks in all his classes, Shouta stated. They were a bit shaky during the beginning of the year. He was quite nervous about the assignments, and that affected his work. But we've been helping him with his homework and his spelling words and his numbers, and he's doing well now. Excellent, the woman said, jotting that down on her clipboard. Has he been eating enough? Growing how he's supposed to? Yep, Hisashi said. He eats all his food at night and during the morning and all of his bento at lunch. We give him cookies after dinner if he eats his vegetables. He's tiny, but I think that's got more to do with genetics than anything. Shouta was fairly short too when he was younger. Shouta glared at him and Hisashi cackled. I was not short, Shouta stated. You were, Hisashi said. Nemuri and I were, like, a foot taller than you in our first year at UA, Shouta. I also hadn't hit my growth spurt yet. Still tiny. Shut. The social worker cleared her throat, drawing their attention back to her, and Hisashi and Shouta went red and quieted down. Have you experienced any problems with Izuku? Rikyo asked. Not really, Hisashi said with a hum. He's a pretty easy kid. Real sweet. The only real issues we have are his sleeping problems and that he's a little sensitive, and even that's not really a problem. Rikyo looked surprised for a moment and continued to write away on her clipboard. It made Shouta feel a bit anxious, not knowing what she's writing. I must say, I'm surprised, Rikyo said. I expected him to be more of a difficult child. How so? Hisashi asked. Well, Rikyo said, for one, he's very young and he went through a very traumatic experience, finding his mother like that, taking care of himself for weeks, his friend turning against him, his father leaving and finding out he's quirkless. It's a lot to go through in such a short time. PRD. A lot of stress. And children aren't meant to go through something like that. Children are supposed to be reliant on their parents or guardians to take care of them, not themselves. I suppose I was expecting him to be a bit more untrusting. Rikyo shrugged. Not to mention that, with most children in a new environment, they'll try and test you. Test us? Shouta echoed. What does that mean? It means... Rikyo hummed, like she was trying to choose her words carefully. He's in a new environment. A new habitat, you might say, with new people taking care of him. And because of that, things are more than likely going to be a lot different than how it was before at the old habitat. He has to learn the rules, learn how far he can go without getting in trouble if he wants to live healthily and happily. Which means? Hisashi prompted. It means, Rikyo said, that he'll more than likely act like a holy terror so he can figure out what those rules are. Well, what would be the best course of action? Shouta asked. If he starts acting out, what are we supposed to do? How do we prevent it? Rikyo shrugged. Establish the rules. Establish the rules. Make a chart, Rikyo suggested. Write down the rules, like, no running in the house, leave your shoes by the door, inside voice, no going in the parents' bedroom, no hitting the cats. Stuff like that. Wait, he'll try and hit the cats? Shouta asked, alarmed. Probably not, Rikyo said reassuringly. That was just an example. You'd probably also do well to give him a chore list. Maybe give him a schedule, a set time for the TV. Take him outside more. Interact more. Just give him something constant and normal so he knows what to expect. I can't guarantee that he'll try and test your limits, but this is definitely a way to avoid that occurring. Understand? Shouta and Hisashi nodded. Excellent, if that's all, then dash. Wait, Hisashi said. We have another question. The social worker sat back down. Yes? Hisashi is out of the picture, Shouta stated. He's in America. There's little to no chance he's coming back anytime soon. But if he does, would he be allowed to take the child away from us? Rikyo sighed, stapling her fingers together and leaning her chin against them. It's complicated, Rikyo admitted. With the Child Protective Services system, the main goal is family preservation. Unless, of course, that family was abusive or neglectful toward the child. Hisashi Midoriya left his family, but he also signed away custody of Izuku before he left, so his abandonment wouldn't be seen as such in the eyes of the courts. So should Hisashi Midoriya, for some reason, come back and try and gain custody of Izuku again, it really depends on the judge. Since Shouta hasn't adopted Izuku and only has custody over him, depending on the feelings of the judge based on the situation. Should the judge be inclined toward Hisashi, chances are he would be granted custody and all ties between you and the child would be cut. I see, Shouta said slowly. But, since he doesn't have any rights over the child now, couldn't we legally adopt him at some point in the future to prevent that from happening? Right now? Rikyo asked incredulously. No. Oh. Allow me to explain? Hisashi and Shouta nodded. There are several requirements to adopt a child in this country, Rikyo said, leaning forward slightly. For starters, you have to be over the age of 21. You're only 20. Hisashi's 21, Shouta argued. And I am turning 21 next month. Be that as it may, you and Hisashi aren't married, so his age doesn't factor into this. Bringing me on to our next issue, you can't legally adopt unless you're married. What? Hisashi asked incredulously. That's such bullshit. Isn't that only with the foster kids? Izuku's family. It's just the law, Rikyo said. It's meant so that, because of the marriage, the child will have 2 stable parental units and a steady income. Which brings us into our next problem. We're in debt, Hizashi said for her. But we're not destitute. We can still take care of the kid just fine, we just have to clock in a couple more hours, but that hasn't affected how we've taken care of him except for when Mr. Aizawa got permanently injured during a patrol, Rikyo pointed out. I'm fine. You have severe chronic pain and you have to wear a leg brace on the best of days, Mr. Aizawa. I know this because I read your chart. I am healing. I am healed. Nothing like this had happened before and it was a one-time thing. I was tired, I made a mistake, but I am fine. Ain't you okay? Rikyo said. There's also the fact that both of you will have to go through the same training that aspiring foster parents have to, as well as pay a small fee to adopt the child. Does everything cost money? Shouta heard Hizashi mutter. Unfortunately, Mr. Yamada, Rikyo said, and Hizashi flushed. There's also the fact that you have to have had custody of the child for 6 months in order to even begin the adoption process. You've only had the Izuku for 3, going on 4 months, I believe. Shouta sighed, running a hand through his hair wearily. And if we meet those requirements? Hizashi prompted. What then? If you have the child for more than 6 months, Mr. Aizawa is over the age of 21, both of you are financially stable and married, Izuku agrees, and Hizashi hasn't come back to stir things up. More than likely, if you took this to court, you would be able to adopt Izuku, as it would be seen as in the best interest of the child. Okay, Shouta stated. Money, marriage, 21, and the child's permission. And the classes. I can do that. Probably. Think about this further. First, Mr. Aizawa. Adopting a child is no small feat, and it's a long process with a very permanent outcome. Don't rush into this. Of course, Shouta said. Hizashi stood up with the woman. Let me see you out, Hizashi said, chatting with the social worker idly as he guided her toward the door. Shouta sighed and collapsed against the back of the couch, hearing a door from the hallway creak open a moment later. Izuku walked into the living room, climbing onto the couch with Shouta and snuggling close to his side. He had a large teddy bear clutched in his grasp. Izuku named all of his stuffed animals, and if Shouta remembered correctly, this one was named Fluff. Izuku was many things, but he wasn't very creative. Inko and Tara followed them up onto the couch, the kitten taking refuge on Izuku's lap while the older cat snuggled up on Shouda's. Shouta scratched behind Takara's ear idly. Did the lady leave? Izuku asked, and Shouta nodded. Good. We'll have some rules around here soon, Shouta said. A chore chart. And TV times. And a little schedule for you. Is that all right? Izuku tilted his head to the side. I guess, he said with a shrug. But why? We're trying to keep you from going into your rebel phase before your time, Shouta stated. What's a rebel phase? Izuku asked. It's where you act foolish when you're a teenager, Shouta said. Your uncle Zashi had one. He got his ears pierced and tried to dye his hair pink. Izuku looked horrified. But I don't want to dye my hair pink. Hence the chore chart. You better give me 1,000,000 chores on my chore chart. I don't want to dye my hair pink at all. As you wish. Unkai Sho, I better never become a teenager. I don't want to be one. Trust me, child, no one does. Hizashi walked back into the living room, looking tired, before pasting a smile on his face when he saw Izuku sitting on the couch. Izuku was moving, tilting his head from side to side, probably trying to get a good look at Hizashi's ears, which were mainly hidden by his long blonde hair. You alright, kiddo? Why you go and pierce your ears? Izuku asked curiously, and Hizashi turned bright red. Shouta shrugged. He asked what a rebel phase was. Shouta explained. I thought you were a prime example. You absolute dashed. Hizashi picked a pillow up from a couch and chunked it at him, hitting him square in the face, and Shouta stared at the pillow in his lap for a good 10 seconds before grinning at the other man evilly and turning to the child. Charge, he said to Izuku, and Izuku grinned back in a disturbingly accurate replica of Shouda's expression. Hizashi went pale and started running for the hallway just in time for Izuku to tackle his legs and take him to the floor. They were exhausted and confused and filled with worry, but the rest of the night was filled with laughter. Yes, I completely agree, I am an idiot, but can we please talk about how I get the insurance dash? There was a beep, and Hizashi glanced down at the phone in his hand. Dash. Language, Shouta called from where he was sorting through papers on the couch. It was tedious work. He almost wished he was moving boxes at work. Izuku's not here, I'm allowed to swear, Hizashi snapped, dragging a hand down his face. They are infuriating. No, seriously, they do not listen at all, and then they call me stupid and get impatient with me when I ask questions, and none of them are taking me seriously when I tell them I need the FING insurance to go through as soon as FING possible. Be civil, Shouta said with a shrug. Try and sound like an adult. I am an adult. You're 21, Shouta said, reading a paragraph on one of the papers. That doesn't constitute an adult to a lot of people. It should, Hizashi said, redialing a number. I have a child in my care, I have a partner, I have a job and a house. You'd think that would sound pretty adult-y to some people. It does, Shouta stated, pushing the papers away and taking a sip of his coffee. But then you use the word adult-y, and it kind of ruins the effect. Hizashi glared at him before dialing the last number and calling yet another insurance place. Yes, hi, this is Hizashi Yamada. And Shouta Aizawa. I'm trying for him too, haha. Can I ask how we, get insurance? Yes, 5% of salary, so that is our income overall, or just 5% of separate incomes, because we have 2 jobs. Thanks. So how long is this going to take? Wait, what? Hizashi's face suddenly got very tight, a mixture between manic and angry. Kane, I will call them. Shouta stopped sorting through papers and watched him call a new number, only for Hizashi to pace into their hallway out of Shuta's hearing range. Shouta shrugged, turning back to his papers. 5 minutes later, unhinged cackling sounded from the hallway. Hizashi marched back into the living room and promptly fell face first on the couch. Zashi? Shouta said tentatively, feeling a bit nervous. You alright? Shouta turned back to his papers, and Hizashi eventually picked himself off the couch and looked at him. Shouta, Hizashi said. How long have we been working for the agency? Shouta set down his papers. Almost 3 years, I think. Why? We're dumbass? I am not a dumbass, Shouta informed him. Though I can't say the same for you. What happened? We already have FING insurance. What? Shouta, we are pro-heroes. We have a dangerous profession. They are legally obligated to give us health insurance, and we just didn't go and get the FING card after the 90-day wait time ended because we forgot health insurance was a thing. What? They've been taking 5% of our salary for health insurance for the past 3 years, and we haven't even used it because we didn't get the card because we're dumbass. That simplifies things. Does that mean Nemuri had insurance this entire time and just failed to mention that we had it too? Have we even told her that we were trying to get insurance, though? Shouta asked, and Hizashi froze. His eyes went wide, before his face split and he started laughing hysterically on the couch. Shouta patted his back. Does she know she has insurance? Of course she does, Shouta said. She's Nemuri. We just didn't know because we're idiots. Will my insurance cover Izuku? Yeah. He's your ward, so... Well, this is easier. We can just call a pediatrician and get this over with? Can I have an hour to recuperate before I have to start making calls again? Hizashi asked. Of course, Shouta said. You can help me go through finances? Hizashi rose up. On second thought, I think I'm going to go. Make that call? Have fun with that. Hizashi, Izuku and Shouta were sitting in the waiting room at a doctor's office. Beside him, Hizashi muttered, 3 years, 3 years, every so often. Izuku looked nervous, and he was slouching low in his chair, like he wanted the floor to swallow him up. Shouta could share the sentiment. He didn't much like doctors' offices either. Midoriya, Izuku, the woman up front called, and Izuku, Hizashi and Shouta stood up. When Hizashi and Shouta walked forward, Izuku seemed to stay rooted to the spot, so Hizashi grabbed the boy's hand and guided him forward. Hello, oh honey, the woman said. Just go on ahead and jump on the scale so we can measure your height and weight, okay? Izuku nodded and they weighed and measured him before guiding them back into an examination room. They were joined by a doctor a moment later. Hello, Izuku, she said. She had light purple hair pulled back in a bun and dark skin. Her lips were painted a neon blue and her fingernails a blood red. Her eyes were electric green. Izuku looked mesmerized. What's your quirk? Izuku asked abruptly. The woman blinked. I like to call it X-ray, the woman said. It helps me see what's wrong with my patients on the inside, but without the use of radiation like a common X-ray machine. It's very useful for my profession. Because I have this quirk, I can see that you have an extra bone in your pinky toes, the handsome dark-haired gentleman over there has a busted knee, and the tall blonde man has damaged eyes. But what really clued me in on that was the glasses, the doctor said with a wink. Izuku giggled. How far does it go? Izuku asked. Does the quirk let you see what's hurting people mentally, or just physically? Just physically, the doctor said sadly. I deal with the works of the body, not the mind. Which means that your nightmare problem is a complete mystery to me, right now. Sorry, kiddo, gonna have to ask a few questions first? Okay, Izuku said, kicking his feet back and forth. The doctor took a seat on a Raleigh chair. Now, the doctor said, how long have these nightmares been happening, Izuku? Izuku shrugged. Long time. A little after Mommy's batteries died, I think. Lots of nights since then. What are the nightmares about, Izuku? The doctor asked. Izuku started to look slightly uncomfortable, shifting in his seat. No, he said. Finding Mommy, my dad. On Kai's show getting hurt? Shouda's eyes widened. Does this happen every night, Izuku? Izuku shrugged. Almost every night? Izuku nodded. Do you think you're tired during the day because of these nightmares? Sometimes. The doctor nodded. Thank you, Izuku. That's all I needed to know. The doctor turned toward Shouta and Hisashi. There are two things I want you to do, the doctor said. I'll be filling Izuku out for a prescription of prazosin. It helps regulate breathing during sleep, and it seems to help many people sleep through the night without issue. All right, Shouta said. We'll go to the pharmacy on our way home. The doctor nodded. But he's at a young age, and we don't want him becoming reliant on medication. Yes, prazosin will help, but it won't stop these nightmares at the source. If we take him off of it, he'll likely still have the nightmares, which is not what we want. All right, so what do we do? Hisashi asked. I want you to look into getting Izuku a therapist. To talk about his nightmares. We were considering doing that anyway, Shouta informed her. We'll start researching good therapists immediately. The doctor nodded. The nightmares were likely triggered because the death of his mother was so traumatic, the doctor said. He found her when she died. She was alive one morning, and then when he found her she wasn't. That's enough to make anyone have nightmares. Which is why he needs to work through that trauma with a therapist, so he can get help. Hisashi and Shouta nodded. The medication can cause headaches, drowsiness, stuff like that at first. If he starts having a pounding heartbeat, frequent urination, swollen ankles, fainting, mood changes, things like that, then he needs medical attention immediately, and I expect you to bring him straight back. Shouta and Hisashi nodded, a bit startled this time. That's all you really need to know. I'll have a nurse come in with discharge papers. Good thing we have that insurance, Hisashi muttered to Shouta as the doctor walked toward the door. Therapy and the medication? But actually, the doctor said, your insurance covers 75% of all surgeries, medications, glasses prices, and doctor's visits. I looked at your card, sorry. But it doesn't cover the price of psychologists or therapists, mental health doctors like that. Well, how much does a therapist cost? Hisashi asked, looking like he was dreading the answer. Shouta already knew he wasn't going to like this. 6,000 to 13,000 yen. Per month? Shouta said hopefully. Per hour during a session. Izuku looked up at the adults, confused. Hisashi's head hit the wall behind him with a loud thunk. God damn it. When Shouta woke up that morning, Hisashi was still in bed, curled up into a tight ball right on the edge of the mattress and shivering uncontrollably, the blanket tangled up near his feet. When Shouta, eyes fuzzy with sleep and the darkness of the room, reached out a hand to grab his shoulder. His nightshirt was soaked through with sweat. "Zashi?" Shouta murmured, shaking his shoulders slightly. Hizashi groaned, curling in further on himself. Shouta rolled back over, turning on his bedside lamp. Hizashi was curled up at the very edge of the bed. The legs of his breaths were rolled up, as was the hem of his shirt. His hair was damp with sweat, long strands sticking to his neck, and he seemed to be shivering uncontrollably. When Shouta pressed the back of his hand against his forehead, he felt feverish. "Hizashi," Shouta said, shaking his shoulder again. Hizashi groaned again, curling in on himself tighter. "Zashi! Look at me!" Shouta cupped his face, turning his head toward him, and Hizashi sighed before peeking his eyes open, only to wince at the harsh light from the lamp. "What's wrong?" "See cold," Hizashi said, teeth chattering. Shouta frowned. He didn't feel cold, if anything his face felt hot. "Anything else?" Shouta asked. Hizashi's eyes slipped closed again, and Shouta snapped his fingers in front of his face again until they opened back up. "Stay awake for a little while longer, Hizashi. All right?" Hizashi nodded. "What else is wrong?" "I feel achy," he admitted. "My throat kind of hurts. And, headache. And I feel like I have to cough." Shouta felt along the sides of his neck and hummed. "Your lymph nodes are swollen," Shouta stated. "I think you have the flu." "Nope," Hizashi said. "Absolutely not. I'm fine. Perfectly fine, as a matter of fact. Prime condition, some might say. I feel fantastic." "Sure," Shouta said. He glanced at the clock. 2 hours late for the office. Might as well stay home. "I can't just stay home," Hizashi said, trying to sit up. Once he got into a sitting position, however, his body started to sway, and Shouta helped him lay back down. "I think I'll stay home." "Probably for the best," Shouta said. He stood up from bed, walking out into the hallway and to the bathroom, where he wet a rag with cold water before returning to his bedroom. "For your fever," he explained. Hizashi had his glasses on, now, though he took them off at the sight of the rag. Probably didn't want them to get wet. Shouta sat on the edge of the bed, pressing the rag against his forehead. A long strand of hair fell in Hizashi's face as he did, and Shouta pushed it aside with a huff. "Your hair is insufferable," Shouta informed him. "Absolutely insufferable." "You love it," Hizashi said, eyes beginning to fall closed. "Don't pretend you don't." "Shut up. You're sick. You're supposed to do sick people things. Like complaining and coughing." "I don't need to cough." "Do it anyway," Shouta said, leaving the rag on Hizashi's head and walking out into the hallway. Izuku was peeking out of his bedroom door, probably trying to be sneaky. His large mass of hair stuck out too much for that. "School time, Ankai Sho," Izuku said. "You didn't wake me up." "I know," Shouta said. He sighed, crossing his arms. "It would seem," Shouta said. "Your uncle Hizashi has the flu." Izuku frowned. "He's sick?" "He's feeling a bit under the weather, yes. But he'll be okay. We must do something, though, to make sure you don't get the flu and have to take time off school." Izuku nodded. "You have to stay the night with your auntie, I think?" Izuku frowned. "Never slept over at auntie's before," he said, sounding nervous. "You'll like it. She'll probably let you do whatever you want." "You'll have fun," Shouta said. "I will not." Izuku hummed. "Okay. Do I need to pack stuff?" "Probably," Shouta said. "There should be a duffel bag in the back of the closet. Pack a spare uniform, shirt and breathes, socks, a pair of pajamas and a jacket. Oh, and a toy and a book. Yes?" Izuku nodded, running off to do just that. Shouta walked into the kitchen and dragged out a plastic tub filled with random assortments of medication from the pantry, choosing a bottle of pills for pain and fever and cough syrup before replacing the container in the pantry. Maybe he should put a lock on it. It wouldn't do for Izuku to find it and think all the little white things were breath mints or something. After taking out a dose of medicine from the pill bottle and a cap full of cough syrup, he grabbed a glass of water and checked the fridge. No bento. Maybe he'd give Izuku another Tupperware container of leftovers. Or he could buy him a Happy Meal and hope that they didn't need gas money. No, They had enough leftovers in the fridge for Izuku's lunch. Maybe Shouta could just make a sandwich for himself, then. Or eat from a vending machine. Should he even go to work today? His boss was impatient enough with him, as is. Shouta snapped out of his thoughts when Izuku came barreling into the kitchen, holding a backpack and a duffel bag respectively. His shirt was unbuttoned, as was his blazer, and his hair was a mess, just like it was every morning. His red sneakers were untied as well. "What's for lunch today, Unkai?" Izuku asked, bouncing in place. Shouta crouched in front of him, buttoning up his shirt and tying his shoes. "I can't remember," Shouta muttered, before standing up quickly and pulling a container out of the fridge. "Done. Cold?" Izuku asked incredulously. Shouta shrugged. "Find a microwave. I can't make you a bento. I'll burn down our apartment and then the landlord will come yell at us." Izuku shuddered. He was terrified of the landlord. "Don't tell Hisashi," he said, handing him the container of noodles. "He's big on healthy lunches." "Yep," Izuku said. "If I told him, he'd probably have a... I forgot the word. Cow?" Shouta suggested, and Izuku shook his head. "Tantrum? Fit?" Two head shakes. "I'm intrigued now. Tell me when you figure it out." "Okay." Shouta checked his phone. "It's going to be cold," Shouta told the boy. "Jacket?" "No thank you." "Non-debatable. Why do I always gotta wear it?" Izuku whined, dragging his feet as he went off in search of the dreaded article of clothing. "It makes me look fluffy." "Not really," Shouta said. "More squishy." "I'm not a marshmallow," Izuku whined. "Not squishy." "Of course not," Shouta stated. "You're a cabbage." "Don't be ridiculous." "Exactly," Izuku said triumphantly. "Wait, what?" "Nothing," Shouta said. "Hurry up and find your jacket." Izuku ran off again. Shouta shoved the container of udon into a paper bag, along with a little bottle of water and a package of crackers. Just in case he lost the udon. Or he was still hungry. Or he wanted a snack after school. Or one of his friends was still hungry. He knew from seeing Izuku's friends at school that Hitoshi and Denki were too skinny. And Ochako's parents were having problems. And, from what Izuku told him, Mei sometimes got so distracted by her potato weapons she forgot to eat. Should he pack more crackers? He poured half the box into the paper bag and closed it with a clip. Izuku ran into the kitchen a moment later, wearing a large, fluffy jacket and with a displeased look on his face. "Food," Shouta said, handing him the bag. "There's also a couple snacks for you and your friends." "Great. Thanks, Unkai," Izuku said, running off to put the bag into his backpack. Shouta pulled out his phone as he ran away. "What?" Nemuri snapped as she answered the phone. This better be good, it is 6 in the morning. "I need you to watch Izuku this evening," Shouta said. "I have patrol," Nemuri said. "You know, my job. That I get paid for. At the highly competitive agency that is practically impossible to advance Indiana. You know the one?" "All too well," Shouta said. "Hisashi's sick with the flu. If his fever gets worse, I'll have to take him to a clinic. I don't want the child here. I already have one sick person, I can't handle two. But Shouta, if you do this, I'll cover your shifts for a week after Hisashi gets better," Shouta bargained. He was going to regret this. "Don't you have enough on your plate already?" Nemuri asked incredulously. "Unimportant," Shouta said. "Yes or no?" "Fine," Nemuri said. "I think I liked you better when you hated talking on the phone and avoided it like the plague. This is the most you've called me in the 6 or 7 years I've known you." "I'll see you soon, Nemuri," Shouta said, hanging up the phone. "Child, do you have everything?" Shouta asked, walking out of the kitchen and into the living room. "Yep," Izuku said. "Hair's messy though," he said, jabbing a finger at his head. "Indeed so." It quite resembled a green bird's nest. Shouta glanced at the wall clock. He had time. "Bathroom." "Drop the bag," he said, walking off to the hall bathroom and standing in front of the sink. There was a mirror above the sink's counter, and Shouta hoisted him up onto it so it would be easier. "Don't yank," Izuku reminded him. "I'm aware of your terms and conditions," Shouta replied dryly, spraying the spray bottle at the mess of hair. Comb or brush? Brush, Izuku said, grabbing it and handing it to Shouta. Shouta began to quickly brush through sections of hair, making sure to slow down if there were any tangles in his way so as not to hurt the child. You need a haircut, he informed the child. Desperately. What's that word mean? Izuku asked, leaning his head forward slightly as Shouta could get the hair at the back. Well, usually it would mean despair. Or anguish. You remember what those words mean, yes? In this case, it just means you really need a haircut. Understand? Yep. Izuku said, popping the pea. Shouta set down the brush, ran a hand through the hair to make sure it didn't have any more tangles, and helped the child down from the counter. School time. Be quiet. When you're going down the hallway, Shouta said. Once Izuku finally had everything ready and they were safely out of the apartment, Izuku took off like a rocket toward the car, and they were off. When Izuku arrived at school, Denki appeared to be trying to decipher Hitoshi's handwriting. It wasn't easy. Izuku knew how to read kanji and even he didn't know what Hitoshi was trying to say half the time. Hi, Denki. Hi, Toshi. Izuku said, sitting down in his usual spot. Hello, Denki said. Hitoshi smiled at him. Where's Ochako and Mei? Izuku asked. They're always here before us. Denki and Hitoshi shrugged in unison. I dunno, Denki said. Probably traffic. My mama got stuck in it this morning. Izuku hummed. My unkai Zashi has the flu, Izuku said. So I get to stay over at my auntie's house tonight. That's cool. Denki said, still obviously trying to decipher Hitoshi's handwriting. You talk about your unkais a lot? 'Cause they're awesome. They sound awesome, Denki said. Do you live with them or something? Is that why you gotta stay at your auntie's house? Izuku said. My unkai Sho says he don't want me to get sick like unkai Zashi. Unkai Zashi has a fever. Denki groaned, his head falling onto the table in front of him. Do you know what that says? He asked Izuku, voice slightly muffled. I feel me not answering, but I can't read it. It keeps going all wonky. Izuku grabbed the notebook, dragging it towards himself. It says, the cat got locked in the dishwasher. Wait, what? Izuku said, looking up at Hitoshi. Hitoshi's face was red. Bowl 10 got stuck in a dishwasher? Hitoshi shrugged. Izuku assumed that meant yes. Hitoshi dragged the book back towards himself. I was washing my papa's scrubs, he tired. You were washing his scrubs in the dishwasher? Cloths in washing machine. Well, is the cat okay? Hitoshi nodded. Good, Izuku said. My cat's okay too. She loves cuddling with Takara, and the other day she got into a barking contest with the neighbor's dog. Yeah, barking. Inko can bark. I think it might be one of those animal quirks, like Principal Nizu at UA. Nizu is real smart. Inko can bark. Cool. Denki said excitedly. I've always wanted to see an animal with a quirk. There were lots of special bred animals like that in America, but we could never afford one, and I don't think Mama and Daddy wanted one that much, but they're supposed to be really cool, and one of my classmates had a parrot who could talk. Izuku blinked. Parrots. Parrots can talk, Denki, Izuku said. They copy what humans say. That's not a quirk. Oh, Denki said, visibly deflating. Still cool though? Izuku reassured him. I guess. What are you reading? Izuku asked, trying to lift the boy's mood. Denki's face brightened. Oh, I'm reading this book called The Catcher in the Rye. It's about this paranoid boy, right? And something scary happened to him, and he keeps trying to push people away but also trying to get close to them, and it's really confusing, but I love it so much. Even though my mama said I was too young for it, I kinda stole it from the attic. But that's okay, I think, because my grandmother always said that any type of book is good for a kid my age so long as it isn't naughty, whatever that means. And Denki took a deep breath. I really like it. It's kinda confusing to follow though, 'cause Holden's a little funny and there's a lot of stuff in there I don't understand 'cause I'm a little slow with reading stuff, but it's still so good and another deep breath. I can't wait to finish it. Okay, Izuku said. Well, it sounds really good. Maybe I'll read it someday. If I learn English. Or if there's a copy in Japanese. He rubbed the back of his neck, smiling sheepishly. I can try and teach you. Denki said. I can try and teach all of you. That way, when we're heroes and we need to talk to help someone who only speaks English, we can. And if we gotta talk about something secret, we can do that too. Denki stopped for a second, looking at Hitoshi apologetically. And I'll teach you how to write in English too. But I'm not that good at spelling. That's a great idea, Izuku said. Hitoshi looked somewhat reluctant. We should wait until Chieko and Mei get here first, though, so they can learn too. They're gonna be heroes with us too. Okay, Denki said, agreeing easily. I'm okay with waiting. Izuku smiled, turning to grab Hitoshi's attention so he wouldn't feel too left out of the conversation when he heard another student's conversation. Like they're ever gonna be heroes. My dad says quirkless losers can't be anything. That's not very nice, another voice said, sounding hesitant. Whatever, the mean voice said. He's quirkless. Who cares? It's not like we're hurting anyone. I guess. Izuku had to rub his eyes to stop himself from crying, because he cared what they were saying about him, and it did hurt him. It made his chest ache and his eyes sting and his brain hurt, and he hated that he cared but he did. Why does everyone have to be so mean? Hitoshi reached over the table and tapped his shoulder, looking concerned. Denki was staring at a wall, lost in thought, like he was daydreaming, and he obviously hadn't noticed what the other kids were saying. But Hitoshi had, because Hitoshi noticed everything. I'm okay, Izuku said. Don't worry about me. Hitoshi nodded, though he didn't look entirely convinced, and settled back against his chair. Mei came barreling in, then, dreadlocks waving in the air around her head as she leapt across the table into her seat. Hitoshi and Izuku didn't even flinch, long since used to her shenanigans, though Denki, fairly new and still lost in thought, jumped back so violently he hit the floor with a thump. Ack, he shouted, holding his hand. It looked red and raw with carpet burn. Sorry, Denki, Mei said, still bouncing in her seat. She does that a lot, Izuku informed him. Yeah, Denki said, picking himself up off the floor and climbing back into his seat. I saw. Ochako wandered in the room, then, looking tired and a bit frazzled. Her hair was a mess and she looked a little pale. You okay, Chieko? Izuku asked as she sat down. I'm okay, Ochako said. I was late 'cause I had to take the train. The people on it are scary. Hitoshi nodded in agreement. Don't your mommy usually take you? Izuku asked. Yeah, why didn't your mama drive you? Denki put in. My daddy said that Medbank people took the car away, so I have to go on the train for a couple weeks until mommy and daddy find it. I don't like it. The people are scary and it's noisy and smelly. Yeah, Mei agreed. I had to go on the train once because my mom's car was broken and it was bad. They need some air freshener. My Ankai show says you're not supposed to say that word, Izuku said. What word? Ochako asked. Demed. You're not supposed to say it? You just said it, Mei said slyly. Because Ochako asked. But you're never supposed to say it. It's a grown-up word. Only grown-up people can say it. That's the rules. But why? Denki asked. My parents say grown-up words all the time, and they don't get mad when my big brother says mean words. He's older though, Izuku said. It's a mean word too, and it can be used to be rude to people. That's why you're not supposed to say it. And my Ankai Zashi says I'm so cute and adorably that if I start swearing it might give someone whiplash. What's whiplash? Denki asked, and Izuku shrugged hopelessly. Visit. Really weird words, I can never understand them. I don't hear coughing, Shoyuta said, coming into the bedroom with a tray of soup, the last package of crackers and a ginger ale. Nor do I hear complaining. I told you to do normal sick people things. Hizashi shrugged. I don't have anything to complain about, he said, and his voice sounded scratchy. You're good at taking care of me when I'm sick, what do I have to bitch about? I disagree, Shoyuta stated. I'm not good at doing this. I tried to make chicken broth since you said your stomach was queasy. I burned it and ruined a pot. You get deli chicken noodle soup. Enjoy. On the tray was a styrofoam bowl of soup, the label of the nearest deli printed on the side. How did you burn chicken broth? Hizashi asked, taking the spoon and stirring up the soup. You heat it up on a stove and serve it up in a bowl. What's burnable about that? I burned cereal once, Shoyuta informed him. Don't question my cooking skills. Sho, babe, sweetheart, light of my life, Hisashi said dramatically. No offense, but there aren't any skills to question. Shush, Shoyuta said. I had to deal with the deli over the phone to get this soup. And I burned my hand on the pot. Be grateful. You just told me to complain, Hisashi pointed out. Point taken. Shoyuta frowned. Eat your soup. Got it, Hisashi said, taking another bite. Shoyuta pressed the back of his hand against his forehead. Better, he said. Do you want more fever pills? No, I'm fine for now, thanks, Hisashi said, emptying out the bowl. So what did you pack Izuku for lunch today? I usually make his lunch before I go to work, but just food. Hisashi said. What kind of food? Good food. Leftover udon, Shoyuta admitted. And about 8 packages of crackers. Oh my god, I'm never getting sick again. I'm not sure it's optional. Oh no, I'll make sure it is, Hisashi said. Those germs will come near me and I'll yell, not today, and blast them with a flamethrower, Hisashi informed him. You watch too many movies. Probably. Definitely. Hisashi suddenly went very pale and looked exceedingly uncomfortable. I think I need to puke. Oh my god. Hisashi ended the day with a low-grade fever and a large bruise on his shoulder from where a bucket was thrown at him. Shoyuta regretted nothing. Hi, Izuku greeted as he climbed into Auntie Nem's car. Auntie Nem grunted in response, drinking deeply from a paper cup of coffee. Are you okay? Nope, Auntie Nem said. Absolutely not. Your uncle woke me up at 6 a.m. and I was unable to go back to sleep afterwards. I am exhausted, and we are going to McDonald's. I need an iced coffee. Can I have an iced coffee? Izuku asked hopefully. Well, it would make Shuta's life more difficult, but, yeah, no, I'm the one that has to deal with you tonight. Remind me tomorrow, I'll give you a sip of my coffee when I'm driving you back. K. Can I get a happy meal? Well, I'm not just gonna stop at a McDonald's to get a coffee and nothing else, Auntie Nem scoffed. Come on, Tiger, you know me better than that. Izuku grinned, bouncing in place in his seat, smiling as he looked out the window. Burger and fries? Sure. Yay. They drove through the place. Auntie Nem got in an argument with the worker, and Izuku left with a burger and fries Happy Meal, a Sprite, and a dinosaur toy. What's his name? Auntie Nem asked as she climbed out of the car. Izuku hummed in thought. Teiko. Izuku decided. Auntie Nem shrugged. Good choice as any, I guess. Auntie Nem's apartment was nice. It had lots of nice carpets and throw rugs and big white couches, as well as a large flat-screen TV fixed to the wall. Her kitchen was huge, and Izuku made a beeline for it, climbing up onto the counters and digging through the pantry until he came up with a package of Oreos, which he took back to the living room, where Auntie Nem was laying on the couch. Izuku sat crossed-legged next to her feet. Oreo? Izuku asked, and Auntie Nem grinned, holding out her hand for one. Izuku handed her one before digging into the package of cookies himself, Auntie Nem turning on a movie once she was gone eating her own cookie. Right at 9 o'clock, Auntie Nem came him some of his sleeping medicine, and Izuku fell asleep right there on the couch, covered in Oreo crumbs and watching a movie about a talking dog. When he woke up, there was a pillow under his head and a soft blanket wrapped around him. Izuku decided then that he really liked Auntie Nem's house. Auntie Nem drove him back to his Unkai's apartment after school the next day. Unkai Zashi was on the couch, scrolling through the TV and looking tired and pale, but very much okay. Unkai Sho was trying to make mint tea in the microwave without somehow burning it, and it showed in the way he fumbled with the buttons. Unkai Zashi was watching a movie with a robot in it. Unkai! Izuku squealed, darting forward and tackling Unkai Zashi back against the couch. Hey, listener, oof. Izuku moved so he was snuggled up close to his uncle's side, one leg tossed across his lap, and looked up at him. I missed you, Izuku said. Are you still sick? I'm doing much better now, Unkai Zashi said, rubbing a hand through his hair. Your Unkai Sho took care of me, and we got this weird tea thing from the store that's supposed to help. And now I feel fine. Okay? Okay, Izuku said, snuggling back into his side. Auntie Nem sat on the couch next to them, looking incredibly tired, and Unkai Sho walked into the room, holding the tray of tea. Izuku gasped. I know the word, he shouted excitedly. I figured it out. On Kai's show, I figured out the word. The what? Aneurysm. What? Shouta had worked at his hero agency for 3 years. He had poured in long hours and had taken every case they threw at him, big or small, a simple patrol or an hours-long stakeout. He'd gotten his knee crushed while working for this agency, had nearly lost his life more times than he'd like to mention, had gotten overwhelmed and shaky and sick so many times it was difficult to track, but he still came back and he still put in the work because this is what he had been building toward his entire life. He wasn't going to leave after a little hurt. He hadn't left when that villain had beaten his leg in with a pole, hadn't left after the long, unfair hours and the lackluster pay. That wasn't who Shouta was. He didn't leave once the going got tough. If he was that type of person, he never would have gotten into UA's hero program, probably would have never gotten into UA at all. Probably would have been dead by now. Which is why he held his tongue when his first undercover mission fell less than 2 days before his birthday. 2 days before what was, technically, his and Hisashi's anniversary. Held his tongue when he knew that the mission was too dangerous, knew he probably wasn't ready, especially with his skill sets. He didn't say anything, not even when his mind flashed back to Izuku and how he had looked, asleep in that emergency room after Shouta had injured his leg. He could do this. Shouta Aizawa didn't give up. This was his dream. This was all he had wanted to do his entire life. He'd been working towards this since he was old enough to know that heroes were real people, not fake characters on the television. This was what had kept him going through the motions when he was a child, when his scalp was burning and bleeding and he was hungry and sick all the time. And he was small, so small and lonely. So Shouta held his tongue. There was a very widespread, very successful drag ring. Drag rings were something Shouta got assigned to a lot. He was stealthy enough, and they were fairly easy enough for someone of his rank in the agency. Drag rings he could handle. Going undercover in a drag ring was a completely different story. He was going undercover with 3 other heroes, Hisashi, Vlad King and Tensei Ida, who had come over to help from his own company. Said he had been keeping an eye on this ring for a while, but he'd never gotten sufficient enough evidence to place an arrest. Shouta wasn't sure what the drag was, exactly, and he wasn't sure he wanted to know if it brought the attention of Ingenium. Shouta hadn't seen Tensei in a while, years, probably. He wasn't sure he knew the man all that well. Tensei had always been civil to him at UA when the rest of the class seemed to despise him, barring Hisashi and Nemuri, but they had never quite bridged the gap between acquaintances and friends. Shouta had, truthfully, never really learned how to do that. All of his current friends, Joke, Nemuri, even his boyfriend, seemed to have just latched on and not let go when he hadn't been paying attention. But at least Shouta knew Tensei. He didn't know if he'd be able to handle going undercover with a stranger for however long this mission would take. When Shouta and Hisashi had woken up the morning before the mission, they were to spend the next few hours preparing weapons and practicing their backstories before the mission. He felt jittery and a bit sick with nerves. So many things were running through his head at once. What if the mission went on for longer than expected? What if he died? What would happen to Izuku? What if the mission was a failure? What if they took his hero license away? What if he was fired from the agency? After a bit of pestering from Izuku, Shouta had given him the okay to come to the movies with him, Hisashi and Nemuri for Shuta's birthday. What if they didn't get to do that? What if this was his last birthday? What if? I can hear you thinking, Hisashi grumbled, folding his shirt and breathes together into a roll and sticking a pair of socks over the ends. He always packed like that, for as long as Shouta had known him. He said it was the most space-efficient way to do it. Relax. It's just a mission, like anything else. We'll probably be back before the week is over. I'm worried, Shouta admitted. I noticed. Anything could go wrong, Shouta continued. This is my first major mission since. He pointed at his own leg dejectedly. And my first undercover mission ever. I do not want to mess this up. I cannot lose my job, Hisashi. Sweetheart, you're not gonna lose your job, Hisashi said, rolling up another pair of jeans and a t-shirt. And no one is forcing you to go on this mission. There's no shame in wanting to back out. The agency will understand if you tell them you're not ready to go on another major mission dash. I am ready, Shouta said. I am ready to go on another major mission. That is not the problem. I don't. Talk it out. I'm lucky, Shouta stated. I've been doing this for 3 years, patrols and small missions and things like that, and I've never seen someone die. And I've never had to kill anyone. And I don't want that to change. Izuku looks at me like I'm a hero. You kind of are. Yes, but how am I supposed to look back at him if I end up killing someone for this job? Or if I'm not able to save anyone? I could die, Shouta noted, and Izuku would be left all alone. He'd be sent into the system. You don't have guardianship over him, you'd probably never see him again, and dash. Shouta, Hisashi said, cutting through his nervous ramblings. Shouta gripped his elbows. It'll be fine. Alright? Everything is going to be fine. You'll see. Don't stress yourself out over this, you have to be on your A game. Everything is going to be fine. It's just a drag ring. It's a big drag ring, Shouta muttered. A big drag ring with lots of people dash. Everything will be fine. And oh, how wrong he was. You can't go. Izuku wailed, holding on tight to Hisashi's leg. Please don't go. I'll be good, I'll be the bestest ever and I'll make lots of pretty pictures for you at school. Just please don't go. Baby, you're going to be fine, Hisashi said, trying to gently pry the 5-year-old off his leg. You're gonna have so much fun with your auntie, and we'll be back really soon. You're gonna have a great time without your OL uncles around telling you what to do. I don't want you to go. Izuku said, again, please don't go, Unkai Zashi, please don't go. My tummy hurts, and I'll miss you, and we still gotta do Unkai Show's birthday and you'll miss movie night and Shouta set his and Hisashi's bags down on the ground, crouching in front of where the child was clutching Hisashi's leg. There were tears falling from the boy's eyes, cheeks red and ruddy, and he did look a bit ill. Child, Shouta said, I'm going to explain something to you. And it is important, so listen. Izuku sniffled. Our jobs are demanding. We might have to leave a lot for missions like these. And we'll miss you when we're gone just as much as you'll miss us. But these are bad people, Cabbage, and someone has to stop them. They are hurting people, Izuku. Okay? We have to leave to stop the bad people. Do you understand? But Izuku rubbed at his eyes and sniffled loudly. What if the bad people hurt you? That's just another part of our careers. It will be a part of your job too, if you become a hero. It's something we have to accept. But we will always come home to you, alright? Always. Shouta wasn't sure if he was explaining this correctly. What if it just distressed the child more? What if he wasn't saying it right, and he hurt the child's feelings? This was all so complicated. Promise? Izuku prompted, and Shouta nodded. I promise, child, he said. Now release your uncle's leg. I think he needs it. Izuku's ears went as red as his tear-stained face, and he released Hisashi, smiling up at him apologetically. Sorry, Unkai, Izuku said. Hisashi ruffled his hair. Don't worry about it, kiddo. Nemuri, from where she was sitting on the couch and watching the situation with raised eyebrows, cleared her throat pointedly. You're going to be late if you don't leave now, Nemuri said. Shouta sighed. We'll be back soon, Cabbage. All right? Izuku nodded. My tummy still hurts. It's probably because you were crying, Hisashi said. Drink some water. And if it gets worse, there's some medicine in the cabinet. Your auntie knows where it is? Izuku nodded, eyes still tearful. I love you, Izuku said, wiping at his eyes with new vigor. Bye-bye. We love you too, Zu, Hisashi said warmly, grabbing their bags from the floor. Not bye, child, Shouta stated. See you later. Yes? Hisashi and Nemuri looked at him oddly, like they didn't understand what he was trying to say, but Izuku nodded affirmatively. See you later. Good child, Shouta said. Izuku hugged his leg, then, but let go without having to be prompted. Be safe, Izuku said bossily. Stop the bad people from hurting anyone, but don't let them hurt you, okay? Okay, Shouta and Hisashi said in unison. We'll see you later, Izuku, Shouta said, and he and Hisashi left the apartment before Izuku could start crying again. Hisashi drove because Shouta was too nervous, alternating between tapping the tempo of songs from Hisashi's radio show on his knees and rubbing his palms up and down his breathes. Every second to the agency seemed to go by too fast and overwhelmingly slowly at the same time. It was horrible. Breathe, babe, Hisashi said from the driver's side. It's gonna be fine. Just relax. Shouta felt like Hisashi had said those two phrases at least 100 times that day. It didn't stop the slowly spreading feeling of dread. It felt like an infection in his chest. I am relaxed, Shouta said. I am completely relaxed. I am completely relaxed and focused and ready to complete this mission because I know that nothing could possibly go wrong. I am fine. Whatever you need to tell yourself, Sho. The drive to the agency took a good 40 minutes because of rush hour's traffic, and by the time they got there Shouta felt a bit ill. Just a mission. Just a mission. Just a mission. Just it. Their boss was on one of the top floors of the agency's main building, and Tensei and King were waiting outside the door of his office. Vlad's arms crossed over his broad chest. He almost looked too big for the small plastic chair. Tensei grinned at them and waved, ever easygoing. The racer. Great to see you again. We're off duty, for now, Hisashi replied. Just call us by our names, Tensei. Right, sorry, Tensei said. I guess it's habit by now, what with my profession. Understandable. How've you been? How's your brother? Hisashi asked, and Shouta was grateful that he picked up Shuta's slack in the conversation sense. Tenya, Tensei said simply. He's a bit of a stickler for rules, but he's a great kid. Wants to be a hero like everyone else. Incredibly smart. Aiming for UA? Yeah, but he says we're not allowed to give him a recommendation. Says he wants to earn it himself. Determined little thing. He actually recently went to the optometrist and they gave him these glasses, and they look so odd on his little face. Oh no, did he get the old man glasses? Hisashi asked, and Tensei nodded, chuckling. He looks like a little librarian. He recently got his quirk, too, went to bed one night, and when he woke up there were engines on his legs. Not elbows, he said, gesturing to his own arms. Legs. Lucky brat. Still a hard quirk too. Shouta muttered, feeling rude having not contributed much to the conversation. There's a lot of factors. Will it activate every time he runs? Will it take a while to control? Will it activate while he's just walking, unexpectedly? What if it activates at a drastic speed while he's using it, and he can't bring it back down? Will he be shot in the air? Will he fly? Will he be injured? Is his quirk similar to yours? Or will the engines die or just fall out if he overuses it too much? Yes, the area is convenient for our line of work while yours is less so, but it doesn't make it any easier to learn to control. Tensei and Hisashi blinked. Well, that's concerning now that I think about it, Tensei stated. Shouta shrugged. I'll start training with him immediately after the mission. You're never too young to start learning, I suppose. Sho is actually training his own little student, Hisashi said, leaning forward excitedly. Is that so? Tensei asked. He wants to be a hero, Shouta said. And everyone has potential. I'm teaching him this. The student's his nephew, Hisashi continued. About a month older than your brother, I think. We took him in about 4 months ago. We're in the process of adopting him. Well, we're about to start the process of adopting him. We still have to wait until that one. He pointed at Shouta, turns 21. And we have to wait until we've had him for another few months, Shouta added dryly. And we have to be married. And we have to get our financial situation back under control. This mission will definitely help with that, Hisashi noted. What's his name? Tensei asked. Maybe we can get him and Tenya together, they can make friends. Tenya certainly needs more. Izuku Midoriya, Hisashi said. He's a very talented child. Really smart. Very tiny. Green hair and bright green eyes and, like, a million freckles. He loves heroes, probably has a chapter about your quirk in one of his hero notebooks, now that I think about it. I'll have to ask him when we get back. Has his quirk come in yet? Tensei asked. Something that'll help him get into UA, I hope? No, Hisashi said. Izuku is quirkless? Tensei blinked. I see, Tensei said. Well, that certainly won't get him into UA easily. But, if he inherited anything from Shouta, he'll end up in the hero course by the end of his first year anyway. We hope so, Hisashi said. I think I might be at fault for his quirk not being developed. Well, at least in part, Shouta said. Babe, that's pretty much impossible. It's all genetics. He was born like that. Okay then, genes. My father had a very strong telekinesis quirk, and my mother could cancel out quirks, non-mutant and mutant, if she touched them. I saw her cancel out a man who was born with 6 arms, once, and it was disturbing. But that's besides the point. Quirks are largely affected by the quirk of the parent. My sister had a very weak telekinesis quirk, more than likely affected by my mother's own erasure quirk. My quirk came in 3 years late, and everyone assumed I was quirkless, though I never really went to the doctor to get tested. But when I was 8, my quirk came in erasure by looking at the target, and a very weak telekinesis quirk that can pretty much only be activated when my erasure quirk is. My quirk was strengthened by my father's in the fact that I don't have to touch someone to cancel out their quirk, but limited by my mother's in that I can't cancel out mutant-type quirks. Because of my sister's genes and the fact that her own quirk was weakened significantly from what could have been by my mother, I think she carried on those genes to Izuku, and it just cancelled out his quirk completely. But, had Izuku been born without those genes, he likely would have gotten a fire-type quirk, maybe with his hair floating slightly like mine when it's activated, or a fire manipulation quirk, able to move and control fire from Inko's telekinesis, Shouta rambled. Hisashi and Tensei blinked at him slowly, looking completely and utterly lost. I talked to Izuku's pediatrician quite a bit, Shouta defended himself, feeling his ears go red. Hisashi said slowly. Well, that's a theory. So you just took a lot after your mother, then, Tensei said, still looking bewildered. Yes, Shouta said. I inherited much of my mother's appearance as well, black hair, brown eyes dash. Skinny, Hisashi muttered. That too, Shouta said. Wait, you had brown eyes? The door to the office opened, then, and they were ushered in. Shouta hadn't actually seen his own boss since he was first hired. The man was quite scrawny, and he had oily, blonde, thinning hair combed down to a red scalp. He was quite short, even now, and he had quite a few more wrinkles on his face than Shouta remembered. Hello, boys, the boss greeted. Eraserhead, present Mike, Vlad King. Good to have you joining us, Ingenium. I know you're horribly busy these days. The man appeared apologetic, though Shouta wasn't sure if it was truly genuine. There was something behind his eyes that made it look fake. Like he was looking at a plastic version of a person rather than a real one. Happy to be here, Mr. Shio, Tensei said. That's right, Shouta was horrible with. I'm sorry you couldn't have been fully aware of your mission beforehand, Shio said. There it was, again Shio's body language said he was sorry, but his eyes held no remorse. They were like the eyes of a doll. Shouta noticed that Tensei's smile seemed a bit fixed, as well, and Hisashi looked a bit uncomfortable. Privacy issues, and we couldn't let our intentions be leaked to the public and back to the group itself. That would defeat the entire purpose. You all understand, I trust? Yes, sir, Vlad said dutifully, and Shouta realized it was the first time he'd heard the man talk since they'd arrived. Good man, Shio said jovially. Why were his eyes so empty? The details of the mission, sir? Tensei prompted. Oh yes, right of course, Shio floundered, reaching into his desk and taking out a manila folder filled with papers. You'll each have alternate names and identities to go by, of course, for your personal safety, and your hero names and personas won't be leaked to the public if we can help it. The group of 4 nodded gratefully. Your identities, Shio said, handing out papers to each of them. According to the group, you are 4 members of another widespread, albeit underground, group coming for a transaction of goods and money. Your mission is to collect as much information as you possibly can in the limited time you have and to, so to speak, cut the group off at its head. You mean? Hisashi said quietly. If, in that time, you manage to take out the head of the group, he would not be missed, and this whole thing could be finished a lot faster. Want us to kill a man? Shio ignored Hisashi. Ingenium, he said, and Tensei straightened. I understand you care very deeply about this case. Tensei nodded. I do. And your motivation for this? Just so everyone in the room knows what they're getting into. They have a network of children, homeless children, abandoned children, quirkless kids, those without money or family. They are using them to distribute substances around the city and punishing those who do not meet their quota. And how do you know this? How did you come across this case in the first place? Shio asked, as Shouta felt his blood run a bit cold. Quirkless kids. Kids without families. That was Izuku down to AT. Would they have taken Izuku, had they come across him? I came across a child 6 months ago, Tensei said, and his voice sounded mechanical and choked. He was beaten almost to death, bleeding in more places than I could count and terrified. I tried to get help for him from an ambulance, since I was unable to run him to it myself because of the extent of his injuries, and he told me what he could. Tensei swallowed. The ambulance didn't make it in time. I promised him that I would take down their organization, and that is what I am doing. And I am confident that you will succeed in this, Shio said. Which brings us into our next point, who would be most successful for the gathering of information, and who will be most useful in taking out the leader himself. You, present Mike, obviously have the advantage of charisma, and they'd be remiss to assume your harmless dash. But how are we supposed to gather this information? From a computer? Files? Keep our ears to the ground and hope to hear something before we have to take out the leader? Tensei asked. I'm getting there, Ingenium, Shio said, plastic eyes narrowed. As I was saying, Mike is an easily trustable individual. Vlad is intimidating in nature and stature, but he has the air of someone you would respect. That could come with its own advantages as well. Ingenium's face is not as well known as his hero uniform, so he should be fine, but, no offense intended, he is not the best in the areas of stealth. Really, the same thing goes for Mike. And with the instinct to trust Vlad comes the need to fear him. I'm not sure I like where this is going, Hisashi said. Eraser, Shio said, turning to Shouta. You have physical limitations because of your appearance and your injury, but you are naturally unsuspecting looking because of your age and frame, and I'm sure you can act decently. Add to that, the fact that you are, as I've begun to notice, naturally observant. Shouta frowned. You have not stopped looking at me with distrust for this entire conversation. I trust you have a good guess as to why. All eyes in the room turned to Shouta. Shouta shifted slightly. I am not sure I would be able to share that without being fired. No, please, Shio said, and his smile now looked dangerous. I give you my permission. Shouta sighed. You've shown emotion such as any other human being would, Shouta stated, and his voice felt monotone. You've smiled and joked and shown remorse and regret. Your body language shows these emotions, but... Shouta swallowed. Your eyes are dead. The only time you've shown true emotion is when you were angered. When Tensei interrupts you, you look displeased. And your conclusions? You adopted those emotions to fit in the room. That's fairly obvious, Shouta continued. Every movement felt robotic. But you did not feel them yourself. I think you're a sociopath. Shio's grin had too many teeth. You've come to this conclusion, and yet you aren't scared, Shio noted. Shouta shrugged. I also know you're a hero, Shouta said. I am not scared that you will hurt any one of us. Your expressions are off-putting. But you aren't frightening. Having a problem doesn't make you a bad person. Are you speaking from experience? I'm not a sociopath. I'm just a decent person, Shouta said through gritted teeth. Oh, but you have trouble conveying emotion too, don't you? See, I'm observant too. It's why I'm good at my job. I'm here to complete a mission, Shouta said. Not to talk about the oddness of certain parts of humanity. Get to the point, please, sir. Fine, Shio said. Hisashi, you will be finding out as much as you can from members of the gang. Ken, you will be there in case things go sideways and they need protection. Tensei, you will be there as an escape route. And Shouta? Hisashi asked faintly. Shouta, Shio said. You, my boy, have the most important job of all. Shouta felt that familiar dread begin to pool in his stomach. You will steal files from the leader's personal offices. And you, my friend, will be the hand holding the weapon that takes the leader down. Shouta felt numb as he went through the motions. Someone shaved his face. They tried to cut his hair, but he didn't let them near him with the clippers. They tied his hair up into a half knot on the top of his head, a layer of hair still falling down to his shoulders. They put him in a navy blue V-neck, long-sleeved shirt, and Shouta thought it might have been the first time he'd worn something besides red and black in years, and a pair of black jeans. The shirt was itchy, and they wouldn't let him rip off the tag. They clipped his nails short and scrubbed his face and hid the red of his irises with brown-colored contacts. He looked different. And he didn't like it. With his hair back and his face shaved, it only made it more obvious how young he was, with the slightly roundness to his eyes and the softness to his jaw. His face was wider looking than it usually was, and he looked overwhelmingly young. He was tall, and he was lanky and scarred and experienced and intelligent, but in that moment he looked a bit like a teenager. He hadn't liked looking like a teenager when he was one. This mission was shaping up horribly. And top it all off, he would have to end a man's life by the time the mission was over. That had been one of things he was worried about. You don't have to do this, Hisashi reminded him. Shouta was sitting in front of a large mirror, and Hisashi's hand was resting on his shoulder. Gentle pressure. Grounding. Shouta took a deep breath. I know you haven't. And in Genium, me and Vlad are perfectly capable of taking the leader out ourselves. Hell, you're not obligated to go on the mission if you don't want to. This will give me a lot of experience, Shouta stated. It will get me a lot of money. I'll become a more well-known hero in the agency. And I'll be able to stop children from being hurt. I am obligated to. Shouta dashed. I'm not naive, Hisashi, Shouta said. I knew I'd end up seeing someone die in this business sooner or later. I knew I'd end up hurting someone or killing someone with this job. I am fully aware I am under no obligation to do this whatsoever. I'm doing it anyway. Just. Hisashi sighed. We might not get a chance to back out once we're undercover. You understand that, right? Are you going to back out? Shouta asked, turning back to look at Hisashi. The other man's silence was answer enough in itself. Then I'm not going to either. End of discussion. All right, Hisashi said. Once you're done here, we have to meet with Shio again. Hisashi frowned. How'd you know he was a sociopath? Shouta shrugged. Kids used to call me one in school. I didn't know what it was, so I researched it. Shouta frowned. What's his quirk? I think it's called numbing, Hisashi said. He can numb injuries or entire people so they can't move. He's like a living shot of lidocaine. From what I've read about him from back when he was an underground hero, he can't feel pain. At all. Nothing. He was a very effective hero. I suppose the numbing of his own pain also came with the numbing of emotions. A side effect of his quirk, Shouta noted. That makes sense. It does, Hisashi said. It seems like a horrible way to live your life, though. It is, a voice from behind them said. Shio, standing in the doorway. You were taking a while. Thought I might see what the holdup was. He turned to Hisashi. You're dismissed. I need to have a discussion with Eraser. Hisashi froze. I'm not sure if that's Dash. It won't take long, Shio cut in, slicing through Hisashi's statement as easy as a knife through butter. You're dismissed. Hisashi nodded, leaving the room quickly. Shio leaned against the wall across from where Shouta was sitting. It is, Shio said. A horrible way to live, I mean. I imagine so. Oh, dear boy, it's worse than any mind can begin to comprehend, Shio said. My quirk made my life end at 5 years old. I am worse than a sociopath, Eraser, because I cannot feel anything. I can't love. I can't feel remorse. I feel no pain, no warmth, no cold. My nerve endings are dead. My mind is a haze, covered in a fog, and the only thing that pierces it is anger. Hatred. Annoyance. I like to think that's what drove me to become a hero. Hatred toward the people who were cruel. I am a husk of a human being, Eraserhead. And I will feel no sadness should you die. I will feel no joy should this mission succeed. But if you fail, Shio continued, I will be angry. Because I can feel hatred and I hate failure. You got into this agency because you were one of the best in your class, and I truly believe that you could do justice toward this mission and all of those children. But if you need to back out, I will respect your decision and choose another stealth hero to take your place. But this is your last chance. Auntie Nem was great at watching him. She tried to play games with him, watch TV with him, smiled at him and talked to them. But Izuku didn't want to talk. He wanted his unkais to come back, and he wanted his tummy to stop aching, and he wanted to see if they were okay and if they were going to come back to him. But Auntie Nem said that they weren't allowed to talk to anyone until they were home safe. Said that Izuku couldn't be near them because it might be dangerous. Said that Izuku would just have to wait. Izuku's tummy wouldn't stop hurting. He went to bed early, after dinner the first night. He'd barely been able to pick at his food without his stomach pulling painfully, and he ended up curling up into a compact little ball under all his blankets once he reached his room. When Izuku fell asleep, he felt unbearably warm. Shouta was given a small knife, a drag to ease anyone in his path into sleep, a small first aid kit, and a new pair of goggles, which he declined. All of this was hidden in a small space compartment in his suitcase. No utility belt. Couldn't risk looking dangerous. Shouta's surname was Amano, and that was the only name he was to give the group. Hisashi's surname was Smith, as he was posing as an American, probably because he knew English and because of other obvious reasons. Hisashi was a bit put off by having to pose as an American, but he understood that it was so he could keep his real identity as far away from this mission as possible. Tensei was Abo, and Vlad was Iroh. Because of their broader frames, they were posing as protective detail, which is basically the role they were taking in this mission. The mission was supposed to take place an hour out of the city, and it made Shouta feel uncomfortable knowing that people like that had been so close. They were dropped off several miles away from the group's main building, left to walk so that they didn't see their car. The building itself was unsuspecting in nature, a fancy, private institution with slick metal beams and regularly cleaned glass. Shouta knew that this wasn't where the actual substances were produced, merely where the actual business took place, and where many of the members lived, including the leader. Not even Ingenium knew where the drags were made, and he had been keeping an eye on the group for half a year. Nothing concrete to get an arrest. Until now. The leader was considered a villain, now. A very dangerous villain with good lawyers and enough money in his pocket to get out of any problem he found himself in. And Shouta was expected to kill him. Shouta walked forward, the small group stepping into the building. Tensei's hair was hidden by a hat, eyes changed by colored contacts. Vlad was donned in a t-shirt and jeans. Hisashi had on a black button-up suit with a red tie and polished shoes, blonde hair cascading down his shoulders. They certainly didn't look like their hero personas. Shouta just hoped it was enough. It had to be enough. There was a smart-looking woman with a kind smile behind the desk. Her smile was kind, but her eyes were calculating. Intelligence hidden behind a pretty face. "Can I help you?" the woman asked. Hisashi stepped forward, arms crossed, looking casual, like this was an everyday thing. Shouta wished he could share the sentiment. "A meeting over the transaction of goods," Hisashi said. "Smith, Amano, Iroh, and Abo?" The woman raised an eyebrow. "Understood," she said. She glanced at Shouta. "Your friend is awfully young to be involved in a meeting." "He's with me," Hisashi said. "Your boss gave him the free pass to watch over the meeting. There shouldn't be a problem." Hisashi tilted his head to the side, and though he didn't show it, Shouta could tell he regretted being so rude to the young woman. "Unless you want to make it a problem?" "Of course not, sir," the woman said, and her eyes took on that calculating gaze again, and Shouta knew that the woman was dangerous. The front desk attending seemed deadly. He didn't want to see anyone inside the building. They'd been told to expect dangers that they hadn't even thought of. That this was an elaborate, old, thought-out business, and that it had taken months to plan out and infiltrate. Shouta wondered if there was a weapon under the woman's desk, or if her quirk alone would be enough to kill all of them without a fuss. They were led to the elevator by a stocky gentleman in a black shirt and black jeans that practically screamed security guard. The woman stayed behind the desk, perfect nails filed down to a sharp point, painted a blood red, fingers clasped. Waiting for the next person. Would he see that woman again when they left here? Would they leave this building now that they were in it? The answer to that question was more unclear than he liked. The elevator was sleek metal and marble flooring that seemed too heavy for something that was supposed to support 5 people. The man in black didn't push a button, didn't make any sudden movements, didn't do anything to indicate that the large metal contraption should start moving to this or that floor. They were in there for a moment, just long enough for the doors to close behind Vlad, and then the elevator was going down. They were on the ground floor and the elevator was going down. That took out several means of escape, though it wasn't entirely surprising. Of course, the super-secret organization had an underground portion. Why wouldn't it? There weren't any windows to escape in now. No fire escapes. And the elevator was, rather quickly, going down level after level, which meant stairs wouldn't be much of an option either. When they'd been in the elevator for over a minute, Shouta started to feel claustrophobic. He wanted to hold Hisashi's hand, but no, they were undercover. There could be no hand-holding. Amano was not particularly close to Smith, so Shouta couldn't be close to Hisashi. Look young. Unsuspecting. Curious. Maybe a bit of an idiot, Shio's voice flashed through his mind. In my experience, people are more likely to let something slip if they think you aren't intelligent enough to understand what they're saying. Shouta glanced around the elevator, mouth feeling a bit dry, and rocked back and forth on his heels. Curious and ignorant. He could do that. His eyes glanced over to Hisashi, and the other man's face was an impassive mask, nothing penetrating through, though his eyes, just barely visible at this angle through his glasses, looked a bit amused. The elevator dinged, and Shouta felt all of the air rush out of his lungs as he and the rest of their group exited the contraption. There were long silver hallways splitting in two directions, and even more silver hallways split up from those. It was almost like it was designed to be confusing. It probably was. Each person that walked up and down the hall held a small, thin, simple tablet. On the tablets appeared to be several dozen buttons, and their eyes never left the small screens at the top, green arrows pointing them along. Did this leader's own people need a GPS to navigate his building? He needed to get one of those tablets if he was going to complete this mission. If he was right, their so-called transaction of goods and money would take less than 48 hours. The mission would, hopefully, end right on his birthday. Hopefully. Shouta wasn't sure he'd be able to celebrate his birthday if he was successful in what he was assigned to do. How could he celebrate, go to the movies and out to dinner and laugh with his friends and tell stories to Izuku if he knew that, less than a week prior, he had ended a man's life? Even if said man was the scum of the earth. The security guard led them down the long, winding silver hallway, taking several twists and turns as he did, to a single room equipped with 4 small twin beds. The room was dusty, and the beds were plain, rough sheets fitted onto stiff mattresses. "This will be your room for the duration of your stay," the security guard said. "When we're ready for you, you'll be summoned." Hisashi nodded, and the security guard left the room, closing the door behind him. When Tensei checked the door, it was locked. Rich, powerful, and paranoid. That wasn't a good combination. Hisashi opened his mouth to say something, and Tensei and Vlad shushed him at the same time. Shouta dragged a hand across his lips and flicked his fingers in a lock it and throw away the keen gesture. Tensei and Vlad started checking the walls for cameras while Hisashi checked the mattresses and blankets for bugs. Nothing so far. Shouta glanced over the room, eyes coming to rest on the single, circular light on the ceiling, covered by a plastic dome. He snapped his fingers and 3 pairs of eyes came to look at him. Shouta pointed up at the light and Vlad nodded, walking forward to unscrew the dome from the light fixture. And right there, dangling from the light bulb by a wire, a small circle of copper. A bug. "Watch what you say," Hisashi mouthed to the others, and the other 3 men nodded. They couldn't destroy the bug, not without anyone finding out. That just took away another advantage, safe communication. No cameras though. Paper? Tensei mouthed. Shouta was getting increasingly grateful that he could read lips. Hisashi shook his head. Vlad frowned, before pointing at the fine layer of dust on the floor. They gathered in a loose circle on the floor, a large stretch of dusty space between them. It made Shouta wonder when the last time someone stayed in this room. "Tablet," Shouta wrote on the floor. Hisashi nodded. "Hallways change," Hisashi mouthed. "Guard?" "But door's locked," Tensei reminded them. "But Vlad could break that door down easily if he wanted to," Hisashi mouthed. If I had to, Vlad mouthed. But that would blow our cover. Only if we have to. Eraser still has to do his part. Steal files. Kill a man. When summoned, steal tablet. Map out area. Tonight steal files. Find out who the leader is and where. That's the agenda, Shouta mouthed. That's what I'll do. And if things go south? Hope that doesn't happen, Tensei mouthed. Izuku's head felt uncomfortably hot, and the aching in his stomach wasn't letting up. He'd slept through the night, and Unkai Sho and Unkai Zashi still weren't home. Come on, Izuku. Time to get up for school, Auntie Nem said through a yawn. Izuku didn't move. He thought if he moved he would start crying. It all hurt so much. Izuku? Come on, Tiger. It's time for school. You get to see your friends. She was trying. He didn't want to bother her or hurt her feelings. He sat up, and his stomach cramped tightly, and he had to stop himself from crying out. Izuku? What's wrong? Tummy ache, Izuku said. Do you think you can go to school, or do you need to stay home? School, Izuku said. Auntie Nem was tired. She wanted to go back to bed. She wouldn't be able to do that if he stayed home sick. Auntie Nem frowned. If you say so, Zoo. He was at the school in his classroom an hour and a half later. Auntie Nem had bought him a sausage biscuit from McDonald's, but he could only pick at it. Hey, Zuku, Ochako said, coming to sit beside him. Izuku hummed. He had his head resting on his crossed arms, and he was trying not to move too much. It hurt too much for normal movement. He just wanted to hold still and wait for it to pass. Denki sat down next, and then a sniffling. Hitoshi. Then Mei came barreling over the table in her regular fashion, sitting in the chair across from him. What's wrong, Zuku? Denki asked. Izuku shrugged. He didn't know. All he knew was that his head hurt, and his heart hurt, and his tummy hurt, and he wanted to cry. It hurts, Izuku stuttered. What hurts? Mei asked. Are you sick? I don't know. Izuku wailed into his arms. Ochako reached over, pressing a hand to where a bit of his forehead was visible, and Izuku leaned into the cold touch. Head's hot, Ochako noted. Maybe you should go to the nurse. Izuku cried into his arms, hot tears staining the sleeves of his uniform. Oh, Mei said. Had Izuku looked up, he would have seen a panicky Hitoshi, an utterly lost Denki, a confused Mei, and a concerned Ochako. 5-year-old children really weren't equipped to deal with this type of situation. I'll get a teacher, Ochako said determinedly, running off to do just that. Izuku cried into his arms harder as Ochako left, and the world dissolved into bright light and confusion. Shouta was sitting beside Hizashi on one of the twin beds. Tensei and Vlad were laying down on the two twins' beds across the room, Vlad staring up at the ceiling sullenly and Tensei with an arm resting across his face, presumably catching up on some sleep. And Shouta was sitting next to Hizashi, and their shoulders were touching, but he couldn't get too close, couldn't hold his hand because they couldn't risk the chance of someone watching. Shouta sighed, his head falling back against the wall behind the bed. Hands on elbows. Tap tap tap. He hadn't realized how much he depended on the little touches from Hizashi when he was anxious until now. A hug, a hand on his shoulder, intertwined fingers, or a kiss on the forehead. He felt a small tug on the sleeve of his shirt, his arm pulled down from where it was tapping at his elbow, and then Hizashi's pinky finger was entwined with his, hidden in the gap between their legs. Shuta's shoulders slumped and he relaxed against the back wall. There was still a thrumming in his chest, anxiety making the world go slightly fuzzy and his head hurt, but he wasn't alone. He knew he wasn't alone, and that made all the difference. There was the sound of a key grinding in a lock, followed by a low beep, and Hizashi and Shuta's hands flew apart. Tensei and Vlad sat up quickly, each of them scrambling to stand in the middle of the room at attention. The door slowly creaked open and the guard from earlier stepped inside. Your meeting begins in 20 minutes, the guard said in a monotone voice. Make yourselves presentable in the next 10. It will take approximately 5 minutes to walk from here to the meeting room today. That is where the boss will meet you. I'll be waiting outside the door. The door slide closed again, but it wasn't locked. Vlad straightened up his shirt, Tensei straightening his breathes and making sure his cap was fitted firmly on his head. Hizashi ran his fingers through his hair, straightening out the messed up parts, and Shouta tucked stray strands of hair behind his ears, running a hand along his jaw to make sure he didn't need a shave. Exactly 10 minutes later, the door was opened again, the same bored-looking guard with the monotone voice waiting outside. He gestured for the group to follow him and Hizashi, Tensei, Vlad and Shouta acquiesced, Shouta and Hizashi walking side by side a good 3 feet behind the guard and Tensei and Vlad flanking them. There were so many twists and turns leading to the meeting room that it made Shouta feel dizzy, but the guard seemed sure of every stride, eyes never leaving the tablet in his hands. The little green arrow, pointing him along. Every once in a while, Shouta will hear a loud crack followed by a sharp dragging noise coming from the walls, and it always makes his stomach turn. The walls were rearranging themselves. The hallways were moving. The silver door to the meeting room was just like the door to their temporary bedroom, only the contents behind the door were much different. Deep red walls and expensive paintings, dark hardwood flooring coated in wax, and a heavy wooden table that gleamed. The table alone was probably worth half his salary. Seated at the end of the table in the most dramatic fashion imaginable was a man with long hair thrown into a ponytail at the nape of his neck. He had a goatee and cyan blue eyes glinted in the dim light. He had on a white collared shirt and iron slacks. The man was just as unnerving as Shio, but different as well. Shio had no emotion in his eyes. This man had his emotions hidden behind a solid brick wall. And he would have to kill him. "Gentlemen," the man cried in the same jovial manner Shio had. "Please sit. Unless, of course, your protection detail wants to stay by the door?" Hizashi nodded at Tensei and Vlad before taking a seat at the table, gesturing for Shouta to take the one next to him. "So glad to have you here with us, Mr. Smith." "Mr. Amano, was it?" Shouta nodded. "Pleased to have you witness this event as well. Learning the trade, I take it?" "Something like that," Hizashi cut in before Shouta could answer. "Ah, insider's secret, yes, I understand," the man said, eyes glinting oddly. "You seem to know our names, but we don't know yours," Hizashi noted. The man grinned. "That's a bit of an insider's secret too." "Understandable," Hizashi said with a grin. "So, let's get right down to business, shall we? I actually have quite a few questions myself." "Before we begin," the man said, "I think it is only fair, considering I'm letting you into my building." More like, "Not many get that privilege, you know." "Go ahead," Hizashi said, smile now slightly strained. "I've never heard of your group," the man noted. "And I know every group. I know about every crack house and every low-level drag dealer and any gang that might happen to stumble into this city. I have eyes everywhere, you know. It's just odd to me that you managed to slip under the radar for so long without my notice, underground or not. What with you being so widespread and all?" "We're a different kind of underground," Hizashi stated. As Hizashi and the man talked, Shouta took it as an opportunity to look around the room, trying not to let his real intentions be known. A desk in the corner, which he would look through at a later date. No file cabinets, but there appeared to be a thin laptop on the desk. Had the man stored his files on the computer, perhaps hidden by a firewall? If that were the case, all he'd have to do is get a flash drive. "You've got a curious friend," the man noted, and Shouta was pulled out of his thoughts. "Well," Hizashi said, laughing awkwardly. "You know how people his age can be. They can never keep their eyes to themselves. Is there something interesting about my office that has caught your attention, Amano?" the man asked, leaning forward slightly. He'd have to kill this man later. But now. Not now. He was too at ease, he had something waiting, something that would catch him and stop him before he could make a sudden move. "It's a nice office," Shouta said. "I like it." "I see," the man said. "Well, it's an interesting, very well-made space. Though it gets redecorated more times than is decent to mention." Hizashi laughed politely, but Shouta felt a bit too awkward. "Tell me, Amano, are you a gon of redecoration?" "Redecoration?" The drag lord with child slaves wanted to talk to him about redecoration? "I suppose it's nice," Shouta said, tapping his fingers on his knee. "It's fun to do. Sometimes." "Right you are," the man said. "Though I admit, It can be a bit of a drag when you have to do some of the heavier lifting. Very exhausting. The man tilted his head to the side. Not very talkative, are you? The man noted. No. Well, that's a shame. I tend to talk too much to fill up the space. Makes things feel light, which is important as you know what with our jobs. Right? Hizashi said quickly, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Speaking of jobs, we do need to get this meeting started, you understand? Oh yes, of course, all business, the man said, sitting up straighter in his chair and clasping his hands in front of him. Of course, just name your set amount for your own distribution, and I'll name a price. And the prices will be fair, I hope? My prices are always fair, Smith, the man said. I can promise you a large sum of money following your selling of this product, no matter what price I offer nor what amount you buy. That's a guarantee. No wonder this man was so wealthy. Excellent, Hizashi said. Let's start this off at 2,700,000 yen. Well, that can easily be done, the man said. At average price for distribution, that would more than likely bring you up at 5 million yen, or so. Although most people are willing to pay more, you can expect at least 5 million yen. Yes? Hizashi hummed, and Shouta thought he might be stalling. Well, let's see. Shouta started glancing around the room again, trying to make it look like he was appreciating the furniture. Computer. But was there a door? A door to an attached bedroom, perhaps? The man had called this building home. That suggests that he spent a lot of his time here, and lived here. So his files must be hidden here as well. And there wouldn't, realistically, be a safer place to hide them than an office, which is what this room appeared to be, or a bedroom. But how was he supposed to find the bedroom, if the hallways moved? He'd have to hope there was something incriminating in the computer, enough to get his organization taken down and those kids help. And he'd have to hope he could find some way to find that man's private quarters by the end of the night so he could complete the mission he was sent here to do. Did the rooms move with the hallways? Probably not. So it should be fairly easy to find the room he needed, should he find some way to figure out the layout of the actual building. All the doors looked the same. He tried to remember the hallways. The hallways that were constantly shifting. He had already established that the rooms couldn't move, so, logically, the elevator probably couldn't shift either. When he'd walked in, the sun had just begun to tip into afternoon light. It had been shining on his back. When he'd gone into the elevator and turned around, he had been facing west, then. The hallways were winding and shifting, but if he could find the elevator, he could figure out where west was, and if he could figure out where west was, he could make his way through the building. Which just left the issue of finding the elevator. And the locks. This was going to take a while. All right then, the man said, standing up quickly. I'll have your order shipped here by tomorrow morning, and then you can be on your way. You don't mind staying here for the night, I hope? He did mind. He minded quite a bit, as a matter of fact. Of course not, Hizashi said, smiling courteously. Pleasure doing business with you. Same to you, the man returned. And then the security guard was back, leading them to their room, and they were gone. The hallways had moved again. It was definitely someone's quirk. Now, instead of a branched-off hallway going in two directions, there was a single hallway going straight ahead. The clicking of the heels of shoes on linoleum and the shine of silver hallways made Shuta's brain feel foggy. The guard had the tablet out, like before, glancing at the same little green arrow as he walked. Every person in the hallway had a tablet in their grasp, letting it guide the way. No one seemed to let the tablets out of their sight. How was he supposed to obtain one? They were led back to their bedroom. Dinner is obligatory, and it will start at 6 p.m. and end at 7, the man said. I will lead you to the mess hall at that time. Hizashi nodded and the man left, the door clicking shut behind them with the grinding of a key in a lock and a low beep. Vlad confirmed what they already knew, locked. They couldn't speak freely, and there was no escape. They were stuck. Steal a tablet at dinner. Get info from other people in the mess hall. I'll take care of the rest, Shouta mouthed, and the rest of the group nodded in understanding, some more hesitantly than others. No backing out now. Izuku! Izuku! Oh my god dash. Mississippi Kiyama, please, calm down dash. Namuri spun around, jabbing a finger at the young nurse's chest. Don't tell me to calm down, she snapped. Izuku. Her nephew. Her little knight in shining armor, her little tiger, who she was supposed to be responsible for while his uncles were doing who knows what who knows where, was laying on a nurse's cot, face contorted in pain even in his sleep, curling up onto his side. There was a sheen of sweat on his brow, and his forehead was sweltering hot. God, Izuku needed to go to the hospital. But he wasn't in the hospital. He was in the nurse's office. Why is he here? Nemuri demanded. He should be getting medical treatment. He should be in a hospital, getting blood tests and pain medication. She pointed a finger at the pained little boy. Why is he still here? We can't just call an ambulance for a stomachache, Mississippi Kiyama. You have to understand that we have protocol. You'll have to take him yourself. Take him myself? Nemuri echoed in disbelief. In traffic? Are you kidding me? It would take an hour just to get to the hospital. You can call an ambulance once you've checked him out of school, the nurse said, handing her a clipboard. Sign here, please. Nemuri glanced back at Izuku and, hand shaking terribly, signed the paper. The cafeteria was rows and rows of steel tables, steel trays and steel forks on steel plates. Next to every lunch tray sat a tablet, and every tablet was powered down, the little green arrow on the top completely absent. The guard that had led them to the mess hall departed as soon as they arrived, probably assuming that there was no way 4 outsiders could cause trouble in a room full of people without getting apprehended. They waited in the line for food, and Shouta was reminded distinctly of high school. He hated high school. They sat at the first empty table they came across, Shouta glancing around the room for unattended tablets or ones that were left without a watchful gaze lingering on them. Nothing. 2 tables down. A plastic tablet, the corner of which was hanging precariously off the table. A tablet that, should he be careful, would be easy to take. Shouta set down his food, jerking his head in Hisashi's direction before tilting his head in the direction the tablet rested. Hisashi nodded, standing from his place on the table and walking over to the other table with him. Because it was Hisashi, it didn't take long for the man to strike up a conversation. When everyone's attention was focused on Hisashi, Shuta's hand slowly crept closer and closer to the tablet. It was easier to grab because of the corner hanging off the edge of the table. Just barely. Shouta quickly tucked the tablet under his shirt, turning on his heel to walk back to his own table. His heart was beating rapidly and his limbs felt stiff, his knee smarting with pain. That was over. Now he just had to do what came next. The door to their room was unlocked with a bobby pin and a well-placed blow to the hinges with Vlad's quirk. It wasn't quite dramatic, like Shouta had been expecting, no siren, no alarm, no quickly approaching running footsteps. It almost felt too easy. Hisashi ran toward him before he could exit the room and grabbed his wrist, pressing 2 items into his palm. A hard drive, probably for whatever was on the computer, and a small silver knife with a leather handle. Simple. Efficient. Both items had been carefully hidden in the small compartment in Shuta's suitcase. Before he could pull his hand away, Hisashi's hand clasped tighter around his wrist, and he raised an eyebrow in question. Can you do this? Was the question left unsaid? Shouta nodded, pulling his hand out of Hisashi's grasp and shoving the hard drive into his pocket, the small knife never leaving his hand. This was where he had been meant to come in all along. The stealth hero. Quiet with quick reflexes. He could see why he was good for the job. He glanced down at the tablet. Several dozens of buttons, all with different initials, but one button caught his attention the most. MR Meeting Room. The little green arrow guided his way down the silver hallways past dozens of identical doors before stopping at one silver door in particular. Another bobby pin in a lock and a tablet scanned across the digital lock granted him access to the same red-painted room with its dark flooring and heavy wooden table. And there was the laptop, sitting on the desk. Shouta hurried toward the desk, opening the device quickly and opening the files. Lesser official documents, but still enough for substantial evidence. Shouta put the hard drive into the slot on the side of the computer and transferred the files into the little plastic wedge. Heart racing and hands feeling sweaty, he did another sweep of the room. He grabbed the knife and twirled it through his fingers nervously with practiced ease. A door. A hatch. Anything. And there, behind one of the large paintings, he sees a faint light shining through, and there was no way that this man had a hidden room behind a painting. But when he eased the portrait to the side, what he found was an aged mahogany door, and it was such a stark contrast to the plain, identical doors that lined the hall it made his head spin. A hand reached out to ease the door open, the cold of the knob feeling like it was practically biting into his skin, and there was the man from earlier. The man with the ponytail, sleeping in a king-sized four-poster bed, his lamp still on. On the floor, a dirty shirt. On his bedside table, a picture of a pretty girl. It was all so overwhelmingly human that it made Shouta's insides twist uncomfortably. He is responsible for the death of a child, Shouta thought. It made it easier to lift the knife and slowly, through gasping breaths and shaky knees, walk towards the man's bed. The metal of the knife glinted in the light of the lamp. Shouta felt like he might be sick. And just before he could bring the knife down, a loud, piercing, vibrating screech that shook the floor. The knife dropped from Shouta's hands, flying up to cover his ears as the scream grew in volume and pitch. The picture frame of the pretty girl on the nightstand shook so much it fell on the floor and shattered into a heap of glass. The screech cut off abruptly, and right after his hands fell from his ears there was a heavy body knocking into him, taking him to the floor. Shouta tried to sit up to fight the man off, but then there was the feeling of metal biting into his neck. He felt a sharp sting, and a drop of blood dripped down onto his collarbone. Well, the man said, pressing the knife in more insistently. I knew there was something off with your group. I knew it. Shouta tried to reach up to push the knife off, but the man tooted, pressing it into his skin harder. Sharp knife, friend, the man said. Wouldn't want to go slip? Shouta tried not to breathe too suddenly. There were panicked voices, now, and the sound of quirks being occupied. A woman's terrified cries. Shouta's own panicked breathing. He felt like the walls of the room were closing in on him. Because they were. Walls dragged against carpet that dragged against the floor, a loud scraping symphony that was hell on his ears. The man's grin widened. I should get rid of you, the man said. Get rid of those who want to kill me so I can get on with my business. But maybe I'll give you a reminder. The tip of a knife, just barely touching his skin but enough to split it. 3 lines, 2 horizontal and 1 slash connecting them. AZ, carved right between his collarbones. Deep enough to bleed and just enough to leave a noticeable scar. But it would be okay. He had other scars. He'd be okay. Tensei barreled into the man just before he could carve something else. Zashi, Shouta cried, sitting up. Zashi! Where's Zashi? Tensei frowned, looking pained. 50 feet away, Hisashi Yamada lay still, a pool of blood gathering under his head. The next morning, midday, Izuku rode from school in an ambulance and was immediately rushed into emergency surgery. And Shouta Aizawa lay curled up in the corner of a hospital waiting room, knees gathered close to his chest and head tucked against them, hard drive burning a hole in his pocket, a bandage on his chest and the beginnings of stubble once more lining his jaw. His birthday was in a few hours. Happy birthday to him. Shouta. Come on, we have to get up, Nemuri said, tapping at his knee. Shouta curled farther into himself in the corner of the waiting room. Shouta, come on, we need to go, you have to get some sleep and some food. Can you hear me? Shouta could hear her, but he wasn't sure he'd be able to answer if he tried. It was like there was something lodged in his throat, preventing speech and making it hard to breathe. There was still adrenaline from pain and panic thrumming through his veins, still blood staining his hands and making his hair stick to his neck, but it was fading and was quickly benign, replaced by a sense of overwhelming dread and pain. His knee was aching, as was his head. There was a sharp, throbbing sting just where his neck met his chest, the letter Z carved into his skin, only covered by a sterile white bandage. When the medics had been called and they'd found him, he'd been in shock, dragged out of the man's private quarters and taken into the mess hall by Tensei. They'd cut off his shirt to have better access to the wound. Now all he had was a red-stained undershirt and a pair of jeans, and it was freezing. He didn't know what time it was. Time had seemed to melt together after a while. All he knew was that it was late and he was tired, but his own anxiety over Hisashi and Izuku wouldn't let him sleep, wouldn't let him think. They'd found Hisashi in a pool of his own blood, and no one would tell him anything. Izuku had been in surgery for the past few hours. He could lose everything that meant anything to him just like that, when he least expected it, and he wasn't even sure how it happened. He felt like the moments after you get punched in the face, dizzy, disoriented, confused. Nemuri tried to prompt him to stand again. Shouta didn't even know if he could move. Everything felt so slow and thick and empty and full. Like he was floating, or like he was drowning, or like he was somewhere right in between floating or drowning, but he still couldn't breathe. It was like he was going through the 5 stages of grief, and they weren't even dead. He'd hugged Izuku goodbye, just yesterday morning. He'd kissed Hisashi goodnight the night before that. He'd talked and he'd loved and he'd laughed, and he hadn't even known that this was what was waiting for him. It wasn't fair. He hadn't known those moments might have been his last, he hadn't known, but they might have been, and Shouta hadn't even gotten the chance to make the most of them and to cherish them, and now he might not get any more chances. Nemuri said, again, and her voice was softer now. Come on, Sho. Let's go home. It's okay. It's all gonna be okay. Liar. Shouta nodded, but it was like his legs were weighed down by bags of flour. When he tried to stretch them out in front of himself, it was like it took an inordinate amount of energy, his back hitting the wall behind him with a thunk. His throat felt dry. He swallowed thickly. His eyes were burning, like the moments after he used his quirk. Explain. He rubbed the back of his hand against his forehead. It was so cold. His head dipped forward onto his chest, chin brushing against the rough white bandage adjoining the bottom of his neck. I don't think I explain. Izuku and Hisashi? Nemuri guessed. Shouta nodded, sniffing. We don't know anything about Hisashi yet, only that he got injured in the field. They haven't sent a nurse back to tell us anything yet. And Izuku? Nemuri's voice took on a choked quality. God, I'm so sorry. What happened to him? Shouta asked, voice cracking slightly. He wasn't sure if he'd like the answer. I didn't notice, God, I'm so sorry, I should have noticed. She took a deep breath, wiping under her eyes. Her mascara was smudging. It was hard to look away from the dark smears under her eyes. The doctors say he had appendicitis, and I didn't notice he was hurting. He told me he was hurting, but he made it look like it wasn't that big of a deal, and I was tired, so I sent him to school anyway. And I know that isn't an excuse, but I did, and I got called to the school after a few hours, and they said he had a high fever and he couldn't stop crying, and he just passed out, right there, and we got an ambulance, and his appendix just burst on the way to the hospital. They say that appendicitis is rare at that age, but the chances of rupture are higher, and he's still in surgery, right now, and they just aren't sure, Shouta. They could go in there and clean everything up and stitch him back up, but if he gets an infection, they just don't know. Shouta nodded, and he didn't know why, but the information made him feel lighter, somehow. Like he wasn't in the dark anymore. And they don't know about Hisashi. We don't know about Hisashi, Nemuri corrected. Because they haven't sent anyone to tell us yet. I'm sorry, Shouta nodded. The slight fog that had been over his mind cleared, just a bit, and he felt tired. Exhausted. He reached an arm up, running through the hair at the back of his head and pulling sharply, right at the root. Stay here. Stay awake. A small hand clasped over his arm, releasing his grip from his hair. Don't do that, Nemuri said, holding onto his hand with both of her own. There was dried blood from his hair under his fingernails, almost brown in color and uncomfortable. Nemuri's eyes widened when she saw it. Shouta tapped the bandage on his chest lightly in explanation. You need a shower, Nemuri said, voice unwavering and the set of her jaw determined. And a change of clothes. And some food in your belly. Come on, Hisashi would probably kill you if he saw you like this. Your legs are heavy. I'm tired. I don't think I can. Then I'll help you. Okay? I'll help you. But you have to get up, Okay? Shouta nodded, and Nemuri helped pull him to his feet. Despite Shouta being at least 4 inches taller than her, she made it look far too easy. Food first, Nemuri said, grabbing his arms and leading him along, even as he stumbled over his feet. McDonald's all right with you? I have, like, 1,000 yen on me. They went to the nearest McDonald's, the teenager behind the register's eyes widening at the sight they made. A tall woman dressed in sweatpants and a hoodie with tangled hair and smudged eyeliner, and a tall, unshaven man with a blood-stained undershirt and a bandage adorning his chest. They made quite the pair. Nemuri ordered him a large burger with everything, a strawberry milkshake and a large fry. Nemuri grabbed a chicken sandwich and a medium fry with an iced coffee that probably wasn't recommended for this time of night. Shouta wasn't sure he'd be able to eat all of the food in front of him without being sick. Nemuri seemed to know it too, but Shouta knew she would be happy so long as he ate something, whether he finished his food or not. What time is it? Shouta asked, biting into a fry. His hands looked dirty, and there was still blood under his nails. He couldn't quite bring himself to care. Late o'clock, Nemuri said, taking a sip from her coffee. She glanced at her watch. 10 p.m. My birthday is in 2 hours, Shouta stated. Nemuri nodded. And it's selfish. With what's happening. But my mind keeps going back to that. My birthday is in a couple hours, and I might lose everything. You don't know what I did to deserve that kind of karma, but it must have been horrible. You didn't do anything, Nemuri stated through a mouthful of chicken. Things like these just happen sometimes. There's nothing anyone can do about it. That's just the way life works. I wish it wasn't. I know, Sho. I think we can all safely say life has f'd you over at this point, huh? We were planning on adopting Izuku, I think, Shouta said. His voice sounded empty. Like all of his grief and confusion and adrenaline and shock and mourning had been scooped out of him and bagged up and thrown away in that waiting room, and now there was nothing left. After we'd had him a few more months. Getting married so we could. This mission was really going to help with that. With paying off our debt. God, Nemuri said, setting down her burger. God, that's. I'm sorry. It's the way life works, right? Shouta said dryly. He drank from his milkshake. Nemuri, if they die they aren't going to die, Nemuri said. They won't, okay? They're going to come out of this okay, and we're going to laugh at how worried we are in a couple years, and Izuku is going to show off his appendectomy scars and pretend he got them fighting a bear or something, and we're going to tease him about it until the day we die, and everything is going to be fine. We don't even know what's happened to Hisashi, Shouta said. And even the doctors aren't sure about Izuku. Nemuri, if they die, I won't have anyone left except you. Okay? Do you understand? My parents are gone, my sister, my nephew, my boyfriend, everyone would be gone, and you'd be the only one left. So you can't die too, all right? You have to stick around. Okay? Don't leave, all right? Don't leave or die or anything, just . I know, Nemuri said. I understand. Okay? I understand. I get it. And it'll be okay, all right? They aren't going to die. Don't . Her face became pained. Don't release that negativity into the air or something, okay? Everything is going to be okay. I'm not going to leave you, okay? I won't leave you. Shouta nodded, chest feeling just a little less tight, and he finished off his burger, grabbing a handful of fries and trying to finish those too. Wanna take the shake to go? Shouta nodded, grabbing his milkshake, and Nemuri left the remainder of her money on the table, the two throwing their trays away on the way out the door. That numb feeling was back, and he welcomed the exhaustion as he kicked off his shoes at the door of his apartment, tearing off the stupid socks as he did and tossing them aside. His leg hurt, so he tossed back a couple painkillers and replaced his breathes with pajama bottoms, fitting the leg brace over his knee. The shirt he didn't bother with, tossing it into the bin at the earliest convenience. Nemuri took refuge on his couch, wrapped in a blanket and hugging a pillow close to her chest. He wouldn't bother with the shower until morning. Knowing his luck, he would fall asleep and bust his head on the tile. He dragged 2 weighted blankets out of the hall closet, tucking himself under them and curling up into a ball. He tried to imagine the weight and warmth was Hisashi, hugging him close and snoring in his ear because he had to be loud and mildly annoying in his sleep too. It was too quiet, and his bed still felt far too empty. He wished he could say he got a good night's sleep that night. His arms felt like lead when he washed them the next morning. The water falling against the tile felt too loud, the smell of soap too overwhelming, his own hands running through his hair like millions of tiny daggers running along his scalp. When the water started to sound like the buzz of clippers, he quickly turned it off, taking a moment to lean against the wall of the shower stall. Too loud. Too sharp. Too much. Too cold. Everything felt too cold. Even when he went back under the spray, the cold water practically non-existent and the hot water steaming, it still felt too cold and too heavy. Like chilled, liquid metal had been injected in to replace the marrow of his bones. He chose the most comfortable clothes in his closet because he didn't think he could handle wearing anything scratchy or uncomfortable that day. A pair of exercise shorts and a baggy hoodie that had a weird fishing logo on it that had appeared in his closet one day without much reason. He hated socks and shoes on good days, so he decided not to bother with them and grabbed a pair of flip-flops despite the chilled weather. When he left the bathroom, Nemuri was sitting up in the living room, the dark smudges under her eyes cleaned away and replaced by fresh lines of eyeliner, hair free of tangles and wearing tight white breathes and a flowy black shirt. She was scrolling through her phone, frowning as she did, but looked up when he walked into the room. "Good morning, Sho," she said, and Shouta was grateful her voice was so quiet. "Happy birthday." Shouta smiled, slightly, staring at his flip-flop-clad feet, and it felt weak even to himself. "I'll make a go bag, don't know how long we'll be there." "What do you need?" Shouta frowned. "Painkillers. Granola bars. I think there's some Gatorade in the fridge. Baby carrots." His voice sounded hoarse. "Weighted blanket?" Nemuri prompted, and Shouta nodded. "Sunglasses and headphones too?" And Shouta nodded, crossing his arms and gripping his elbows tightly. "That bad, huh?" Her voice seemed to quiet by several notches when she said that. "Yes," Shouta said. It was a whisper, but it still felt sharp. "You got it," Nemuri said, running off to grab a duffel bag and several blankets from the hall closet and returning to the living room with it, immediately pouring an entire box of chocolate-covered granola bars into the bag. It took a total of 5 minutes for Nemuri to pack the bag and get her shoes on, and then they were off, heading toward the hospital in what was probably too fast for morning traffic. Nemuri kept the radio off for the entire car ride there, even though Shouta knew she, much like Hisashi, liked filling the empty spaces with as much noise as possible. The windows were tinted, but Nemuri still reached into his glove compartment, pulling out a plain pair of sunglasses and handing them to him without a word. "Might want to put the headphones on once we're at the hospital," Nemuri said when they were halfway there. "It's gonna be loud." Shouta was lucky to have someone like Nemuri in his life. When they were directed to the waiting room again, the hallways felt longer. Sounds were muffled and the lights were filtered by the glasses, but the pounding of his heartbeat was still loudly chugging away in his chest, and it felt as if the hallways might drag on eternally. When they'd been there an hour, a doctor walked in, wearing a carefully schooled expression and a pristine white coat. He made a beeline over to Shouta and Nemuri, and Shouta carefully eased the noise-canceling headphones off his ears with shaking hands. "Hello, Mr. Aizawa." "Mississippi Kiyama," the doctor said, and his voice was soft and quiet, and despite how he was grateful for the small reprieve of loud noise assaulting his ears, that usually wasn't a good sign coming from a doctor. "I was the surgeon on your ward's case. Do you mind if I sit down?" So it was one of those conversations. Nemuri made a go-ahead gesture. The doctor sat on one of the stiff plastic chairs. "This, I'm afraid, is a complicated situation all around," the doctor said gravely. "When the appendix burst, it created a pocket of abscess, like a little pocket of infection in the abdomen. Because of the severity of the rupture, we had to remove the appendix immediately, and we inserted a tube into his abdomen to drain the infection. It was a long, complicated process since the appendix had been burst for so long during the ambulance ride and because of his high fever." What does that mean?" Shouta asked hoarsely. "It means..." The doctor sighed. "It means, should his fever go down and the antibiotics start taking effect, he could conceivably make a full recovery. But if the fever does not go down and he doesn't start noticeably improving in the next few days, we just don't know." But couldn't you heal him?" Nemuri asked. You can't tell me there's not at least one person in this hospital with a healing quirk? We get that question a lot, the doctor said. We can't heal an infection. If we tried, it would more than likely just come back, and with a weakened immune system, that just won't end well for anyone. This is a delicate situation all around, you understand. Should Izuku recover and should his infection subside, once he builds up the strength, I can find someone in the hospital with a healing quirk and have them completely heal the surgery scars. Until then, this is just how we'll have to proceed. Where is he? Shouta asked, tapping at his elbows nervously. Right now, he's in the pediatric intensive care unit in isolation and our nurses are keeping a close eye on his infection. And you have his entire medical history? Yes, we are aware that your child is quirkless. Shouta was too tired to correct him, and it will not be a problem with our nurses. If it becomes a problem, we will fire them immediately and put more trained, adept nurses on his case. Okay, Shouta said, taking a deep breath. But. And Hisashi Yamada? Nemuri asked. The doctor smiled at them. Sadly, I'm afraid for that one, I haven't the faintest clue. He's not one of my cases. I can ask around, though, if you'd like. Shouta nodded quickly, and the doctor stood up, walking out of the waiting room and back down the hallway. See? Nemuri said. Izuku's alive. He's alive, Shouta. And he'll be fine. He also just had surgery and he has an advanced infection in his abdomen. And a tube sticking out of him as well, Shouta said numbly. And the doctors don't even know if he'll survive the week. You heard him. Zu's a strong kid, Nemuri said. He'll be fine. You have to believe that, okay? You've met him. No one's going to kill Izuku but Izuku. That's not comforting either, Shouta stated. He ran a hand through his hair. Put his headphones back on. I'm tired. He closed his eyes, leaning his head back against the plastic chair. He did not sleep. Hisashi was in the ICU, a thick bandage wrapped around his head and several lines of IVs sticking out of his arms, a tube for oxygen in his nose. The IVs, the nurse had said, was to prevent any possibility of infection and to help with the pain should he wake up, which he hadn't. There was also a drip to keep him hydrated. The bandages, they said, were for his ears. The loud shriek he'd heard, the loud shriek that had woken him, had been from Hisashi. When they'd unlocked the door, a guard watching the cameras over the hallway had alerted security. Hisashi wasn't supposed to use his quirk at that volume without headphones. He'd severely injured both eardrums, large tears in each. They were planning on doing a surgery, taking tissue from a different part of Hisashi's body and using it as a graft to seal and heal the tears. According to the nurses, his ears were simply too damaged and he was too exhausted to be healed with a quirk. Not even Recovery Girl, someone famous in the medical field, could have conceivably healed him without hurting him further at that point. They wouldn't know the extent of the damage to his hearing there would be until he woke up. But the nurses had told him, rather morosely, that Hisashi wasn't leaving without permanent damage. All Shouta had gotten was a little cut on his neck. His boyfriend could lose his ability to hear. Shouta felt ill. But he would live. Hisashi, at least, they were sure would live, should his ears not be ravaged by infection. He had no fever. His vitals were steady. He was fine, barring his injuries. Hisashi would be fine. He might have to have tubes in his ears for a while, he might have to have hearing aids, he might have to file for temporary disability like Shouta had so he could learn how to do everything differently, but he was going to live. As Shouta walked out of the hospital room and headed toward the Piku, he was reminded of a scene in the movie Mulan that Izuku liked. The scene where Li Shang had tied the heavy weights to Yao's arms that kept dragging him down when he tried to climb up the post. Shouta had a goal, one goal in mind as he walked toward the Piku, but the heavy weight of his own guilt and fear and dread kept dragging him back down. He still had the knee brace on, more comfortable now because it wasn't compressed by breathes or slacks, and he was grateful for it because it was one more suppressed pain he didn't have to deal with. Nemuri wasn't allowed to go with him into Izuku's room. Shouta wasn't allowed in Izuku's room without a paper mask and sanitized hands. When Shouta stepped in, hands clenched into fists and heart thumping heavily in his chest, he almost expected, almost hoped, that Izuku would jump out and say, "Ha! You fell for it." I got you, Unkai Sho. None of those things happened. Izuku looked so small. Sitting in the hospital bed, swaddled in blankets and with so many needles and tubes and machines helping him breathe and heal and live surrounding him. IVs, oxygen tanks, a catheter and a machine reading his pulse and a machine reading his pressure and so much beeping, and he looked so small. He was dressed in a hospital gown, but Shouta thought he could see a slight indent where the thick bandages were wrapped around his middle, and a tube running out of them, attached to a large bag of some yellowish-gray substance. Shouta resolutely kept his eyes away from it. Shouta grabbed a chair, taking it next to the boy's bedside, being careful of all the machines and stands, and grabbed the child's hand. His hand was clammy and cold and dry, but his forehead was flushed red and feverish and dotted with sweat. A few strands of hair were sticking to his skin. It was clear his sleep wasn't pleasant in the least, and it made something in Shouda's chest burn. Shouta winced before taking off his headphones and sunglasses, because if Izuku woke up now, however doubtful that may be, he didn't want the child to be confused. The beeping was very loud. Push through, push through, push through. Hello, cabbage, Shouta said, because he wasn't sure what else to say. Should he fill the silence with talking? Should he sit there in silence? Izuku couldn't hear him, but he might sense him on some unconscious level, and what if he was scared? What if he was panicked, and that was why his sleep looked so fitful? A nightmare? Pain? Shouta rubbed a thumb along the boy's knuckles and played with his fingers because he had nothing else to do. Said I'd come back. Yes? I said I would, and now I'm here. All right? He swallowed, and it felt like something thick and solid was sliding down his throat and had settled at the very pit of his stomach. Your Uncle Zashi is here too. He's just preoccupied at the moment. But he's all right too, okay? We're all okay. And you're going to be all right too. Just he was such a mess, what was he even saying? Just hurry up and get better and wake up for us, okay? That's all you have to do, cabbage. Just get better. You're not going to be at the apartment for a couple days, so you don't have chores, and we don't want you dyeing your hair pink like your Uncle Zashi, so that's your chore, okay? Can't have you going into your rebel phase early. That's your chore, alright? Get better for us. And, it's all going to be okay. He felt like curling up into a ball on the floor like he had the previous night, ripping at his hair and crying and screaming because this was not okay. Was this what parents meant when they talked about having to lie to your children to protect them? Because it wasn't fun. Oh, and, the door to the room opened, then, and Shouta quickly placed the child's hand back on the hospital bed, turning to look at the frantic nurse. Hisashi Yamada is awake, she said. He's she wheezed, hands resting on her knees. He's unresponsive, and he keeps saying your name, so we need you to see to him immediately. Shouta stood up quickly, abandoning his headphones and sunglasses where they laid, rushing back to the ICU. Hisashi was still in bed, trying to sit up while a doctor tried to hold him down, tearing and pushing at the doctor's arms and groaning in pain every once in a while. Zashi, Shouta said, rushing forward. But the man kept pushing at the doctor, seemingly unable to notice anything else. Shouta wasn't sure how to get his attention. He grabbed the sides of the man's face, trying to guide the man's gaze toward him. There were panicked tears in the man's eyes, bloodshot and dazed, and Shouta had the sudden urge to hug him and not let go. Hisashi had always cried easily when he was panicked or emotional. It's okay, he said, and he tried to make the way he said the words clear and noticeable, just in case he couldn't hear him. You're all right. We're at a hospital. It's all okay. He stuttered, and his face went white, tears falling from green eyes. Sho, they can't I know, Shouta said, drawing his attention back from his panic state. It's because of the bandages. The lie felt like it had been ripped from his throat. It's okay, Hisashi. You're safe, okay? It's okay. Hisashi nodded, head leaning against his hands heavily, eyes drooping slightly. There was a nurse, a syringe sticking out of the foreline. Just get some rest, Hisashi. It'll be better when you wake up. Okay? Hisashi murmured, and Shouta felt like he might scream. I love you too. Now go to sleep. Please. Please go to sleep. Please go to sleep. I'll cry too if you don't go to sleep, please. Hisashi's eyes closed, and Shouta helped him relax back against the hospital bed. His eyes were stinging slightly, burning and wet. He turned to the nurse. "What did you give him?" Shouta asked numbly, voice feeling thick and awkward. "A mild sedative to calm him down." "I guess he was tired," the nurse said, stepping aside and throwing the syringe into a waste bucket. Shouta was tired too. "He couldn't hear me," Shouta said, leaning back into a chair. His hands were starting to feel numb too, and he fidgeted with his fingers, rolled his wrists. "That was to be expected, with the bandages and the damage to his eardrums," the nurse said calmly. Can he hear at all?" "We won't really know until he's had the surgery and he's completely healed," the nurse said regretfully. "And that could take a while, considering his strength right now and the panic state he was in when he just woke up. There's no telling until he's all set up and we run some hearing tests." Shouta remembered primary school, where they'd force him into a chair and make him put headphones over his ears, only to assault them with shrill, reverberating beeps. It wasn't particularly pleasant. "But, chances are," the nurse said, "he isn't completely deaf. Just don't be too surprised if he's a little hard at hearing from now on, okay? That kind of trauma to your ears doesn't leave you unscathed." Shouta nodded, and the nurse left the room, closing the door gently behind her. Nemuri walked in a moment later. "Hey, Sho," she said, sitting down on the other side of the hospital bed. There was hair in Hisashi's face, having fallen into it while he was struggling against the doctor. Shouta pushed it out of his eyes. His glasses were gone. Shouta wondered where they'd gone. Had they been destroyed on the mission? He'd need a new prescription. "You all right, Sho?" Nemuri asked, sounding a bit worried. Like he'd shut down again, like he had the night before, covered in blood and grime and bandages on the floor of a hospital waiting room. "I don't want to talk," Shouta said. "Please." "Okay," Nemuri said. "Okay, that's fine." They sat in silence. Shouta had been through a lot in his 21 years of living. He'd learned a lot too. But nothing stuck more than one particular lesson. Life always came back to hurt you when you least expected it. "I feel like I'm going in slow motion," Shouta said. His legs were stretched out in front of him on the floor, flip-flops thrown to the side and his leg brace seeming like a stark contrast against his skin and the almost overwhelming white of the hospital. "I feel like everything is going too fast and too slow and..." There was no control in this situation. Everything was happening on its own, without Shuta's direct involvement to stop it from happening, and that was horrifying. It reminded him of when he was younger and with less wisdom than he had now when he'd watched the news at Hisashi's house, because Shouta had not had a TV, and one villain after the other started stirring things up, or some other country made a threat, or someone big made a dumb mistake, and that tight feeling would spring up right in his chest because he couldn't do anything to stop this. He couldn't stop Hisashi from potentially losing his hearing. He couldn't stop Izuku from potentially dying. It was like the thing he wanted most was dangling in front of his face, and he couldn't muster up the strength or the energy to reach forward and grab it. Nemuri was sitting next to him on the cold hospital hallway floor, because she was Nemuri and Nemuri was always there. When Hisashi couldn't be, Nemuri was. "I know what you mean," Nemuri said. Her dark purple hair was pulled up into a bun at the back of her head, left up so it wouldn't be a nuisance, and she looked exhausted. Shouta sometimes had trouble remembering that Nemuri cared about Hisashi just as much as Shouta did. Just in a different way. "It feels odd," Shouta said, and he had grown to dislike the word, but it was the only word suitable to describe how he felt. But familiar. Like with Inko, Shouta noted. And with my parents. And the money issues. The meeting with Shio. The mission. His knee. His childhood, days spent lonely and tired and so hungry, trying to make his head stop bleeding or trying not to succumb to bullying, putting in hours and hours of work so he could be where he was today because that was something he could control. Shouta realized detachedly why this feeling, this hopeless feeling felt so familiar. He had felt this way his entire life. Like with Oboro, Nemuri said. Shouta winced, a wave of grief washing over him for the boy he had failed to save. But he'd been dead for 3 years, now. Maybe 4. Shouta had tried not to think about him, had tried to forget about him. That hadn't worked, of course. Shouta hadn't been able to function correctly after the death of his friend. For weeks, it had felt like there was a wall in between him and everything else, a fog settling over his mind and not wielding, the world gray and lifeless. He'd been reluctant to get close to anyone, reluctant to interact with anyone, even Hisashi and Nemuri. Even though, logically, he knew that that was just part of the job. People get hurt. People die. Even people you care about. And Shouta had a lot of experience in people he cared about dying. Yes, Shouta said, voice terse and tinged with an exhaustion that seemed to weigh down his very bones. Like with Oboro. He wasn't sure how he would go on, should Izuku die. Oboro had only been a friend, someone he'd known for less than 2 years, and he'd fallen into a hole of guilt and depression following his death, to the point where even his teachers were worried about him. If he lost Izuku. He hadn't known Izuku for very long. He'd been in his life for less than a year. The child had annoyed him to no end on bad days and, at times, had mildly irritated him on good days. He had fits of crying and nightmares and an unending curiosity that always managed to set Shouta's hair on end. He asked an unending onslaught of questions and queries, and at the end of the day, his curiosity was still never sated, no matter how many answers Shouta had given the boy. Izuku had come with debt and long hours and stress and exhaustion and an overwhelming, unending world of doubt that he wasn't doing something right, that he was messing everything up because he had absolutely no idea what he was doing. But Izuku had also grown on him. Had grown on him in a way that Shouta knew, should he lose that bright-eyed, tiny, annoyingly curious little boy, it would feel like someone tearing into his flesh and ripping something out, leaving him scarred and incomplete and lost. If Shouta's life was like a patchwork quilt, then Izuku was the most oddly shaped, horribly cut, sloppily sewn patch of fabric on it. Looking upon it, it would be clear to most, if not all, that it didn't belong there. But it was there. And Shouta knew, should Izuku's uneven little patch of fabric be ripped away, the rest of the quilt would fall apart. Shouta needed Izuku to survive and ask him more questions and wake him up with his nightmares and to smile at him with that special little smile that made dimples appear on his cheeks that let Shouta know he'd done right. Because Izuku was Shouta's family, was the only blood family Shouta had left, and he loved him in a way that was hard to express and even harder to acknowledge but felt right in a way when he thought about it. Izuku was there. And Shouta always wanted the little boy to be there. Even if he had to fight tooth and nail to keep him. Because Izuku was family, because Izuku felt just as necessary and just as important for him to go on in his life as the heart or his lungs or his brain. Because Izuku didn't belong on the patchwork quilt of Shouta's life, didn't synchronize with all the other colors and all the other shapes, but Shouta knew that the quilt would look better, later on, when he looked at the final product. But Shouta couldn't fight this. Because control was just beyond his reach. And Shouta was going in slow motion. It doesn't quite make sense, Shouta noted. His voice felt stilted and stiff. He brought his leg up to his chest, wrapping his arm around it, though the other leg, the leg with the brace, he left outstretched. It would hurt too much to bend. Nemuri said, staring at the plain white wall in front of them blankly. Izuku is alive. Right now, Shouta said. And if the infection is controlled, he will stay alive. If it does not, he could die. He felt like he should be concerned that there wasn't a lot of emotion behind his words. But right now, he was just tired. He is alive right now, even if he hasn't woken up. I still feel like I'm mourning. And I don't know why. For once, Nemuri didn't admonish him. I think I know what you mean, Nemuri said. And I wouldn't usually say this because it's ridiculously cheesy and I'm like you, I'm not that big on the idea that there's some all-powerful being controlling everything. It's hard to believe with the job we have. But Nemuri sighed. In situations like these, when all you have is an inkling of hope or faith or whatever, that things will be all right, that's important, I guess. I guess you're right, Shouta said. His knee was starting to ache more now, and Shouta thought it might be because he was sitting on the floor. He elected to ignore it. Hoping everything will be all right is good. Hope is good. I think it is, Nemuri said. It was odd in a way. Having to choose to believe what your mind told you versus what facts told you. His mind told him that Izuku will die, because his mind liked being cruel to him in moments like these. But facts told him that Izuku did have a fair chance of recovering should the infection be stopped. And Shouta liked to think that he was naturally a factual person. He liked acting on logic, and it usually got him where he wanted to be. But there was a scale in all this. His heart was on one side of the scale and his mind on the other. And in this situation, his heart felt heavier. Shouta thought back to the last time he had seen Izuku. Little Izuku, who had been bawling his eyes out and holding onto Hizashi's leg for dear life. Not bye, child. See you later. Shouta wanted to laugh, even though it wasn't funny. Far from it. He had been tempting fate. He truly had taken so many moments for granted. Moments he'd thought he'd get more of. He'd thought he'd get to watch more movies with Hisashi and Izuku, thought he'd get to watch Hisashi and Izuku cook in the kitchen while the child stole bites of ingredients, thought he'd get to give Izuku one more hug, tell Izuku that he was loved, that people cared about him one more time. Thought he'd get to help him train more, in gymnastics and self-defense and everything Shouta had learned as a child and more, because the child deserves better than the cards he's been dealt. The cards Shouta had been dealt. He wouldn't be wasting any more precious moments. He wouldn't. He would stay and he would make time for his nephew, and he would teach Izuku to do a backflip like the child had been nagging him to do for weeks, and he would give him as many hugs as he wanted and for however long he wanted. He would never be reluctant to read to the child just because he was tired, and he would be there. And he would try not to mess up. He would try, and he would try harder again and again and again every time he messed up, even if it killed him. I want to see Izuku, Shouta said suddenly, standing up. Nemuri remained seated on the floor. I can't go with you, she said. I'm not allowed in his room, since I'm not legal family. Keep Hisashi company, please, Shouta said, and Nemuri nodded, standing up and disappearing into Hisashi's hospital room. Shouta got into the elevator and pressed the button for the piku. He was grateful his headache had actually relieved slightly from the painkillers he'd taken, or else the beeps in the elevator and the constant noises from Izuku's hospital room might have killed him. Izuku looked the same as he had earlier. Too small in a too large hospital bed. The tube running out of his stomach. IVs in his skinny arms. Round face troubled from fever and pain even in his sleep. Sweat dotting his forehead, strands of green curls sticking to his forehead. Shouta put on his mask and washed his hands, taking a seat next to the boy. I'm going to pretend you can hear me and take this time to apologize, Shouta said. I shouldn't have taken that mission. I should have stayed and looked out for you once I found out you weren't feeling well, and I didn't. Then I cannot begin to express how sorry I am. Izuku, of course, said nothing, though Shouta thought he saw the boy shift in his sleep. You're going to be in a lot of pain when you wake up, I suppose? The warning meant nothing, not when Izuku couldn't even hear him, but it felt important, somehow, to let the boy know. You'll be scared. It's very scary. There are a lot of tubes and loud machines, and you might be afraid of the nurses. But I'll be right here when you wake up. And if I'm not, I'll come running. Just so you know. He shouldn't sound so awkward. So stilted. His voice, the way he talked, had always been the thing about himself that Shouta had been the most frustrated with. Not the social awkwardness, not his sensitivity to sounds or lights or smells, not his apparent oddness that had been such a horrible thing his father had left him and his mother had followed closely behind. It was that he couldn't convey what he wanted to say. He knew what he felt, knew what he wanted to tell the little boy in front of him, but he couldn't find the words to do it. Words were always like that. Too awkward and too round and too sharp. Difficult to mold and shape into something comprehensible. Sometimes, he wasn't sure why Nemuri and Hisashi put up with him. You were really sick, Shouta said. You had appendicitis. It means that this organ in your abdomen was infected, so the doctors had to take it out. But before they could, it burst in your belly and now you have an infection. So you have to get rid of that. The doctors say you're a very strong child. And he was. God, he was. He and Izuku had gone through so many of the same things. The only difference was, Shouta had stopped smiling, hadn't had much reason to, until he'd found Nemuri and Hisashi. Izuku never stopped. And that, truly, made all the difference. Izuku's head tilted to the side, slightly, and Shouta thought he saw the boy's shoulders shake with a shudder. "Child?" Shouta asked, leaning forward in his chair. "Child, are you awake?" "Izuku?" Izuku's eyes blinked open, slowly at first, still foggy with sleep, before his face abruptly tensed up and his eyes became glassy. It didn't take much for his breathing to start picking up. "Hurts," he whimpered, tears sliding down his face. "I know," Shouta said. "I know. I'm sorry. I know." He reached over, hitting the button to call the nurse. He thought it important. "It hurts," Izuku cried, and his crying only seemed to increase, shoulders racked with sobs. But the movement only managed to pull at his stitches more, and that just made his pain 100 times worse. Izuku's head tilted to the side. "Ankai Sho?" "Yes," Shouta said. "It's okay. Mask is scary," Izuku said, still sounding pained and breathy and horrible. "I know," Shouta said. "I'm sorry. I have to keep it on. It's to keep you safe, okay? So you don't get sicker. Hurts." "I know," Shouta said. I know. The nurse walked in, swiftly checked Izuku's pulse and pressure before sticking a needle into his foreline and injecting something. Izuku relaxed, slightly, after that, slumping down into his pillow. Tears still brimmed and ran down his face, because when Izuku started crying it was hard for him to stop, but his body wasn't being racked with sobs like it had been before. "Better?" Shouta asked, and Izuku nodded. "But, are you tired? Do you want to go back to sleep? Do you need anything? Read me a story," Izuku mumbled. "Sleepy. I don't have a book," Shouta said. Izuku whimpered slightly. But. He racked his brain. "Sing me something," Izuku requested instead. That was usually Hisashi's department. "What song?" "Princess and the Froggy." Shouta blinked, trying to remember any song from that movie. They hardly ever watched it. "In the Southland, there's a city. Way down. On the river. Where the women are very pretty. And all the men deliver." Izuku frowned, and even tired and on painkillers, he still found time to ask questions. "Does that mean? Deliver?" They liked delivering packages. "And pies." Izuku nodded. Shouta continued singing, sang the song over and over again, even after Izuku's eyes slipped closed and his throat became sore because at least it was something to do. And Shouta felt like the world was less when he was doing something. Less loud, less cruel, less slow. Izuku was awake. And he didn't feel like he was in slow motion anymore. There was one thing scarier to Shouta Aizawa than a lack of control, and that was when things had previously seemed as bad as they could get, everything suddenly took a turn for the better. Because that didn't just happen, not to people like Shouta. When the world got lighter and the sky looked a little less gray, the sun a little brighter, his mood a little better, it just meant he was in the eye of the hurricane. It had been like that his entire life. He'd had a horrible childhood, even before his father had left, and it said a lot that even he admitted that his life hadn't been fantastic, however much it pained him to do so, but he'd always had Inko. But then Inko and his father had left, and all he'd had was his mother. His mother who was steadily coming back to the apartment less and less. But then he'd had Yue. He'd worked, and he'd actually gotten into the top hero school in Japan. He hadn't gotten into the hero course, but that was okay, because he could always work harder to get in. His first few days at UA had, honestly, been some of the best days of his life. Even if no one in class talked to him because they couldn't connect with him, and all the teachers were a bit intimidated by his quirk, and he was always hungry and he was the smallest kid in class, that was okay, that was fine, because he was halfway there. And then his mother had stopped coming home. Over and over the CYCL continued. The eye of the hurricane came and went, and the storm of Shouta's life raged on, but he kept pushing through, tried to enjoy every bright spot his life had to offer, even if the clouds were always darker, the wind always rougher, the rain always falling harder when he came out on the other side. Hisashi had been the eye of the hurricane, and then his parents had died. He'd gotten into an amazing hero agency and he'd been making more money than he had expected, even if it wasn't a lot, and then Inko had died and he'd had to uproot his entire life to a child he hadn't planned for. But the eye of the hurricane had returned, the world had brightened, and everything had been okay. Even when he'd permanently injured his knee, even when money was hard and he was constantly stressed and he didn't get any sleep, things had been okay. Izuku was an unexpected bright spot. But now this was cruel, even for Shouta's life. Hisashi, deaf and in an unimaginable amount of pain. Izuku, at risk of death and with an infection that even the doctors were worried about. But things were getting better. Izuku had woken up. His fever had gone down, if only slightly. The pallor of his skin was improving, he was waking up more and more, and he looked more alive than he had in days. He was in pain, and he was sick, and the doctors were still keeping a close eye on him, and he wasn't out of the woods yet, but he was getting better. Hisashi had woken up too, several times, over the last few days. It was always brief and horrifying and usually ended with more painkillers being added to his foreline, because they were trying to keep him from feeling as much pain as possible, even if it was unavoidable, but things were getting better. Shouta knew better than to trust it. But he didn't want to tempt fate by always assuming the worst was around every corner. Maybe he just needed to sleep. Shouta was sitting in Hisashi's hospital room now, because the nurses had just given Izuku another dose of pain medication and he wouldn't be awake again for a while. Hisashi's head was still wrapped in bandages, long hair pushed to the side. He looked pale, paler than normal, and there were dark shadows lining his face in the dim light of the room. The nurses had insisted on the room being kept dark, saying that Hisashi would more than likely have a dreadful headache should he wake up, and Shouta was a bit grateful for the slight respite from the harsh lighting of the hospital room, though he would never admit it to anyone but himself. It was there that the doctor found him, sitting in the stiff-backed plastic hospital chair, staring at Hisashi's still form and trying not to fall asleep in case Hisashi woke up again. "Shouta Aizawa?" the doctor said, knocking on the door quietly. Shouta startled, slightly, before nodding, sitting up. He had to stop himself from hugging his elbows, his hands instead falling onto his knees. He'd gone home the previous night to change clothes, though he didn't have the patience to wear anything other than sandals because he would honestly burn every pair of socks in his dresser if he could, and had changed into a pair of sweatpants and one of the baggy merchandise t-shirts he'd bought years ago on one of his, Hisashi and Nemuri's usual excursions to the amusement park. It was tie-dye, blue and pink and purple with a giant Ferris wheel on the front. It was quite possibly the most colorful thing he owned. The sweatpants had odd ridges on the knees, because he'd spilled glue from a glue gun on them once when he was trying to fix something in the apartment, and he hadn't had the heart, or, honestly, the money, to throw them away and replace them. The ridges were odd, though they weren't too noticeable and didn't bunch up the fabric, and they were good to fidget with when he felt nervous. He ran his hands up and down his legs. "Ridges?" "Yes," Shouta said. He hated his voice. "As you know, a few days ago, your friend wasn't ready for surgery." Shouta didn't bother correcting him, because his body wouldn't have been able to handle it. "We believe he's ready for the procedure now." "Ah," Shouta said. But. "All right. How is this procedure going to work?" The doctor was very tall. At least 5 inches taller than Shouta's 6 feet. Probably because of a quirk. He didn't like it. The man was intimidating. His eyes remained on the wall as he spoke to the man. Izuku probably would have known what the doctor's quirk was just by looking at him, thanks to physical attributes. Shouta wasn't quite as gifted in analysis. "We're going to take tissue from another part of Mr. Yamada's body and use it to repair the tears in his ears," the doctor explained. "After the surgery is completed and he's had a substantial recovery time, maybe 2 days, we'll find someone with a healing quirk to heal the surgery scars, and Mr. Yamada should be okay to go home. But, Mr. Aizawa, you need to know something." "Yes? I understand you have an injured knee? I saw your leg brace. Is it for chronic pain?" Shouta nodded, slowly. "I thought so. The healing process for Mr. Yamada's ears will be much like your knee. We can do as many surgeries as we like, bring in as many healers as we must, but we'll never be able to completely heal the irreversible damage that was dealt to Mr. Yamada by his injuries. The damage was quite extensive, and we waited a fairly long while to do the surgery because of the risks to his health. Even after someone heals him, there will more than likely still be damage to his hearing, though the extent to that damage we don't know yet. Much like the chronic pain in your knee. I think I understand, Shouta said. So he's not coming out of this without difficulties hearing. Statistically speaking, no, the doctor said regretfully. I'm sorry. There are options for Mr. Yamada, therapy, to help him learn how to do certain things differently, and if the situation calls for it, places he can get hearing aids or where he can learn sign language. This is by no means the end of the world, and he'll be able to live a semi-normal life after he adjusts. Shouta nodded. But I understand. Thank you. Please leave. Please leave. Please leave. The doctor took the respectful dismissal for what it was. Of course. Mr. Yamada's surgery is scheduled for noon. A nurse will come in soon to take him down for the operation, he said, and he left the room as quickly as he came. An hour and a half away. Hizashi was having another surgery. But this was a good thing. It meant he was healing and that he was getting stronger. And the procedure didn't sound risky. They'd be able to walk away from this. They'd be able to live with this. They would. Hizashi was having surgery. Nemuri wasn't there. Had left hours ago, so she could talk to the agency about getting a week off. Shouta pulled his phone from his pocket and hesitated before opening the texting app. He didn't feel like talking on the phone. Hizashi and Nemuri had chosen all the contact names in his phone. Watch me WHP. Me, come back to the hospital. Hizashi's surgery is scheduled for an hour and a half. Watch me WHP, Shouta set his phone down, before rethinking it and picking it up again. Me, call Hizashi's parents, please. Watch me WHP, already on it. Nemuri got to the hospital first, and Hizashi's mother and father ambled into the hospital room a moment later. His mother gasped upon seeing her son in the state he was in, eyes quickly going red as she sat at his bedside, grabbing onto his hand and gripping it tightly. Hizashi's father knocked a fist against Shouta's shoulder, and Shouta tried not to wince. Hizashi's father had always been a touchy-feely kind of person. How are you doing, Shouta? Dai asked quietly, taking a seat next to Nemuri. Shouta and Dai's relationship had always been rather awkward. Shouta loved and respected the man. When Shouta had needed a place to stay when the walls of his old apartment seemed too narrow and the hallways too quiet, they never turned him away, only made more food to accommodate for his presence. When Dai found out that Shouta was dating his son, he didn't bat an eyelash, only teased them about it a bit and gave him a shovel talk that ended with Dai tearing up and hugging him. That didn't stop him from being slightly uncomfortable around him, though Shouta honestly tended to be that way around anyone who wasn't Hizashi, Nemuri, or Izuku. Dai and Hana were both rather emotional people, the pair only building off of each other in emotions and dramatics. Hizashi had definitely inherited their love of emotional vulnerability and their tendency to cry, and Shouta had no doubt Hizashi would pass that on to Izuku. Shouta could never tell if that was healthy or not. Constantly crying didn't seem very healthy, but constantly bottling up your emotions to keep yourself from crying was frowned upon by most as well. Shouta liked to think he had found a nice median, in terms of crying. Most would disagree, but that was the story Shouta was sticking with. Fine, Shouta said. Hizashi's getting surgery on his ears. There was an accident in our last mission. He'll have hearing damage afterward, and the doctors aren't sure at what severity it will be. Shouta had a tendency to be too blunt in certain situations, and this was one of them. Dai's eyes went red and his face was slightly blotchy as he began to rub at his eyes furiously. Hana choked on a small sob, silvery blonde hair falling in her face for a brief moment before she looked up at Shouta sharply. You said our mission. You were on the mission too. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Had only minor injuries. That's besides the point dash. Nemuri scoffed. Yeah, if you fall getting the letter Z carved into your next minor, she said, rolling her eyes slightly. Hana's face fell. Oh, Shouta, honey, I'm so sorry, she said, and Shouta felt distinctly uncomfortable. Every time he interacted with these people, he was reminded again and again of how much they differed from his own family. Dai and Hana cried over their son when he was injured and worried over their child's boyfriend like he was their own. His parents probably wouldn't have been able to muster a tear if it had been his funeral. Dai and Hana made extra food whenever Hisashi said he was coming over. Shouta couldn't remember the last time his parents had cooked him anything. Dai teased him and grinned at him and gave him mock shovel talks that ended in hugs, and the last time Shouta had seen his dad alive was when he was 7. It was like getting whiplash, seeing Hisashi Yamada's life in comparison to his own. Because for a long time, as a child, he'd believed that his life at home wasn't exactly normal, but there wasn't anything wrong with it. Every time he was around Dai and Hana, the little, intricate things about his life and his childhood were always in question. It was exhausting and horrifying and humiliating, and it almost made him dislike them despite the fact that they had been some of the only adults to give a DMN about him when he was a teenager and had no idea how to properly take care of himself. He owed them a lot. And that wasn't something he was particularly happy about, either. "I'm fine," Shouta said, again, like he was trying to convince himself as much as he was trying to convince them. "I am fine. Perfectly fine. It's shallow. No stitches. It's fine." Hana frowned. "If you say so, Shouta," she said at the same time his phone dinged with a text from an unknown number. Shouta glanced down at the phone screen. "Unknown. I will be calling in exactly 5 minutes. Make sure you are alone when I do." It couldn't be anyone else. "Excuse me," Shouta said, standing. "Namuri, tell them about the surgery. I'll be back soon." He found a men's bathroom and shut and locked the door behind him after making sure none of the stalls were occupied. His phone started ringing a moment later, and he answered it hastily, phone almost slipping from his fingers. "Eraser," Shio said. "Are you alone?" "Yes," Shouta said. "Excellent. I won't keep you long, I'm merely calling about the mission," the man said. Of course it was about the mission. "I trust you were able to get the files on the group, even if you were unsuccessful in taking down its leader?" Shio sounded slightly distasteful when he said the word unsuccessful. "Yes," Shouta said. "I didn't call you right away because I thought you would need sufficient time to recuperate and heal," Shio said. "But I need that flash drive now. The police can only legally hold the leader Tsun for 72 hours following his arrest. Our time is around 6 hours from being up. Do you have the flash drive on you?" Shouta had been too nervous to leave it alone, defenseless, at the apartment. He carried it on his person whenever he went to the hospital. "Zon." That explained the Zeke. Shouta felt ill. "Yes," he said. He felt rather like a broken record. "Excellent," Shio said. Shouta wondered if the man enjoyed saying the word excellent. "I'll send someone over to retrieve it immediately. Leave it wherever you are, hidden but in plain sight as well. They'll find it easily, but be far from the premises when they do. Understand?" "Yes," Shouta said, setting the hard drive in the space between the wall and the sink. "And Eraser?" Shio said. "I'm sorry about your partner." "No, you're not," Shouta said, because Shio wasn't. "No, I'm not," Shio admitted. "I hope to see you back in the agency soon. Your payment for the mission will be forwarded directly into yours and Hisashi's accounts. Have a good day." The line went dead. Shouta sighed, taking Shio's advice and quickly shoving his phone into his pocket and leaving the bathroom. He was halfway back to Hisashi's room when he got another call, this time from a very familiar number. Hisashi's chosen contact name shown on the label. "Demas boss." Shouta accepted the call. "I actually have work I have to get done and responsibility, so I'll get to the point quickly," his boss said sharply from the other end of the line. "You said you were taking off of work for 2 days. It's been longer than that, and this happens far too often. I've given you chance and chance again." Shouta felt like his hands were shaking. "You're fired." The line went dead before he could respond. With those Ming words, the eye of the hurricane passed on. Hisashi's surgery seemed to drag on for hours, the anxiety in Shuta's chest mounting higher and higher with every second. Hisashi's parents decided to wait in the main room rather than Hisashi's hospital room, but Shouta wasn't sure he could have moved from the green plastic chair. Fired. Fired. He got fired. He'd have to adjust their spending money, for a while, until he could get another job. All of their money would have to go to bills. How were they going to get groceries? And Izuku would need another haircut soon. How was he supposed to pay for that? Not to mention the hospital and therapy bills. Their insurance only covered 75% of the bills, and it would surely be expensive. And they would practically be a one-income household from now on. Hisashi couldn't go back to work, not until he went to physical therapy for however long the duration was, and even if he got temporary disability, the money from that wasn't exactly great. There was always the money that had been promised from Shio. But Shio had never given a specific number, and Shouta had already planned to dedicate all of that paycheck to his debt. He could always get another job or work overtime at the agency, but there was the matter of Izuku. He couldn't work too long, not with Nemuri watching him. She had a life of her own to worry about, and Hisashi certainly couldn't watch him, not yet. He could get a new job. But how long would that take? Did he have enough time? They were already stretching their money pretty thin. They hardly ever had any spare spending money, as was how. Shouta had remained in Hisashi's hospital room. They had unhooked him from the heart monitor when they'd taken him back to the operating room, and now the screen of it was black and dead. There weren't any of the consistent beeps that had been there before. Not even a hospital bed. The IVs were gone. So was the oxygen. The room looked eerily empty now. Something happened, Nemuri noted from the other chair. You looked at your phone, and you left the room, and when you came back there was something wrong. What happened? Shouta didn't know what to say. He shrugged. Yes you do, Nemuri insisted. I want to help, believe me I do, but I can't do that if you won't tell me what's wrong. Shouta felt a bit dazed. I got fired, he said. My boss, from the boxing place, fired me. He said I'd missed too much work. But you couldn't help how much work you missed, Dash. I know, Shouta snapped, and he was too tired to feel guilty about it. I know that. Believe me, I know that. He felt like tearing at his hair in frustration. I needed that job. We were having problems with money, and that job helped, and… How bad is this going to affect you? Nemuri asked. Is this something you can bounce back from, or is this going to be a major issue? It's already a major issue, Shouta said. I don't know what to do. I can help you find work, Nemuri said. Shouta looked at her, a little disbelieving. No, really. I'll help you find work. She pulled out her phone, searching through job applications. Okay, there's fry cook. No, you'll burn down the establishment. Waiter. No, you shouldn't be on your feet that much, your leg will kill you. And the pay won't be enough. Office job looks pretty good, Dash. Nemuri froze. Slowly looked over at him. What? Shouta asked, a bit worried. Did you find anything? Yes, I did, Nemuri said. She shoved the phone under his nose, the bright screen light burning his eyes, but the words came into clear focus soon enough. UA assistant teacher position open. Absolutely not, Shouta said. What? Nemuri demanded. This is a good thing, Shouta. This could fix everything. And I bet there are other positions open too, maybe Hisashi and I dash. I said no, Shouta repeated more forcefully. The idea of being a teacher made him distinctly uncomfortable. I'd make a bad teacher. I cannot handle children. I'm horrible around them. And I'm nowhere near qualified. I'm a rookie underground hero. I didn't even go to college. Why would Nizu hire me? It was a nice thought, certainly, working at his old high school, the school he had spent some of the best years of his life at. Not to mention that the pay would surely be better than what he had been getting at the boxing place. Nizu was certainly crazy and more than a little murderous, but he paid his workers well. But Shouta always looked at the facts of situations before he pursued them. And the facts were, he would make a horrible teacher and Nizu would never, should never, hire someone like him. Nizu likes you, Shouta, Nemuri said insistently. Are you forgetting that he basically gave you the key to getting into the hero course? That he was the one who recommended you to the agency? That he was the one who suggested you take up the capture weapon? Not to mention, when you didn't make the hero course first, he basically gave you the path you needed to get in Dash. That doesn't mean he'll let me teach at his school, Shouta said. There is a school board as well. No matter what favoritism you think Nizu holds for me, the school board isn't about to let someone my age teach at a highly prestigious school with none of the correct qualifications. Okay, so you never went to college, Nemuri said, waving her hand dismissively. But you could be a big help to hero course students, or just students in general. You're intelligent, for starters, and you're so good at teaching Izuku, and if you're working with the hero course kids you'd be able to do it with experience in that field, the good and the bad, and they'd be more prepared than we were for some sides of hero work dash. No, Shouta said. Teaching high schoolers is much different than teaching a 5-year-old boy words. I can't work with teenagers. I don't like teenagers. They're hormonal. And they have boyfriends and girlfriends for 2 weeks and then cry once they break up like they just went through a divorce. And they say that their significant other holding hands with someone else or anything like that is cheating. And they cheat on exams. And they smell weird. I can't deal with teenagers. Nemuri was quiet for a moment. Well, if any of them smelled weird you could just throw deodorant at them dash. Nemuri. Fine, fine, Nemuri said, holding her hands up in surrender. No I'll keep looking. I get it, you're underqualified and you hate the younger people of our generation. Got it? Thank you. He leaned back in his chair, pushing his bangs out of his hair exasperatedly. He'd have to cut it soon. He froze. How long is the average generation? Nemuri shrugged. I dunno, she said. Probably, like 20-30 years? Think it varies. Why? Were Izuku and I born in the same generation? Nemuri slowly looked up from her phone. That is oddly horrifying, she admitted. Yes, it is. The surgery was completed and Hisashi was back in his hospital room a good 3 hours later. Dai and Hana joined them again shortly after their son was returned, and Shouta let them sit closest to Hisashi, knowing that they had only just found out about the entire situation and that they were probably more worried than he had been. The room had been shrouded in silence for a while, and while Shouta usually enjoyed the quiet, there was something about the quiet or the dark that always lowered his stress levels. He was distinctly uncomfortable with the tense atmosphere. Nemuri noticed, because she's Nemuri, and started suggesting more jobs. Movie rental place? Salary? Never mind. Janitor? Maybe. Write that down. Nemuri tapped away at her phone. Esuvar? I'm not good looking enough to be a Esuvar. Keep looking. Okay, firstly, I think that Hisashi would disagree with you on that, and secondly, that's your primary concern? Shouta shrugged. Keep looking. Nemuri shook her head, scrolling through more jobs while Dai and Hana looked on at them, both looking faintly amused. Okay, how about this stalker at a grocery store? Salary, Nemuri. Right, God, why aren't there any filters on this thing? On and on through the list they went, Nemuri pulling up increasingly more ridiculous options as time went on and the process got slightly dull. At one point, Shouta thought he had seen Nemuri raise an eyebrow before saving another application before hurriedly continuing in her scrolling, but he elected to ignore it. Swimming instructor? I can't swim. Really? Yes, Shouta said. No one ever taught me. Okay, but you're a pro hero and you went to UA. You should know how to swim. Shouta shrugged. I know how to not drown, he said. He had tried to learn, at UA, because it was almost a requirement to know how to swim if you wanted to be a pro hero. And he had liked the water, liked floating around. It was quite comfortable, honestly. But not much could be said for his swimming abilities besides, horrid. My instructors said that that was all they could hope for with me. Nemuri snorted. Hisashi? Hana suddenly said from across the room. Nemuri and Shuta's heads shot up, and Shouta suddenly realized that Nemuri had effectively distracted him from his worry over Hisashi for the past few hours. Who'd be thought? Hisashi said, and his voice sounded thick and scratchy, like he was drowsy and had strep at the same time. Probably because of the tube they had put in his throat during the surgery. It's okay, Hisashi, it's okay, Hana said, a hand on her son's cheek. Hisashi was blinking rapidly, looking confused and disoriented, not to mention he more than likely couldn't see without his glasses. I know, she said, and she sounded tearful now. It's okay, Hisashi, it's okay. You're all right, son, Dai said, scooting forward and grabbing Hisashi's hand. You're okay, Dad? He seemed to get more and more upset after that, face scrunched up in pain and confusion and frustration, and Shouta knew it wouldn't be long before the entire family was crying. I'll get a nurse, Nemuri said, rushing from the room. She didn't seem to realize that there was a button at Hisashi's bedside for calling the nurses. Sho? Hisashi called, and his voice sounded more raspy and a little tearful. Shouta? Shoyuta? Shoyuta swallowed thickly, clearing his head before walking forward. He sat on the opposite side of the bed as Dai and Hana, taking Hisashi's other hand. Hisashi's head turned to the side, looking up at him, something akin to relief on his face. Right here, Shoyuta said. I'm right here. I'm always right here. Okay? I'm here. It's okay. And he knew that Hisashi probably couldn't hear him, probably couldn't even read his lips because of his lack of glasses, but it still felt like an important thing to say. I'm right here. It felt like an important thing to say to himself, too. Hisashi's hand slipped from his mother's grasp, and he started pawing at the bandages wrapped around his head, forehead wrinkled in confusion, and it made something in Shuta's chest ache. It's okay, Shoyuta said. It's okay. It was not okay. It was nowhere near okay. It's okay. The nurse walked in with Nemuri, checking his pulse and his pressure before trying to gain Hisashi's attention. Mr. Yamada? The nurse called, waving and smiling sweetly. Hi, Mr. Yamada. You with us? Hisashi looked completely lost. I'm your nurse. You just woke up from surgery. Everything is fine. Can you hear me? Hisashi didn't say anything before slowly shrugging. What does that mean? Can you hear some things and not others, or is it nothing at all? Hisashi frowned, blinking hard, before slowly holding up one finger. Thank you, Mr. Yamada. May I speak with one of you outside? Hana stood up before anyone else could, and the nurse took her just outside of Hisashi's door, far enough to give the semblance of privacy, but close enough for Shoyuta to hear every word they said. I don't think his hearing is completely gone, the nurse said, and Shoyuta heard Hana let out a strangled sob of relief. However, the nurse said, it is highly likely that he does have some hearing damage, since he had some trouble hearing me, more than likely made worse by the bandages. We won't know for sure what the extent to that damage is, however, until he is completely healed and we run some tests. Hana sniffled. She said. I was researching in the waiting room, types of hearing loss from things like this? And, it's very, very dash. I know it's worrying, the nurse said, and I cannot officially diagnose or recommend treatment, as I am not his doctor or surgeon. But I wouldn't be too worried about the damage being horribly extensive. His hearing isn't gone completely or anything like that. Thank goodness, Hana said, and Shoyuta could feel the relief in the woman's voice. When can he see a healer? Well, that depends, the nurse said. He was incredibly responsive today, after treatment. It's amazing, honestly, considering he just woke up from anesthesia. It's very likely he'll sleep the rest of the day away, though I wouldn't be surprised if I was given orders from the doctor to have him up and walking around by the time the day is over. You know how those doctors can be about getting the patients going. As for the healer, if he gets plenty of rest and becomes more aware, the healer could come as early as tomorrow, or as late as 3 days from now. It all depends on your son. Thank you, Hana said. Thank you, this has been a big help. Thank you. It's no issue, the nurse said. I'll be back to check on Mr. Yamada again within the next hour and a half or so. Shoyuta heard the nurse's retreating footsteps down the hallway before it finally faded away into all the other noises of bustling movement. Hana walked back into the room a moment later. Hisashi was a lot more drowsy now. Ma? He croaked, and he was lying back against the pillow, looking limp and exhausted, eyelids heavy as he tried to force himself to stay awake. His firm grip on Shuta's hand, however, never loosened. I'm right here, Hisashi, Hana said, taking his hand again. I'm right here. It's okay. Hisashi nodded, and his eyes finally fell closed, sinking back into the pillows. Shoyuta watched as he faded into slumber. Hisashi Yamada was healed completely by a healer that, while not as powerful or as experienced as Recovery Girl, was the next best thing. On that very same day he was diagnosed with high-frequency hearing loss and told to stay on bed rest for the next few days, with little walks around the apartment in between. The first time Hisashi had tried to stand up and walk around after waking up from surgery, he had gotten nauseous and immediately became well acquainted with the nearest bin. Hisashi hadn't been excited to repeat that little endeavor, because he quite liked his food where it belonged, and Shouta just hated the sound of people being sick. But the walks around the apartment would certainly help. It was hard, for Hisashi, Izuku not being there to keep him company, having to become more well acquainted with his new situation. The bouts of extreme dizziness, the nauseous, the very real and very scary risk of seizures and the spinning vertigo that made a migraine flare in his temples. Shouta was running about the place, searching for migraine medicine, more often than not. When Hisashi had heard the news about Izuku from Shouta, he had gotten the most horror-stricken look on his face, looking a bit paler and a bit more nauseous. Shouta had thought he was going to try and fight a nurse that first night after he'd told him, when she said he couldn't visit him in the Piku because he wasn't family. Hisashi was given an order to go to an ear doctor so he could be retested and prescribed hearing aids to help his condition and help him get back into the field sooner. Shouta knew Hisashi absolutely loathed the idea of them. There were constant complaints floating around in the house about having to wear them soon, but when Shouta pointed out that he wouldn't be able to hear his Disney movies that he watched with Izuku on the TV anymore, the complaints ceased. One day after Hisashi was released from the hospital, Izuku Midoriya's fever dropped completely and he was at a normal temperature. They took out the tube in his abdomen, as well as the catheter, and kept him on a steady line of strong antibiotics for the next few days. He became more and more aware over those next few days, and Izuku was just happy to be awake, even if the pain was bad. 4 days after Hisashi was taken home, Izuku was sent home with orders of a follow-up with the surgeon on Izuku's case in the next month and with a prescription for antibiotics and minor painkillers. He was put on bed rest and took off school for the next week and a half so he could rest and recuperate. Most of the scarring had been healed by the healer following his discharge, but not all, and he was still in a bit of pain and exhausted. Hisashi was a mess, trying to figure things out and constant bouts of frustration and anger, and Izuku was still in pain and exhausted. But they were home. And that was all Shouta could truly ask for, wasn't it? And so, with both his nephew and his boyfriend home, the constant tight thread of anxiety around Shouta's heart finally unraveled. Everything was okay for now. And then, a week later, Nemuri submitted an application under the name Shouta Aizawa for a position at UA High School. Hisashi was lying in bed in a completely dark room, noise-canceling earphones fixed over his ears and a pained, nauseous expression on his face. His eyes were slightly red-rimmed and the pallor of his skin was pale and pasty, and he looked like he was going off the deep end. Shouta was never far from his bedroom, because Hisashi needed a constant dose of painkillers and water and food. Even though he was completely healed from his surgery, he still hadn't completely recovered from his operation in the sense that he hadn't adjusted to the partial loss of one of his senses, and it was taking a toll on his body. The migraines that racked the man left him bent over trash bins and retching, dizzying vertigo left him pale and shaky and sweaty, and the knowledge that he wouldn't be able to hear the same way he used to had him keeping the noise-canceling headphones on at all times. Shouta thought it might be some form of denial. Izuku slept in the middle of the bed, right at Hisashi's back, because Izuku wasn't completely healed from surgery and Shouta couldn't watch him if his boyfriend got nervous every time he strayed far from the room for extended periods of time. It simply wouldn't work, especially since Izuku had similar anxieties. Now that he was home from the hospital and he'd had time to process what happened to him, he was utterly convinced that something bad would happen to him every time Shouta left the room. It made Shouta want to yank his hair out and hold the boy close at the same time, and it was an odd, utterly confusing combination that Shouta expected many parents experienced at least once in their life. Because Shouta had learned, unwillingly, through his time taking care of Izuku, that the days alternated between wanting to strangle the small child and wanting to do everything he possibly could to keep the little boy in his care happy. It gave him an unimaginable headache. Izuku slept a lot, thankfully, though Hisashi didn't seem to have that luxury. The pain in his head and the nauseous meant he was up during all hours of the night, which meant Shouta was constantly awake as well. And an exhausted, horribly pained man paired with an irritated and crabby person wasn't a great combination, especially paired with a sick, sensitive child. Hisashi, Shouta said quietly, and he tapped the man's shoulder softly. Bleary, exhausted green eyes glanced up at him. You have to get up. He said it slowly and almost inaudibly, because even if Hisashi could read lips fairly well, it was dark in the room. No, Hisashi said, eyes falling shut and burying his face into a pillow. Shouta sighed, dragging a hand down his face, before tapping his shoulder again. Get up, he said when Hisashi finally looked up at him again. You have to walk around a little bit every day. That's what the doctor said. That is what we're doing. Now get up. Hisashi sighed, slowly sitting up, wincing slightly, one hand falling to his stomach and one on his forehead. Shouta noticed. He was careful to keep an eye on Izuku so as not to jostle him and wake him up. Shouta grabbed his hand, helping to stand him up, because Hisashi had helped him when he'd hurt his knee and he was going to help him in any way he possibly could. Sorry, Shouta said, before gently easing the headphones off of Hisashi's ears. The apartment was quiet, unnaturally so, and blankets tacked over the windows assured that it was kept dark, but that didn't stop Hisashi's pain from multiplying. Hisashi wasn't supposed to do any strenuous activity, no hero work, no lifting weights, no cooking, nothing. All he was supposed to do was lay in bed until he was ready to start working again, little breaks of walking in between. That was his job. Shouta's job was to make sure he did that. The doctor had told Shouta what to be prepared for before he'd left the hospital. Had told him that people in recovery, especially men and especially heroes, could be prone to bouts of depression, or irritation or anxiety while they were rehabilitating from whatever injury they were recovering from. Shouta hadn't had that problem, at least he didn't think he had, but his injury, although horribly painful and incredibly extensive, hadn't changed his life in any dramatic way. And he'd had people there, to talk to and watch movies with and to complain about the pain with. Hisashi's injury had damaged his hearing. Hisashi had people, of course he did, but he couldn't talk to them, not really, not without being in pain. Not to mention Nemuri had said she would be avoiding the apartment for a while, until Hisashi got better, for his sake. The doctor had told him not to be surprised if he didn't take to rehabilitation well. It didn't take long for Hisashi to stagger down to the couch, face drawn and pale and clutching his stomach. Shouta wasn't completely sure, but he thought that the nauseous might be the worst part of Hisashi's injury. It never seemed to leave him, not since his surgery. But the doctors had said that was normal. Shouta hoped they were right and that there weren't any underlying issues there. Hisashi was leaning heavily against the back of the couch. His hair was tangled and dry and strands of it were falling into his face. His glasses were crooked on his nose, green eyes glassy with exhaustion and painkillers, and he looked like he wanted nothing more than to sink through the floor and disappear. You shouldn't have to do this, Hisashi croaked, and it was more of Hisashi's voice than Shouta had heard in a while, barring incomprehensible grunts and single-syllable words. You shouldn't have to deal with this. This isn't your job. His head was turned to the side against the couch, half of his face smushed up against the fabric, and it only made his glasses more crooked on his face. Stop talking, Shouta said. You're hurting yourself. You shouldn't have to deal with taking care of me, Hisashi said. This was all my fault anyway. My quirk did this. I should never have used it without my gear. You have Zoo to think about. You shouldn't have to. Shut up. I mean it, Hisashi said. I'm sorry. I'm doing this because I want to, Shouta said. Okay? I want to help you and take care of you and all of that. Alright? It's why I'm here. You looked after me. When I was hurt, you looked after me. I'm doing this because I know you would do the same for me. Alright? I love you, and I'm going to take care of you until you see the end of this. And he would. Hisashi sat up a little straighter, and there was a little pinch right between his eyebrows, an odd look overtaking his face. Like his mind was trying to make sense of something, or he was confused. He frowned. I love you too, Hisashi said. Shouta blinked. Yes, I hope so, Shouta said, slowly standing up. Hisashi's head shifted to follow him. I think you should go back to bed now, we can walk around more later, and Izuku will be waking up soon. Marry me, Hisashi said, with all the seriousness someone high on painkillers could. Shouta froze. What? Hisashi cleared his throat, trying to shift forward, though he seemed to be listing slightly, side to side. Head tilting this way and that. Marry me, he said again, before dizziness seemed to overtake him and he fell back against the couch, gazing dazedly up at the ceiling. This continued for another 10 seconds before he was shooting up off the couch, running across the room and falling onto his knees in front of the kitchen's trash bin. Shouta followed him numbly, patting his shoulder awkwardly as he was sick. "What? I'm beginning to get concerned," Nemuri said once she answered the phone. "I don't think you've ever called me this much in any amount of time for the... How long have I known you?" "I don't know," Shouta said. "I need help." "Since when do you ask for help?" Nemuri asked, and Shouta could imagine her on the other side of the phone, gaping like a fish. Shouta supposed it was fair. It wasn't often he did ask for help. Usually, his friends had to offer it first. And if he declined that offer, they helped anyway. Nemuri liked to say his pride was simply too great to accept anything of the sort. Hizashi seemed to think it was because Shouta never even considered the idea of help a possibility. Shouta didn't know which of them were right, and he tried not to think about it too much. "Please," Shouta said. There was silence from the other side of the line before Nemuri's voice sounded, quiet and tentative and laced with worry. "What's going on, Sho?" Shuta's shoulders slumped forward, and he felt awash with relief. "I'm not sure what just happened, and I need you to help me sort it out." Shouta would have preferred to have this conversation in person, partly because he hated anything that had to do with talking on the phone and partly because it didn't seem like a conversation to be had over the phone. But his options were limited, what with both Izuku and Hizashi on bed rest, so he'd have to make do. He'd have to make the conversation fast. Izuku would likely wake up any minute. "Talk it out, Sho," Nemuri said, and she sounded so much like Hizashi in that moment that Shouta had to sit down, because what had just happened felt monumental and important and heavy, and he simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Nemuri was a blessing. "I had to get Hizashi up," he started. Nemuri made a small noise on the other side of the line, prompting him to go on. Who walked around the apartment? Hizashi had been leaning against them the entire time because of the dizziness, and Shouta had been worried about dropping him. Hizashi had to take a break, and he sat on the couch. His voice sounded stiff and stilted, and it was just reiterated for Shouta how much he loathed talking on the phone. "Talked about something. I don't think I can remember what. He said that I loved him, and that I would take care of him however long it took for him to get better, and, Nemuri said when his sentence tapered off. Asked me to marry him." There was silence from the other side of the phone, complete and utter silence, for a few tense moments, before one word came through. "What?" Shouta had to hold the phone away from his ear. "Yes?" he asked. "Yes. And you?" "I said what the..." "You said what?" "I said what the..." "Oh my, Shouta Aizawa." "Yes? What did you say next?" "After I said what?" "He said marry me again. And then..." The sheer ridiculousness of the entire situation seemed to be hitting him. He felt the absurd urge to laugh, and he had no idea why. "He threw up in the bin." "Threw up in a bin? That is what I said." "Yeah, that sounds about on par for him." And Shouta really did laugh, that time, because it was. He stifled it a moment later, however, because he was supposed to be quiet. "Well, what are you going to say?" "He was high on painkillers, Nemuri," Shouta said. He wasn't sure why, but he thought he felt oddly disappointed by that. He probably won't remember it in a few hours. Drunk man's words are a sober man's thoughts? He wasn't drunk. Still not sober, though. Shouta sighed, tugging at a strand of his hair, because this was oddly funny and incredibly stupid and he was far too exhausted and overwhelmed to deal with all of this nonsense. "Stop it. You're doing the thing. I can tell." Shuta's hand fell from his hair. "What would you say if he wasn't high?" "I don't know," Shouta admitted. Now that the hilarity of the situation had passed, it felt as if it had been replaced by another wave of awkwardness, incredulity and something akin to fear. "I'm young." "So is Hizashi," Nemuri pointed out. "And loopy Hizashi seemed to think it was a great idea?" "That doesn't mean it is," Shouta said. "I'm 21. So is Hizashi. We haven't been together that long. As of a week or so ago, you've been dating for 5 years. I'm broke. He's broke. We are both broke. We can't afford it." You're getting that bonus thing from the hero agency soon, from the mission, Nemuri said. What? Shouta asked, nervousness mounting. Too much was happening at once. This couldn't possibly be good for his health. I might have found you a job, Nemuri said. All three of us jobs, actually. Shouta felt like he wouldn't like where this is going. What kind of job? A well-paying one, Nemuri said, which answered exactly 0 of his questions. Don't worry about it. When Hizashi is better, we can all talk about it then. But I really think you'll get the job, so you don't have to worry about money. In the years Shouta had known Nemuri, he'd long since learned not to question her when she was sure about something, no matter how much he wanted to. He filed his inquiries away to pursue at a later date. He doesn't want to marry someone like me. Are you forgetting that he proposed to you? Shouta was irritated to admit that she had a point. Like you said, he might have not even meant it. He was on painkillers. But if he did mean it and you just don't want to marry him, just say so. You know Hizashi, he's not going to pressure you into anything you don't want. I know, Shouta said, because he did. That was one of the best things about Hizashi. He was kind to an infuriating degree, and he thought about other people's happiness before his own. That was why he was such a good hero. And why he was so good with Izuku. But I don't think that's the problem, Nemuri said. I don't think you'd have a problem marrying him, at least you never seemed like you would mind, so there's something else going on here. Out of my depth, Shouta admitted. Too many things are happening at once. The world is not making sense. I am a bit stressed out. A bit? Nemuri echoed. More than a bit. I'm not sure what. I know, Nemuri said, and there was something about her voice that told Shouta that she did know, and that she did understand, to some degree. I know you have trouble with some situations like this. But it's all going to work out in the end. The bad times pass. They always do. Okay? Now talk to me. What else is going on here? He felt angry and irritated, and it was such an irrational and sudden feeling it surprised him. He just felt uncomfortable. And he had no idea why. Because this, if it was real, and he almost hoped it was, that it was real, was a good thing. It should be a good thing. But it didn't feel like a good thing. It made him feel dread. Which was just another confusing thing to add to the growing pile. It made him want to bang his head against the wall, or bury himself under a mound of blankets and just lay there for a few hours, or a few days, far from people and civilization and the problems that plagued his life. But he couldn't afford to do that, not anymore. He wasn't sure how to have this conversation. How to cut and mold the words into something he could say clearly and something others could understand. At times, he had trouble doing that in person. The plastic and metal cube that was his phone and the thousands of feet worth of distance between him and Nemuri certainly wasn't helping. A moment before he got the chance to attempt to answer her, he heard a shift in he and Hizashi's bedroom, followed by a low whine. So quiet you wouldn't have been able to hear it unless you were listening for it. Izuku's awake, Shouta said. I have to go. Shouta. I have to go, he said again, before ending the call and tossing the phone to the side. He allowed himself to stay there on the couch, just a moment more, before he heard another low noise coming from the bedroom and he stood up. Izuku was curled up onto his side in the bed, facing away from where Hizashi was, finally, blissfully, asleep. His face was scrunched up slightly, chubby cheeks pale and a bit clammy looking. His hair was like a messy green tumbleweed attached to his head. Awake, child? Shouta said quietly, and Izuku's head peeked up slightly, before he started making grabby hands in Shuta's direction. Are you in pain? Shouta whispered, standing at Izuku's side of the bed. Izuku shifted over to the side of the mattress and grabbed Shuta's hand. Are you okay? Izuku asked. His voice was dry and even croakier than Hizashi's had been. The way he talked almost sounded like how he had when he'd first come to live with Shouta and Hizashi voiced small words. Round and clumsy, W's where no W's should be. Shouta had been considering getting a speech therapist for the child back then, because he was a little old to be talking that way, but it seemed to have had cleared up on its own after he'd been living with them for a while and had started going to school. Maybe it had just come out again because he was tired. Shouta hoped that was all it was. Why would I not be okay? Shouta asked dryly. He bent down slightly, easing an arm around Izuku's shoulders and easing him off of the bed and onto the floor. Izuku winced slightly, eyes going a bit red and glassy as he got back onto his feet. You have to walk around. And eat. And shower. Shouta's voice sounded steely and filled with a healthy dose of conviction that he himself didn't feel. You look tired, Izuku said, and Shouta helped him leave the dark bedroom. The first thing they would have to do was walk a full circle around the living room, before Shouta dropped Izuku back onto the couch and dug through the fridge to find some sort of food that was pre-cooked and not spoiled beyond safe human consumption. In the end, he decided to make Izuku a sandwich. I am always tired, Shouta said, slapping a few slices of smoked ham and cheddar cheese onto 2 slices of wheat bread, not white bread, because Hisashi couldn't stand the stuff and he was convinced that it was pure sugar and not much else. And, even without looking at Izuku, Shouta could hear the frustrated frown behind the croaky voice. But, you look bad. Like when you do when you have bad patrols. Or when I cost too much money. You don't cost too much money, Shouta said quickly, even though Izuku, truly, did cost quite a bit of money. And I think the word you're looking for is, stressed, duh. Nichim, Izuku said. Shouta handed him the plate, and Izuku started picking at his food. He always picked at his food before he ate it, like he was trying to eat it as slowly as possible. Shouta and Hisashi weren't like that. They both tended to scarf down their food as quickly as possible, due to the physical activity that was practically a given with their job and all of the exercise they went through with regular training. Both of them had to eat more than a regular person might to stay healthy. Izuku wasn't like that. Izuku picked at practically everything. Shouta would be worried about that too, if not for the fact that he always ended up finishing the last of his food before long anyhow. It took a total of 25 minutes for Izuku to finish his sandwich. Shower, and then I'll see about taking care of your cuts, Shouta said, and Izuku nodded. Shouta helped him get to the bathroom and turned the water on for him before taking his leave, waiting in the living room for Izuku to finish, because there were things Izuku did need help with and things he did not need nor want help with. Showering was one of those many things. 30 minutes later and Izuku was calling to him from the bathroom. He was wearing hero-themed pajama briefs and his hair was still soaking wet, dripping water everywhere. Shouta sat on the edge of the bathtub, Izuku standing in front of him, and Shouta took a washcloth, the softest washcloth they owned, since the scars were still tender, and wet it in water with some of the mild soap the doctor had recommended before dabbing at the long, thin, red cut that donned his nephew's abdomen. Izuku's face pulled down into a frown and his eyes were squeezed tightly shut as he did so, but he let out no other outward sign of pain. Shouta finished cleaning the scars after a few moments and handed the boy a towel. Your hair is wet. I can't put the bandage back on. Dry? Izuku rubbed the towel across his head vigorously before drying his shoulders and abdomen. After Shouta deemed him dry enough, he put a new bandage over the incision and, after Izuku said he didn't want to go back to bed, helped him into the living room. Why are you stressed? Izuku asked, cuddling up to a throw pillow. Shouta tossed a soft blanket over him. One thing Shouta had noticed since Izuku came back from the hospital was that he liked cuddling up to any pillow that was closest, even in his sleep. Shouta thought it might be because he was missing Takara and Inko, who were at Nemuri's house until Izuku got better so they wouldn't jump on him and hurt him. Don't worry about it, child, Shouta said. He placed a random Disney movie into the DVD player and turned on the TV at the lowest volume he could get it to with Izuku still being able to hear it and sat on the couch with Izuku. I'm gonna worry about it, Izuku said resolutely. Is it 'cause Ankai Zashi is sick? Yes, Shouta said. Lie. What? You lied, Izuku said. Lying is bad. You're not supposed to lie. You're supposed to tell the truth. Cartoons and books always say that honesty is the best policy. So you're not allowed to lie to me. It makes it harder to help people if they lie, too. And I want to help you. It's not really a lie, Shouta admitted. Not really. But Zashi being sick is. It's a contributing factor. Izuku blinked. I dunno what that means. It means. Shouta frowned. It means it's a reason. It's one reason why I am stressed. It is? Adding on to the main problem. What's the main problem? Izuku asked. And wasn't that a question? It was hard to say. Harder to understand. It could be the proposal. It could be Izuku and Hisashi being sick. Not having a job. The delay in the money from Shio. Money in general. His cat's not being there. Not sure, Shouta admitted. Izuku said. Shouta was honestly surprised the boy was still talking to him. This was the longest conversation they'd had since he'd come home from the hospital. Maybe the pain was getting better. Well, I think you gotta figure it out. You can't fix it if you can't figure it out, and then you'll be really sad for a long time and that's no fun. You're right, Shouta said. It is not. Izuku was quiet for a moment, staring at the colorful characters on the TV screen. Tell me about you and Unkaizashi, he said. Shouta frowned. I want a story. I don't think I want to watch TV. All right, Shouta said. What do you want to know? About school. Something happy. There's too much sad. You gotta think of something happy. I'm confused, Shouta stated. Is this story for me or for you? Izuku shrugged. Both. Shouta folded his hands in front of himself, settling his chin onto them, brow pinched in thought. A happy memory? There were quite a few. But it might not be amusing to the child, he was so young. He probably wouldn't find their movie nights in Shuta's old apartment particularly exciting, or the stories from when Shouta had stayed at Hisashi's house. I was 15 years old, Shouta said. It was my first birthday at UA. So I was 15. I told Nemuri and Hisashi at school. They insisted upon doing something for it, since I was their friend. We hadn't known each other that long at that point. Hisashi and I weren't together. He tapped out a little rhythm on his knee, deep in thought, trying to dig up old memories he hadn't thought about for a while. It was surprisingly difficult. It hadn't been that long ago, had it? 5 years. They were utterly unimpressed with my apartment, Shouta said. And I didn't have enough food in the fridge for everyone. So we went to a ramen shop and ate there. I think we went to the movies afterward. Or maybe we watched a movie at my apartment. Not entirely sure. That was a bit distressing, admittedly. Why couldn't he remember? It had been the best birthday he'd ever had. Had been the first birthday he'd had in years that he wasn't alone on. Shouldn't he remember that? That's okay. Izuku said. It's probably 'cause you got lots of other happy stuff that happened to distract. Yeah, that, Izuku grinned at him, and it was so clear that he was tired but it was still blinding. It probably just distracted you. So now it's a little fuzzy. It happens to me sometimes too. Somehow I doubt that, Shouta said. It does? Izuku said. Like on the first day of school. I was really happy, 'cause I was friends with Ochako, but then I got friends with Toshi and Mei and Denki and now it's a little fuzzy when I think about it. See? And when mommy was all sad, that wasn't very happy because the kids were mean to me at school and I was sad about not having a quirk and I felt sick and yucky all the time, but then I met you and Unkaizashi, so now that's a little fuzzy too. Not a lot, 'cause it was scary too, but it's still fuzzy. See? Yes, Shouta said. Yes, I think so. Good, Izuku said. See, I can teach you too. Yes, yes you can. Can I nap on the couch? I don't want to get up and move. Go right ahead. Izuku smiled at him, looking grateful, before snuggling further into his blankets and hugging his pillow close to his chest and falling asleep. Shouta waited for a few minutes, staring at the television in front of him with its bright colors and little cartoons until he heard the boy start snoring softly. He stood up, walking into the kitchen and grabbing a small bottle of juice from the fridge. He downed half of it before pulling his phone out of his pocket and calling Nemuri back. She answered on the second ring. I don't know, Shouta said. And I don't know how to talk it out because I don't know how to pick and choose the words, and that's my problem and not yours. I shouldn't have hung up on you the way I did, and I should not have gotten irritated with you. You got irritated with me? Extremely so. And he shouldn't have. He really shouldn't have. Because Nemuri was his friend, and because Nemuri brought happy memories into his life and made the bad memories fuzzy, and because Nemuri was family and Shouta didn't want to be angry at someone he considered family. Okay, Nemuri said. Okay, I can work with this. What makes you the most uneasy about all this? Is it marrying Hisashi in general? Do you not want to marry him? I think I do. Because I love Hisashi, Shouta said. And I know I would have to do it at some point to get Izuku. I know that in theory, but I didn't think it would be like this. And I'm not quite sure why I didn't expect this. But here we are. And I have no idea what's wrong with me. Talk it out, Nemuri said. I do not have the words to talk it out. I've got all night. Alright, he said. He was quiet for a moment. Things are changing. 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 A lot. Quite a bit. Quite a lot. It's not bad change. But it's change. And I am not sure how to deal with that. Because it's happening quite quickly. Like with Izuku. That was change. Yes. And it was terrifying. Change is frightening. And it feels off-putting. And I don't know how to deal with it. I know things changing makes you feel weird, Nemuri said. But this isn't a bad thing. It's just a thing. That's worse. Yes, I know we've established that. You hate change. Yes. Nemuri was quiet for a moment. Why do you hate change? Because I do not have control. And I don't like it, Shouta said. That, at least, he knew with certainty. I had no control for anything that happened when I was young. I had no control when I was bedridden for weeks. I had no control during the mission. Or when Izuku got sick. Or when I got Izuku. I had no choice. And I don't regret most of those things. I don't. But it still is. Difficult. Shouta, you kind of are in control here. I'm not sure I understand. It's not really out of your hands this time. The change. You have control here, because you guys can't get married without you saying yes. So. Oh, yes. Oh, Nemuri said, and by the tone of her voice Shouta could tell he was never going to be able to live this down. Feel less weird about it? Yes, I think so. Good. Oh, shit, Nemuri said, like she was just realizing something. What? You hate things being out of your hands? Yes. It makes you uncomfortable. And irritated. Incredibly. I'm so sorry. What did you do? You remember those jobs I was telling you about? Yes. They submitted your application. And after an interview, of course, I'm pretty sure they're going to hire you. Nemuri. Yes? Nemuri. Yes? What job? Well, you see. What job? UA High School. Shouda's side of the conversation ended with a click. Nemuri didn't call back for the next 4 days and Shouta didn't call her. At that moment, it most certainly felt like the rational thing to do. Eventually, Izuku healed completely from his surgery and after a follow-up with his doctor, she said he'd be ready to go back to school the following week. That was one thing Shouta was more than grateful for because, while he cared about the child, watching him 24/7 along with Hisashi was exhausting. Hisashi's doctor said he would be ready to start physical therapy as well, on the same day that Izuku went back to school, and all that Shouta would have to do was drop him off at the institution then pick him up 2 hours later. Hisashi didn't seem very happy about it, but then again, he didn't seem to be very happy at all lately. Even after the dizzying headaches and nausea had stopped, Hisashi still seemed to be in a perpetually bad mood. He was constantly tired and snappish, and even seemed a little short with Izuku, which was more disconcerting than anything else. Shouta hoped that the physical therapy would help. Hoped that the hearing aids would help. The way Hisashi had been acting made him uneasy. Hisashi hadn't said anything about the proposal, which further proved to Shouta that it had just been an impulsive decision made while under the influence of painkillers. He more than likely didn't remember it. And Shouta was fine with that. He was. And Izuku. Izuku, on the day that he went back to school, had looked incredibly nervous and fidgety. Shouta couldn't tell whether it was because he was embarrassed about getting sick at school, though Shouta couldn't think of why that would be anything the boy should be embarrassed over, or because he didn't want to be away from Shouta and Hisashi. When Shouta had driven to the school to drop Izuku off, Hisashi had been in the passenger seat, leaning his head against the window. Izuku had been sniffling in the back seat, looking like he'd rather be anywhere but in the car on his way to school. "You won't mind being in school when you get there," Shouta said. "You'll get to see your friends." And you get to catch up on your schoolwork. You'll be okay. Nah. Yes, Shouta insisted. You've missed a lot of school. And I'm sure your friends miss you too. He pulled up into the parking lot and drove near the building, right at the front doors. School. Come on. Out of the car. Don't want to. There was a teacher out front, probably there to make sure none of the children ran amok or loitered outside the building. In addition, she was tapping her foot impatiently. Go, child. Izuku looked rather pale, and he was hugging his elbows close to his body. Hisashi ran a hand through his hair and huffed a breath. Do you want me to walk you to the building? Izuku nodded, and Shouta pulled the car into the nearest space and left it idling, climbing out of the car and opening Izuku's door. The boy, albeit reluctantly, grabbed his backpack and climbed down from the car. He grabbed Shouta's hand as they started walking, gripping it tightly. Shouta stopped just outside the front doors. This is as far as I can go, cabbage, Shouta said. Izuku was staring at the school doors in front of him, his grip on Shouta's hand like a vice. Shouta glanced at his watch. 15 minutes until school officially started. 45 minutes until Hisashi's appointment. It would be about a 30-minute drive to the place, and he usually liked getting to places at least 15 minutes early, but he could wait. Other kids walked by Izuku on their way into the building, kids a few grades above him and some children that looked to be his age and seemed to recognize him. There was one kid whose jaw dropped upon seeing the boy, like he was looking at a ghost, and ran into the building faster. Izuku's grip on his hand had tightened upon seeing that boy. Shouta's knee was smarting from standing in place for so long. He had been counting down the minutes in his brain, and they only had 5 minutes left before school started. The teacher that had been standing outside looked like she was about ready to go back into the building. For minutes. Child, Shouta started. School is about to start. You need to be in the building when it does. I don't. Why are we still out here, child? Izuku frowned, looking down at his shoes. I'm scared. Why? Shouta asked. 3 minutes left. But he could be patient. He'd dealt with Nemuri and Hisashi for the past 6 or 7 years. He'd taken care of this child for the past few months, through all the injuries, nightmares, tears, and debt. He could be patient, especially when the boy needed him. But I don't know. There was anger now, sparking up in Izuku's eyes. Endless frustration, but whether it was directed at himself, at Shouta, or at the school, Shouta couldn't tell. That's okay, Shouta said. It's all right to be scared. He wasn't sure if he was saying this the right way, but hopefully Izuku understood it all the same. It's okay to be scared. Being scared is just as important as being happy, or sad, or angry. It's okay to be scared. It's not a bad thing. I don't know why I'm scared, Izuku whined, and his eyes had gone all red and tearful and glassy. Frustrating? Shouta filled in, and Izuku nodded slowly. He said. It's frustrating. I shouldn't be scared if I don't know why I am. That's called being nervous. Or anxious, Shouta explained. Talking was becoming easier, now that he had gotten into it. Teaching Izuku, that seemed to be the only time his stream of words flowed through smoothly, rather than being awkward and stilted and confusing. It's not always rational. It doesn't always make sense. But it's another part of being alive that almost everyone has to deal with at one point or another. I'm sorry. How do I stop being nervous? Anxious? Izuku asked, and he looked up at Shouta. Shouta dragged a hand through his hair. I will tell you when I figure that out, Shouta said. But I know what helps a lot of people. What? 1 minute left. You have to remind yourself that the nervousness and the anxiety is irrational. That it's lying to you, telling you that there's something to be afraid of. You're nervous because you haven't been in school for a while, and you're not sure what will happen. That's okay. But you have to remind yourself that nothing bad is actually going to happen. Yes? Does that help you? Sometimes, Shouta said. Izuku nodded. Love you, Unkai Sho, Izuku said, and he hugged his leg. Shouta patted his head awkwardly, and Izuku stepped back, giving him a wobbly smile before turning around and stepping into the building. Shouta sighed, turning around and going back to the car. The teacher that was standing outside shot him a dirty look as he walked past. Shouta stepped into the car and Hisashi muttered something under his breath that Shouta couldn't hear as he drove away. Izuku stood outside the door for at least 5 minutes. Class had already started. He could see kids inside the room doing worksheets. From where he was standing, looking in through the classroom door window, he could just barely see his own table, Denki, frowning as he looked over the paper. Hitoshi, still half asleep and blinking slowly. The back of Ochako's head, slumped forward onto the desk, her completed worksheet sitting under her crossed arms. Mei, practically buzzing in her seat. Every once in a while, a hall monitor would walk past, and Izuku would stand really still like a statue until they went away again. They never noticed Izuku, and if they did, they didn't seem to think he was trying to get into trouble. Gave him time to think. Ankai-sho had been right. Just because he was scared didn't mean something bad was going to happen. If he went inside right now, he would more than likely be fine. Ochako would hug him. Hitoshi would stare at him and not say anything, but he usually did that. Denki would jump at the chance to stop doing his worksheet, and Mei would tackle him. He might get in a little trouble with the teacher for being late, but that would probably be it. Then he could continue on with his day, and go home. So why was it so hard? Izuku took a deep breath before reaching up and turning the door handle. He had to reach up, because the silver latch was about level with his face. The door eased open into the quiet room with a soft, albeit very noticeable, creak. At once, over 15 heads turned to look at him, wide eyes staring at him. The teacher was staring at him too. "You're tardy," she finally said. "Take a seat. I'll send you home with a note." Izuku nodded, taking a worksheet from the teacher's desk and sitting with his friends. Mei and Denki were both completely still, something that didn't happen often, and Hitoshi looked like he had just seen a ghost. His eyes looked a little teary. Ochako seemed like she wanted to say something, but a warning look from the teacher stopped her. Izuku tried to ignore the eyes on his back, completing his worksheet. It was a practice spelling test, and it was a bit confusing. He hadn't learned these words yet. The teacher took up their worksheets and set out crayons and papers for art time. Babbled conversations rose up throughout the room. His friends seemed to be holding their breath for a moment, before Mei jumped across the table and, still half laying on the table and scattering papers in the process, grabbed his shoulders and hugged him close. Izuku hugged her back, even though it was a little hard to breathe, now. "Where were you, Zuku?" Denki demanded, bouncing in place slightly in his chair. "You got all sick and you went to the nurse and you didn't come back and dash? We thought you were just sick, and that's why you had to leave and didn't come back for a couple days." Ochako said. "But then you were gone so long." Mei wailed. "Hitoshi thought you were dead." Denki said. "He said it in his notebook, and then we couldn't get him to write it all for days after and we thought it was 'cause he missed you. We thought you were dead, and the teacher wouldn't tell us anything." Mei wailed again. "I'm fine," Izuku wheezed. "Mei can't breathe." Mei released him from her death grip. Ochako hugged him next, albeit with much less intensity, and Izuku laid his head on her shoulder and closed his eyes for a moment. He was much less nervous now. When Ochako let go, Denki clapped him on the shoulder, grinning, and Izuku hugged him too. Hitoshi's eyes looked a little glassy, and he was staring at Izuku like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. "You okay, Hitoshi?" Izuku asked, and Hitoshi stood up from where he was sitting and pulled Izuku up from his chair. Izuku hugged him back happily, and Hitoshi had his face hidden in his shoulder, sniffling softly. "It's okay, Toshi." Hitoshi's shoulders started shaking and the shirt of Izuku's uniform felt wet. It made Izuku sad, because even when Hitoshi was crying he was quiet. Hitoshi finally let him go, and he wiped at his eyes with the sleeve of his uniform as he sat back in his seat. The teacher, thankfully, seemed to not have noticed the scene the 5 children had made, or maybe she just wasn't saying anything. Ochako and Mei seemed perfectly happy to talk away to Izuku as they worked, telling him about all they had done while he was gone, the games they'd played on the playground, how Mei had found a baby lizard and was now keeping it as a pet, how Ochako was now living full-time with her grandmother while her parents sorted everything out, and how Mei had scared Denki so bad he had caused a school-wide power outage. Denki didn't contribute much to these conversations, utterly absorbed in coloring his drawing, and Hitoshi was just making random scribbles on his papers that looked vaguely human-like. Izuku liked art time. It didn't last long, but he liked it. He had learned quite a bit about his friends through their drawings. Denki always got lost in drawing and paid too much attention to detail, as much as he could, what with him drawing with stubby crayons and dull pencils. Hitoshi liked drawing odd-looking stick figures in various situations, and no one ever seemed to be able to understand what was happening in those drawings except Hitoshi. Ochako was like Izuku. She liked drawing herself, much older and saving people with her quirk and drawing big houses that she said she would one day own. Mei hardly ever drew anything for fun, and almost every little thing she drew on paper was something she was going to at least try and build. Hitoshi's drawings, especially, helped him tell how the boy was feeling a lot of the time. If they were all messy and dark scribbles, then he was having a bad day. If they were light and a bit more comprehensible, he was having an alright day. It was good, especially since Hitoshi was so bad at saying what he was feeling. After art time was silent reading, and then lunch. Everyone grabbed their food, since the school food wasn't exactly great, and headed into the mess hall, where Izuku's class all congregated onto a single table. Izuku's friends were completely separated from the rest of the children, all of the others being sure to keep at least 2 seats between themselves and them. Izuku thought it might be better that way. So why were you sick? Denki asked through a mouthful of food. Hitoshi looked a bit disgruntled, staring at the blonde-headed boy. My unkai said I had something wrong with my tummy. My appendix? And it blew up, so they had to cut it out. I've got a real big scar now. Denki and Mei looked fascinated, Ochako a little worried, and Hitoshi looked horrified. It really hurt. When I woke up, my tummy was aching really bad. But it's all better now. It's just a little sore sometimes. And I'm not allowed to run in gym class for a little while. Denki pouted, head slumping forward onto crossed arms. Wish I didn't have to run in gym class. Get cut open if you don't want to run in gym class. I think that's the only excuse that'll work. Mei giggled, and Denki looked mock-offended for a moment before laughing a bit himself. They talked about unimportant things for the rest of lunch, what they would be doing in recess, about the latest big villain All Might had fought, what odd thing their parents or siblings had said or done over the weekend. My mom said that reading too much will rot my brains, and I wasn't allowed to read my books all weekend, Denki bemoaned. I was so bored. I couldn't do anything. Could have gone outside and played heroes, Izuku said with a shrug. My sister doesn't like playing heroes, Denki said. And my brother never has time to play with me anymore. He's always with his friends. And my ma and dad never want to play with me or spend time with me. I was doing nothing all weekend. Oh, Izuku said. Well, you're in school now, and your mom can't stop you from reading here. Denki frowned. Still, are you still reading Catcher in the Rye? Izuku asked. Denki's eyes lit up. Yeah, he said. It's so good, Izuku, you have no idea. You said it was about the paranoid boy, right? The one who saw something bad. Yeah, Denki said, nodding sadly. Really bad. His little brother died from this sickness, and I don't know what it's called or how to say it, but it's real bad, and then he's sad for the rest of the book, you know? Really sad. And he gets all moody and gets scared a lot, and sometimes it kinda seems like he wants to die, I think. That's how sad he was. And it's really hard to understand sometimes, but it really is a good story. He wants to die? Izuku exclaimed. Why would he want to die? Dying is awful. He didn't quite know what dying meant, exactly. His best comparison was his toys losing power. And what his mommy did. But it didn't seem pleasant, and it definitely didn't seem like something someone should want to do. His mommy had died. It had been so scary. And movies always made death seem really sad and horrible. Like in Lion King. Denki shrugged. I guess he was tired of being scared and sad all the time. And he missed his brother, I think. At least it seemed like he did. It's a hard book to understand. Izuku's face pinched up in a frown. Izuku was scared a lot. Izuku was sad a lot. But he didn't want to die. At least, he didn't think he wanted to. It was hard to imagine someone else wanting to die. He'd ask Unkai Sho later. Still, Izuku said. He took another bite of his food. Hitoshi looked like he agreed with him, but Izuku thought Hitoshi knew more about death than he did. His dad was a brain surgeon after all. Denki shrugged. It's a weird book. It's a sad book. But it's a good book. Lunch ended just as he finished his sentence, and they filtered out of the lunchroom. Recess was an hour and a half later. It had rained not long ago, but it wasn't too wet for them to play. The ground was still a little squishy in some places, though, and the grass was damp. That didn't stop Hitoshi from laying sprawled out under the tree, eyes falling closed and beginning to snore softly. Izuku and Ochako sat next to each other on the ground, and Denki paced around the tree. Mei climbed up its trunk. It's pretty out today, Ochako noted. Usually it's really cloudy. I like it better like this. Izuku and Denki nodded. Mei cawed loudly. Hitoshi snored on. Ochako seemed a little sad when she said it, staring up at the cloudless sky. Are you okay? Denki asked, and he crouched down by Hitoshi, his back leaning against the trunk of the tree. I don't know, Ochako said. I just feel a little bad. Sick bad or sad bad? Izuku questioned, sitting up a little straighter. Sad bad, I think, Ochako said. I just really miss my mom and dad. They always take me to parks and stuff on sunny days. Izuku didn't think he liked parks anymore, but he could understand. Well, maybe your grandma will take you, until your mom and dad come to get you. Izuku said. Does she like parks? I dunno, Ochako said, frowning. She doesn't do much. She just stays inside all day and cooks. Or knits. She doesn't like doing a lot. And she orders all her groceries, so we can't go places to do that either. My grandma is like that too, Denki interjected. She's real old, so she doesn't like doing a lot. She mainly stays inside and reads. But she's really nice. And she sends me books in the mail sometimes, 'cause she knows my ma and dad don't buy me lots or take me to libraries and stuff when I finish mine. Does your grandma do stuff like that? She doesn't like reading, Ochako said. But she likes baking. And she makes cookies with me a lot. And she's teaching me how to knit. She says she's gonna make me a sweater for my next birthday. Oh, and she hangs my drawings from art class up. Maybe you just feel sad bad because you miss your parents, and your grandma isn't the same, Izuku said. Your grandma sounds nice. But you miss your mom and dad, and that's kinda keeping you from seeing it? I guess, Ochako mumbled, looking a bit thoughtful. What's your grandma like, Zuku? Oh, I don't know, Izuku replied. My mommy said she went to heaven when I was 3. I don't remember a lot of her. But she was nice to me. And mommy. And she was really happy. And she liked me a whole lot. I remember that. He frowned. I don't think I like her that much anymore, though. What? Why? Denki asked. Mei jumped down from the tree and sat near Hitoshi's splayed-out feet. She wasn't very nice, Izuku said. She hurt someone. And my unkais say you aren't supposed to hurt people. So she's mean. Did she hurt them on purpose? Mei wondered. She had long since stopped pretending to be a bird. Izuku frowned, mind going a mile a minute. Unkai Sho hadn't told him a lot about Grandma. He'd told him that Grandpa hadn't been around much, and then he'd left, and that Grandma had stopped coming home to take care of Unkai Sho when he was 14. Izuku wasn't sure if that had hurt Unkai Sho, not in the way it hurt when he fell and scraped his knees or when the water in the shower was too hot or even when he had gotten surgery. But he knew that when he'd found out his dad had left, it had hurt his feelings, and sometimes that hurt a lot more than anything physical could. Izuku didn't know if she'd done that just to hurt Unkai Sho. Didn't know much at all, because Unkai Sho didn't talk about himself. But she had hurt him. He'd heard snatches of conversation from Unkai Sho and Unkai Zashi, talking about Unkai Sho's parents when they thought Izuku couldn't hear them. He'd seen how sad Unkai Sho seemed to get whenever Izuku mentioned his grandparents. And Izuku didn't know much about grown-ups other than that they were taller than him and they filled out something horrible called taxes, but he knew that they were supposed to know more than kids, and they were supposed to take care of their children. And Grandma hadn't done that. And she should have known better. So it didn't matter whether she had hurt him just to hurt him. It had still been on purpose. Yeah? Izuku answered. Mei said. At least you had your grandpa? Nope, Izuku shook his head. He's worse. Oh geez, Denki muttered, looking quite disturbed, and it startled a small laugh out of Izuku. He shrugged once he got under control of himself. Past is the past, Izuku quoted, referencing something his Unkai Zashi had said many times. Nothing I can do about it now. Ochako said. She didn't look very happy. Shouta sat in the waiting room, fidgeting with the sleeves of his sweatshirt as he waited for Hizashi to come back from the physical therapist's office. They were supposed to be talking about the treatment plan they wanted to go forward with and the frequency of their appointments. It was taking far longer than he had expected, and that made him nervous. Shouta had been seated for roughly half an hour when his phone pinged with a text message. "Watch me WHP. Hizashi done with his appointment?" Shouta almost didn't answer. There was still irritation and incredulity right at the back of his mind, and his feelings of righteous anger and pride telling him to ignore it. "You're an adult, you're an adult, you're an adult," he chanted mentally as he typed out a reply. Texting tended to be easier than talking. Additionally, the waiting room was crowded with people quietly skimming magazines or checking their phones, and he felt too awkward to talk in front of all these people anyway. "Still back there? Been 30 minutes. Watch me WHP. Has he been doing okay? What do you think? Watch me WHP. Smart but..." Shouta couldn't help but grin, just for a moment. "Have to go. Doctor's calling me back. Watch me WHP. No, he's not. I'm sorry. I'm trying to help. I didn't want your help. Watch me WHP. Please call me." Shouta stared at his phone for a moment, before checking the clock. He should have time. He got up, opening the door to the building and stepping outside. He stood outside the building, pacing back and forth as the dial tone rang in his ear. God, he hated talking on phones. "Shouta?" Nemuri said, and Shouta found himself nodding before he could stop himself. "Yes," he said. Nemuri sighed heavily. "Great. Oh, that's great. I was worried." "Okay," Shouta replied, because he wasn't sure what else he should say. "I only wanted to help. You know I only wanted to help, right?" He did know that. "I appreciate that," he said. I do appreciate that. But you should have told me. You could have told me. You made a decision that directly concerned me without telling me about it." "I know," she said. "I know. I'm sorry." "I know," Shouta echoed. "I do think you should take the job. I'm sorry I did it, but I do think taking the job is a good idea." "I am not a teacher," he said for what must have been the 5th time. "I know. You've said as much," Nemuri said dryly. "Which is why I didn't submit your application under a teaching position." "What? Yeah?" Nemuri said. "I got Hizashi and I positions as teaching assistants. I'm going to do art history and Hizashi will, hopefully, do English. If he's all right with the position, of course. We're set to start after winter break, I think." "What? It isn't a teaching position, Shouta," Nemuri said, and Shouta could practically hear her rolling her eyes. "How do you feel about being Nizu's new secretary?" Hizashi walked out of the office an hour later, sliding his insurance card to the woman at the desk. Shouta went to stand by him at the desk as he did, and they left the doctor's office a moment later. The atmosphere was tense in the car. Hizashi kept staring out the window, limp hands resting in his lap like every bit of energy had been isiged out of him all at once. Shouta tried his best to focus on driving. It wasn't easy. "You're holding your breath," Hizashi said. Shouta blinked. "I'm not," he said. His fingers drummed a nervous pattern on the steering wheel. "You are," Hizashi said. "Nervous about something. I can tell. And when you're nervous about something, you act differently. It's hard to explain. But you're holding something in. What's wrong?" "Nothing," Shouta said. "Stop worrying over me. I'm fine. Focus on yourself." "Yeah, well, it feels like I've been focusing on myself a little too effing much," Hizashi snapped, and his hands were clenched. "You've been acting like this for days," Shouta said. "And I don't know what's wrong or how to fix it or what to do with this, but you have been angry for days." "Well, I haven't exactly been having the best couple weeks, Shouta," Hizashi reasoned angrily. I know that," Shouta responded. This felt like dangerous territory. This felt like an argument, waiting to happen. But maybe it needed to happen. He couldn't stop drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. "And I have been trying to help. I've helped. But I don't know how to help you with this. That's what's wrong. That was part of what was wrong. Oh, poor Shouta, Hisashi fumed. Poor Shouta can't figure out why his boyfriend's mad. Whatever will he do? Hisashi, stop. I lost my effing hearing, Shouta. I'm effing half deaf now. Everything is different. Okay? I think I'm entitled to be a little angry. Don't yell at me, Shouta stated evenly. Don't yell at me just because you're angry. Okay? Don't do that. What, am I scaring you? His voice was taunting, and that was 100 times worse, because angry Hisashi was a lot different than happy Hisashi. It made Shouta feel ill. Yes, Shouta said forcefully. Yes, you are scaring me. He pulled the car over into a gas station, because he couldn't drive like this. I understand that everything is different. And you have every right to be angry. Okay? And I know that I'm not handling this as well as I could be, and I'm sorry for that too. But I was there. Okay? I know what happened on that mission. I was there. I get it. Okay? So just yell, scream, rave, break something, I don't care. But don't take it out on me. And don't take it out on Izuku or Nemuri or yourself. Just stop. Oh God. Hisashi trembled, looking horror-struck. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. God babe, I'm so sorry. His eyes looked a little red. But I won't God. He looked ill. Okay? Okay. But Shouta nodded, starting the car and driving out of the gas station. We have something ugly in the apartment you want gone? Hisashi asked, voice thick. Yeah, Shouta said. Got some old glass cups and plates from my old apartment. He'd been looking for an excuse to get rid of them for years, but he'd never gotten around to doing it. And a rotten watermelon. Nemuri's got a lot of stuff her mother sends her too. Hisashi hummed. I think I might take your advice, he said. His eyes were still red, and his voice was hoarse and ragged sounding now. Which part? Shouta asked. I think I want to break something. It was around 12 p.m. when they finally got to the empty lot on the edge of the city. Nemuri had come in her own car, boxes of china and dolls and pumpkins that she had, apparently, gotten from a nearby store. Shouta had the box of his old cups and plates, the rotten melon, and a sledgehammer he'd bought for 2,000 yen at a hardware store. The first thing Hisashi did when they got everything set up was take the hammer to one of Shouta's plates, shattering it into dozens of tiny pieces. Then he dropped the hammer and grabbed another 2 plates, throwing them down on the ground and stamping on them. It didn't take long for every one of Shouta's cups and plates to be reduced to millions of fine shards and dust. Shouta couldn't say he minded. Then came Nemuri's porcelain plates. Then the rotted melon. Then he took the hammer to the pumpkins, reducing them to mush. It took a total of 30 minutes, and by the time he was done, there were shards of glass and porcelain and pumpkin everywhere. There were tears falling from Hisashi's eyes, but he had a face-splitting grin. There was a shallow cut on his forearm, and there was watermelon in his hair, but he looked happier than he had in weeks. Better? Nemuri asked, a smug grin on her face, and Hisashi nodded. He picked up the sledgehammer, walking forward, and Nemuri took several cautious steps back. Hey, don't break me too. Hisashi rolled his eyes, wiping at his face. Thank you, Hisashi said. Course. Nemuri smiled. Shouta nodded. Really, Hisashi said, sniffing slightly. Blood from the cut on his arm had dripped onto his hand, and when he wiped his face, there was red smeared across his cheek. He looked at Shouta. I really do appreciate it. I know I haven't, I'm sorry. Shouta shrugged awkwardly. I am glad you're sorry. I'm sorry too. Okay. They both nodded. Nemuri frowned. I feel like I'm missing something here, she said. What? Hisashi questioned, frowning in frustration. It's nothing. We should clean up. Yes, Shouta agreed, and he grabbed bits of pumpkin and watermelon and the larger shards of glass and porcelain and threw them into boxes to be thrown away later while Nemuri bandaged Hisashi's arm. That was exhilarating, Hisashi said. I feel much better. Really. Thank you. Thank you, Nemuri replied. We haven't been able to do something that's stupid since you. Stop saying thank you, Shouta stated, and he shoved the boxes into the trunk of their car. We have to get to Izuku's school, pick him up. Right? Hisashi said. He wiped his eyes one more time, before nodding again. Right? They said their goodbyes to Nemuri, climbing into the car and driving off onto the road. Hisashi looked like he was still thrumming with adrenaline, fingers tapping onto his knees, shoulders rolling every few moments, eyes still a bit puffy but brighter than they'd been in weeks. Shouta only hoped he'd stay like that when the adrenaline faded. I love you. Okay? I am sorry. I shouldn't have done that, or said what I said. I am sorry. You've said that a lot today. I mean it, Hisashi said. Okay? I mean it. I was set off. That's not an excuse. You're right. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. I know this has been about as stressful for you as it has been for me. Okay, Shouta said. Really? Hisashi continued. I hurt you, and I shouldn't have done that. I told you I wouldn't do that, not ever, and I did. I was cruel and I hurt you. Shouta sighed. I know what you're thinking, Shouta began. That you hurt me in some way like they did. But you didn't. You haven't. Okay? We got into a fight. It happens. You said and it hurt. It did. But it's not the same thing. Alright? It's not the same thing. So please just stop apologizing. It was quiet, for a moment, and Shouta could feel Hisashi staring at him as he stared at the road. There's something else, Hisashi said. There is. What is it? Hisashi asked. Shouta could feel a headache building up behind his eyes. You asked me to marry you, Shouta said. When you were still sick. From the injury. Before you got used to everything. I did, Hisashi confirmed. I remember it. I meant it. Okay, Shouta said. I did, Hisashi insisted. I do want to marry you. If you want to marry me. I do. Okay then. Okay. Hisashi went back to physical therapy willingly, after that, and although he sometimes seemed to be in low spirits, his mood wasn't nearly as horrid as it had been. He was beginning to learn sign language as a form of communication, and Izuku and Shouta were picking up lessons when they could as well. It didn't take long for Hisashi's doctor to fit him for a pair of hearing aids that, thanks to their insurance, thankfully, blessedly didn't put too much of a dent into their bank account. Hisashi was soon cleared to go back to work at his radio show, though he still wasn't permitted to go back to hero work. His physical therapist said he'd have to get new headgear to accommodate his condition. The whole thing was a lengthy, frustrating process, but Hisashi seemed to be pushing through. Shio transferred the money directly into Shuta's account after a few weeks, and the amount of zeros his balance had increased by had given him a head rush. It had been enough for him to pay off much of his debt from Inko's funeral, and he knew, should he accept the job from Nizu, which he was, admittedly, seriously considering, and got back to patrolling every night, it wouldn't take long to get their affairs in order. Not to mention he had enough extra money, now, to set aside more for Izuku's college fund and therapist. Things were beginning to look up. Hisashi and Shouta had gone to the doctor's office to pick up Hisashi's hearing aids, which Hisashi had opened and slipped over his ears eagerly upon them being given to him. The doctor had adjusted the volume of them and had explained how they worked and what to expect, and Hisashi and Shouta had been sent on their way. It's weird, Hisashi had lamented once they'd reached the car. It's so weird. Shouta frowned. How so? It's like, before, high and tinny sounds were really hard to hear, right? And soft sounds were practically non-existent. It was like, if I listened to an orchestra, I would probably only be able to hear the drums and brass well, but not the clarinets and flutes and saxophones. But now, certain noises are, like, the cars in the street are really loud, and the high noises are higher, and it's like, patterns are kind of different? It's like it takes me a moment to process and figure out what something is once I hear it. It's just, not to mention my ears are still ringing a lot. That didn't stop. Well, the doctor said you'd have to get used to it, Shouta muttered, trying to find an opening between the lines of cars to turn into the busy street. He hated rush hour traffic. And I'm not sure if hearing aids will help with your tinnitus. Hisashi humphed, sinking down slightly in his seat, and Shouta had to stop himself from rolling his eyes at his boyfriend's, no fiancé's, dramatics. So, Hisashi drawled. Winter break is coming up. Shouta sighed heavily, resigned to the conversation ahead of him. That it is, Shouta said. Izuku will be out of school, Hisashi added. Indeed. I also happen to remember a certain job opening that becomes available after winter break. Do you remember that? Unfortunately. Well, I know that I'm going to take it, Hisashi continued. Steady, constant hours. I'm fluent in English, so it'll be something I'm good at. Decent pay too, if Nizu can be trusted. Feeling pretty good about this. Shouta turned down another crowded street. He could just barely see their apartment building. Get to work with my best friend. Get to teach the next generation. Feels good. Is there a point to this, Zashi? Shouta asked because there always was. Actually, yes. Of course. I was just wondering if you were going to accept it. The job, Shouta grimaced. Hey, no pressure. Hisashi cried. It's just, deadlines. I'm sure, Shouta said dryly. So are you? I don't know yet. Maybe, Shouta admitted with a sigh. Probably. It pays well. And working under Nizu doesn't sound horrible. In all actuality, working under the odd rat-like creature was terrifying on many levels, but Shouta was sure that he was at least a fair boss. And filing a few papers and taking in absent notes didn't sound too horrible. That's the spirit. Hisashi cheered. Shouta raised an eyebrow. You're cheerful, Shouta noted. His voice was even and slightly sardonic even though he was pleased by this. Cheerful Hisashi he could handle. He preferred cheerful Hisashi. I'm allowed to be cheerful, Hisashi exclaimed. I'm engaged and I finally got my hearing aids. What's there not to be cheerful over? Shouta could name any number of things not to be cheerful over, but he refrained. We should get rings, Hisashi said, and it was so random it almost gave Shouta whiplash. What? Rings? Hisashi repeated. We should get rings. I didn't give you a ring when I proposed, so we should go and get rings. Shouta could tell he was staring at him, but it was hard not to. Now, why not? Hisashi said with a shrug of his shoulders. Best time as any, I think. Kids at school, we've got nothing better to do, why not? But why? Shouta resolutely closed his mouth and took a deep breath to stop his stammering. With what money? We just got paid by Shio. We can afford to splurge a little. And as for where? His eyes lit up. They sell jewelry at the supermarket. We are not getting our engagement rings at a supermarket. But no. Hisashi pouted. Fine. There's that place in the next town over, where all the thrift stores are. They're bound to have something. The 45-minute drive, which was significantly lengthened thanks to rush hour traffic, led them to a small, privately owned jewelry store. Shouta could see a petite, aged woman puttering about in the shop through the window, adjusting display cases and dusting. There were necklaces and bracelets on velvety purple pillows, sitting directly behind the window, polished and gleaming. Upon stepping into the store, the old woman smiled warmly and walked over to them. She was still holding the feather duster, and she had several gleaming silver rings adorning her fingers, as well as chain after chain of necklaces clasped to her neck. Shouta was sure that the woman was wearing at least 20 pounds of jewelry. The whole store smelled heavily of perfume and incense, and it made Shouda's head ache. Welcome, she said cheerfully. What can I do to help you, handsome young gentleman? Shouta could feel his ears go red, but Hisashi grinned at the woman jovially. My name's Hisashi, and this is my fiance, Shouta, Hisashi said. We just got engaged recently, and we're here to get our rings. The woman smiled kindly, clapping her hands in excitement. The rings on her fingers went clink, clink, clink every time they hit each other. It was more grating than it should have been. Oh, of course, the woman cried. Well, there are some rings in a display case right over there. What's your price range? We're trying not to think about that too much, Hisashi said, grin becoming a bit fixed in place. Just show us what's nice. Of course, the woman said. She guided Hisashi over to the display case with a hand on his elbow, and Shouta followed behind them, feeling a bit dazed. All the perfume was making him dizzy. So, the little old lady said, pointing out the rings. Your options are gold, silver, or platinum bands, and we have a variety of different stones and options for engravement, if you wish. I made these rings myself, you know. Oh really? Hisashi asked cheerfully, examining a ring in the display case. You don't say. Oh yes, the woman said, nodding proudly. It's all because of my quirk. I can buy the metal and mold it into any shape I want. Makes it very easy to make jewelry. I imagine so, Hisashi said. He glanced back at Shouta, who was standing a foot or so behind Hisashi and the little old woman, before pointing out a ring to her. The woman nodded, smiling up at him. Would you like to pick out a ring, dear? The woman called back to Shouta, and Shouta nodded, stepping forward. Hisashi stepped aside so he'd have room. There were a lot of options. The silver bands were mainly twisted into little patterns and engraved with small designs. The gold rings were shiny and most of them were inlaid with diamonds, and Shouta determinedly looked away from those. One ring in particular caught his eye, one of the platinum ones. The band itself was a bit thicker than the other ones, and there was a small ruby inlaid right in the middle, surrounded by what appeared to be a blooming flower design. Thought he liked it. He thought Hisashi would like wearing it, assuming he was picking a ring out for Hisashi, and not himself. The ring was certainly appealing. The woman had done an amazing job making it. He pointed it out to the woman and she grinned. Great choice, honey. She opened the display case with a small silver key and flicked her wrist, the two rings shooting toward her, which she then boxed and bagged, ringing up the price. It was speedy and efficient, if a bit unnerving. Congratulations on your wedding, dearies, the woman said after Shouta had handed her his debit card, trying not to think too much about the price. They traded rings once they got into the car, Hisashi taking the ring Shouta had picked out and Shouta taking Hisashi's. The ring Hisashi had chosen was one of the gold ones. Thick strands were woven together into a twisting pattern, complementing the little vine-like engravings in the metal. And along each strand, small, deep green emeralds, stark against the gold. The metal was thick, but it wasn't heavy on his finger, and, despite the metal being cold at first, it warmed up quickly. Hisashi was grinning down at his own ring, twisting it around on his finger so he could, presumably, look at it from all angles. That was a lot of money, Shouta noted. Definitely, Hisashi agreed. Totally worth it. And despite everything, Shouta couldn't help but agree. Hisashi drove to get Izuku that day and, after the child had finished his chores and his homework, they all curled up onto the couch so they could watch a movie before dinner. Takara had climbed up and immediately fell asleep on the back of the couch, purring loudly, and Inko had jumped up and started nestling into Izuku's lap with a bark. They decided to watch Finding Nemo that night, and about midway through the movie, Shouta spending more time actually enjoying sitting down and relaxing for once than actually watching the film, he felt a small hand grab his wrist, Izuku playing with the ring on his finger, a glint of curiosity in his green eyes. Shouta was, and always had been, iffy about people touching him. He liked hugs fine. He liked cuddling with Hisashi. Before, while they'd still been at UA, they used to watch movies together at each other's houses all the time, and Shouta would lay down in the middle of the couch with his head in Nemuri's lap and his feet in Hisashi's, and Nemuri would run her hand through his hair and Hisashi would rub a hand up and down his calf, and it was nice. He liked physical contact. If he initiated it, he liked it. But there were some things that he didn't like. He didn't like soft touches. It made his skin feel weird and tingly and wrong. He didn't like anyone tugging his hair, hated hairbrushes and hairstylists especially. He didn't like unwelcome touches. It would make him overwhelmed and stressed and panicky more than anything. That, especially, made his life very difficult. Not to mention that, when people he didn't know well touched him, he always tensed up. Even if it wasn't bad, it always set him on edge. Even with Izuku, much as he hated it, there was always something off-putting about the small child that Shouta could never pinpoint. Izuku had learned a long time ago that he shouldn't do certain things. If Shouta said not to touch him, don't touch him. No soft touches, only big touches, as Hisashi liked to call them. And the child had learned quickly what made Shouta comfortable and uncomfortable, and life carried on. Izuku had his hand in Shouta's, toying with the ring and playing with his fingers, and he looked far younger than he ever had before. And Shouta hadn't tensed up. He looked down at the child, toying with the ring like he'd never seen one before, and he hadn't tensed up one bit. He was every bit as relaxed as he had been beforehand. Maybe he was getting more comfortable around the child than he had originally thought. "What's this?" Izuku asked quietly. He was always quiet when a movie was playing. That was one of the rules they had made. Movie time was quiet time. Inside voice, Izuku. Whisper, Izuku. "A ring," Shouta answered. "Why did you get a ring?" Izuku inquired. "It's pretty." Hisashi paused the movie, looking over at the two of them with a look on his face like, "How are you going to deal with this?" "It is a wedding band. Do you know what that is?" Izuku's eyebrows pinched together, pondering. People on the television wear it when they're about to get married. Right? Exactly, Shouta confirmed. "Good job, child." Izuku grinned. "Wait, if it's for people who are about to get married, then why are you wearing it?" Izuku asked, looking confused. Beside them, Hisashi snorted. "Your Uncle Zashi is wearing one too," Shouta said. Izuku looked over at Hisashi, and his eyes widened. "He is, you're right. What do you think that means, Izuku?" Izuku shrugged. Hisashi's shoulders were trembling with barely suppressed laughter. "We have wedding rings. We both have them. What do you think that means?" Izuku shrugged. "I don't get it." Hisashi wheezed. Shouta hoped the universe would give him patience. "Izuku," Shouta said. "Use your brain." "I am using my brain." "Use it a little more. Hisashi and I both have wedding rings." "What does that usually mean?" Izuku looked like he was completely and utterly lost for a moment, before his face lit up, eyes widening dramatically. "Oh." Hisashi was bent almost double on the couch, tears streaming from his eyes and clutching his sides as he laughed raucously. "Izuku baby Zoo, oh my god." Izuku whacked him on his shaking shoulder but, because of his small stature, it wasn't very effective. If anything, it only made Hisashi laugh harder. "Mean." Izuku admonished. "Oh, Zuku, I'm sorry baby, I just Izuku stuck his tongue out at the man petulantly. "No, child," Shouta said. "Tongues in faces." Izuku withdrew his tongue with an even more pronounced pout, before turning to Shouta quizzically. "Wait, but you said you were too young to get married. When I met you, you said that. Why'd you go and do it anyway?" "Things change." Izuku seemed to accept this answer, and went back to toying with the ring on Shuta's finger. He seemed to like Shuta's more than he liked Hisashi's. Hisashi always had better sense picking out things like these, anyhow. "Does that mean you gotta do a wedding?" Izuku asked, not looking up from the golden ring. "Like in the American movies with the pretty dresses and the suits and stuff?" "My mommy and dad had a wedding before I appeared, but they didn't wear pretty suits and dresses, they wore kimonos." "Are you gonna wear kimonos?" "We haven't even decided if we were going to have a wedding, child," Shouta said. "We haven't?" Hisashi asked, slowly unbending himself from his folded-over position on the couch. His face was still red and tear-stained from his laughter, and his hair was a mess, strands of it slipping out of his bun and into his face. "I thought that was pretty much a given. Unless you want to just go to a courthouse and have it done that way? It's up to you." Shouta blinked. "I never said that," Shouta said, even though the thought of a wedding, especially his own, made him feel a bit queasy. There had been quite a few people at his sister's wedding. But maybe she just knew a lot of people. "I just thought we hadn't discussed it yet. That's all." "I think a wedding would be a good idea," Hisashi grinned. "Might be nice. Izuku could be a ring bearer. He could get one of his little friends to be a flower girl. Might be fun." And Hisashi looked so happy, so excited, and Shouta wouldn't have been able to say no if he wanted to. "Yes, okay," Shouta said, trailing off slightly, already thinking about how much money that would cost. There was no rule that they had to get married right away. They could wait until they got everything in order. A lot of people did that. They could just wait, however long it took. And they should have enough put away after they got back to work. Might work out. If Shouta accepted the position at UA. Shouta felt like ripping his own hair out. Mind going back to that dreaded topic? The job application. The job application he still couldn't make a decision over, despite its very obviously positive outlook. He just wanted a chance to think over it. Think over all his options. Even if this was the best option he had. He never seemed to have time to just think. Hisashi and Izuku were talking excitedly about all the weddings Izuku had seen on the television and how he thought they should have a fog machine at their wedding. Which, no, and Shouta tried and failed to keep his thoughts from wandering too far. Weddings. Just Izuku. Planning and changing, everything shifting around in Shouda's life to make room for the next catastrophe while the world kept spinning around and around and around. Sometimes Shouta wished the world would stop spinning. Just for a moment. Just to give him time to think, to ponder, to gather his wits and organize his mind into one little box instead of a scattered mess, long enough for him to think. He just wanted time to think. He went to bed later that night, curled up next to Hisashi, still trying to think. It was 2 weeks and a lot of work later that Hisashi finally started putting more hours into his radio show. He created more playlists and signed more deals and got permission from more artists to play more songs and even started planning out a little side piece for his radio show, something he was planning on calling Hands Up, where he could have little talks every few songs and have an hour or so in the morning where he could just interact with listeners. Shouta was proud of him. He was expanding on something he loved, something he had tirelessly built up and cultivated, hours upon hours spent keeping the radio up and running so it could be where it was. It was on an early Saturday morning in late November that his first real, hour-long special officially began. Izuku was playing with action figures on the living room floor while Inko and Takara moved about through the house and Shouta nursed a cup of coffee, just trying to enjoy the relative peace and quiet. He had recently started doing small patrols every night, again, and he'd had a particularly messy one the night before. He was exhausted. There was a small radio on the kitchen counter that Namuri had bought for him as a late birthday present. The music from Hisashi's show floated throughout the house and, although Shouta didn't necessarily care for pop music, he thought he liked alternate rock, more dash, he could certainly see the appeal. Izuku seemed to like it just fine, and he always got so excited knowing that Hisashi was picking the songs, so he tended to keep it playing. The music thrumming out through the radio's small speakers faded away, and it was replaced by an overly jovial and exaggerated voice, the voice Hisashi used when he was going out as Present Mike. That was One More Light by Linkin Park. Hope you all enjoyed that one, listeners. And now for Hands Up Radio, my new radio segment where I will be talking to, drumroll, please, you guys. So go ahead and send a call down to the station if you're listening, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Hisashi started chatting about his radio show and how he had created it and came up with the name when, with a small click, a caller connected. Izuku had abandoned his action figures and was sitting in front of the kitchen counter that the radio was sitting on, staring up at it and listening with rapt attention. "Hello, listener," Hisashi crowed, and there was a small shuffle from the other end of the line followed by a quiet laugh. "What can I do for you today? Any questions?" "Yes," the voice said. It sounded like a girl. Maybe 14 at most. Nervous. Her voice was shaking just a little. "I'm a big fan of your show and you as a hero in general." There was a nervous laugh from the other end of the call. "Well, I'm glad to hear it." Hisashi cried happily. "And, for the question, I have more than one? Is that okay?" "Well, there aren't any calls backed up, so sure. Go right ahead, listener." "Awesome," the girl exclaimed. "What's the secret to your quirk? What gear do you use to manage it?" "That's a great question, listener," Hisashi said, and continued to jabber on about his directional gear and his protective headwear to keep his own eardrums from bursting, which was not a pleasant experience. The conversation continued on, but there was another call backed up on the line before long. "One more question, listener, but then we've got to move on," Hisashi warned the girl. "Okay," the girl said. "What's your opinion on the political side of quirks? And heroes in general?" Shouta could almost see Hisashi's gobsmacked expression. The girl had been asking fairly tame, common questions. Shouta certainly hadn't expected politics to come up. Well, I certainly can't say anything positive nor negative about my fellow heroes," Hisashi chattered. "But as for politics, the only thing I can think of to tell you is that I believe anyone can be a hero. There's not much to it. If you've got a good heart and a good head on your shoulders, you can be a hero. That goes for anyone." It didn't go unnoticed by Shouta that Hisashi had sidestepped certain political aspects of the conversation. Hisashi was getting good at this. There was quiet from the other line. Anyone? The voice of the girl said tentatively. Anyone, Hisashi confirmed. Shouta could feel the warmth in his voice. I say that to my kid all the time, as a matter of fact. Shouta felt like hitting his head on a table. Apparently he wasn't as good at that as Shouta had thought. After Hisashi's hands up segment was completed, it didn't take long for Shouta's phone to ring with an unknown number. Shouta heaved a put-upon sigh before answering. It was probably Hisashi, or someone from the radio or from the agency, demanding to know why he hadn't told them he had a child or politely ordering him to come in on a weekend and do paperwork. Both were quite likely. Eraser, a laughing voice piped up from the other side of the phone, and Shouta's head really did hit the table that time. Emmy. The one, the only. Emmy confirmed. Why didn't you tell me you had a kid, Eraser? Don't you think that's something an old classmate ought to know? I really don't see how that's any of your business, Emmy. Come on, handsome, don't be like that. Shouta hung up the phone. She dialed back a moment later. He reluctantly answered, mostly because he knew she'd ring his phone off the hook if he didn't. What do you want, Emmy? I'm just checking in on an old pal, Eraser. Emmy cried, sounding mock outraged. Have I committed some heinous crime? Probably. Emmy cackled. I do so love your witty retorts, she yelled. You know, that's part of the reason why you and me would work so well together. I'm gay. We'd be a real power couple, you and me. I can see the headlines now. This joke and Eraserhead, married in Summer Chapel. I'm also engaged. And really, there's no harm to be done. I'd have thought you had gotten over this little crush by now, Emmy, Shouta said, and he could feel his ears turning slightly red. He wasn't attracted to Emmy, not in the least, not only because she had been like a younger sister to him in school, but also because of more obvious reasons. That didn't mean she couldn't embarrass him. Shouta would go as far as to assume that that was her quirk, had he not seen her actual quirk in action. Yeah, I did a long time ago. Emmy reassured him. You're just so fun to tease. Now, why is it I'm only just now finding out my colleague, my friend is engaged to be married and has a kid? It's a long story. I've got time. It's not a story I want to tell. Come on, Eraser. I said no, Emmy. Fythe and Emmy said, drawing the word out. Talking to this woman was utterly exhausting. Will you at least tell me about the kid? What's he like? Is he as deadpan and exhausted as you? Emmy cackled at her own joke. Shouta rolled his eyes. Izuku, on the floor, had moved back to play with his action figures now that Hisashi wasn't talking on the radio anymore, though Shouta could tell he was still keeping an ear on their conversation. He wasn't very good at eavesdropping. Emmy was never going to let this go. No, not really, Shouta admitted. He's interesting. Wow. You get a kid and the only thing you can say about him is that he's interesting? Shouta scowled. What are you, a reporter? I'm just messing with you, Eraser. Emmy replied cheerfully. Shouta was distinctly reminded of why she and Hisashi had been so close in UA, even though Emmy had been 2 years below them. They both had the same eccentric personality. Honestly, you calling the kids interesting might as well be the stamp of approval. I didn't know what else to say, Shouta defended himself weakly. I know, Emmy reassured him. Really though, what's the kid like? Is he cute? Is he nice? Is he one of those kids who wets the bed every night because he's too lazy to get up? Emmy snickered. Is certainly nice, Shouta said. More than nice. He's cute for a child, I guess. No, he does not wet the bed. He's just a normal child. See, you already proved to me he's not a normal child. Emmy retorted. You said he was cute. Children are not cute. Children are heathens. Whatever you say, Emmy, Shouta said wearily. I would ask you how you've been since you graduated UA, but I feel like if I do I'll be listening to you talk all day. I'll keep it short and sweet then. Emmy cried, and Shouta again felt the urge to hit his head on the table because of course. I've been doing rather well, if I do say so myself. Oh, Shouta prompted, already feeling a headache build up behind his eyes. He was going to be here for a while. Yep. Emmy cried happily, popping the pea. Sometimes she was more difficult to deal with than a sugar-high Izuku. I finally found an agency to take me, and I am making quite the name for myself. I even had a little girl I saved tell me I was her favorite hero ever. Well, I'm glad you finally got hired, Shouta stated, trying to find some way to swiftly end the conversation. It wasn't going well. I know. You thought it'd be a better idea to just ditch agencies altogether? It's what I would have done, Shouta admitted. Had I not started dating Hisashi. He had been seriously considering just going out on his own, being his own agency, an underground hero who didn't belong to anyone. It had been appealing. But those kind of heroes didn't make money, and when he and Hisashi had decided to move in together after UA in their own apartment, that was something they needed. And thus, he was hired by Shio. I just didn't think underground life suited me, Emmy joked. I can see why, Shouta responded. It's my entire persona, Shouta. And I do want to be at least somewhat known by the public. Everyone had different motivations for being a hero. Shouta because it had been his dream, the only thing he had thought about as a child. Hisashi because he wanted to put people at ease and make them feel happy and safe. Emmy just appreciated the glory that came with the job. And there's nothing wrong with that, Shouta reminded himself. There wasn't. I'm aware, Shouta said. It's your career, not mine. Don't worry about my opinions. I never do. Emmy replied cheekily. There was a loud bang from somewhere in the house, followed by a small noise of pain. When he glanced at where Izuku had been sitting, he wasn't there. I have to go, he said hurriedly into the phone, before ending the call and tossing it aside onto the table. The noise sounded like it had come from Izuku's room. Why? I wanted to spend time with the cats. Izuku wailed through tears, clutching his knee. There was a long, raw strip of carpet burn on it, but there didn't seem to be anything else wrong with the child. The room, however. Izuku, why? The net that had been pinned up to the wall and had previously held all his stuffed toys and action figures had been torn straight out and all the toys were scattered onto the floor. There were small white, jagged marks marring the paint now. Takara and Inko were off to the side, looking very disgruntled. The larger of the two cats glared at the small child. The black cat barked indignantly. The cats were in the toy net and IWW wanted to cuddle with the cats, so I climbed into the end net and Izuku let out a small whimper, covering his carpet burn with two hands. Like that would help. Maybe the cold air was hurting it. Come on, child, Shouta said. The boy didn't move. Child. We have to go to the bathroom so we can clean your cut. No, Izuku whined. It'll hurt if I move. Shouta grimaced. He'd have to move the child if he wanted to clean the cut. He couldn't risk making a mess doing it in here. Shouta tried not to sigh as he walked toward the child, awkwardly bracing one arm under his neck and the other under his knees as he picked him up. At least the child wasn't heavy. He set the child down on the sink counter, taking peroxide, gauze, the area was far too big for band-aids, and a cup out of the cabinet. He then grabbed a rag out of a drawer and set it to the side. Put your knee over the sink, Shouta said. Izuku did, still crying and looking confused. Shouta filled the cup with water. What are you gonna do? Izuku asked, looking wary. I'm going to pour some water over the cut, Shouta explained. He continued before Izuku could protest. I have to get the dirt and fibers out of it. It might feel weird and it might burn a little, but that's all. Izuku nodded, sniffling slightly, and Shouta slowly poured water over the hurt area. It had been bleeding just a little, but that had long since stopped and all the blood was rinsed down the drain. After he was done, Shouta patted it dry with the rag. What now? Izuku asked. I'm going to pour some of this peroxide on it, Shouta said. No. Izuku cried vehemently. That'll really hurt. No. Child, Shouta said. This is peroxide. Not rubbing alcohol. Rubbing alcohol is what hurts. And I have to. Why? Izuku asked, and there were fresh tears pooling in his eyes. Here's how peroxide works, Shouta said. I pour it on a cut. It'll start bubbling on the cut. That means it's cleaning it better than the water did. If I don't clean it, your wound could get infected even though it's small. If it gets infected, a lot of bad things could happen, and that will hurt a lot more than peroxide. Okay? What'll happen? Izuku asked, sniffling. He looked a bit calmer now. Maybe he just wanted to know the purpose behind what he did. Maybe that was how Shouta got the child to calm down. Do you remember when you had to get your appendix removed? Izuku nodded. Your appendix was infected, and because there was no way for them to fix it without taking it out and because the infection had nowhere to go, you had to have surgery. They waited too long and your appendix burst. They had to put a tube in to drain the abscess in the infection so it could heal. But that was my tummy. Not my knee. You're right, Shouta admitted. But if this gets infected, a lot of bad things could still happen. You could get impetigo or a blood infection, or it could make more abscess under the skin, and then the doctor will have to cut it with a scalpel to get rid of it. Or you could get necrotizing fasciitis. And that will really hurt. That last one might have been a bit dramatic, it got his point across. And peroxide doesn't hurt at all, Shouta added for good measure. Izuku slowly nodded, and Shouta grabbed a cotton ball from the cabinet and wet it with the peroxide, swiping it over the cut before adding a little neosporin. Then, he wrapped his knee up in the gauze and helped him down from the counter. This is the worst thing ever, Izuku lamented. At least he wasn't crying. Better than road rash, Shouta rebuked. What's road rash? Izuku asked. Nothing. Go clean up your toys. And apologize to the cats. It was near the end of Izuku's winter break and after heavy deliberation when Shouta called Nizu. He was a bit hesitant to do it, if he was being honest. He respected Nizu to a great degree. He had given him the chance he needed to get into UA's hero course, and he probably had the rat-like creature to thank for his career at Shio's hero agency. That didn't make Nizu any less terrifying to interact with. Nizu was almost maniacal in the way he carried himself, a sweet demeanor that hid an unendingly dangerous threat. It had always been off-putting to Shouta. When Shouta had called, Nizu had answered on the first ring and, despite Shouta being positive that he'd never given his number to Nizu or the school, Nizu knew who he was right away. Shouta suspected he had Nemuri to thank for that. Mr. Aizawa. Nizu greeted cheerfully as soon as he picked up the phone. Principal Nizu, Shouta replied evenly. I expect this is you accepting the job. Nizu exclaimed cheerfully. Will I see you, Hizashi and Nemuri on the first day back from winter break? He closed his mouth to stop himself from stammering further. Yes. Excellent. Nizu said. I'll be seeing you soon then. I have to. Take care of your nephew, I expect. Yes. I understand. How dash? I know things, young Aizawa. Nizu said cheekily. Yes. Goodbye. Bye-bye now. The conversation ended with a click. Shouta set his phone on the table slowly, standing up and moving into the kitchen to make himself a strong cup of coffee, feeling deeply disturbed. He could just barely hear Izuku giggling in the living room. Shouta had a feeling he didn't fully understand what he had gotten himself into. He, Hizashi, Nemuri, and Izuku went to get supplies a few days before their new jobs were set to begin. Izuku would need a new backpack and winter clothes as well, so it wasn't too much of a hassle bringing the small child. Shouta and Hizashi would both need button-up shirts and slacks, as well as blouses, skirts and new briefs for Nemuri. For Izuku they bought new hoodies, sweaters and jeans, as well as RBB boots now that the snow was turning to slush and everything was getting muddier. Hizashi, Nemuri, and Shouta were all still feeling the effects of the night before. New Year's was over, and New Year's for Nemuri and Hizashi meant getting trashed on alcohol while Shouta drank much more responsibly, enough to keep the other two under control, and tried to keep them from getting themselves into some kind of horrible mishap. They'd started drinking at 8 p.m., after Izuku had settled down for bed. Shouta could remember about 2 hours of the night before his memory blacked out, more likely due to exhaustion from the late hour than the alcohol, and all he knew was that Nemuri had woken up in the snack cabinet, Hizashi had woken up naked and feeling sick in the bathroom, his hearing aids in another room with Takara curled around them protectively, and Shouta had woken up to find he was laying on the back of the couch, where he had presumably settled down to sleep. Which really created more questions than answers. Izuku had, thankfully, slept in so they'd had plenty of time to right themselves and clean up the house, as well as for all of them to take showers and brush their teeth, which took Hisashi around an hour and a half to complete because he kept falling asleep against the shower wall. But they'd gotten themselves ready and fed as much as they could handle eating, with their stomachs staging a revolt, and had gotten Izuku up and ready to go as well. Shouta counted himself lucky they had made it to the store. He'd blacked out around the time they'd gotten halfway through a bottle of vodka, and that usually wasn't a very good sign. They were as hungover as he could ever remember being in his life, but at least they had made it. Shouta had never been more thankful for Tylenol and coffee. Izuku was excited to run around the store, as he always was, which meant they had to try and keep up to the child's unnaturally high energy levels. Always fun. They went to get Izuku's stuff first, a backpack, his clothes, new shoes, etc. Then they went off to the office supplies so they could get the material the adults would need, Hisashi holding onto Izuku's hand to try and get the child from running away. It just meant he was pulling against his arm in his haste. "Tiger," Nemuri said. "You have to slow down." By the look on her face, it seemed talking hurt. It certainly hurt Shouta, listening to it. He had a pair of large sunglasses on to block out the light, and Hisashi and Nemuri were both wearing something similar. His ears were hurting, and his leg was acting up that day, and the combination of unpleasant sensations was nothing short of horrible. "We have headaches." When grown-ups have headaches, they like being slow and boring. "Slow down." Izuku frowned. "Why do you all have headaches at the same time?" Izuku asked. Shouda's headache spiked. "Because we were idiots and got sheet-faced, and now we're facing the repercussions." "Don't drink, child." "Allergies," Shouta grunted. "But it's winter," Izuku protested. "And you don't got runny noses. Why must this child be intelligent?" "Different strain." Izuku frowned, like he didn't believe him, but he slowed his quick pace considerably. They moved about as quickly as possible to get their office supplies so they could go home. Maybe Shouta would be able to get Izuku to take a nap. Then Shouta could take a nap. The idea was certainly appealing. "Is that everything we need?" Hisashi asked, and Shouta could hear the hope in his voice. "Nope," Izuku said. "We gotta get ice cream." "Why do we need ice cream?" "We have ice cream at home." "Because I'm good." The three adults stared the child down, for a long moment, and Izuku stared right back up at them. It was Hisashi who broke first. "Can't argue with that logic." They got ice cream from a little parlor in the store. And Izuku did not take a nap. They started school around half a week later, and Shouta couldn't say he wasn't grinning, feeling a bit unhinged, when he finally got to drop Izuku off at school. Children were exhausting. But it was finally over. Break was finally over. And he could send the child off to school. It made him feel a bit giddy. But now he was going to UA. To do his job. Surrounded by even more children. He was beginning to question whether this was a good idea. But it was too late now. Because there he was, standing in front of the gates of UA for the first time in years. He thought he could feel that familiar thrill of excitement that he'd experienced the first time he walked through the gates, years ago, at 14 years old. It did feel like a good idea at that moment. It did. He might not think so a month later, or a day later, or even 5 minutes later. But at that moment, it felt like this was what he needed to do. And with happiness blooming in his chest, he stepped through the gates of UA.